Last images of Brazilian tourist who was left to die by Indonesian guide and authorities after she fell during a hike on Rinjani volcano. Juliana Marins was a 26-year-old woman from Brazil who loved to travel. She worked as a publicist and had a free, adventurous spirit. In February, she started a solo backpacking trip across Southeast Asia. She visited Vietnam, Thailand, and the Philippines. Friends and family described her as curious, brave, and full of life. By June, she decided to go to Indonesia to climb Mount Rinjani, the country's second highest volcano. This volcano is on the island of Lombok and rises more than 3,700 meters. It is very beautiful but also very dangerous. It is an active volcano that has erupted many times in recent years. For locals, Rinjani is a sacred place, but for tourists, it is a famous hiking goal. Mount Rinjani sees over 150,000 hikers each year. Many people dream of reaching its summit to see the sunrise and the crater lake, but the climb is much harder than it looks in photos. Climbing Rinjani is not simple. First, hikers must walk through hot grassy land just to reach the start of the main trail. Even the shortest route takes 2 days. By late afternoon, the ground turns to black volcanic sand and loose rock, making each step tiring. Most hikers camp at the crater rim overnight. On summit day, the climb starts around 2 a.m. in the freezing dark. The last stretch is steep, sandy, and exhausting. For every 3 steps you take, you often slide 2 steps back. Strong winds and thin air make it even harder. If all goes well, hikers reach the top at sunrise and see breathtaking views. But the trail is exposed and dangerous. One wrong step can lead to disaster. On June 22nd, Juliana set off with 5 other hikers and 1 guide. The first day went fine. On summit day, the group started in the dark. At some point, Juliana became very tired and asked to rest. For reasons still unclear, the guide and the rest of the group continued without her, leaving her alone. Her family says she was alone for over an hour. Around 6 a.m., just after sunrise, Juliana slipped and fell almost 300 meters into a steep ravine. Her backpack, walking stick, and flashlight were found on the trail above. Another group of hikers nearby had a drone. They flew it over the ravine and saw Juliana. She was alive, moving, and waving for help. The hikers shouted to her to hold on and dropped a note telling her that help was coming. They waited for hours, hoping rescuers would arrive. Getting to Juliana was extremely hard. Local rescue teams had to climb more than 3,000 meters carrying ropes and medical gear. The slope was very steep with no trees to attach ropes to, so they had to build makeshift anchors. Fog reduced visibility, rain made the ropes slippery, and winds made helicopter rescue impossible. By the time rescuers reached the first location where the drone had seen her, she had fallen again to an even lower spot. The team tried for days to reach her. Finally, on June 24th, they got to her, but it was too late. She had died from severe injuries, including broken bones and internal bleeding. Juliana's family was heartbroken and believed she could have survived if help had come sooner. They blamed the guide for leaving her in the park for poor safety measures. Many hikers spoke out, saying Rinjani is far more dangerous than it appears online, with little rescue support and no quick way to get help. The government later promised stricter rules for guides, more safety posts, and better training. Juliana had followed the rules and booked a guided tour, yet a simple rest break turned fatal. Final moments of a man before being sucked to death by the left engine of an Airbus A320 aircraft. The accident happened at Orio al Serio Airport, also called Milan Bergamo, at 10:20 a.m. on July 8, 2025. The victim was 35-year-old builder Andrea Russo from Calcinat, near Bergamo. Reports say he ran onto the runway and into the path of an Airbus A319 Valencia plane that was about to fly to Orense, Spain. He was pulled into the engine just as the plane was getting ready to leave. The plane had just finished being pushed back from its parking spot. After the accident, all flights at the airport stopped, which caused delays and changes to other flights. The cargo ship SS El Faro on September 29, 2015, shortly before it departed Jacksonville, FL, and sailed directly into the path of a Category 4 hurricane. It would sink in the North Atlantic on the morning of October 1st, killing all 33 crew members aboard. The mask worn by Edward John Louis Paisnel, the Beast of Jersey, a notorious offender who terrorized the Channel Island of Jersey for a period of 11 years, from 1960 to 1971. He entered homes at night dressed in a rubber mask and nail-studded bracelets and attacked children. Peisnell was a builder who also built his own shrine for Satan in a barn to which he would bring his victims, all girls and boys snatched from their homes. It was revealed during the trial that he was inspired by Gilles de Rais, a notorious 15th century occultist and child killer. He would clad himself in a woman's black wig, a rubber mask, and a long overcoat with nail-studded lapels and shoulders, and was said to have led a Jekyll and Hyde type of existence. He was an exemplary human and took in orphan children along with his wife, but at night he would change into a murderer. Jersey, located between England and France, was known at the time as a beautiful, quiet place with low crime rates. Around 50,000 to 70,000 people lived there. But in November of 1957, that peace was shattered when a nurse was waiting alone at a bus stop late at night, and a man suddenly appeared, put a rope around her neck, and dragged her into a field. He attacked and assaulted her and left her badly injured. She told the police that the man had a strange, fake Irish accent and a musty smell. In March 1958, another woman was attacked and assaulted in the same way. Then in July, a third woman was targeted. All three were grabbed at bus stops, had ropes tied around their necks, and were dragged into fields. The pattern was clear. In August 1959, a fourth woman was attacked, but he wasn't successful with the assault because the woman managed to fight him off. Police now knew the cases were linked. Every victim described the same smell, the fake accent, and the rope. Cigarette cartons were often found at the scenes. In February 1960, the Beast broke into a home for the first time. A 12-year-old boy woke to see a man with a flashlight at the end of his bed. The man tied a rope around his neck, dragged him to a field, assaulted him, and then returned him home. Police found that the attacker had climbed in through a window. The next month, a man pretending to be a doctor offered a 25-year-old woman a lift. She got in his car thinking he was safe. He tied her up, assaulted her, and tried to drive her away. She escaped and screamed for help, causing him to flee. Soon after, the Beast broke into the home of a woman and her 14-year-old daughter. He cut the phone lines, assaulted the daughter, and escaped. In 1960 and 1961, he attacked 4 more children aged 8 to 12, all taken from their homes to fields. The attacks shocked the island. Scotland Yard sent Detective Jack Manning to help. Police questioned thousands of people and asked every man on the island to give fingerprints. Only 13 men refused. One of them was the Beast himself, but police didn't follow up. Attention turned to a local loner named Alphonse, who was innocent, but the public believed he was guilty and burned down his house. He fled to a nearby island. While he was gone, attacks stopped for 2 years. But in April 1963, they began again. Between 1963 and 1966, the Beast attacked several more children and teenagers. Then nothing happened for over 2 years, until police received a chilling letter from someone claiming to be the Beast. He promised 2 perfect crimes. In August 1966, he attacked a 15-year-old girl and made her suffer the same way all his other victims suffered. Then he asked her, "Do you know how long it takes to kill a woman?" 5 minutes. The second promised attack never happened. In August 1970, a 13-year-old boy was attacked in the same way. By now, the Beast had been active for over a decade, and police still couldn't catch him. Then, in July 1971, luck finally struck. Police chased a speeding car. The driver tried to escape, even driving on the wrong side of the road before crashing. He ran, but police caught him. Back at the station, they noticed he wore a long coat smelling musty, just like the victims described. Inside his pockets were spiked wristbands, a flashlight, a wig, and a terrifying mask. Edward was born on Jersey and was married to Joan, who ran a foster home for children. He was known as Uncle Ted to the kids, bringing them sweets and even dressing as Santa. Outwardly, he seemed kind and helpful. In reality, he was living a double life. Police searched his home and found a hidden room. Inside were wigs, masks, raincoats, photos of victims' homes, and occult objects. There was an altar with books on black magic. Victims had said the beast knew their homes well. Now police saw how much he planned each attack. Edward admitted nothing, simply saying, "Prove it." But the evidence was clear. He had been one of the 13 men who refused to give fingerprints years earlier. In November 1971, Edward was tried and found guilty of 13 attacks. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison. In 1972, his wife published a book saying she had no idea he was the beast. Some believed her, others did not. Alphonse, the wrongly accused man, lived in exile for 14 years before returning to Jersey. He died in 2012 at age 97. Edward was released in 1991 after serving 20 years. He was considered a model prisoner and allowed to return to Jersey, but locals forced him to leave. He moved to the Isle of Wight, where he died of a heart attack in 1994. Although he was charged with 13 crimes, police believe there were more victims. Some later came forward, saying he attacked them in his wife's foster home. In December 1966, 20-year-old Tula Hook was waiting at a bus stop but never made it home. Her body was found the next morning with severe head injuries. The case was never solved, but the method, a lone woman at a bus stop, matched the beast's known style. On February 18, 2020, 17-year-old Japanese girl known online as Min Min live-streamed from a railway station in Yokohama, Kanagawa Prefecture. This image captures her final moments before the train killed her. And no, it was not an accident. Less than 5 minutes after this photo was taken, 114 of these people dancing were dead, with another 216 injured. The Hyatt Regency Skywalk collapse happened on July 17, 1981 in Kansas City, Missouri. An improperly designed skywalk on the 4th floor collapsed onto the 2nd floor skywalk, clearly visible in the background of the photo, crushing numerous people. The pancaked 4th and 2nd floor skywalks then collapsed onto the dance floor below, where hundreds had been participating in a dance party. The scene was devastating. Many people were killed instantly. Others were trapped under heavy steel, glass, and concrete. The hotel's sprinkler system broke, flooding the area and putting some survivors at risk of drowning. Rescuers rushed in, but the debris was too heavy for the tools they had. Local construction crews brought cranes and other equipment to help. Working in the dark, wet, and dusty conditions, rescuers sometimes had to remove bodies or even amputate limbs to save people. In total, 114 people died and 216 were injured. Almost everyone in Kansas City knew someone affected. An investigation found the main cause was a change in the original walkway design. The plans called for long steel rods to hold both the 2nd and 4th floor walkways. But during construction, they were replaced with shorter rods, which doubled the weight the 4th floor beams had to carry. This flaw, combined with the crowd on the walkways, caused the collapse. The investigation also revealed poor communication, skipped safety checks, and rushed decisions. No one person double-checked the final design, and each group assumed someone else had done it. The engineering firm responsible lost its licenses in several states, and more than 300 lawsuits followed. The disaster led to major changes in engineering rules, building codes, and the way future engineers are trained. This blurry video still of an unknown man about to die in the 2004 tsunami is so haunting. We don't get to see last images of people accepting their fate too often. It's as if he's facing a firing squad and there's no escape. The last known picture of Jerry Lynn Waldrop, one of the many victims of Dean Corll. He and his brother disappeared on January 30th, 1971, while heading to a bowling alley. He was only 13 years old when he was murdered. In February 2012, a picture was released to the news media of another unknown victim of Dean Corll. The color Polaroid image had been found in the personal possessions of one of his accomplices. The image shows an obviously horrified blonde-haired boy in handcuffs, strapped to an undepicted device upon Corll's floor. Alongside a toolbox known to contain various instruments Corll is known to have used to torture his victims. The individual depicted has been ruled out by the Harris County Medical Examiner as being any of Corll's known victims. including his one remaining known unidentified victim. Henley himself has stated that the picture must have been taken after he had acquired a Polaroid camera in 1972, although he is adamant that he has no idea who this boy is. Given that Henley became acquainted with Coral in 1972, it is likely this boy would have been killed in 1972 or 1973. Dean Arnold Coral was born on Christmas Eve 1939 in Fort Wayne, Indiana. He was the oldest of two sons. His parents, Mary Robinson and Arnold Coral, had a troubled marriage. Arnold was strict, while Mary was very protective of Dean. They often fought and divorced in 1946. Mary moved with Dean and his younger brother Stanley to Memphis, Tennessee. Arnold had joined the Air Force, and Mary still wanted the boys to see their father. In 1950, Mary and Arnold got back together and moved to Pasadena, Texas, but the marriage ended again in 1953. In 1955, Mary married a traveling clock salesman named Jake West. They had a daughter named Joyce and settled in Vidor, Texas. Mary and Jake started a small candy company called Pecan Prince. Dean and Stanley helped in the business while attending school. Dean was a quiet child, polite and helpful, but had health problems. At age 7, he had rheumatic fever, which damaged his heart. By age 11, doctors discovered he had a heart murmur. Because of this, he did not take part in sports at school. In high school, Dean was known as a well-behaved but solitary student with average grades. After graduating in 1958, Dean's family moved to Houston to expand their candy company. 2 years later, Dean moved to Indiana to live with his grandmother. He began dating a young woman who asked him to marry her in 1962, but he refused and returned to Texas to help his family's business. In 1963, Mary divorced Jake West, renamed the company Coral Candy Company, and made Dean vice president. That same year, she fired a teenage boy who complained that Dean had made inappropriate advances toward him. In August 1964, Dean was drafted into the Army. He trained as a radio repairman and was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas. While in the military, Dean had his first known intimate experiences with other men. He disliked Army life and requested an early release so he could return to the candy business. He was honorably discharged in June 1965. The family business had moved to Houston Heights, and Dean became known as the Candy Man because he often gave free candy to neighborhood kids. He also became known for showing interest in boys. In 1968, the candy company shut down when Mary and Joyce moved to Colorado. Dean then worked as an electrician. In 1967, he had met a 12-year-old boy named David Brooks. David came from a broken home and saw Dean as a father figure. Dean slowly manipulated David into an inappropriate relationship, offering him gifts and money. By 1970, Dean began his killing spree. When David once caught him assaulting 2 boys, Dean bribed him to stay quiet by offering him a car. Soon, Dean paid David to help lure in victims. The first known victim was 18-year-old Jeffrey Conan, who vanished while hitchhiking home from college. Police believe Dean and David picked him up, took him to Dean's apartment, assaulted him, and then killed him. David later lured 2 boys, 14-year-old James Glass and 15-year-old Danny Yates, from a church rally to Dean's apartment. They were tortured, killed, and buried. In January 1971, 15-year-old Donald Waldrop and his 13-year-old brother Jerry were kidnapped and murdered. From March to May 1971, Dean killed Randall Harvey, 13-year-old David Hilligiest, and 16-year-old Gregory Winkle, all with David's help. Dean even targeted David's own friends, like 17-year-old Reuben Haney, who was lured to the apartment and strangled. In late 1971, David brought 2 unknown boys to Dean's apartment. They were kept alive for several days before being killed. Their identities remain unknown. That same year, David introduced a new friend, 15-year-old Elmer Wayne Henley, to Dean. Dean first planned to kill him, but instead offered him money to help lure victims. Wayne had been friends with 2 of Dean's earlier victims and had even helped search for them. Wayne's first known victim was 17-year-old Willard Branch in February 1972. He claimed he didn't know Dean's true intentions until later, but he kept helping him. Over time, Wayne became more directly involved in the murders. In March 1972, they kidnapped 17-year-old Mark Scott, who fought back but was overpowered. A month later, they kidnapped Johnny Delhomme and Billy Balch. Wayne strangled Billy and shot Johnny, who survived and was freed, the only victim ever released. That summer, Dean killed 17-year-old Stephen Sickman and 19-year-old Roy Bunton. In September, Wally Simoneau and Richard Hembry were abducted and killed. In November, 19-year-old Richard Kepner disappeared. In January 1973, Dean killed 17-year-old Joseph Lyles, David's neighbor. There was a short break when David became sick and Wayne moved away, but when they returned, the killings began again. In June 1973, 15-year-old William Ray Lawrence was tortured for 3 days before being killed. 2 weeks later, 20-year-old Ray Blackburn disappeared while hitchhiking. In July, Wayne met 15-year-old Homer Garcia, who was shot and left to die in Dean's bathtub. Dean's last 5 victims came in quick succession in the summer of 1973. 17-year-old John Sellers, 15-year-old Michael Balch, brother of an earlier victim, 18-year-old Marty Jones, 17-year-old Charles Cobble, and 13-year-old James Dreyer. All were tortured and strangled. The end came on August 8, 1973. Wayne brought 19-year-old Timothy Curley to Dean's home, and 15-year-old Rhonda Williams came along. Dean was angry that a girl was there. That night, after the teens fell asleep, Dean tied up all 3. Wayne convinced Dean to untie him so he could help. As Dean began torturing Timothy, Rhonda asked Wayne if he was going to do anything. At that moment, Wayne had enough. He grabbed Dean's pistol and told him to stop. Dean dared him to shoot, and Wayne fired 6 times, killing him. Wayne called the police and told them everything. At first, they didn't believe him, but when he gave names of missing boys, they started to. A search of Dean's home found a torture board, handcuffs, knives, and other tools. In his van, police found rope, hooks, and a wooden box with air holes. Wayne and David led police to the burial sites. 17 bodies in a rented boat shed, 4 at Lake Sam Rayburn, 6 at High Island Beach, and 1 at Jefferson County Beach. One victim, Mark Scott, was never found. Police believe Dean may have killed more boys. David Brooks was convicted in 1975 for the murder of William Ray Lawrence and sentenced to life in prison. Wayne Henley was convicted of 6 murders and given 6 consecutive 99-year sentences. He was retried in 1979 with the same result. Both men remain in Texas prisons. Dean Corll's crimes remain among the most disturbing serial killings in American history, and his name, the Candyman, is remembered for all the wrong reasons. We've all seen many photographs of JonBenet Ramsey. This one was her very last, taken mere hours before she was assaulted, beaten, and strangled in the basement of her home. She is wearing the same sweater and hair tie she was found in. She was 6 years old, and it was Christmas, her favorite day of the year. China Eastern Flight 5735's final moments caught on a local mining company's security camera. On March 21, 2022, Eastern Airlines Flight 5735 took off from Kunming, China, heading to Guangzhou. It was a short domestic flight with 123 passengers and 9 crew members. The captain had over 6,700 flight hours, and the first officer had more than 31,000 hours. China Eastern Airlines is one of the largest airlines in China, with hundreds of planes flying within China and to other parts of the world. The airline had a strong safety record, with no major accidents in nearly 20 years. Flight 5735 was operated by a Boeing 737, a popular and reliable aircraft model. This particular plane was delivered new to the airline in 2015 and had no reported mechanical problems. The crew included a 32-year-old captain, a 59-year-old first officer with decades of experience, and a 27-year-old second officer in training. All passengers were Chinese citizens from 17 different provinces. The weather was good, and the flight climbed smoothly to its cruising altitude of 29,000 feet. At 2:22 p.m., something went terribly wrong. Without warning, the plane went into a steep dive, dropping from 29,000 feet to 7,400 feet in just over 2 minutes. It briefly climbed again to 8,600 feet, raising hopes, but then plunged straight down until it crashed. A nearby security camera captured the final moments, showing the plane almost vertical before hitting the ground in a mountainous area. The crash caused a large crater and a fire that spread to nearby bamboo forests. Rescue teams faced rough terrain and heavy vegetation. Over 450 firefighters and rescue workers were sent to the site, along with medical teams and psychological support for families. Sadly, there were no survivors. An investigation began immediately, involving Chinese authorities, Boeing, the U.S. National Transportation Safety Board, and French experts. The black boxes were found badly damaged, but still provided data. No signs of bad weather, bird strikes, or mechanical failures were found. The plane was working normally until it suddenly started descending. With no distress call from the pilots, investigators considered whether human actions in the cockpit could have been involved. They also checked for possible medical or mental health issues, but no firm conclusions have been reached. As of 2025, the cause is still unknown. Stock prices for Boeing and China Eastern dropped. Families of victims held memorials, but many remain frustrated by the lack of answers. In 1925, a big fire started at Madame Tussaud's Wax Museum in London. The fire spread quickly and was so huge that people said it was one of the most amazing and shocking fires the city had seen in years. The museum was full of wax figures of famous people. They looked very real, but the heat from the fire was so strong that the wax melted. Many figures lost their heads, arms, or legs, and their faces changed shape completely. When the fire was over, the melted statues looked a lot like real people who had been hurt badly. Esther Schwab-Franzmann holds her newborn son Moses. Both were murdered in Auschwitz on April 9, 1943, only 5 months later. Valerie Jackson posing with her cake on her 9th birthday on October 6, 1999. On October 18th, her father Brad Jackson smothered her with a pillow and buried her body 50 miles away. In the fall of 1999, on a quiet street in Spokane, Washington, a man named Brad Jackson lived with his 9-year-old daughter Valerie and his parents. Brad had sole custody because Valerie's mother, Roseanne Pleasant, had left years earlier and had no contact with her daughter. Valerie was a happy, smart, friendly 4th grader with curly red hair. Teachers and classmates liked her, and she seemed to be doing well. On the morning of October 18, 1999, that peace ended. Around 8:40 a.m., Brad knocked on his neighbor's door, crying. He said Valerie was missing. He explained she had been playing with the dog in the backyard while he was in the basement doing laundry. He claimed he heard the garage door open and thought she'd gone out front. When it was time to leave for school, he found her backpack on the front steps, but no sign of her. Neighbors helped search the area, but she was nowhere to be found. Brad went to her school, but she hadn't shown up. At 8:45 a.m., he called the police, describing Valerie's appearance and clothes in exact detail. Detectives and search dogs arrived quickly. They searched the home twice. Brad said he was washing her bed sheets because she'd had a nosebleed the night before. Detectives saw blood spots on her pillow and faded blood on the sheets, but nothing else to back up the nosebleed story. Searchers spread out through the neighborhood, knocking on doors. No one had seen Valerie that morning. She had never run away before, and there was no reason to think she would. The community was shocked. As police looked for leads, they learned that 2 days earlier, a 13-year-old girl had been approached by a man in a flatbed truck offering her cigarettes, drugs, and money. She refused and ran away. Police made a sketch of the man, fearing a predator was in the area. Investigators also wanted to find Valerie's mother, Roseanne, but she had vanished back in 1992. She had struggled with drugs and street work and was last seen weeks after a friend of hers was murdered. Her family had long suspected Brad had something to do with her disappearance. 3 days after Valerie went missing, there was still no sign of her. Police interviewed offenders and canvassed the neighborhood again. Brad's behavior began to raise suspicions. Valerie's uncle, John Stone, believed Brad was responsible for her disappearance, just as he believed Brad had harmed Roseanne years earlier. Brad had a past theft conviction and, in John's opinion, seemed more worried about being suspected than about finding Valerie. A teacher's aide and crossing guard named Shelley Eglin, who knew Valerie well, also began to doubt Brad's story. She said Brad wasn't talking about Valerie much and even made a strange joke, Police learned that Valerie had clashed with Brad's girlfriend, Danette Schroeder. At one point, Danette convinced Brad to take Valerie to a psychiatrist, who prescribed her an antidepressant. Brad and Danette eventually split up, but investigators noted that Valerie had written in her diary a week before she vanished that her father wouldn't leave her alone in her bedroom. Detectives searched Brad's house and cars. Forensics found 2 of Brad's hairs on Valerie's bedding, though this was not strong enough evidence on its own. Still, inconsistencies in Brad's story stood out. Police placed secret GPS trackers in his truck and car, hoping he might lead them to Valerie's body. On November 6, 1999, the GPS showed Brad visiting his storage unit, then Danette's house, then driving 60 miles to a remote logging area near Loon Lake. He stayed for 45 minutes. 4 days later, he visited another wooded spot near his home, then returned to the Loon Lake area. At the site near his house, cadaver dogs found a shallow, empty grave with duct tape and plastic bags containing red hair. At the Loon Lake site, they found a deeper grave with Valerie's body, face down. She had been smothered. Evidence tied Brad to both sites. The bags matched ones in his kitchen. The duct tape matched tape in his basement. His boot and tire tracks were there, and the soil matched dirt from his truck and shovel. Fingerprints inside the bags and on the tape were his. Investigators believed Brad smothered Valerie with her pillow, dressed her in the clothes he later described to police, and buried her. They suspected his motive was to remove her as an obstacle to a relationship with Danette, who didn't get along with Valerie. Brad had even told his sister that if not for Valerie, he and Danette would be together. Police arrested Brad. He claimed a friend named Craig killed Valerie and showed him the grave, but later admitted he made that up. At trial, he admitted digging the graves, but insisted she died accidentally from an overdose of her antidepressant. Tests showed her medication levels were normal. The jury found him guilty of first-degree murder, and he was sentenced to 56 years in prison. Brad has never admitted to killing Valerie or to having any role in Roseanne's disappearance. Roseanne's case remains unsolved, though her family still believes Brad killed her. After Valerie's death, her school planted a tree in her memory. The case showed how someone can appear to be a caring parent on the outside while hiding dangerous motives. Oscar Ostello Aguila photographed on August 2nd or 3rd, 2014. After taking this photo, he attempted to take a photo with a gun to post on Facebook, when the gun accidentally discharged and a bullet struck him in the head. He was pronounced dead at the scene. The last photo of the Tupolev 144 that later crashed during the 1973 Paris Air Show in Goussainville, France. All 6 people on board and 8 more on the ground perished. This plane could carry more people and fly even faster than Concorde, but it was rushed into service. Soviet spies stole over 90,000 technical documents from the Concorde program to help catch up. It entered service 2 months before Concorde, but passengers found it noisy, cramped, and unreliable. The engines were so loud people had to pass written notes to communicate. It only flew one passenger route from Moscow to Almaty once a week. Out of 102 flights, there were over 200 mechanical failures. Several crashes and engine problems made it unsafe. Unlike Concorde's advanced design, the Tupolev 144 needed continuous afterburners to stay supersonic and had hard, parachute-assisted landings. The Concorde lasted 27 years, serving wealthy travelers despite high costs. The Tupolev 144, with cheap ticket prices and no real market in the Soviet Union, was mostly a propaganda tool. It was retired from passenger service less than a year after it began. Italian singer-songwriter Mango pauses his performance in 2014, raises his hand and says "excuse me" to the audience, and collapses. He died en route to the hospital from a heart attack. He was only 60. Last picture of child star Anissa Jones, taken the day before she died. Anissa Jones was a famous child actress in the 1960s, best known for playing Buffy Davis on the TV show Family Affair. Her life seemed perfect to fans, but behind the scenes she faced many problems. Her story ended in tragedy when she died at just 18 years old in 1976. Anissa Mary Jones was born on March 11, 1958, in Indiana. Soon after her younger brother Paul was born, the family moved to California. The move would lead Anissa toward acting, but trouble started even before her career began. Not long after they arrived in California, Anissa's parents divorced. They fought a long and bitter battle over custody of Anissa and Paul. In the end, their father won. But while the court fight went on, Anissa lived with her mother, Mary, who noticed her daughter's charm and talent early on. Mary signed Anissa up for dance classes when she was only 4 years old. Neighbors also found Anissa very cute and suggested she try TV commercials. Soon she was booking ads. Her first was for cereal when she was 6. Over the next 2 years, she made several more commercials, but bigger things were coming. When she was 8, Anissa was discovered by a TV producer and cast as Buffy Davis in a new CBS show called Family Affair. The show began in 1966 and was about 3 orphan children who go to live with their wealthy uncle. Anissa was perfect for the role. She was small for her age, so even though she was 8, she could easily play a 6-year-old. Viewers loved her pigtails, bright smile, and sweet personality. She became one of the most popular child stars on television. Buffy's doll, Mrs. Beasley, became so famous that the network sold a real version, which became the best-selling doll in America. There were also Buffy lunchboxes, coloring books, clothes, and even a cookbook with Anissa on the cover. Anissa was known for being kind and thoughtful. She loved her brother Paul and often shared gifts with him. On set, she was friendly with everyone and made guest stars feel welcome. In 1969, at the height of her fame, she appeared in her only movie, The Trouble with Girls, alongside Elvis Presley. She also appeared on several talk shows and even presented an award at the Emmy Awards when she was just 9 years old. Even though Family Affair was a big success, the work was exhausting. Anissa often filmed all year round and sometimes worked 7 days a week. As she got older, she began to dislike playing Buffy. She felt the role kept her stuck in a childish image and wanted to move on. Her performances became less enthusiastic, and by the early 1970s, ratings began to drop. In 1971, after 5 seasons, Family Affair was canceled. Anissa was happy to leave the role behind, but Hollywood still saw her as Buffy, and that made finding new roles hard. She tried for more grown-up parts, auditioning for the lead in The Exorcist and a role in Taxi Driver, but she lost both to other young actresses. Without steady acting work, Anissa began to drift. She experimented with drugs and shoplifting. She tried regular jobs but couldn't keep them. Her moods became unpredictable. Her father, who had been caring for her and Paul, died in March 1974, just days before her 16th birthday. Anissa then lived with her mother, but their relationship was strained. Her mother didn't like the friends Anissa spent time with, and often reported her missing to the police when she didn't come home for days. On her 18th birthday in March 1976, Anissa finally received the money she had earned from Family Affair, nearly $200,000. She quickly spent most of it within a few months, mainly on partying. On August 27, 1976, Anissa went with her boyfriend and friends to the beach town of Oceanside, California. They ended up at the home of the father of one of her younger friends. The next morning, August 28th, she was found dead from a massive drug overdose. The coroner was shocked at how much she had taken, saying it was one of the most extreme overdoses he had ever seen. Her ashes were scattered over the Pacific Ocean, a place she had always loved. Among her belongings was an envelope with the name and address of Dr. Don Carlos Moschos. It contained details about one of the drugs found in her system. Moschos already had a bad reputation. He was known for giving out prescriptions for dangerous drugs to almost anyone who asked. Many of his patients were young people around Anissa's age. Reports said he would sometimes write over 100 prescriptions a day, charging just $5 each. Only 6 days after Anissa's death, police arrested Moschos at his office. He was charged with illegally giving her drugs, as well as several other similar charges. But before he could face trial, Moschos, who was in poor health, died in December 1976. Anissa's family sued the doctor's estate for $400,000. In 1979, a court found Moschos 30% responsible for her death and awarded the family $80,000. Sadly, tragedy struck again in 1984. Anissa's brother Paul, whom she had loved dearly, also died from a drug overdose at age 24, just days after what would have been Anissa's 26th birthday. She was not the only family affair star to die young. Actor Sebastian Cabot, who played the uncle, died of a stroke in 1977 at age 59. Brian Keith, who played another main character, died by things he had done to himself in 1997. On September 4, 2023, Kelly Kupchiak, an Alaska Native woman, shared a selfie on Facebook. Less than a month later, on October 3rd, she vanished after setting out alone in her uncle's skiff. The boat was later found swamped. Kelly has not been seen or heard from since and is presumed dead. According to an online dispatch, Alaska State Troopers spent 2 weeks searching by air, along the river, and on the ground before suspending active search efforts. And authorities say no foul play is suspected. One of the final pictures of Michael Jackson hours before he passed away on June 24, 2009. Last image of May Kwok and Kevin Scott Cruikshank. Hit and killed mere seconds later by two women speeding in a stolen sedan. On Saturday morning, August 9, 2025, 55-year-old Kevin Cruikshank set out on his usual bike ride from his home on Morningside Drive in New York City. Friends say he was an avid cyclist who loved long rides and was a warm, helpful presence in the neighborhood. But just a few hours later, he was dead. At around 7:30 a.m., Kevin was riding near the intersection of Canal Street and Bowery in Chinatown. At the same time, two young women in a stolen blue Chevy were speeding off the Manhattan Bridge. Police say the 23-year-old driver lost control of the car, jumped the curb, and hit Kevin and 63-year-old May Kwok, who had been sitting on a bench. Both were killed instantly. The car then slammed into an empty police van. Witnesses say the car was going so fast, possibly 70 to 80 miles per hour, that Kevin had no time to react. A man nearby tried to block the suspects from fleeing, but they ran off and were caught shortly afterward. Police sources say drugs and alcohol were found inside the stolen Chevy, which had been rented and was supposed to be returned in late June. Investigators also learned that the same driver had been involved in another hit and run on 13th April in Brooklyn, in which someone else was injured. At that time, she was arrested the next day and did not have a valid driver's license. Kevin had worked for over a decade at J.P. Morgan Chase. Friends and neighbors describe him as kind, welcoming, and always ready to help others. May Kwok, the second victim, was simply enjoying a quiet morning on a bench when her life was taken. Kevin's wife was too distraught to speak publicly, but shared a statement through a family representative saying he was a beloved part of the community. The driver, Autumn Romero, is in jail without bail facing murder and other serious charges, while the passenger, Kennedy LeCraft, faces theft and weapons charges with bail set at $150,000. Last photo of Malcolm X, shortly before he was assassinated. Last image of Naya Rivera and her son on July 8, 2020, at Lake Piru in California. Her son was found alone in the boat later that day. Naya's body was found on July 13th, and her cause of death was accidental drowning. The 33-year-old actress vanished after renting a pontoon boat around 1:30 p.m. with her 4-year-old son, Josie, at the lake, located about an hour outside Los Angeles. This dock marks the spot where Rivera began her ill-fated trip. When she didn't return on time, a dock employee went looking for her and found the boy alone on the boat. He told authorities his mother had gone swimming and never came back. Rivera was not wearing a life jacket, though her vest was later found on the boat. Police believe her disappearance was likely a tragic accident. The pontoon, similar to the one Rivera rented, can hold up to 10 passengers and costs $250 to rent, but she and her son were the only ones aboard. Her Mercedes G-Wagon was later found parked near the marina. The search was suspended at nightfall and resumed at first light the next morning. On social media, Rivera had often shared affectionate photos with her son. In March, she had shared a haunting video of herself underwater in a bathtub, writing, "Gravity keeps pulling me under, but the urge to breathe helps me stay afloat." A woman named Alice Seeley Harris took this photograph showing a man named Salah from Congo. He looks at the separated hand and foot of his little daughter, who was only 5 years old. This happened because he could not collect enough rubber that day. His daughter and her mother were killed and then cannibalized. This photo was taken moments before a playground equipment collapsed at a local amusement park, killing 4 boys and girls. A picture of Japanese Prime Minister Hideki Tojo taken on the day of his execution, 23 December 1948. Hideki Tojo was one of the most important Japanese leaders during World War II. He served as prime minister for most of the war and also held many other powerful jobs. After the war, he was found guilty of serious crimes committed by the Japanese army and was executed. Tojo believed Japan should strike the United States first. He supported the attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941, saying it was needed to protect Japan's interests. Many remember him for war crimes like the Bataan Death March and for being connected to the deaths of millions. In July 1940, Tojo became war minister. He supported an alliance with Nazi Germany and Italy, forming the Axis powers. When Prime Minister Fumimaro Konoe resigned in October 1941, Tojo took his place. At first, he tried to avoid war, but talks with the United States failed. On December 8, 1941, Tojo announced that Japan was at war with the US, Britain, and the Netherlands. Early victories made him popular, but Japanese troops committed many brutal acts under his rule. The tide turned after Japan lost the Battle of Midway in 1942. Despite growing problems, Tojo gained near total control of the government. In 1944, major defeats, including the loss of Saipan, led to heavy bombing of Japan. On July 18, 1944, Tojo resigned. After Japan surrendered in 1945, Tojo was seen as the main person responsible for the war. When American soldiers came to arrest him, he tried to die but survived. He was taken to Shigamo prison and put on trial for war crimes, including starting wars illegally and mistreating prisoners. Found guilty, Tojo was sentenced to death by hanging. On December 23, 1948, just before his 64th birthday, he was executed in Tokyo. His ashes were scattered from a U.S. Army plane over the sea. Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, leaving the hospital after treatment for an infection and a heart procedure, just weeks before his death in 2021. On December 22, 2018, a band named 17 from Indonesia would perform at a concert before a tsunami unexpectedly struck. All the band members except the vocalist were killed, including several people in the audience. The wave hit mid-performance, killing 2 band members, their road manager, and a crew member, according to local reports. Formed in 1999, 17 took its name from the fact that all its original members were 17 years old at the time. Among those still missing after the disaster were the lead singer's wife and another crew member. Authorities say the tsunami was triggered by a volcanic eruption on Saturday. However, the eruption caused no detectable tremors, so no official tsunami warning was issued. The disaster claimed more than 200 lives nationwide, left hundreds injured. Photo Lisa Wright posted to her Facebook page on June 24, 2021. In September of that year, she disappeared. Her body was found in March 2025, hidden under debris in the garage of a vacant house in Gary, Indiana. She was last known to be living on the 6600 block of Melton Road in Gary. For years, her family and friends searched for her, shared her story, and hoped she would come home. In January 2025, Lisa's family and friends, including her best friend Brenda Jones, spoke at an event hosted by Team NWI Independent Search and Rescue at the Second Life resale shop in Crown Point. Brenda said she was upset with the Gary Police Department, believing they did not treat some missing person cases with enough urgency. On March 28, 2024, the case took a very sad turn. Skeletal remains were found at a home in the 2600 block of Jefferson Street in Gary. The Lake County Coroner's Office came to the scene at 2:10 p.m., and Lisa was pronounced dead at 2:46 p.m. The remains were sent to the University of Indianapolis for more testing. Over a year later, on April 29, 2025, officials confirmed the remains were Lisa's. The cause of her death is still not known, and the investigation is ongoing. Team NWI, who had worked hard on Lisa's case, shared their sadness, saying, "We've been looking for Lisa Wright for a long time and became close with her mother, Jerry Wright, during our searches. While the way she was found is heartbreaking, we're thankful her family can now start to heal. We will keep fighting for justice in her memory." Lisa Wright is no longer missing. She is not just a name or a picture. She was a daughter, a friend, and someone deeply loved. Her story deserves answers. An unnamed Afghan couple about to be stoned to death by Taliban militants for committing adultery with each other. This took place in Afghanistan's Saripul province in September 2015. One of the final images captured of Air India 171 taking off from Ahmedabad, captured by CCTV. As this image was taken, both engines shut down. Seconds later, it crashed into a hostel, killing all but one person on board and many others on the ground. One passenger, Vishwas Kumar, survived. He had been sitting near the emergency exit in seat 11A. After the crash, buried under rubble and soft soil, he woke up injured but alive. He managed to unbuckle his seatbelt, crawl out through a broken exit door, and limp away from the smoke. Still in shock, he called his father in London. When rescuers found him, he refused to leave because he wanted to find his brother, who was still inside. Out of 242 passengers, Vishwas was the only one who made it out alive. The flight had many people going to London, families, students, grandparents, and even former Gujarat Chief Minister Vijay Rupani. The weather was clear and the runway was long, but after reaching 625 feet, the plane suddenly lost height. The pilot radioed Mayday and said they were losing power. Moments later, the aircraft crashed into the hostel of BJ Medical College. Experts have different ideas about why it happened. Problems with the landing gear, flap settings, engine thrust, or even both engines failing. This is the first fatal accident involving Air India's Dreamliner since it began flying in 2011. It has led to many safety checks and flight cancellations. The Bubble-In cabin at Camp Mystic hosted 13 girls and 2 counselors. The bodies of 10 girls and 1 counselor have been found, while the other 4 remain missing. The flash flood that took all their lives occurred in the early morning hours of July 4, 2025, in the Texas Hill Country. The number of people who have died is now 104. A group from the Bubble cabin, 13 girls and 2 counselors, were swept away when a huge wave of water hit the summer camp. Camp Mystic said that 27 campers and counselors have died, and 4 are still missing. Some of the youngest victims were only 8 and 10 years old. The cabin was just 500 feet from the Guadalupe River, where the flooding was worst over the July 4th weekend. So far, 10 girls and 18-year-old counselor Chloe Childress have been found dead. The camp's director, Richard Eastland, died while trying to save the children. Another counselor, Catherine Ferrudo, and campers Molly DeWitt, Ellen Getton, and Abby Paul are still missing. Among the dead are 8-year-olds Renee Sorolla and Sarah Marsh, 9-year-olds Eloise Peak and Laya Bonner, and sisters Blair, 13, and Brooke Harbor, 11. The sisters were found holding hands 15 miles away from the camp. Rescue teams are still searching for those missing in Texas. The Guadalupe River, made much bigger by heavy rain, overflowed early Friday, sweeping away camps, homes, and whole neighborhoods in central Texas. Golston Street Graffito. In 1888, London was living in fear because of a killer known as Jack the Ripper. He had already murdered several women in the Whitechapel area. On the night of September 30th, 2 more women were attacked, Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes. After Eddowes was killed, police found part of her blood-stained apron in a doorway on Golston Street. Above it, written in chalk on a wall, was a strange message. "The Jews are the men that will not be blamed for nothing." The meaning of the words was unclear, but police worried it might cause anger toward Jewish people in the area. Some officers thought the killer wrote it, while others believed it was just a random message already on the wall. The police commissioner, Sir Charles Warren, decided the writing should be erased before daylight, so crowds would not see it. This choice upset some investigators, because the message might have been an important clue. No one knows if the graffito was really left by Jack the Ripper, or if it was only a coincidence. It remains one of the most debated mysteries in the Ripper case. Last image of Siemens CEO, his wife, and 3 young children who died in a helicopter crash. This is the eye of a person who has an atomic bomb cataract caused by radiation. A cataract is when the lens of the eye becomes cloudy, making it hard to see. It can happen slowly over time, but in this case, it was caused by strong radiation from the atomic bomb. Before this, people already knew that radiation could cause cataracts in animals. But after the atomic bombings in Japan, doctors began to see the same thing in humans. The radiation damaged the eye's lens, and over time, it turned cloudy. This condition can make vision blurry or dim, and in severe cases, it can lead to blindness. The photograph shows how serious and frightening this kind of cataract can be. A photo taken just before Japan Airlines Flight 123 arrived. Everyone in this photo here would be dead soon. Jimi Hendrix taking tea with his Stratocaster the day before he died, aged just 27. Jimi Hendrix became a music legend through his powerful songs and unforgettable live shows. When he died suddenly at age 27, he left behind one of the greatest legacies in rock music. Jimi Hendrix seemed born to be a rock star, but his success came from years of hard work. In just a few short years, he worked himself to exhaustion. He started his career on the East Coast of the U.S., playing in different bands. British musician Chas Chandler, bassist of The Animals, saw Hendrix's talent and took him to England to form the Jimi Hendrix Experience. Hendrix first became famous in the UK, where audiences loved his style and stage presence. But behind the scenes, his life was filled with constant touring and recording. By 1970, he was worn out. Hendrix's health was failing, his finances were messy, and his personal relationships were full of stress. He even told a reporter, "I'm not sure I will live to be 28." At the end of his life, Hendrix was spending time with Monika Dannemann, a German former figure skater who claimed they were deeply in love and engaged. Many of Hendrix's friends said this wasn't true and that their relationship was casual. On the night he died, Hendrix was with Dannemann at her hotel in London. He couldn't sleep and took 9 of her sleeping pills, 18 times the normal dose. Dannemann was the last person to see Hendrix alive. Her story about what happened that night changed many times. She claimed she left to buy cigarettes, and when she came back, Hendrix was unresponsive. She said she called an ambulance sometime between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m., but some believe she waited too long to hide drugs from the room. Rumors about Hendrix's death quickly spread. Some people believed his manager, Michael Jeffrey, had him killed because Hendrix wanted to leave him. In 2009, a former roadie claimed Jeffrey once admitted to the murder. Others suggested the mafia or even the FBI were involved, but there is no proof for any of these theories. On May 1, 1915, the Lusitania would be photographed here as it departed from New York City. 4 days later, she would be torpedoed and sunk by SMU-20, taking 1,197 people with her. In January 2015, 27-year-old George Pickering from Texas had a stroke and was rushed to the hospital. He was put on life support, and doctors told his family he was brain dead. They suggested removing the life support because they believed there was no chance of recovery. George's father refused to accept this. He left the hospital for a while, but when he returned, his family had already agreed to remove the machines, keeping George alive. His father begged for more time, but the doctors and family stood by their decision. Desperate, George's father got a gun from his car, came back to the hospital, and forced the doctors to leave his son's room. He held George's hand, praying for a sign of life, while police surrounded the room. Just as the SWAT team broke in, George squeezed his father's hand. This proved he was alive. The doctors checked and confirmed he had opened his eyes too. George eventually made a full recovery. His father was sentenced to 10 months in prison for using a weapon, but the family believes it was worth it because his actions saved George's life. The last known photo of John Allen Chau, an American missionary who attempted to convert the isolated tribe on North Sentinel Island. In 2018, he paid fishermen to take him into the island's restricted waters. He was last seen being dragged, and his body was pierced with arrows. In the quiet halls of an Air Force base in Germany, a dark story began to unfold. It was not about war or secret missions, but about something far more personal. It was a story of betrayal inside a family, hidden in something as simple as a morning cup of coffee. The woman at the center of this case was 39-year-old Melody Feliciano Johnson from Arizona. She was accused of trying to murder her husband, an Air Force man, by slowly poisoning his coffee with bleach. The couple was living together in Germany with their child. They were preparing to move back to Arizona, but their marriage was already falling apart. The husband, later identified as Robbie Johnson, had filed for divorce in March 2023. Around that time, he noticed that his coffee suddenly tasted strange and bitter. At first, he kept drinking it, though he was suspicious. For 2 or 3 weeks, he continued to drink the odd-tasting coffee. Finally, he decided to test it using chlorine test strips. The results showed high levels of chlorine, a chemical found in bleach. Bleach is common in cleaning products, but when swallowed, it is very dangerous. It can burn the throat, damage the stomach, and even harm organs inside the body. Robbie realized that his wife might be poisoning him. He also remembered that she had recently bought a house in the Philippines without telling him, and that she had asked questions about his life insurance. To him, it looked like a plan for money. Even though he now knew something was very wrong, he pretended to drink the coffee and acted normal, but he started to gather proof. In May 2023, he set up a hidden camera in their home. The camera allegedly captured Melody pouring something into the coffee pot. When the family returned to the United States in late June, Robbie continued his plan. At Davis-Monthan Air Force Base in Tucson, Arizona, he set up another camera in their hotel room. The camera allegedly caught Melody again pouring a liquid into the coffee machine. The next day, he went to the police, but officers said the video was not clear enough to prove what the liquid was. Robbie did not give up. When the family moved into a permanent home on July 7th, he set up more cameras. This time, the cameras reportedly showed Melody pouring bleach into a container and then into the coffee machine. With this new evidence, Robbie went back to the police. A search of their home found a container under Melody's bathroom sink that smelled strongly of bleach. The coffee machine also smelled like bleach, and the liquid inside was suspicious. Melody Johnson was soon arrested. She faced serious charges: attempted first-degree homicide, attempted aggravated assault, and poisoning food or drink. Bond was set at $250,000 because she had strong family ties abroad and owned property in the Philippines. The case dragged on for months, but the outcome surprised many. Melinda admitted in court that she had tried to poison Robbie, but she received a very light sentence: 3 years of probation. The more serious charges of attempted murder were dropped as part of a plea deal. The judge said Robbie had asked that she not go to prison, though he never explained why. Along with probation, Melinda was ordered to undergo a mental health evaluation and follow any treatment recommended. She was also banned from contacting Robbie except for legal matters. Her lawyer explained that Melinda suffered from anxiety and depression and had been in a toxic marriage. Criminal experts noted that while her attempt to poison Robbie showed intent, it was poorly planned. Using bleach in coffee is obvious because of the smell and taste, which suggested she was not very careful. This lack of sophistication may have influenced the judge's decision to give probation instead of jail. Melinda Johnson is free under supervision, required to get mental health treatment, and restricted from contacting her husband. On June 10, 1990, British Airways Flight 5390 was flying to Spain when one of the cockpit windows suddenly blew out. The blast of air partially sucked Captain Tim Lancaster out of the plane. A flight attendant grabbed his legs to stop him from being pulled out completely. Tim's body was bent around the window, freezing in the -2°C air. 2 other crew members helped hold on to him while the co-pilot struggled to control the plane, which was falling. Eventually, they managed to pull Tim back inside, and the co-pilot landed the plane safely in Southampton. Amazingly, Tim survived with multiple injuries, frostbite, and a concussion. Later, it was discovered the accident happened because the wrong size bolts had been used to secure the cockpit window. Romany travelers photographed by John Thompson in 1877. They're gathered around a caravan belonging to one William Hampton. The woman seated on the steps, Mary Praed, was murdered a few weeks after the photograph was taken. When we think about the working class in Victorian Britain, we often picture them living in dark, crowded terrace houses or in tall, dirty buildings called tenements. But not everyone lived that way. Some people chose a life on the road. They liked the freedom of moving from place to place. These people often worked as street sellers in the winter, selling cheap goods. In the warmer months, they earned money at fairs or by picking fruit and hops. During the cold months, groups of caravan dwellers could be found camped on empty land around London, especially in Battersea and Wandsworth. Some of these camps were very poor, with people living in old carts, tents, or under sheets of canvas. Horses were tied nearby and dogs were everywhere. But the caravans themselves, although tiny and cramped, were often neat and tidy. Many owners kept them as clean as any small home. Inside there was usually a little fireplace with shiny brass or copper pots hanging above it. A table might sit under the window, which was often covered with curtains. At the back of the van there was a white bed that stretched across the wagon. It looked large, but in truth it was not enough for a whole family. Children often slept under the bed or outside in a tent. Writers and photographers of the time, like John Thompson and Adolph Smith, recorded the lives of these caravan people. They wanted to show the struggles and daily lives of the poor in London. While a few managed to earn good money buying cheap and selling for more, most lived hard lives. Sometimes even getting enough food was a struggle. But when money was plenty, many spent it quickly on drinking and gambling. These wandering people formed their own groups. They did not follow the normal rules of steady work or permanent homes. Instead, they traveled around selling goods, visiting fairs, and sometimes working in the countryside during harvest season. They were not always easy to track, since they moved whenever they felt the need, or if trouble forced them to leave an area. They rarely made long-term plans and lived day to day. Some of these wanderers were connected to gypsies, though not all admitted it. Many caravan families denied being gypsies, while gypsies themselves took pride in their heritage. Still, similarities in looks and lifestyle often showed a link between the two. One photograph taken in Battersea showed a group gathered around the caravan of William Hampton. Among his fellows, he was thought of as a fair and honest man. But when one reporter got to know him, he felt William's good reputation might have been exaggerated. William had no formal education, like many of his companions, but he was clever in his own way. He admitted openly that he loved the roaming life and could never settle in one place. Interestingly, he disliked education. He thought it made people worse, not better, and distrusted anyone who could read and write, saying they were more likely to cheat others. In that same photograph was a woman named Mary Praed, who was later found dead under suspicious circumstances. She was about 55 years old and had lived a hard life. Though once decent and respectable, she had turned to drink in her later years. Witnesses spoke of her troubles and the strange events on the night she died, but no one could say for sure what had happened. Her story was just one of many sad tales among the caravan people. Not all wanderers were poor, though. Some made great amounts of money. One man, known as Mo, carried thousands of pounds in his van. He was even robbed once of a very large sum. Despite his wealth, he continued to live as a traveling hawker before eventually settling down. Stories like his showed that while many caravan people struggled to survive, others managed to grow rich. Final photos of Avicii, a few days before he died in Oman back in 2018, and it was ruled that he did it to himself. Swell Season Concert Incident. On August 19, 2010, the band Swell Season was playing a concert at the Mountain Winery in Saratoga, California. Everything seemed normal until around 10 p.m. During a short break between songs, the lead singer Glenn Hansard spoke to the crowd. Suddenly, a man who had left his seat earlier was now spotted on a rooftop above the stage, about 30 feet high. In front of the shocked audience, the man fell and landed just a few feet away from Hansard. Many people first thought it was part of the show, maybe a dummy being used as a prop, but it quickly became clear that it was real. Hansard dropped his guitar in shock, and staff rushed to help. A doctor in the audience came forward, and paramedics tried CPR, but after an hour the man was declared dead. The victim was identified as Michael Edward Pickles. He had been at the show with a friend, but even his friend said they had no idea why Michael decided to do this. Earlier that year, Michael had been arrested after a violent fight with his girlfriend on New Year's Day. He had pointed a loaded shotgun at her, threatened to kill them both, and tied her legs. She begged him not to hurt her, and when he finally let her go, she escaped to a friend's house and called police. Authorities negotiated with Michael for over an hour before he gave himself up. He was later charged with assault with a firearm, domestic violence, and false imprisonment. By the time of the concert, he was out on a $150,000 bail and waiting for a court date that October. For the audience, the concert quickly turned into a nightmare. After the fall, staff asked everyone to move to the plaza so emergency vehicles could get inside. Wild West train robber Tom Ketchum, also known as Black Jack, on the gallows. He was the only person hanged in the history of Union County, New Mexico territory, and the executioners were inexperienced and used too long a rope, which led to a traumatic detachment of the head. This is Erin Caffey with her father. Looks pretty normal until you hear the full story. 16-year-old Erin Caffey lived with her family in Alba, Texas. Alba is a very small town with only about 400 people, located around 80 miles east of Dallas. Erin's father, Terry, was 41 years old and worked as a home health aide. Her mother, Penny, was 37 and worked as a substitute driver, delivering meals to people in need. Erin also had two younger brothers, Matthew, age 13, and Tyler, age 8. When Erin was 13, the family moved to Alba so they could be closer to their church. Church was very important to them. They all played instruments and sang there often. At first, Erin and her brothers went to public school. But after a girl kissed Erin in the hallway one day, her parents pulled all three children out and decided to homeschool them. In July 2007, Erin turned 16 and got a part-time job as a waitress at a Sonic restaurant in a nearby town. That's where she met 17-year-old Charlie Wilkinson. The two quickly became close, and by the end of the summer, they were dating. Charlie even gave Erin a promise ring, which symbolized his devotion to her. Erin's parents didn't like Charlie. Terry especially felt that Charlie was disrespectful. Because of this, they only allowed Erin to see him once a week. Erin and Charlie didn't like these rules and talked about running away together when she turned 17. In February 2008, Penny caught Erin talking to Charlie late at night on the phone, which was against the rules. As punishment, Erin's parents took away her weekly visits with Charlie. A short time later, her parents told Erin that she had to end the relationship for good. On the outside, Erin pretended to be relieved, but in truth, she was furious. She began telling her friends that she wanted her parents dead. She brought up the idea of killing them so often that her friends grew tired of hearing it. Erin eventually convinced Charlie that the only way for them to be together was if her parents were gone. Charlie offered his friend Charles Wade $2,000 to help him with the murders. Wade's girlfriend, Bobby Johnson, also became involved. On the night of March 1st, 2008, the group gathered outside the Caffey home. Erin joined Charlie, Wade, and Bobby in Bobby's car. They drove around for about an hour, discussing what to do. Charlie suggested they run away instead, but Erin insisted that her parents had to die. The plan was simple, but horrifying. Charlie would kill Erin's parents, while Wade killed her brothers. They had a small gun and two samurai-style swords with them. When Charlie asked Erin if she was okay with her brothers also being killed, she reportedly told him, "Just do what you have to do." Charlie and Wade entered the house, while Erin and Bobby stayed in the car. Inside, Charlie shot at Terry and Penny, but the gun jammed. Wade fixed the gun and fired again. He then attacked Penny with his sword, killing her. Terry was shot and badly wounded, but he survived by pretending to be dead. The killers then went upstairs, where Matthew and Tyler had tried to hide. Matthew was shot, and Tyler was stabbed to death. Believing everyone was dead, the attackers set the house on fire and left. But Terry was still alive. Even though he was badly injured, he crawled nearly 900 feet to a neighbor's house. The neighbor called 911, and Terry told them that Charlie Wilkinson was behind the attack. Terry was taken to the hospital and survived. Police quickly tracked down everyone involved. At first, Erin pretended she was a victim, saying she woke up in a burning house and was taken away by strangers. But both Charlie and Wade told police that Erin was the one who planned everything. In court, Charlie and Wade were both sentenced to life in prison without parole. Erin received 2 life sentences plus 25 more years. She won't be eligible for release until she is 59 years old. Bobby Johnson received 40 years and could be released after serving 24. Terry eventually recovered from his injuries. He later remarried, left his old job, and became a minister. Despite everything, he still stays in contact with Erin. Erin was described as sheltered, naive, and immature. She had trouble in school, struggled with ADHD, and often felt trapped by her parents' strict rules. When she met Charlie, she became fixated on him. Instead of choosing to rebel in small ways, she believed killing her family was the only solution. In the end, immaturity, impulsiveness, and poor judgment led to a tragedy that destroyed multiple lives. This haunting photograph from the 1890s shows 3 neglected children sleeping on the cold streets of New York City. At the time, thousands of poor and abandoned children were left to survive on their own, a dark and hidden reality of the city's rapid growth. Chloe Valentine. In 2007, a little girl named Chloe Valentine was born in Adelaide, South Australia. Her mother, Ashley, was only 16 years old at the time. Life for Chloe was unstable right from the start. Ashley struggled with drug addiction, especially meth, and was often involved in violent relationships. Their home life was unsafe, dirty, and chaotic. Chloe's grandmother and other relatives quickly saw that the child was in danger. They reported their concerns to the authorities many times. Neighbors, police officers, and even strangers also reported problems. In fact, more than 20 reports were made to the Child Protection Agency. People said the house was full of garbage and cockroaches, and that Chloe was left hungry, dirty, or wandering around with strangers while her mother went out partying. Despite all of these warnings, the system never removed Chloe from her mother's care. The agency often closed cases, accepted Ashley's excuses, and decided it was best for Chloe to stay with her mother. Instead of protecting Chloe, they left her in the same dangerous situation. By 2012, when Chloe was 4 years old, things took a tragic turn. Ashley was living with her boyfriend, Ben McPartland. Together, they made Chloe ride a small motorbike in the backyard. She was far too young and small to handle it safely. She kept falling off, crashing again and again. Each time she got hurt, but instead of stopping and helping her, Ashley and Ben kept making her do it. Even worse, they recorded videos and laughed at her pain. Over several days, Chloe suffered fall after fall. Then she crashed badly and hit her head. She became unconscious. But Ashley and Ben did not call for help right away. They searched the internet for answers and waited hours while Chloe's brain injury grew worse. Finally, when she stopped breathing, they called an ambulance. By the time Chloe reached the hospital, it was too late. She had severe head trauma and many bruises all over her body. Doctors could not save her. On January 20th, 2012, Chloe was declared dead at just 4 years old. Her family members who came to the hospital said they barely recognized her because she was so battered. The coroner, Mark Johns, carried out an inquest in 2015. His report was very critical. He said the Child Protection Agency had acted with drifting, irresolution, and aimlessness. He made it clear, if Chloe had been removed from her mother earlier, she would likely still be alive. Ashley and Ben were both found guilty of manslaughter by criminal neglect. They went to prison. But many people felt that was not enough. They were also furious at the government agency that had ignored so many warnings. Chloe's grandmother, Belinda, spoke out. She said she had begged the authorities to save Chloe's life. She offered to raise Chloe herself in a safe home, but social workers told her she had no right to take the child. Belinda loved her daughter Ashley, but she admitted Ashley was dangerous. She believed Chloe's death could have been prevented time and time again if the system had listened. One of the biggest problems was the system's focus on keeping families together at all costs. This meant children were often left with unsafe parents, instead of being placed with caring relatives. Chloe should have grown up, gone to school, and lived a normal life. She loved Dora the Explorer and had a shy smile. Chloe Valentine's short life was filled with fear and neglect, but her death has pushed for change. She will always be remembered as the little girl who should have been saved. These images of Japan Air Flight 123 were taken 6 minutes before the crash into Mount Takamagahara, killing 520 people in 1985. Mr. Lee Van, a man from Vietnam who lived with his dead wife. Many people were shocked when a man revealed the strange truth hidden inside a plaster statue he had kept with him for 22 years. At first glance, it looked like nothing more than a statue, but the story behind it stunned everyone. The man was named Mr. Van, from Vietnam. As a young man, he married Mrs. Sang, his childhood sweetheart. Life was hard, but together they raised 7 children. Mr. Van worked by splitting stone, while his wife stayed home to care for the family and earned extra money by making incense sticks. Though poor, their life was filled with love. In 2003, tragedy struck. While Mr. Van was working away from home, he learned that his wife had died from an illness. He rushed back but only saw her face briefly before she was buried. Heartbroken, he spent nights sitting by her grave, often sleeping there in the cold. After nearly 2 years, his health declined from staying out in the rain and wind. He thought about digging into her grave to be near her, but his children stopped him. Still, Mr. Van could not let go. One stormy night, he secretly dug at the grave to take something from it. Then he hid it. Then he had an idea. He would make a statue of his wife. Using plaster and cement, he sculpted her figure. He even dressed the statue in clothes, painted its nails, and put lipstick on its face. To his children, it looked like a strange way of showing grief. But inside the statue, he had placed what he had taken from the grave. Mr. Van slept beside the statue every night. He explained that he once had a dream where he saw holy beings and gates of heaven. In the dream, he was sent back to his wife's grave. He believed this was a divine sign telling him to bring her home. When his children learned the truth, they were horrified. Some threatened to cut ties with him unless he returned the remains properly, but Mr. Van refused. He believed that by keeping his wife close, she would not feel lonely or cold. News of this spread quickly, and authorities became involved and questioned him. At first, he denied everything, but later confessed. Under the law, his actions went against burial rules. Still, since he acted out of love and not crime, officials only asked him to rebury the statue. He refused. His children and neighbors, though shocked, eventually accepted his choice. For 22 years, Mr. Van continued to live with the statue. Even as he grew old and sick, he cared for it daily, changing its clothes, cleaning it, and repainting its nails. He told reporters that his wife loved having her nails painted, so he did it to keep her happy. Some neighbors believed Mr. Van was simply too devoted to let go. Others thought he might be possessed. Doctors explained it as a syndrome. People with this disorder cannot accept the death of a loved one and act as if the person is still alive. Similar cases have been reported worldwide. In China, a man once preserved his son's body in a freezer so he could still talk to him. In the United States, a woman named Jean Stevens lived with her husband's body for more than 10 years, and later even brought home her sister's remains. In Mr. Van's case, he never remarried, and devoted the rest of his life to caring for the plaster statue of his wife. This photo was taken in 1934 and shows the strange trend of baby cages. In the early 1900s, doctors started telling parents who lived in apartments to use these cages so their babies could get more sunlight. For a few decades, this unusual idea was actually quite popular. But because it was so risky, the trend eventually faded away, and judging by some of the pictures of these cages, that was probably a good thing. On the afternoon of May 3, 2000, a 17-year-old boy in Japan posted strange and cryptic comments on an online board. His username was Neo Mugicha, which means Neo Barley Tea. Soon after writing his post, he left his room with a knife and carried out one of the most shocking bus hijackings in Japan's history. At 12:56 p.m., the boy boarded an express bus called the Wakakusa in Shiga City. There were 20 other passengers on board, and the bus was heading for Fukuoka. Not long after departure, around 1:35 p.m., the boy suddenly stood up, pulled out a large kitchen knife, and confronted the driver. He told the driver that he was taking control of the bus and warned passengers that they were no longer going to their destination, but to hell. He ordered everyone to throw away their phones, watches, and jackets, and forced them to sit in certain places. Men at the very back, women in the middle, and a 6-year-old girl named Yuki, who was traveling alone, stayed near the front behind the driver. The boy closed all the curtains so nobody outside could see what was happening. To prove he was serious, instead of waking her up, he just slashed a sleeping woman across the neck, leaving her badly injured. Fear spread quickly among the passengers as they realized he was willing to harm anyone who disobeyed. The bus continued down the highway while the boy waved the knife and gave cold stares at the passengers. He told the driver to head toward Okayama, far away from their original destination. At one point, the driver asked if the child, Yuki, could be released, but the boy refused. Later, passengers asked to use a toilet. The boy allowed them to stop at a rest area, but when a woman ran away instead of returning, he became furious. To show his anger, he attacked another female passenger with his knife. Luckily, the woman who escaped called the police from an emergency phone, finally alerting them about the hijacking after nearly 90 minutes. Soon after, another woman managed to jump out of a bus window. This enraged the boy again, and he slashed another passenger repeatedly. A man also escaped later by leaping from a window when the bus slowed down, causing the boy to attack yet another victim. Each escape attempt led to more violence. During this time, the boy even called the police several times on his own mobile phone. He made strange demands, such as asking for a handgun, but then turned off his phone and stopped answering. Thanks to these calls, police learned his identity and background. The hijacked bus was now traveling across different prefectures while helicopters and patrol cars followed. News stations began broadcasting the situation live. Police set up roadblocks but were careful not to anger the boy further. By evening, police forced the bus into a parking area in Hiroshima. Negotiations began, and food, drinks, and blankets were given to the passengers. 3 injured women were allowed to leave, but sadly, one 68-year-old woman, Tatsuko Tsukamoto, died from blood loss. The boy had now become a murderer. The rest of the night passed with tense negotiations. Police trained nearby with an identical bus model, preparing ways to break in safely. Around midnight, 2 elderly women were released, but most passengers, including the child, remained trapped. The boy sometimes showed a softer side to Yuki, but he continued threatening others. By dawn on May 4th, the police special assault team decided to act. At 5 a.m., while a negotiator distracted the boy, 15 officers surrounded the bus. On a signal, they threw stun grenades, smashed windows, and rushed inside. In the chaos, one officer was lightly injured, but they managed to overpower the boy and take his knife. All passengers were rescued, including Yuki, who survived without physical injuries. At 5:05 a.m., after nearly 17 hours, the terrifying ordeal was finally over. The hijacker's background revealed troubling signs. He had once been a good student, but was bullied in junior high. After a serious back injury from a fall, he quit high school and became a hikikomori. He spent almost all his time on the computer, browsing dark online forums, and became violent toward his parents, sister, and even their pet dog. His parents begged for help from schools, police, and hospitals, but little was done. Even when he stayed in a psychiatric hospital, he fooled staff with polite behavior, hiding his violent side. In truth, he was already planning an attack. Inspired by another teenager who had recently committed murder, he decided to strike before turning 18, when harsher punishment would apply. Originally, he planned to attack his old school, but since it was closed for holidays, he chose to hijack a bus instead. Because the boy was 17, Japanese law treated him as a minor. This meant he could not be charged with murder or other crimes in the same way an adult would be. He was only sent to a juvenile hospital for 6 years, then released back into society at age 23. He never apologized to victims or their families. This angered many people in Japan, leading to calls for stricter laws for young offenders. But little has changed, and even today, teenagers under 18 who commit serious crimes may avoid heavy punishment. Fire escape collapse. This 1975 photo shows a mother, her 2-year-old daughter, and a firefighter during a rescue in Boston. Seconds after it was taken, the fire escape collapsed, sending them falling. The mother was killed, but the child survived by landing on her body. The image won the Pulitzer Prize and prompted stricter fire escape safety regulations. This harmless-looking old man sitting inside an airplane is anything but harmless. He is a serial killer named Charles Sobraj. Charles Sobraj, later called the Serpent, was one of the most dangerous criminals of the 1970s. He started small, just stealing cars and robbing people in France, but over time his crimes became darker and deadlier. In the early 1970s, he traveled to Thailand with his girlfriend. Once there, he built a plan to trick and rob mostly Western tourists. His method was simple but cruel. He would befriend backpackers, earn their trust, and then secretly drug their food or drinks. When they became weak or sick, he would steal their passports, money, and belongings. At first, it was just theft, but soon, robbery was not enough for him. One of his first known murders was of an American woman he had befriended. After drugging her, instead of just stealing her things, he drowned her in the ocean. A short time later, he killed another tourist, burning the body and leaving it by the road. When the victim's girlfriend started asking too many questions, Charles killed her too, drowning her just like the first. Charles kept moving from place to place, always looking for new victims. He lured a young Dutch couple to Thailand, drugged them, and then strangled and burned them. Using their passports, he and his girlfriend escaped Thailand and went to Nepal. There, they murdered a Canadian man and an American woman, stabbing them and setting their bodies on fire. With stolen passports, Charles traveled widely: Nepal, India, Singapore, and back to Thailand. He left a trail of dead or missing tourists wherever he went. Sometimes he killed on purpose. Other times, a robbery went wrong when he gave victims too much poison. Even his close associates were not safe. One friend who had helped him commit crimes disappeared forever after Charles turned on him. One of his boldest crimes happened in New Delhi, India. He met 60 French engineering students and came up with the insane idea to drug them all at once. He put poison into 60 water bottles and started handing them out. But the drug worked too quickly, and some students began collapsing before he had finished. Others realized something was wrong, and together they overpowered him and called the police. He was arrested and sentenced to 12 years in prison for poisoning and robbery. Thailand wanted him extradited to face trial for several murders, and there he could face the death penalty. He needed a plan to avoid being sent there. He gave sedative-laced candies to prison guards who passed out and then simply walked out of the jail. Later, he allowed himself to be caught again, knowing this would get him more prison time in India. This was perfect for him because the extra 10-year sentence kept him in India long enough for the statute of limitations in Thailand to expire. When he was finally released in the 1990s, he was safe from Thai justice. For years, Charles lived free in his 50s, seemingly untouchable. But in 2003, he made a huge mistake. He returned to Nepal, forgetting or perhaps underestimating that he was still wanted there for the murders of the Canadian man and American woman from decades earlier. Nepal had no statute of limitations for murder. He was quickly recognized, arrested, and put on trial. This time, he was found guilty and sentenced to 20 years in prison. He served 19 years and was released in 2022, already in his late 70s. Despite his long criminal history, he managed to sell the film and book rights to his life story for around $15 million. Windows on the World was a famous restaurant at the very top of the North Tower of the World Trade Center in New York. This photo shows people having dinner there on September 10, 2001, just one day before the 9/11 attacks destroyed the towers. Kyler Effinger. On the first day of 2024, something heartbreaking happened at the Salt Lake City International Airport. A young man named Kyler Effinger ran onto the runway, chasing a plane that was about to take off. He believed he could still get on board, but instead, this desperate act became the last mistake of his life. On January 1st, Kyler went to the airport. He was planning to fly to Colorado Springs to see his very sick grandfather. He wanted to be with him before it was too late. At first, he had planned to drive, but his father didn't want him on the road alone for 9 long hours. Instead, his dad bought him a plane ticket. Everything seemed normal when Kyler arrived at the airport. But when he reached the security checkpoint, things changed. Security officers held him up for a long time. He later told his dad he felt he was being profiled. Because of this, he missed his flight. From that moment on, his behavior became unusual and frantic. For the next 4 hours, he wandered the airport, sometimes running, sometimes arguing with staff, sometimes sitting on the floor. He even carried his shoes in his hands as he ran from gate to gate. By around 10 p.m., Kyler grew more desperate. He tried opening locked doors, hitting windows, and even throwing his shoes to break them. He was clearly trying to find a way out to the planes. He wanted to see his grandfather so badly that nothing else seemed to matter. Eventually, he made it through an emergency exit and onto the runway. Pilots waiting to take off were told to watch for a man running across the tarmac. Some reported seeing him waving his arms, wearing a yellow shirt. For several minutes, no one knew exactly where he was. Then a pilot spotted him near an aircraft. At 10:08 p.m., Kyler was seen near a plane's engine. By the time authorities reached him, he had been pulled partly into the engine, and though emergency crews tried to save him, they couldn't. After hours of confusion and panic, Kyler died that night. His parents were woken at 1 a.m. by a knock on the door. Later, it became clear why Kyler had been acting this way. He suffered from bipolar disorder, a condition that can cause extreme mood changes. His father had worried about him making the long drive alone for this very reason. Sadly, when the stress of being stopped at security hit him, it triggered a manic episode. He panicked, fearing he would never see his grandfather again. His family lost a son, a brother, and a loved one, and all because his illness took over at the worst possible time. Rest in peace, Kyler. In 1979, Flight 901 crashed into Mount Erebus in Antarctica. Sadly, there were no survivors. This photo shows 17-year-old Melinda and her half-sister Valerie just before boarding in New Zealand. The second image is of Melinda inside the cabin, taken only minutes before the crash. The recovery team had to temporarily bury remains in the snow to keep the skua gulls from eating the corpses. The last image of Ylenia Carisi before her disappearance. Ylenia Maria Carisi was born on November 29, 1970, in Rome, Italy. She was the daughter of 2 famous Italian singers, Albano Carisi and Romina Power. Romina herself was the daughter of Hollywood actor Tyrone Power and Mexican actress Linda Christian. Because of her family, Ylenia grew up in the spotlight. As a child, she appeared in a movie with her parents called Champagne in Paradiso. As a teenager, she worked as a letter turner on the Italian version of Wheel of Fortune. But Ylenia did not want to stay in the world of fame. She wanted to be a writer instead. She went to King's College in London to study literature and was one of the best students in her year. Ylenia was 5'7", slim, with strawberry blonde hair and green eyes. She spoke both Italian and English fluently. In the summer of 1993, Ylenia traveled with her parents to New Orleans in the United States. She loved the city and wanted to write her first novel about the lives of street musicians there. During this trip, she met a 54-year-old street musician named Alexander Masakala, who played the cornet. He was known for charming young women, especially tourists. While her parents continued traveling to Florida, Ylenia stayed behind in New Orleans for a short time. She later rejoined them, telling them she feared that 2 men had tried to drug and kill her. But soon after, she returned to New Orleans again. Ylenia dreamed of traveling the world alone. She decided to take a break from her studies, sold most of her belongings, and began backpacking. She started in Belize, where she spent months enjoying beaches and towns. She loved a small village called Hopkins. On December 27, 1993, her brother Yari came to Belize to surprise her, but she had already left. Locals told him she had boarded a bus to Mexico the day after Christmas. She then made her way back to New Orleans. On December 30th, 1993, Eulenia checked into a cheap hotel in New Orleans called Le Dale, about 5 blocks from the French Quarter. She wasn't alone. She checked in with Masekela. The hotel staff said they didn't seem romantically involved and that Eulenia asked for 2 beds in the room. Over the next days, she spent her time with street musicians and homeless people, gathering stories for her book. She seemed very focused on learning about their lives. On January 6, 1994, around 11 a.m., Eulenia left the hotel alone, wearing a floral dress and a jacket. After that, she was never seen again. Nobody noticed she was missing for about a week. The hotel staff only became suspicious when Masekela tried to pay the bill using one of Eulenia's traveler's checks. He also left her backpack with the staff and never returned for it. Inside were her clothes, camera, passport, and notebooks. Her parents, back in Italy, had not heard from her since New Year's Day. On January 18th, they reported her missing. Police questioned Masekela. He denied harming Eulenia and said he believed she was safe. He admitted making advances toward her, but said she had rejected him. Soon after, he was arrested for an unrelated assault charge from a different woman, but was released because there wasn't enough evidence. Police had no proof connecting him to Eulenia's disappearance, though her parents strongly suspected him. Another theory came from a security guard's report. Around 11 p.m. on January 6, the same day Eulenia vanished, he saw a blonde woman sitting near the Mississippi River. He asked her to leave, but she told him she belongs in the water anyway, before diving in. He said she seemed like a strong swimmer and didn't look like she would do anything to be harmed, but she got caught in the current and disappeared. The Coast Guard searched, but never found a body. The clothing he described sounded like what Eulenia had been wearing. Still, he wasn't sure if the woman was her, and her parents refused to believe it. The very next day, a Croatian fisherman in New Orleans claimed he met a young Italian woman who matched Eulenia's description. He said he was certain it was her. Over the years, many possible sightings of Eulenia were reported, but none confirmed. Some people believed she had been kidnapped because of her famous parents. Others thought she had chosen to disappear and start a new life. Her parents held different beliefs. Romina, her mother, always believed Eulenia was alive. In 2014, she was officially declared presumed dead. Even so, her case remains unsolved. Last image of Deborah Gale Stone, an 18-year-old honors student who graduated from Santa Ana High School in June 1974. A month later, she was crushed at a rotating stage in a theater attraction shortly after being hired as a cast member at Disneyland. On the 25th of October 2016, a terrible accident happened at Dreamworld, a theme park in Australia. A river rapids ride stopped working properly, and 4 people died in the most disturbing and brutal way. Dreamworld first opened in 1981 with only a few rides. Visitors could enjoy an IMAX theater, a small train, a log flume, and a vintage car ride. Over the years, the park grew bigger and added more attractions. There were roller coasters, a wildlife park, and many other rides. The park was divided into different zones with special themes. One zone was called the DreamWorks Experience, where rides were based on popular DreamWorks movies like Kung Fu Panda and Madagascar. Another area was the town of Gold Rush, themed after Australia's gold rush in the 1800s. The Thunder River Rapids ride, which would later be the scene of the tragedy, opened in this zone in 1986. The Thunder River Rapids ride was a circular water ride, similar to many other rides found in theme parks around the world. Usually, rides like this are made by a company called Intamin, which is well known for building safe rides, but Dreamworld chose to build this ride itself, making it a custom design. People riding the attraction would sit in round rafts that could hold 6 passengers. The rafts were loaded from a rotating platform so people could get in without stopping the ride. Once the raft started moving, it traveled slowly along a water channel with tunnels and artificial rapids. Riders would bump, splash, and get wet. which was all part of the fun. The water in the ride moved because the channel had a slight downward slope. This gentle slope allowed the rafts to float along without needing any engines inside them. But after completing the ride, the rafts had to be lifted back up to the starting point so new riders could get on. Dreamworld used a conveyor belt for this. The rafts, with people still in them, would move up the belt and return to the loading platform. To keep the water moving, Dreamworld relied on 2 strong water pumps. These pumps pushed water back to the start of the ride so the next raft could float along the course. On that day in October 2016, one of the pumps failed. This caused the water level in the ride to drop. One of the rafts reached the top of the conveyor belt but became stuck because there wasn't enough water to float it forward. The conveyor belt kept moving, carrying another raft up the ride. This second raft, carrying 6 guests, collided with the stuck raft. The first raft fell back into place, but the second raft was pushed up vertically by the belt. 4 of the people in this second raft were thrown out. They landed on the moving conveyor belt, which was still going. Tragically, these victims were either crushed under the stuck raft or trapped in the machinery beneath the belt. All 4 of them died. 2 children on the second raft survived. They held on to the raft while it stood vertically and were able to climb to safety once the belt stopped. After the accident, the ride was evacuated and Dreamworld closed while rescue teams worked to recover the bodies. It took until the next morning to remove them safely. The process was so shocking that some paramedics needed counseling afterward. The park stayed closed for a month, both to respect the victims and to allow a full investigation. In July 2020, the park was charged under Australia's work health and safety laws and pleaded guilty. The parent company, Ardent Leisure, was fined $3.6 million, the largest fine ever given for a workplace accident in Queensland. The Thunder River Rapids ride was demolished in November 2016. The victims included Kate Goodchild, her 12-year-old daughter, Kate's brother Luke Dorset, and his partner Ruzbeh Aragi. Kate's daughter was the only survivor from their group. Also killed was Cindy Lowe, whose 10-year-old son survived. All 4 victims were on holiday and had come to Dreamworld to enjoy the rides, trusting that the park was safe. Takashi Yokoyama, a Japanese racing driver who was launched off the back of another car and into the metal beam supporting the starting lights. The organizers immediately deployed a safety car to enable the marshals to clean the accident. Whilst most of the pack was cruising behind the safety car, Takashi Yokoyama, who had started the race back in 17th place, did not notice the field slowing down and, about to complete the first lap, came upon the other cars traveling at a speed of 160 miles per hour. Takashi's Dallara hit another vehicle and was launched 5 meters into the air, crashing into the gantry, carrying the signboard over the main straight. The car disintegrated upon impact, scattering debris over 500 meters and killing Yokoyama instantly. Mary Surratt, 1865, the first woman executed by U.S. federal government, along with Lewis Powell, David Harold, and George Atzerodt, moments before they were hanged for their role in the conspiracy to assassinate President Abraham Lincoln. Mary Surratt had strong feelings for the Southern cause during the Civil War. She was once married to a tobacco farmer who supported the South. After he died, she had to support herself. She rented out her farm in Maryland and ran a boarding house in Washington, D.C. The house was in a convenient location for passing messages, and soon, Confederate agents started coming there. Mary's son, John Surratt, played a key role in the secret activities around the boarding house. While some historians think Mary might have been innocent, John was clearly involved. During the war, he helped send secret messages for the Confederates. He even developed clever ways to hide mail so it would not be discovered. Through these secret activities, John met John Wilkes Booth, who became a frequent visitor to Mary's boarding house. John Surratt eventually joined a plan to kidnap President Abraham Lincoln. That plan later turned into Lincoln's assassination. Years later, John admitted he was involved in the plot, but unlike his mother, he managed to escape serious punishment. After Lincoln was shot, Booth ran away from the theater. He was later found hiding in a barn in Virginia and was shot by soldiers. Investigators quickly realized that the Surratt boarding house had been involved in the plot. They arrested Mary Surratt, while John had already become a suspect for other crimes. He fled the country, running to places like Canada, Rome, and Egypt. Authorities eventually caught him, but in the immediate aftermath of Lincoln's death, Mary was left to face the anger of a grieving nation. A tavern keeper who rented property from her said that Mary had helped Booth and another conspirator prepare guns on the day of Lincoln's murder. Because the country was so upset, the conspirators were tried in a military court instead of a normal court. They were found guilty and sentenced to death. Mary's relationship with the conspirators looked suspicious. She was friendly with Booth, and sometimes they spent time together socially. Her strong support for the South was also mentioned during the trial. Some people think the trial was unfair, but historians note that the court even suggested she might be shown mercy. No woman had ever been executed by the U.S. government before, and 5 out of 9 commissioners recommended leniency. President Andrew Johnson, however, wanted a strict punishment. He believed that sparing Mary could set a dangerous example. Many people, including priests and Mary's daughter Anna, pleaded for her life. Anna even went to the White House to speak to the president, but her request was refused. Newspapers reported that onlookers were moved to tears by Anna's pleas. Mary Surratt was led to the scaffold, dressed in black. Her son John, meanwhile, was absent and called a coward by one newspaper. After Mary's execution, John was eventually brought back to the United States from Egypt in 1867. He faced trial by a normal jury and was acquitted, possibly because some jurors sympathized with him as a Southerner. Historians still debate Mary's guilt. Some believe she was punished more for the fear and anger caused by Lincoln's assassination than for her own actions. The absence of her son, the public hysteria, and President Johnson's harsh decision all likely contributed to her death sentence. Emanuela Orlandi was just 15 years old when she disappeared on June 22, 1983. Most missing teenager cases happen all over the world, but hers became famous because she lived in Vatican City, the tiny country where the Pope lives. Vatican City has its own laws and rules, separate from Italy, making it very different from anywhere else. Emanuela's father worked for the Vatican, and so had her grandfather. On the day she vanished, she had just finished her second year of high school and was on her way to a music lesson. She wore jeans, a white shirt, and gym shoes. She arrived late and seemed distracted, asking to leave early. Earlier that day, she told friends she wanted to run away and sell Avon cosmetics. Later, after her music lesson, she called her sister and said a man had offered her money to sell Avon. Her sister told her to talk to their parents first. That evening, Emanuela was seen talking to a woman with red hair. The last sighting of her was when she got into a green BMW, and witnesses saw an Avon bag in the car. She was supposed to meet her sister later, but she never arrived. From that moment, Emanuela vanished without a trace. Vatican City is known for secrecy and mystery. People often speculate about what goes on behind its walls. 3 days after Emanuela disappeared, a man calling himself Pierluigi contacted her family. He claimed a girl named Barbara, who looked like Emanuela, was selling cosmetics. Another man, Mario, said the same thing. These names were likely false. Then Pope John Paul II made a public statement asking for Emanuela's return. This made her even more valuable in the eyes of anyone holding her, because now they knew the Pope was personally concerned. 2 days later, a mysterious man nicknamed L'Americano called both the Vatican and the Orlandi family. He demanded the release of a man who had tried to assassinate the Pope 2 years earlier. This man was named Mehmet Ali Agca. The caller did not show proof of holding Emanuela, but he had copies of her music school registration and sheet music for her flute. Soon after, other groups claimed responsibility for Emanuela's disappearance. One mentioned another missing girl, Mirella Grigori, who vanished in the summer of 1983 under different circumstances. She had answered the intercom at her apartment for a supposed friend and never returned. An Italian Secret Service agent named Giulio Gangi tracked the BMW Emanuela got into. He found the mechanic who repaired the car after someone had tried to break out from inside. The mechanic gave him the woman's name who brought the car in, but when Giulio visited her, she refused to talk. Back at his office, he was told not to pursue it. In 2025, a new development arose. The Vatican agreed to open 2 tombs in Vatican City to search for the remains of a teenage girl who disappeared decades ago. A lawyer had received a letter with a photo of an angel statue in the Teutonic Cemetery, suggesting Emanuela might be buried there. DNA tests will check if any remains belong to her. However, many believe the Vatican has always been secretive and may know more than it admits. Over the years, rumors about Emanuela's disappearance have suggested involvement by the Vatican, criminal gangs, and even international groups. Some theories claim she was used in an abuse ring connected to officials, while others think she was kidnapped to get leverage over the Vatican. Emanuela's friends said she felt followed before she vanished, and her family had even disconnected their phones out of fear. Her family, including 4 siblings, has waited decades for answers. Despite new searches and investigations, many believe the truth may never be revealed because of the Vatican's power and secrecy. Until then, Emanuela Orlandi's story remains a mystery. The last moments of John Brown. His last words were, "I, John Brown, am now quite certain that the crimes of this guilty land will never be purged away, but with blood." John Brown was one of the most debated figures in American history. Some people saw him as a hero who gave his life to fight against slavery, while others believed he was a dangerous man who caused unnecessary violence. His story is filled with faith, determination, failure, and bloodshed. John Brown was born on May 9, 1800 in Torrington, Connecticut. His father, Owen, was a hard-working man who made shoes, tanned leather, and farmed. Owen also had strong religious beliefs and hated slavery. John grew up in this strict religious household. His family moved to Hudson, Ohio, when John was still young, and there Owen became a respected businessman in the community. As a boy, John thought about becoming a minister, but he had to leave school because he could not afford it. He went back to working in his father's tannery and later tried to run his own businesses. But John Brown was not easy to get along with. He was serious, rarely joked, and had piercing eyes that made people uncomfortable. He also thought he was smarter than everyone else and did not like being questioned. Even his own brothers said he gave orders like a king. One belief John inherited from his father was a deep hatred of slavery. In the early years of the United States, slavery was already a huge problem. Many of the founding fathers admitted it was wrong, but they left it in place. By the early 1800s, the invention of the cotton gin made slavery even more important to the South's economy. Large plantations depended on enslaved workers, and the divide between North and South kept growing. In the 1830s, the abolitionist movement began to grow stronger in the North. Religious revivals during this time painted slavery as a terrible sin. Writers like William Lloyd Garrison spoke out boldly against it. Still, most abolitionists wanted peaceful change through laws, not violence. Even after a slave revolt led by Nat Turner in 1831, most people, including Northern newspapers, condemned violence. At this time, John Brown was more focused on his own family and business struggles. He married twice. His first wife, Dianthe, died young, and he later married Mary. Between the 2 marriages, he fathered 21 children, though 10 died young. His surviving children grew up under strict discipline. Unfortunately, John Brown's businesses mostly failed. Whether it was land deals, wool trading, or tanning, he often lost money and went bankrupt. He blamed others instead of himself and seemed to believe he was always right. Some people even questioned his sanity. By the 1850s, Brown had moved to North Elba, New York, a small settlement where freed slaves were trying to build new lives. He worked with them by teaching them farming skills, and he also became active in the Underground Railroad, helping enslaved people escape to freedom in Canada. By then, slavery was a more urgent national issue. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 worsened tensions by allowing new territories to decide for themselves whether to allow slavery. This led to violent clashes in Kansas between pro-slavery and anti-slavery settlers. Brown's sons, who had moved to Kansas, wrote to him for help. He joined them, bringing weapons. In 1856, after hearing that pro-slavery forces had attacked the town of Lawrence and that Senator Charles Sumner had been beaten in Congress, Brown snapped. With his sons and followers, he carried out the Potawatomi Massacre, where they dragged pro-slavery men from their homes and killed them with swords. This brutal act shocked the nation and set off a small war in Kansas known as Bleeding Kansas. Brown believed violence was the only way to end slavery. He began to see himself as God's chosen soldier. Many people admired his passion, even if they didn't agree with his methods. Brown, however, was planning something much bigger. He dreamed of sparking a massive slave rebellion. Brown believed that enslaved people would join him if given weapons. His target was the federal arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia, which held thousands of rifles. On October 16, 1859, Brown and 21 men attacked Harper's Ferry. They captured the arsenal and took hostages, including a relative of George Washington. But Brown had made a huge mistake. He had no way to alert enslaved people to come and join him. Instead, local militias surrounded the town. The next day, U.S. Marines led by Colonel Robert E. Lee stormed the building where Brown and his men were trapped. After a brief fight, Brown was captured, badly wounded. Most of his men were killed or taken prisoner. Brown's raid failed, but it made headlines across the nation. In the South, people were terrified and furious, calling him a terrorist. In the North, some began to see him as a martyr for freedom. His trial was swift. He was found guilty and sentenced to death. Even in prison, Brown remained calm and spoke with great conviction. He said he was willing to die for the cause of ending slavery. On December 2, 1859, John Brown was hanged. His last note predicted that slavery in America would only end in bloodshed. Just 2 years later, the Civil War broke out after Southern states tried to leave the Union. John Brown's raid had not freed a single slave, but it had shaken the nation to its core. High in the mountains of northern India, there is a small lake hidden in a quiet valley. It's called the Rupkund Lake. The lake is not big, just about 40 meters across and only 3 meters deep, and at first glance, it doesn't look special at all. But if you walk to its edge and look into the clear water, you'll see something shocking. Hundreds of human skeletons lying just below the surface. The skeletons were first discovered in 1942 by a forest ranger working for the British, who ruled India at the time. It must have been terrifying for him to find so many human bones scattered in and around a small lake, over 5,000 meters above sea level, far away from any village. At first, the British thought the skeletons might belong to soldiers, maybe even Japanese soldiers from World War II. But when experts studied the bones, they realized they were much older, at least 500 years old. The cold weather and dry air in the mountains had preserved some of the flesh and hair on the bodies, which made them seem fresher than they really were. For decades, people came up with many theories. Some thought these people did it to themselves, others believed there was a big battle there, and some thought the people had frozen to death or died from an illness. But none of these ideas fully explained what happened. In the early 2000s, a team from National Geographic went to study the lake. They found that many of the skulls had strange injuries, cracks and dents, but no wounds that looked like sword cuts or arrows. Also, there were women and children among the dead, and only one weapon, an iron spearhead, was found. Instead of weapons, they discovered items like bangles, rings, wooden umbrellas, and leather shoes. This didn't seem like a group of soldiers at all. They then learned that this lake lies along the path of a very old and dangerous religious pilgrimage called the Nanda Devi Raj Jat. Pilgrims still carry similar bangles and umbrellas today, and some even use a strap called a tump line across their foreheads to carry heavy loads, which can leave grooves in the skull like the ones found at Rupkund. So that explained why they were in the mountains, but not how they died. The answer came from the injuries on their heads. The researchers figured out that these people were likely killed by a massive hailstorm. The lake is in an open area with no trees or shelter, so when hailstones the size of cricket balls fell from the sky, the pilgrims had nowhere to hide. Even more amazing, a local legend tells a story very much like this. According to the legend, A king and queen angered a goddess by bringing dancers and entertainment on a sacred pilgrimage. The goddess punished them and their group by striking them with hailstones hard as iron as they crossed the mountains. Researchers dated the bones more accurately and found that they were not all from the same time. The oldest bones were over 1,000 years older than the newest ones. They also found that some of the skeletons belonged to people from the Mediterranean region, perhaps even from Crete, and not just locals from India. This was very strange because there are no records of such a group of Mediterranean people traveling to this remote part of India. Some people have suggested that these foreign visitors may have been killed by thieves who used to rob and murder travelers in India during colonial times. But there is no real proof of that either. So even today, Rupkund Lake remains a mystery. While the story of a deadly hailstorm probably explains some of the deaths, it does not explain everything. Especially the people from faraway lands who died there at different times. Karen Wetterhahn, lab photo, 1996, Dartmouth College. A respected chemist, Karen is seen working in the lab weeks before 2 drops of dimethylmercury seeped through her gloves. She didn't realize she was poisoned until symptoms appeared, but by then it was already too late. Her death changed lab safety protocols worldwide. These 2 photos of Lisa Gurrieri and Brandon Rumbaugh looks happy, just a young couple in love, camping under the stars, but just hours later they were murdered, and these became their final photos ever taken. Lisa Gurrieri and Brandon Rumbaugh were a young couple from Arizona who were deeply in love. Lisa was born on July 14, 1984. She was cheerful, outgoing, and full of life. She graduated from Mesa High School and was studying business at Mesa Community College. She dreamed of becoming a wedding planner. She also sang in the church choir and worked at a local company. People who knew Lisa said she always smiled, greeted everyone, and brightened their day. Her father passed away when she was young, so her uncle helped raise her, and he loved her like his own daughter. Brandon was born on May 7, 1983. He was tall, funny, and loved making others laugh. He graduated from high school in 2001, joined the U.S. Marine Reserves, and attended Arizona State University. He worked as a personal trainer at a gym and dreamed of opening his own fitness center. He also loved playing drums in a band, painting, and sculpting. Lisa and Brandon had a happy, loving relationship. They lived together in Scottsdale and planned to marry someday. Some say they may have just gotten engaged before their deaths. In October 2003, the couple wanted to celebrate their first anniversary in a special way. They thought about going to Disneyland but decided it was too expensive. Instead, they planned a camping trip to Bumblebee, a quiet, popular camping area north of Phoenix. Lisa had never been camping before, but she was excited to spend time with Brandon under the stars. They borrowed Lisa's mother's white pickup truck and left for the trip on Friday, October 17, 2003. Brandon hugged his mom goodbye, and Lisa asked her mom not to tell her uncle where they were going, knowing he would worry. The next day, when they didn't return home as promised, their families became worried. Brandon missed work, which was unusual for him. Friends and family started searching campsites and soon found the couple's truck parked at Bumblebee. To their horror, they found Lisa and Brandon dead in the back of the truck, still in their sleeping bags. Both had been shot in the head several times with a small caliber gun. Police quickly ruled out that they did it to themselves and said there were no signs of robbery, assault, or drugs. Nobody could think of anyone who would want to hurt them. The police collected evidence from the scene. They found a disposable camera about 100 feet away from the truck. Photos on the camera showed Lisa and Brandon looking happy in the truck that night. But the last photo on the roll was strange. It was a blurry picture of a light fixture in a building, though no one knew where it was taken. Police also noted that the video camera the couple had brought was missing. Only the empty camera case was left behind. Investigators explored 2 main theories. The first theory was that someone they knew, perhaps a jealous friend, killed them. Lisa's uncle suspected one of her friends, who supposedly had strong feelings for her. This friend was also part of the search party that found the bodies, and shortly after the murders, he moved far away and left his house spotless. He passed a polygraph test at the time, but newer detectives say they are still interested in questioning him again. The second theory is that the murders were random. Some believe it was a robbery gone wrong. Perhaps someone tried to steal the truck, saw the couple sleeping, and panicked. This theory is supported by a similar crime that happened 6 months later nearby, where 2 men were shot and their truck stolen. However, in Lisa and Brandon's case, the truck was not stolen, which makes this theory less certain. Some think the killer may have even recorded the murders, as the missing video camera has never been found. Years later, a volunteer named Deborah West reviewed the case, but did not find any solid evidence. She believes the couple didn't know their killer and that it may have been a random attack. Sadly, after more than 18 years, the murders of Lisa Guerrieri and Brandon Rumbaugh remain unsolved. Their families still hope that one day the truth will come out. At first, this photo might look like some kind of strange torture, but it actually shows a patient getting an anti-freckle treatment in the 1930s. Even though it looks scary, the process was pretty simple. The eyes and mouth were covered to protect the person from harmful fumes, and then dry ice was applied to the skin to freeze and slough off the superficial layers of skin cells. Once you know what's happening, it doesn't seem as creepy. But without any explanation, it looks very unsettling. It also shows how much medicine has improved, because this method is no longer used today. It just looked like a regular old barrel, sitting out on a suburban street. But inside was something no one could have imagined, a secret that had been hidden for over 30 years. On September 2nd, 1999, Ronald Cohen and his family were moving out of their house at 67 Forest Drive in Jericho, Long Island. One of their final tasks before leaving was to remove a large oil barrel that was hidden in a crawl space under an addition to the home. This barrel had been there since Cohen had moved in. They pulled the barrel out of the basement and left it outside for sanitation workers to take away. But the workers left a note saying it was too heavy to move. It weighed about 345 pounds. Curious, Cohen decided to open the barrel to see what was inside so he could dispose of it himself. When he opened it, he was met with a terrible smell. Inside, he saw a hand and a woman's shoe sticking out of plastic pellets and green liquid. He immediately called the police. When investigators arrived, they found the body of a woman inside. The body was mummified because the barrel had been sealed tightly. The autopsy showed that she was between 25 and 30 years old, had died about 30 years earlier, and was either Caucasian or Hispanic. She was 9 months pregnant with a baby boy, and also had dental work, 2 gold crowns. That was not common in the United States, leading investigators to believe she may have come from South America. Along with the body, police found a damaged purse, a note, an address book, a plastic flower stem, some rings, and a locket that said, "To Patrice, love from Uncle Paul." The note and address book were too damaged to read, so they were sent to a lab for analysis. The Nassau County Homicide Squad began investigating past owners of the house. The house had been built in 1957 and had 4 owners before Cohen. All the previous owners said the barrel was already there when they moved in and claimed they didn't know what was inside. Howard Elkins, who owned the house in the 1960s, told reporters he didn't remember much about the crawl space where the barrel was found and couldn't remember the name of the contractor who built the addition. He also said the only other people who would have had access to the house back then were gardeners and maids. Police traced the serial number on the barrel to a chemical company in New Jersey. The barrel had been made in March 1963 and used to hold paint and dyes. The green chemical inside was a dye often used in fake plants, and the plastic pellets matched materials used to make artificial flowers. Police discovered that Elkins had owned part of a company called Melrose Plastics, which made fake flowers and plants. He sold the company in 1972 and moved to Florida. Police then got an anonymous tip. The caller said that Elkins had been having an affair with a Hispanic woman who worked at Melrose Plastics and suggested she might be the woman in the barrel. On September 9th, detectives went to Florida to question Elkins, now 71 years old and living in a retirement home. He admitted he had been involved with a woman at Melrose, but couldn't remember her name or details. When asked to give a DNA sample to test if he was the father of the baby, he refused and asked police to leave so he could talk to his wife. The next day, Elkins went missing. His son later found him dead in the garage of a neighbor's house. He did it to himself. DNA testing later confirmed with 99.9% certainty that Elkins was the father of the baby. But police still didn't know who the woman was. Forensic scientists managed to recover a few names and numbers from the damaged address book. Most were no longer correct, except for one, Kathy Andrade. When police contacted her, she immediately identified the woman as her best friend, Reina Angelica Marroquin. Reina had moved from El Salvador to New York in 1966 after her marriage ended. She lived in a Catholic home for single women, worked at Melrose Plastics, and studied fashion and English. She dreamed of becoming successful. Kathy, her English teacher, said Reina was full of life, but started acting strangely when she became pregnant. Reina said the baby's father was a married man with children who had promised to marry her but seemed to change his mind. In desperation, Reina called the man's wife to confess. Soon after, she called Kathy, scared, saying the man threatened to kill her. Kathy rushed to Reina's apartment but found it empty, with food still warm on the stove and her winter clothes left behind. Police at the time told Kathy to wait a week, assuming Reina had run off. It is believed that Elkins lured Reina to the factory, killed her, and hid her body in the barrel, planning to sink it in the ocean. But it was too heavy to move, so he left it in the crawl space. Decades later, reporter Oscar Corral helped find Reina's family in El Salvador. Her mother was 95 when she finally learned what happened to her daughter. Reina's body was flown home and buried next to her mother, who died a month later. On the note that was sent to a lab for analysis earlier, forensic scientists could finally read the words, "Don't be mad, I told the truth." Gas stroller. This photo was taken in England during World War II. It shows a woman pushing her baby in a gas-proof stroller to protect the child from breathing in dangerous gas. Even though it looks strange and uncomfortable today, these special carriages were not that rare back then. They were mostly used by richer families who could afford to buy them. Moments before he killed Rhys Jones in 2007, Sean Mercer was caught on CCTV riding his bicycle. Rhys Milford Jones was an 11-year-old boy who lived in Croxteth Park, Liverpool, with his mum Melanie, his dad Stephen, and his older brother Owen. The family had always lived in the same small, friendly community. Croxteth Park had about 3,000 houses, a few shops, a church, a medical center, and a pub called the Fir Tree, which was at the center of the estate. People there knew each other and felt safe. Rhys was a happy, lively boy who loved football more than anything else. He supported Everton and his bedroom was full of Everton shirts and posters. He also played for Fir Tree Boys Football Club. His teachers thought he was very talented and could have a great future in football. On the evening of August 22, 2007, Rhys had football practice. He was also excited because England was playing Germany on TV later that night. Before leaving for practice, he kissed his mum goodbye and walked out. But then he came running back because he had forgotten the £5 fee. His mum laughed and decided to drive him there herself. When he got out of the car, he smiled and said, "See you, Mum. Love you." Those were the last words he ever said to her. Rhys enjoyed his training that evening. He laughed with his friends and even scored a penalty. When it ended, he decided to walk home on his own. The weather was warm and it was about 7 p.m. As he walked through the car park of the Fir Tree pub, a boy on a silver mountain bike came towards him. The boy was wearing a hoodie, pulled out a revolver, and fired 3 times. 2 bullets missed, but one hit Rhys in the back near his shoulder blade and passed through his neck. At first, people thought he had tripped and fallen, but then they saw the blood. A woman ran to help him and pressed on his wound while someone else called an ambulance. At home, Melanie and Stephen were waiting for Rhys when one of his coaches came to tell them what had happened. Melanie ran to her son, who was lying on the ground, and whispered to him that he would be okay. Paramedics worked hard to save him, but at 8:46 p.m., Rhys was pronounced dead at Alderhay Children's Hospital. The next day, the whole country was shocked. Everton fans at Goodison Park held a minute of applause for him, and people all over Liverpool paid tribute. Money was raised to build a community centre in his memory. But behind the sadness, the police began their investigation. They quickly realized this was not a random attack. For years, two gangs had been fighting in the area: the Croxteth Crew, or Crocky Crew, and the Strand Gang from nearby Norris Green. Their feud had already caused violence and even a murder the year before. Reese had nothing to do with any of this. There were no fingerprints or bullet casings. Then the police heard the name Sean Mercer. He was 16 from Croxteth and already known to police. He had been stopped and searched many times and had an ASBO for causing trouble. 3 days later, police arrested Sean and two of his friends, Dean Kelly and James Yates, who were also in the gang. But none of them spoke to the police. Witnesses would not pick Sean out of a lineup, and his mum even gave him an alibi. They were released. The police didn't give up. They listened to phone calls and even placed secret recording devices in gang members' homes. They heard talk of destroying evidence, but still had no strong proof. Then a boy known as Boy M spoke to them. He said Sean and the others came to his house just minutes after the shooting. This showed Sean had lied about where he was. Later, police found a silver bike frame dumped in Kirkby. Only 3 bikes of that kind had been sold in the UK that year, and one belonged to Sean. His DNA was on it, and CCTV confirmed it was the bike used. Another breakthrough came when police searched the house of Boy X and found an old revolver and bullets. At first, they thought it was the wrong gun, but later tests showed that the gun fired bullets that tumbled in the air, causing a wound like Riss's. Boy X also admitted that Sean gave him the gun, wrapped in paper, right after the shooting. Police promised to protect Boy X and not charge him if he testified. This was the first time in the UK that a witness was kept secret like this. Now police had the bike, the gun, DNA, CCTV, phone records, and 2 witnesses who said Sean was there and hid the weapon. In April 2008, police arrested 14 people. Sean Mercer was charged with murder, and others were charged with helping him cover it up. The trial began in October 2008 and lasted 3 months. Sean and his friends laughed and joked in court, while Reese's parents sat just a few feet away, heartbroken. The court heard how Sean had been told earlier that day to show loyalty to the gang. When he heard rival gang members were at the pub car park, he cycled there, fired at them, missed, and hit Reese instead. Then he went to Boy M's house, where his clothes were burned, his body was washed with petrol, and the bike was hidden. On December 16, 2008, Sean Mercer was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life, with at least 22 years before he could apply for parole. Others got shorter sentences for helping him. Sean's mother and James Yates's parents were also jailed for lying to police and hiding evidence. Less than a year later, Sean stabbed another inmate in prison. He remains in jail to this day. Reese was just an innocent boy who loved football, his family, and life. He was caught in the middle of a pointless gang fight he had nothing to do with. This photo shows a child's hand reaching out from a cell in a mental institution. Not much is known about the picture, but it became very well known because it showed how badly children were treated in these places. Kids in mental institutions were often treated just as poorly as the adults. Solitary confinement was a common punishment for children who misbehaved, and this photo is said to be proof of that. This looks like just another cozy kid room, but on one summer night in January 1976, an 8-year-old girl simply vanished from her bed. No broken windows, no forced entry, just an empty room and a family waking up to heart-stopping silence. On that warm night in January 1976 in the quiet town of Beaumaris, Victoria, Australia, the Whirlage family went to bed like any other night. 8-year-old Eloise, her 6-year-old sister Anna, and her 4-year-old brother Blake all went to their rooms and fell asleep. Their parents, Lindsay and Patsy, had been having problems in their marriage for a long time. They argued often and had both been seeing other people. Even though they lived in a nice house near the ocean, things at home were tense. By January, they had decided to separate. But something far worse than divorce happened. On the morning of January 13th, little Blake woke up just before 7:30 a.m. and went into his parents' room. He told them that Eloise was not in her bed. The parents quickly searched the house but could not find her anywhere. Her room showed no signs of a struggle, and nothing seemed broken or disturbed. When Blake told his parents what he had heard the night before, they called the police right away. Blake said he had heard noises in the house. He described hearing robbers and said he was too scared to call out because he thought they might take him too. He also mentioned hearing footsteps that sounded like someone walking on the seagrass rug in Eloise's room. Investigators believed that Eloise might have willingly gotten out of bed and left with someone she knew. The front door had been left unlocked, so it was possible she walked out with them. But there was also the possibility that a stranger came into the house and kidnapped her. Neighbors reported strange things that night. One neighbor heard a car speeding down the street around 2 a.m. Another saw a green Holden station wagon parked near the Whirlage home. A woman noticed a young man walking along the fence line, making her so uneasy that she crossed the street to avoid him. Another neighbor saw a man jump over the fence into the yard. Around 2 a.m., two different neighbors reported hearing a child crying and a car door slamming. Inside Eloise's room, police found small pieces of tree bark on the floor and a hole cut in the window screen. But they later found that the hole was cut from the inside and was too small for anyone to climb through. Because of the parents' troubled marriage, police also looked closely at Lindsay and Patsy as suspects. Patsy even told police that she believed Lindsay might have taken Eloise to hurt her, but Lindsay denied having anything to do with it. That night, he had gone to bed after both Patsy and Eloise. He admitted he left the front door unlocked because he didn't realize it had not been closed. At about 4:45 a.m., Patsy woke up and saw that the hallway light, which was usually left on for the children, had been turned off. By then, Eloise was likely already gone. The search for Eloise became one of the largest missing person investigations in Victoria's history. A $10,000 reward was offered, but no trace of her was ever found. The green Holden station wagon and the strange man seen by neighbors also led nowhere. In 2001, cold case detectives reopened the investigation, but again found no new evidence. In 2002, Lindsay took a lie detector test, but the results were inconclusive. He later said the family had accepted long ago that Eloise's disappearance was a mystery that might never be solved. Both Lindsay and Patsy said they had made peace with not knowing the truth. Lindsay explained that he cared deeply for his children, but was not the kind of person to show his emotions openly. After divorcing Patsy, he remarried and lived a quiet life, but his name was always tied to the case, as both a grieving father and a possible suspect. He died in 2017, never knowing what really happened to his daughter. The coroner later said that Eloise was a shy girl who would not have left the house with a stranger. Neighbors' reports of hearing a child cry and a car door slam at 2 a.m. seemed very important, but police at the time did not follow up strongly on these clues. More than 40 years later, Eloise's disappearance remains one of Australia's most haunting mysteries. She is still deeply loved and missed by her family, who never got the chance to see her grow up. The pain of not knowing what happened to her still lingers, as the question remains unanswered: who took Eloise and why? These are Halloween costumes from the early 1900s, and they were most likely homemade. Back then, outfits like these were actually very common, and there are many old photos showing similar costumes. Since Halloween costumes are meant to be scary, it's safe to say these ones did a really good job of frightening people. In this photo, Savannah Graywind smiles, 8 months pregnant, unaware that she would soon be murdered and her baby taken from her in the most horrifying way. In August 2017, two people were kayaking on the Red River in North Dakota. As they paddled, they saw something strange caught on a log in the water. When they got closer, they realized it was the body of a young woman. This terrible discovery shocked the whole state and uncovered a very sad and cruel story. The woman was Savannah LaFontaine Graywind. Savannah was just 22 years old and had so much to look forward to. She was kind and caring, and everyone who knew her loved her. That year, she had started working as a nursing assistant and planned to become a specialist in elder care one day. She was also moving in with her boyfriend of 7 years, Ashton, and they were expecting their first baby, a little girl. For the time being, Savannah still lived with her parents and brother in a basement apartment in Fargo. Even though they all lived together, she always texted and called them throughout the day to stay in touch. On August 19, 2017, her family knew exactly where she went because she told them. She went upstairs to help their neighbor, Brooke Cruz. Brooke was 38 years old and lived in the apartment above Savannah's family. Savannah had always been nice to everyone, but her family was a little worried about Brooke. They didn't know her very well, but they heard her fighting loudly with her boyfriend, William Hone. Their fights were so bad that Savannah's family could hear them through the ceiling, and once William was even arrested for hurting Brooke. On that day, Brooke asked Savannah if she could come upstairs and help her by trying on a dress she was sewing. Even though Savannah had turned down Brooke's invitations before, she said yes this time. Savannah was home alone when she went upstairs. She was 8 months pregnant, and it was hard for her to work or walk much because of her swollen feet. She even ordered pizza for lunch that day and planned to eat with her family, but the pizza was still untouched when her family came home. Her car, purse, and keys were all there, but she was gone. She had also stopped replying to their texts, which was unusual for her. She was supposed to drive her brother to work later, but never showed up. By 4 p.m., her mom, Norberta, was very worried. She went upstairs to ask Brooke if she had seen Savannah. Brooke claimed that Savannah had left around 2:45, but Norberta knew something was wrong. Savannah wouldn't have left without telling anyone, and she couldn't have walked far in her condition. Norberta called the police right away. Police came and searched Brooke's apartment more than once, but didn't find anything. The police kept investigating and soon learned from William's co-workers that he had been talking about a newborn baby at home. This was strange because during the searches, they hadn't seen any baby. The police got another search warrant and went back. This time, they found a healthy baby girl on Brooke's bed. Brooke and William were arrested right away. At first, Brooke told police that Savannah came over, broke her own water, gave birth in her apartment, and then left the baby with her. But DNA tests showed the baby was Savannah's, and she would never have just left her baby behind. On August 27th, 2 kayakers found Savannah's body in the Red River. She had been wrapped in plastic and duct tape. There were marks on her neck, and her stomach was open. It turned out that after Savannah went upstairs, she and Brooke argued in the bathroom. Brooke pushed her, and Savannah fell and hit her head. Then Brooke used a knife to take Savannah's baby from her. William came home and asked if Savannah was dead. When Brooke didn't answer, he strangled her to make sure she was. They hid Savannah's body in a closet, even while police searched the apartment. Later, they put her body in a dresser, dumped it in the river, and kept the baby, pretending it was theirs. In court, Brooke said she had lied to William earlier, telling him she was pregnant so he wouldn't leave her. When he found out she was lying, he told her to come up with a baby or else. That's when she decided to take Savannah's baby. Brooke was sentenced to life in prison without parole. William was sentenced to 20 years. Savannah's boyfriend, Ashton, was given custody of their baby girl, whom they had planned to name Hazley Joe. Savannah's tragic death led to a new law passed in 2021 called Savannah's Act, which helps Native American communities by improving how missing and murdered Indigenous women's cases are handled, so that what happened to Savannah hopefully never happens again. At first glance, the Roman slave collar looks like a simple metal band, maybe jewelry or a tool, but its true purpose is chilling. These collars were forcibly locked around the necks of enslaved people in ancient Rome, often inscribed with messages like, "If found, return to my master." They were used to prevent escape and assert ownership, turning human beings into property. At first glance, this looks like a happy family, a smiling young girl with her parents. But behind this photo was a terrifying secret. Andrea Bowman was born on June 23, 1974 in New Orleans, Louisiana. Her birth name was Alexis Miranda Badger, and her biological mother, Kathy, was only 17 at the time. Kathy had a very hard life. She left home young, worked as a bartender at 14, and even joined a traveling circus. At 16, she married a 19-year-old boy after a whirlwind romance, and soon got pregnant with Alexis. But the marriage didn't work, and Kathy moved back in with her mother in Virginia after Alexis was born. Kathy's mother was sick with cancer and already caring for other kids, so she didn't want to help with the baby. Kathy felt she couldn't care for Alexis properly, so she gave her up for adoption through a Catholic agency. Kathy hoped that Alexis would have a much better life with a good family. At 5 months old, Alexis was adopted by Dennis and Brenda Bowman. They renamed her Andrea and moved her to Michigan. But the life she ended up with was nothing like what Kathy had hoped for her daughter. Dennis Bowman seemed like a normal man to outsiders, but he was hiding who he really was. Before adopting Andrea, he already had a criminal record. In 1980, when Andrea was 6, he was charged with attempting to hurt and murder a 19-year-old girl. He had threatened the girl, but she escaped by running into traffic to stop a car. Dennis was caught and sent to prison but served less than 5 years. Andrea grew up shy and quiet, but classmates noticed she often seemed troubled. Sometimes she came to school with cuts and blood on her hands, and people started to wonder if she was being hurt at home. When Andrea was 14, she told a teacher she was afraid to go home because her father was hurting her. A social worker visited the house, but Dennis and Brenda denied it and claimed Andrea was just upset about learning she was adopted. Shockingly, despite Dennis's criminal past, no one looked deeper into it. Not long after that, in March 1989, Dennis called the police and reported Andrea missing. He claimed she had stolen money and left home to find her biological mother. The police treated it as a runaway case and didn't look into it properly. Brenda later made several calls to police claiming to have seen Andrea around town, but these were never confirmed. Over the years, the case went cold. Meanwhile, Dennis kept committing crimes. He stalked and broke into a woman's home in the late 1990s and was caught with stolen items, weapons, and other disturbing things. Yet he still got away with just a short sentence. In 2018, another murder helped solve Andrea's case. Back in 1980, a woman named Kathleen Doyle had been murdered in Virginia. DNA from her case was finally matched to Dennis Bowman in 2019. Police arrested him for that murder, and while in custody, Dennis confessed to killing Andrea as well. He said he and Andrea had gotten into a heated argument and he hit her, causing her to fall down the stairs and die. Police searched his property and found Andrea's remains buried in a shallow grave under cement in his backyard, over 30 years after she went missing. Dennis was charged with murder and other horrible stuff related to hurting Andrea. Kathy, Andrea's biological mother, was devastated to learn what had happened to her daughter. She had given her up to give her a better life, but instead, Andrea suffered for years and was killed by the man who was supposed to protect her. This case shows how badly the system failed Andrea, from allowing Dennis to adopt her despite his violent past, to ignoring her cries for help, to letting her case sit as a runaway for decades. The only person who kept fighting for Andrea was her biological mother, who never stopped searching for the truth. Wedding rings. This photo was taken in the 1940s. At first, it might look pretty normal, but it actually shows something very sad and upsetting. These are wedding rings that were taken from Jewish couples who were sent to concentration camps. Most of these husbands and wives were split up and never saw each other again. At first glance, this grainy surveillance image doesn't seem unusual, just a lone figure with a bike on a quiet campus night. But what happened shortly after this moment would change everything for one university, one family, and one young woman with a promising future. This is the case of Haruka Weiser. She was a bright and talented young woman. She was only 18 years old and had just started her first year at the University of Texas in Austin. She was studying both theater and pre-med because she dreamed of being a doctor, but also loved dance and acting. Haruka grew up in Portland, Oregon, in a close family with her parents, her younger brother, and her sister. She was good at school, especially in math and science, and she also discovered her love for ballet when she was 12. She worked hard at everything she did and made her family very proud. When she moved to Austin for college, she quickly made new friends and even performed in university plays. But on the night of April 3rd, 2016, something terrible happened. That evening, Haruka finished her dance class and sent a message to her friends saying she was walking back to her dorm. It was around 9:30 p.m., already dark outside, but she never made it home. When she didn't show up to class the next day and no one could reach her, her friends and teachers got worried. Police were called and they began searching the area. The next day, searchers found a horrible scene. Haruka's body was discovered by a creek on campus. She had been attacked, strangled with a rope, and hidden under leaves and rocks. Police also found a hammer and a pair of glasses nearby. It was clear someone had hurt her very badly and then tried to hide what they did. At first, no one knew who did it, but security cameras on campus showed a young man riding a bike and carrying a backpack near the area where Haruka disappeared. The police released the video to the public, hoping someone would recognize him. Around the same time, firefighters reported a suspicious fire at a storage unit. Inside, they found a homeless teenager named Mikhail Kreiner. He was just 17 and had been living on the streets. When police searched his things, they found some of Haruka's belongings, including her laptop and other items. They also found the bike from the video. After this evidence, they arrested him and charged him with murder. He had a very hard life. His mother used drugs and alcohol when she was pregnant, and he was born with health problems. He was taken away from her at birth and grew up in foster homes and with his grandmother. He had mental health problems too, including autism, depression, and schizophrenia, but he never got proper help. By the time he was 16, his grandmother told him to leave, and he became homeless. Even though his childhood was tragic, the evidence showed he knew what he was doing when he attacked Haruka. The cameras showed him following her, and his glasses were found next to her body. Witnesses said he even tried to burn her belongings afterward. The trial took a long time because of problems with the DNA evidence. But in July 2018, a jury found him guilty of murdering Haruka. He was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years. During the trial, Haruka's father spoke about how much she was loved and how much she is missed. Haruka's death shocked the entire community. Students held memorials for her, and the university spent millions of dollars to improve campus safety, adding more lights, cameras, and patrol officers. Haruka was remembered as a beautiful, kind, and ambitious young woman who touched many lives in her short time. Her family and friends continued to visit the place where she was found, leaving flowers every year on the anniversary of her death. Before and after photos of Centralia, Pennsylvania. It's been abandoned for over 60 years due to non-stop fires that happened in the underground coal mines. White House Farm Family Photo, 1985. This photo seems to show a happy family, a mother, her daughter, and her twin boys. But just months after it was taken, this family was wiped out in a shocking massacre that stunned England. Jeremy Bamber was born in London, England, on January 13, 1961. Not long after his birth, his mother gave him up for adoption. When he was 6 months old, he was adopted by Neville and June Bamber. They lived at White House Farm, near a small village called Tolleshunt Darcy in Essex, about an hour and a half northeast of London. The farm was large, about 300 acres, and they also ran a campground. Neville had worked as a pilot and later as a magistrate, while June struggled with depression and often stayed in mental health hospitals. Before adopting Jeremy, they had already adopted a girl named Sheila Caffell. Sheila got married in 1977 and had twin sons, Nicholas and Daniel, in 1979. She divorced in 1982 and began to have serious mental health problems, including paranoia and strange behavior. She was diagnosed with schizophrenia and sometimes thought people were trying to kill her. She was treated in hospitals several times. Sheila's two boys mostly lived with their father. Sheila and her adoptive mother June did not get along. June was very strict and religious. She believed Sheila's mental illness was caused by the devil and even called her the devil's child. In March 1985, Sheila had a serious episode and was sent to a hospital because she thought she was speaking to God and believed people were out to hurt her. Jeremy, meanwhile, went to boarding school but did not do well. After leaving school, he traveled to Australia and New Zealand. Some people said he bragged about committing crimes during his travels. When he came back to England, he worked small jobs before helping out on the farm. He moved into a house about 3 miles from his parents' home. In 1983, Jeremy met a woman named Julie Mugford, and they started dating. On August 4, 1985, Sheila and her 2 sons came to spend the week at White House Farm. The next day, 2 workers saw Sheila and said she seemed happy. Jeremy was at the farm and suggested that Sheila put her sons in foster care. He said she did not seem upset about this. While there, Jeremy loaded a rifle, saying he heard rabbits, but didn't fire it. He left it on the kitchen table with some bullets nearby, and left around 9:30 p.m. That night, some strange things happened. Neville got a phone call and hung up quickly, which was unusual. Later, June's sister spoke to June and Sheila on the phone and noticed that Sheila was very quiet. At about 3:20 a.m. on August 7th, Jeremy called the police. He said his father had just called him, saying Sheila had gone crazy and had a gun, but the call was cut off. Jeremy drove to the farmhouse, arriving just after the police. The police thought they saw someone moving in a bedroom, so they waited outside for hours, thinking Sheila was armed. They tried to talk to her with a loudspeaker, but got no response. When the police finally entered the house, they found all 5 family members dead. Neville was in the kitchen. June was near the bedroom door. Sheila was next to her with a rifle on her body, and the 2 boys were in their beds. Everyone had been shot at close range with the rifle. There were signs of a struggle in the kitchen, and Neville appeared to have fought back before being killed. At first, the police believed Sheila had killed her family, but 3 days later, a cousin found a silencer in the house with blood on it. Tests suggested the blood might have come from Sheila, or a mix of Neville and June. Then, on September 7th, Julie Mugford told police that Jeremy had planned to kill his family. She said he told her about it before and wanted the money he would inherit. She only came forward after learning Jeremy was cheating on her and after he allegedly hit her. In return for her testimony, her own legal troubles were dropped. Jeremy was arrested and put on trial in October 1986. The prosecution said he killed everyone and staged it to look like Sheila had done it. They believed he left through a window and rode a bicycle home. On October 28th, Jeremy was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. To this day, the case is debated. Many believe he is guilty, while others think Sheila killed the family. Some even believe the police mishandled evidence or made mistakes. In the end, while Jeremy probably committed the murders, poor police work and unclear evidence have left questions that may never be answered. Rescue workers at the scene of the wrecked Pantglas Junior School at Aberfan, South Wales, where a coal tip collapsed, killing over 190 children and their teachers. This haunting image looks like a crude carving, messy, almost senseless. But what you're seeing is the aftermath of something unthinkable, marked onto the body of a girl who had placed her trust in the wrong people. The words were burned into her stomach, not by strangers, but by those she lived with every day. This is the story of the murder of Sylvia Likens, one of the most shocking cases in American history. Many people were involved in her suffering and death, which makes it even more disturbing. There were 2 main families at the center of this story, the Banaszewskis and the Likens, and also some kids from the neighborhood. By 1965, Gertrude Banaszewski was 36 years old. Even though she was still young, she looked much older because of her hard life. She had been divorced twice, had 7 children, and suffered 6 miscarriages. All of her relationships had been abusive. She was raising her children alone. She was poor, depressed, and sick with asthma. The Banaszewski family lived at 3850 East New York Street in Indianapolis. Their house was very poor and dirty. There was no stove, only enough beds for half of them, and they mostly ate bread, crackers, and sometimes soup when they could make it. The 8 people in the house were Gertrude and her children: Paula, 17, Stephanie, John Jr., 12, Marie, 11, Shirley, 10, James, 8, and baby Dennis. The Likens family was also very poor. Lester and Betty Likens had 5 children. The oldest were 18-year-old twins Daniel and Diana. Then there was Sylvia, who was 16, and another pair of twins, Benny and Jenny, who were 15. Jenny had polio when she was little and had to wear a metal brace on her leg, which made her limp. Sylvia was very protective of her sister because of this. In July 1965, Betty Likens was arrested for shoplifting and sent to jail. That left Sylvia and Jenny on their own. Soon they met their school friend Paula Banaszewski and went to her house to listen to music. When Gertrude heard about their situation, she offered to let Sylvia and Jenny stay at her house until their parents could take care of them again. When Lester Likens found his daughters at Gertrude's house, he made a deal with her. He said he would pay her $20 a week to care for Sylvia and Jenny while he traveled with the carnival. But he didn't take time to look around Gertrude's house or see how she and her family lived. Maybe if he had, he would have chosen differently. At first, things were fine. Sylvia and Jenny enjoyed playing with the other kids and singing along to Beatles records. But then the $20 payment from Lester was late, and that was when the abuse began. When the money didn't arrive on time, Gertrude became angry. She screamed at the girls, called them names, and beat them with a heavy wooden paddle. Later, when the girls used some of their own money from collecting bottles to buy candy, Gertrude accused them of stealing and beat Sylvia again. Another time, she punished Sylvia for eating too much at a church social by making her eat a hot dog covered with spices and condiments until she vomited, and then she forced her to eat that too. At first it was mostly beatings and humiliations, but as weeks passed, it got much worse. Lester and Betty visited their daughters twice during this time, but the girls didn't tell them what was happening, probably because they were scared of what Gertrude might do. One day, Gertrude heard Sylvia talking about how she had once laid in bed with a boy, though nothing serious happened. Gertrude became furious. She called Sylvia a street worker, accused her of being pregnant, and started to kick her in the most sensitive areas. She even involved the neighborhood kids and her own children in this, encouraging them to hurt Sylvia. Paula, Gertrude's oldest daughter, was pregnant herself and may have felt jealous or angry at Sylvia, so she joined in too. Even neighborhood boys like Coy Hubbard and Richard Hobbs came to the house to beat Sylvia, throw her around, and practice judo on her. Soon, Sylvia became like a toy for everyone in the house. They burned her with cigarettes, threw her down the stairs, and also made her do some things I'd rather not talk about. Once, she needed a gym suit for school and stole one because Gertrude wouldn't buy it. As punishment, Gertrude burned Sylvia's fingers with matches, leaving them blistered. Neighbors even witnessed some of this. One woman, Phyllis Vermillion, noticed Sylvia had a black eye and saw Paula pour hot water on her face, but she didn't contact the police. By October, Sylvia was so weak and broken that she wet the bed. Gertrude decided she was no longer fit to be upstairs and moved her to the filthy basement. From then on, Sylvia was kept in the basement. They didn't even give her any clothes. She was sleeping on the floor in her own waste, and often tied up. They hardly fed her, and when they did, it was spoiled food or garbage. Sometimes they made her eat and drink waste. One day, Gertrude made Sylvia write a fake letter to her parents, saying she had run away and gotten into trouble with boys. Then they decided to kill her and dump her body somewhere. Sylvia overheard this and tried to escape, but she was caught and beaten again. On October 25th, Gertrude and the kids branded her stomach with a hot sewing needle, carving these words. They also tried to burn an S or 3 shape with a heated hook. That night, Sylvia tried to crawl up the stairs and cried out for help, but nobody came. The next morning, she could barely speak or move. She didn't even know the alphabet anymore when asked. That afternoon, she died. Stephanie, one of Gertrude's daughters, tried to perform CPR, but it was too late. Gertrude at first didn't believe she was dead and hid her body, calling her a faker. But when she realized Sylvia was gone, she dumped her body on a dirty mattress and called the police, pretending Sylvia had returned home in that state. When the police arrived, everyone stuck to the fake story, except Jenny. When Gertrude wasn't listening, Jenny whispered to the officers, "Get me out of here, and I'll tell you everything." The police arrested Gertrude and the others. Sylvia's autopsy showed more than 150 injuries in different stages of healing. She was covered in burns, cuts, bruises, and sores. Her skin was peeling from the salt and hot water, she was emaciated, and her fingernails were broken backward from clawing at the floor. Her lips were bitten through from pain. Gertrude, Paula, John Jr., Richard Hobbs, and Coy Hubbard were all charged. Gertrude was found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. Paula was found guilty of second-degree murder but released after 6 years. The boys were found guilty of manslaughter and served under 2 years each. Gertrude became a model prisoner and was released in 1985. She never admitted what she had done, blaming the others and claiming she couldn't remember because of her asthma medicine. She died of cancer in 1990. Jenny Likens grew up and had a family, but she was deeply traumatized and needed medication for anxiety for the rest of her life. She died in 2004. What makes it so terrifying is how many ordinary people joined in. These weren't monsters or strangers. They were family members, classmates, and neighbors who slowly got caught up in cruelty. CCTV footage captured Princess Diana and Dodi Al-Fayed arriving at the Ritz Hotel in Paris on August 30th, 1997, moments before the tragic car crash that would shock the world. The images show the couple together, unaware that their evening would end in disaster. Ray Rivera, 2006. On a spring evening in May 2006, 32-year-old Ray Rivera ran out of his Baltimore home and never came back. He got a phone call and rushed out wearing flip-flops. He left his keys and never returned. A week later, his body was found in a locked conference room under the Belvedere Hotel. It looked like he had fallen through the roof from above, but the way his body landed and the damage around him didn't make sense. Strangely, his cell phone and glasses were nearby and completely unbroken. Ray's death is still a mystery, almost 20 years later. No one has been charged, and no clear answers have been found. Ray had moved to Baltimore in 2004 with his wife Allison. They came from California because Ray's friend Porter Stansberry offered him a job at his financial newsletter company. But Ray's dream was to be a filmmaker. By 2006, he was planning to go back to Los Angeles to write full-time. He was excited about the future, planning trips and thinking about starting a family. Then something strange happened. On May 15th, around 1 a.m., Ray and Allison were woken up by their home alarm. Ray grabbed a baseball bat and searched the house, but no one was there. The next night, the alarm went off again. This time, a window downstairs looked like someone had tried to open it. Ray was very shaken. Allison later said she believed these events were connected to what happened next. On May 16th, Allison went out of town for work. That evening, a friend named Claudia stayed at their house. Around 6 p.m., Claudia heard the phone ring. Ray answered, said "oh," and rushed out of the house wearing flip-flops. He left his keys behind and never came back. Allison couldn't reach him by phone and became worried. The next morning, she reported him missing. Friends and family flew in to help search for him. 6 days later, Allison's parents found Ray's car parked near the Belvedere Hotel. The parking ticket on it was dated the day he disappeared. People began searching the hotel and nearby areas, but didn't find anything right away. 2 days after that, some of Ray's co-workers spotted something strange on the roof of a small part of the hotel. They saw flip-flops, a phone, glasses, and keys next to a hole in the metal roof. Below that hole, in a locked conference room, was Ray's body. His injuries matched a fall from a height, but the scene didn't make sense. The room was hard to reach, and no one saw him enter the building. Security cameras were off that night, and despite falling, his phone and glasses were not broken. One detective even said the scene looked staged. A note was later found at home behind Ray's computer. It was sealed in plastic and full of strange references to movies, secret societies, and the phrase, "Whom virtue unites, death will not separate." It was not a clear goodbye note. The FBI said it didn't seem like a typical S-note either. Some people, including the police, they thought his note and his behavior in the days before showed stress. But his wife and family strongly disagreed. Other people think he was murdered, possibly because of something he found out at work. Ray used to work at Stansberry's company, which was under investigation for financial wrongdoing at the time. The call that made Ray run out came from the company's switchboard, but no one there admitted making the call. After his body was found, employees were reportedly told not to talk about the case. Some have also wondered if his death was linked to secret societies because of the strange note. Others think it was an accident, that he somehow fell while exploring the building. But none of these theories have been proven. The way Ray's body was found, in a place he couldn't easily reach, with belongings that looked carefully placed, has led many, including his wife, to believe he was killed and the scene was staged to look like something else. To this day, no one knows who called Ray that night, why he ran out, or exactly how he ended up dead under the Belvedere Hotel. His wife, Allison, still believes someone out there knows what really happened. Madame Debenche's bedroom. At first glance, this old photo of a bedroom, taken in the early 1900s, looks like it shows nothing more than a normal Paris apartment. The room is full of heavy furniture and decorated in the style of that time. Floral wallpaper, thick curtains, and a big bed with a fancy wooden frame that takes up most of the space. The blankets are messy, and a few chairs are slightly out of place, but nothing seems very strange. But when you look more closely, you start to feel uneasy. A chair has fallen over, and the neatness of the room is disturbed in small ways. The bed covers look oddly messy, and there's a dark stain on the white sheets where someone once lay. It's only when you learn what is just outside the frame of the photo, behind the bed, on the floor, that the full story becomes clear: the dead body of the woman who lived here. In May 1903, police in Paris started using photos to record evidence, something very new at the time. While this photo shows the quiet and strange calm of the room before the full truth is revealed, another photo taken just a moment later shows the terrible reality that is out of sight here. Obviously, I cannot show that. This bedroom is one of the earliest recorded crime scenes, and the woman who lived and died here is one of the first murder victims ever captured in a forensic photograph. Charla Nash posing with Travis. On February 16, 2009, a horrible and violent attack shocked the world. A woman named Charla Nash was left with her face and hands torn apart. She was barely alive. The person who attacked her wasn't a human. It was a chimpanzee named Travis. Travis had been raised by a woman named Sandra Harold. Sandra and her husband Jerome Harold had bought Travis for $50,000 when he was just a baby. They raised him like a child in their home in Connecticut. Travis learned many human things. He ate at the table, drank from a wine glass, brushed his teeth, watched TV, and even used a computer. He once acted in commercials and TV shows. Travis was known as smart, calm, and well-behaved, but he was also a 200-pound wild animal, which made him very dangerous if anything ever went wrong. In 2003, Travis showed his first sign of aggression. Someone threw a soda can at him from a passing car. Travis became so angry that he jumped out of the moving vehicle and ran into traffic. Police had to calm him down for hours and eventually used tranquilizers. After that, a new law was passed in Connecticut that banned people from owning large primates as pets. Years later, Sandra's husband passed away, and Sandra became Travis's only caregiver. Sandra's close friend Charla Nash, who had known Travis since he was a baby, was always afraid of him. Still, she helped Sandra care for him sometimes. On the day of the attack, Travis had gotten upset for unknown reasons. He took Sandra's car keys and left the house. Sandra called Charla to come help because she couldn't control him. When Charla arrived, she was holding one of Travis's favorite toys, a Tickle Me Elmo doll. But something went terribly wrong. As soon as Travis saw Charla, he launched himself at her in a violent rage. He began tearing her face and hands apart with his bare strength. Sandra tried everything she could to stop him. She hit him with a shovel and even stabbed him with a knife, but nothing worked. Charla was horribly injured. Sandra called 911 begging for help. When police arrived, Travis attacked their car. An officer shot him 4 times, but Travis still ran away. He was later found inside the house where he collapsed and died from blood loss. Charla was rushed to the hospital. Her injuries were so severe that some hospital workers needed therapy afterward. She had lost her hands, nose, lips, and eyes, and parts of her face were missing. Charla somehow survived after many surgeries, including a face transplant. She later appeared on the Oprah Winfrey Show and spoke about the danger of keeping wild animals like chimpanzees as pets. She is still alive today. As for Sandra, she passed away in 2010 from a health problem called a ruptured aneurysm. Her lawyer said she had suffered too many losses. Her daughter died in a car crash, then her husband, and then her beloved Travis, and finally the tragic attack on her best friend. After Travis died, an autopsy showed that Sandra had given him Xanax, a drug used to calm anxiety. But in some cases, Xanax can cause confusion and aggression, especially in animals. Some believe that when Travis saw Charla with a new hairstyle and holding his favorite toy, he may not have recognized her and thought she was a stranger. Even though Travis was trained like a human, in the end he was still a wild animal, and wild animals do not belong in homes. TWA Flight 800 school trip photo, 1996. This is the last known photo of the Montoursville Area High School French Club. Students and chaperones pose for a photo before leaving for their big trip to France. The plane they would board was the doomed TWA Flight 800, which exploded and crashed into the Atlantic Ocean shortly after takeoff. On July 17, 1996, TWA Flight 800 took off from John F. Kennedy Airport in New York. The sun was setting, and the plane was heading to Paris and then to Rome. Sadly, it never made it to its destination. TWA, Trans World Airlines, was a big airline in the U.S. founded in 1930. In the 1940s, famous businessman Howard Hughes took control of it. Over time, TWA grew and had many international flights. In the 1970s, the airline bought Boeing 747s, large, well-known planes that became a symbol of TWA. By the 1990s, TWA started retiring its older planes. Flight 800 was supposed to use a newer plane, but that aircraft had problems, so the airline used an older 747 instead. The crew that day included Captain Ralph Kevorkian and co-pilot Steven Snyder. Both were very experienced. There were also 2 flight engineers, Richard Campbell and trainee Oliver Crick. Before takeoff, there were several delays. One engine had to be fixed. Baggage equipment blocked the plane's way. Also, there was a bag without a passenger, which is treated as suspicious. But after checking, they found that the passenger was actually on board. Finally, everything was ready and the plane took off at 8:19 p.m. At first, the flight was normal. But just a few minutes later, other pilots and people on the ground saw something shocking. The plane exploded in the sky. One nearby pilot, David McLean, saw the explosion. Air traffic controllers tried to contact Flight 800, but got no answer. The plane had broken apart and crashed into the Atlantic Ocean. All 230 people on board died. Many were students and teachers from a school in Pennsylvania, and some were off-duty airline workers. It became one of the deadliest plane crashes in U.S. history. The investigation was handled by several groups: the NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, and the FBI. At first, they didn't agree on what caused the crash. Some thought it might be terrorism. Others didn't want to guess. The FBI found small traces of explosives on the plane. But later it was found these might have come from a past dog training exercise or from people's clothing during the recovery work. Another theory was that the plane had been hit by a missile from a Navy ship by mistake, but this was ruled out. All missiles were accounted for, and the wreckage didn't show signs of a missile strike. The NTSB rebuilt parts of the plane to study it. They found that the wires inside were very old and damaged. Some of these wires went through the plane's center fuel tank. This tank had a little bit of fuel left from a previous flight. Because the air conditioners had been running during the delay, they heated the fuel tank. Tests showed that the heat could have caused fuel vapors to form. If a spark happened inside the tank, it could cause an explosion. The NTSB later found evidence of an electrical spark which likely caused the fuel vapors to ignite. So the most likely cause of the crash was the fuel tank got hot from the air conditioners, fuel vapors formed, and an old wire gave off a spark that caused the explosion. It took 4 years to find this out. But the lessons were important. The government improved teamwork between agencies and made better safety rules for planes. They also redesigned the fuel tanks and began checking plane wires more often. TWA went out of business in 2001. American Airlines took over. The wreckage from Flight 800 was used for training for many years, but was destroyed in 2021 as requested by the victims' families. Today, a memorial in New York honors the 230 lives lost in the crash. The last photo of Carla Stefaniak at the airport, 2018. Many people love to travel, and websites like Airbnb make it easy and affordable to find a place to stay. But sometimes staying in these places can be risky. In November 2018, Carla Stefaniak from Florida went on a trip to Costa Rica with her sister-in-law, April Burton. Carla was turning 36, and this trip was a birthday gift to herself. They spent a few days enjoying the beautiful nature. They posted happy photos on social media and seemed to be having a great time. After 4 days, April had to go back home, but Carla decided to stay one more day to celebrate her birthday. On Tuesday, she dropped April at the airport, returned their rental car, and then took an Uber to a nearby Airbnb in San Jose. The Uber driver offered to take Carla on a little tour of the city, and she said yes. After sightseeing and shopping, the driver dropped her off again at the Airbnb around 5 p.m. At 6:30 p.m., Carla sent a photo of where she was staying to April and said she planned to visit a jazz cafe later that evening. But by 6:55 p.m., Carla sent a message to a group chat saying it was raining hard and the power had gone out. She said the place felt super sketchy. She also called a friend and talked with him until 9 p.m. She told him she was too tired to go out and said she was very thirsty. Since the power was out, she couldn't boil water. She said she would ask a security guard to get her a bottle of water. At 9 p.m. her phone died, and that was the last time anyone heard from Carla. The next day her family got worried when Carla didn't answer birthday messages or show up for her flight back home. T-Mobile records showed her phone briefly connected to the internet around 12:17 a.m., but nothing after that. When the family called the Airbnb, the owner said Carla had left with her bags at 5 a.m., but this didn't make sense because her flight wasn't until 1:30 p.m., and she had told the Uber driver to pick her up at 8:30 a.m. to go shopping, but she never showed up. The family knew something was wrong. They flew to Costa Rica, went to the police, and searched the Airbnb. Soon after, police found a body buried near the Airbnb wrapped in plastic. It was later confirmed to be Carla Stefaniak. A man named Bismarck Espinoza Martinez became the main suspect. He was a security guard working at the Airbnb and was staying in the room next to Carla's. He told police a strange story that didn't match the evidence. Later, he confessed to killing Carla. The autopsy showed Carla had been stabbed and hit in the head. Investigators believe that Martinez tried to force himself on Carla. When she fought back, he killed her in a rage. He then lied and told the Airbnb owner that Carla had checked out early in the morning. In the end, Martinez was only given 16 years in prison for what he did. Many people, including Carla's family, felt that this was not enough. They believed he should have received a life sentence. She was a fun, happy, and adventurous person. May Carla rest in peace. Kaylee Sawyer, final selfie from the night she died, 2016. Kaylee was born on March 2, 1993. Her parents got divorced when she was young. She had 4 half-brothers, but she was the only daughter. People said she was always smiling, friendly, and full of life. As a child, she wanted to be a brain doctor, but later she decided to become a dentist. She was working at a dental office where both her coworkers and patients loved her. On July 23, 2016, Kaylee went to a bachelorette party. Her boyfriend Cameron planned to pick her up afterward. They had been living together for 2 years. That night, Kaylee had fun dancing and laughing with friends at some bars. But at one point, she danced with another man. One of Cameron's friends saw this and told Cameron. Cameron came and picked her up. But in the car, they started arguing. When they got home, Cameron left her in the car thinking she needed some time. 10 minutes later, he went back to get her, but she was gone. He thought she went for a walk, which she did sometimes, but when she didn't come back, he got worried. Kaylee sent him a text saying she was upset and that her phone battery was low. Then he didn't hear from her again. The next morning, Cameron told her parents. They were very worried. Kaylee never disappeared without telling someone. They searched but couldn't find her, so they called the police. At first, police thought she would come back on Monday, but she didn't show up to work either. On July 26, a woman named Isabel, who was a new police officer, came forward. She said her husband, Edwin Lara, had confessed to killing a woman. Edwin worked as a security guard at a community college and was studying psychology and criminology. Isabel said Edwin left home for his night shift, but the next morning he was quiet and acting strange. Then he told her that he had killed someone and hid the body. He also took her gun and ran away. The police searched Edwin and Isabel's home. In the backyard shed, they found Kaylee's purse, shoes, and bloody items. This showed it wasn't an accident like Edwin claimed. Then something even worse happened. Edwin kidnapped a young woman named Andrea Audrey Meese. He forced her at gunpoint to drive him toward California. Along the way, he told her about killing Kaylee. Andrea was very smart. She stayed calm and did whatever he asked to survive. He made her sleep at a motel and gave her a sleeping pill. He threatened her, but she managed to avoid more harm by staying alert and telling lies to protect herself. The next day, Edwin shot a man while trying to steal his car. Then he hijacked another car with a family inside. Later, he let the family go but kept Andrea with him. Finally, a police officer noticed the car speeding. Edwin knew he was caught. He called 911 and gave up. He was arrested on July 26. Later, he told police where to find Kaylee's body. He had hit her, strangled her, and left her body by the road. He was found guilty of murder and kidnapping. He is now in prison for life with no chance of release. Kaylee's family made a memorial at the place she died. Andrea, who was very brave, told Edwin in court, "I am not a victim. I am a survivor." Julissa Gomez when she fell, 1988. Julissa Gomez was born in Texas on November 4, 1972. She loved gymnastics and worked very hard. In 1986, she came in 4th place in the all-around at the USA Championships. This helped her get a spot on the national team. By 1987, Julissa was competing for the United States in international events. She was a strong hopeful for the 1988 Olympic Games. In May 1988, she went to Japan to compete in the World Sports Fair. Julissa had been practicing a very hard vault called the Yurchenko. People said her vault was shaky and not always safe. During warm-ups, she had trouble landing her feet properly on the springboard. On May 5, 1988, during a practice run, Julissa's foot slipped as she ran toward the vault. She hit the vaulting horse headfirst at a fast speed. The accident left her paralyzed from the neck down. Sadly, Julissa passed away from the complications in August 1991. She was only 18 years old. After her accident, the International Gymnastics Federation made new safety rules. They added a U-shaped safety mat around the springboard to protect gymnasts. Now, if a gymnast does the Yurchenko vault without that mat, they get a score of 0. Julissa's injury led to changes that made gymnastics safer for others. Though her life ended too soon, her story helped protect many young gymnasts who came after her. Candace Newmaker Rebirthing Therapy Photo, 2000. Children can be difficult to care for, especially when they have serious mental health problems. When nothing seems to work, some parents try unusual types of therapy. Some of these therapies are harmless, even if they don't always help. But others can be dangerous, and in some cases, even deadly. This is the story of Candace Newmaker, a 10-year-old girl who died during a therapy session that was supposed to help her. Sadly, many adults around her failed to protect her. Candace was born in North Carolina in 1990. Her birth name was Candace Tiara Elmore. Her mother was a teenager, and her father was violent. From the start, life was very hard for her. Candace and her siblings lived in different trailers and broken-down homes. The family struggled to provide a safe and stable home. When Candace was only 3 years old, social workers took her and her siblings away from their parents. Sadly, this didn't make things much better. For the next 2 years, Candace was moved from one foster home to another, 6 homes in total. Then at age 5, she was adopted by a woman named Jean Newmaker, a pediatric nurse who lived in North Carolina. You might think that a nurse would know how to help a child with problems, but even Jean admitted later that she wasn't ready for how difficult it would be. Candace showed troubling behavior early on. She had long temper tantrums, once killed her pet goldfish, and even started a fire. Worst of all, there was a report that she harmed 2 younger children. Jean said that Candace was very defensive and angry, especially at home. But this wasn't the case at school. Her teachers said she behaved normally. This difference made Jean think that Candace had a condition called reactive attachment disorder, or RAD. RAD is a rare but serious mental health issue. It happens when a young child doesn't form a close bond with their parents or caregivers. This can happen if the child is neglected or abused early in life, or if they are moved from one home to another, a lot like Candace was. Children with RAD may seem very sad or angry, avoid hugs or comfort, and act like they don't care about anything. They may not feel guilt or regret when they do something wrong. The condition is hard to treat, and even experts don't always agree on how to handle it. Jean tried many things to help Candace: medications, talk therapy, and more, but nothing seemed to work. Candace often spit at or bit her therapists. Feeling helpless and desperate, Jean searched for other ways to help her daughter. That's when she found something called attachment therapy, or rebirthing therapy. This kind of therapy claimed it could rebuild the bond between a child and their caregiver, but it wasn't based on real science, and most doctors didn't support it. In fact, it was dangerous. Still, Jean was desperate. In April 2000, she took Candace to Evergreen, Colorado for a 2-week session of this therapy. The first week seemed to go okay, and Jean thought it might be helping. But the second week involved something called a rebirthing session, and that's when everything went horribly wrong. The idea of rebirthing was to pretend that the child was being born again. The child would be wrapped in a blanket to simulate a womb and would have to fight their way out to be reborn into the care of a loving parent. The therapists believed this would help the child bond with their adoptive parent. On April 18, 2000, Candace was wrapped tightly in a blanket and surrounded by pillows. 4 adults pressed down on her to hold her in place. These adults included Connell Watkins and Julie Ponder, both unlicensed therapists. Also present were an office manager named Britta Sinclair, her boyfriend Jack McDaniel, and Jean Newmaker herself. The session took place in the basement of Watkins' house. It was filmed, and the video would later be shown in court. Candace was told to imagine herself in her mother's womb. The therapists began pressing on her as she was wrapped in the blanket. Candace quickly began crying and saying that she couldn't breathe. She begged them to stop. She said she was going to die. Instead of stopping, the adults told her that she had to choose to be born. They told her she would die if she didn't try harder. Candace asked for oxygen and begged for help. She was clearly in pain and distress. Still, they didn't let her go. When she had an accident, they told her to stay in the blanket with her own vomit and feces. Over and over, Candace said she couldn't breathe and that she was going to die. About 40 minutes into the session, Candace spoke her last word, but the adults kept going. They didn't check on her for more than an hour. When they finally unwrapped her, Candace was blue and not moving. Jean screamed. Watkins tried CPR. Paramedics arrived 10 minutes later and got a pulse, but it was too late. Candace was taken to the hospital and died the next day. She had been crushed by the weight of the adults. Their combined pressure on her small body was over 600 pounds. She had suffocated while they ignored her cries. The public was shocked and horrified. In court, the video of Candace's death was shown as evidence. Both Watkins and Ponder were found guilty of reckless child abuse causing death. They each got 16 years in prison. Sinclair and McDaniel got probation and community service. Jean Newmaker was given a 4-year suspended sentence, and her record was cleared later. Watkins, even years later, refused to take any blame. She said Candace could have escaped if she really wanted to. She even blamed the child for not trying hard enough to get out from under the weight of 4 adults. After Candace's death, Colorado passed Candace's law, which banned rebirthing therapy in the state. Other states later followed with similar laws. Little Miss Nobody grave photo, 2022. On July 31, 1960, a schoolteacher named Russell Allen was out with his family in Congress, Arizona. They were walking near Old Alamo Road, close to Highway 93, looking for decorative rocks. While exploring a dry creek bed, Russell saw something strange buried in the dirt. At first he thought it was a dead animal, but as he got closer, he realized it was the small body. He quickly called the police. The Yavapai County Sheriff's Office arrived and carefully dug around the body, trying to protect any clues. The child had been buried in a shallow grave, and it looked like someone had tried to burn the body. A rusty knife with dried blood was found nearby, but police couldn't say for sure if it was used in the crime. The body was badly decomposed because it had been in the heat for 1 to 2 weeks. The girl was wearing white shorts and a checkered blouse. Her sandals had been cut down from adult men's shoes and tied to her feet with a leather strap. Her fingernails and toenails were painted bright red, showing that someone had cared for her appearance. She had brown hair, which may have been dyed a reddish color, and all of her baby teeth were still there and in good shape. The autopsy showed no broken bones or obvious injuries, but the police still believed she had been murdered. Because they couldn't identify her, people began calling her Little Miss Nobody. She was thought to be between 3 and 7 years old and around 50 to 60 pounds. Police followed many leads. One strong possibility was a missing girl named Sharon Lee Gallegos, who had been kidnapped from her home in Alamogordo, New Mexico just 10 days earlier. She was 4 years old and looked very similar. However, back then her clothing and footprints didn't match what police had, so they could not confirm it was her. The little girl was buried on August 10, 1960, in Prescott, Arizona. The town came together to give her a respectful funeral. A radio host helped raise money. Her grave marker read, "Little Miss Nobody, blessed are the pure of heart." People left flowers and messages, one of which said, "Forgive us, child, for the weakness of men." For more than 60 years, her name remained a mystery. Police never gave up. In 2018, they reopened the case using modern DNA technology. Her body was exhumed, and a DNA sample was taken. A new image of what she may have looked like was made, but even then, there were no matches in missing child records. Finally, in 2022, thanks to better DNA testing and help from the National Center for Missing Children, police confirmed that Little Miss Nobody was indeed Sharon Lee Gallegos. Her family had waited more than 6 decades for answers. Sharon's nephew said he always heard stories about her, but never got to meet her. Sadly, Sharon's mother passed away before knowing the truth. Even though they now know who she was, the person who took and killed Sharon has never been found. Police still ask the public to come forward if they have any information. After all these years, Sharon Lee Gallegos finally has her name back. She was never a nobody. She was a loved little girl who was taken too soon, and she will always be remembered. Tim McLean Carnival Photo, 2008. On July 30th, 2008, 22-year-old Tim McLean was on his way home to Winnipeg after working at a carnival for several weeks. He got on a Greyhound Canada bus heading east. Tim was excited to get back. He wanted to pick up his pet iguana and prepare for a big move to British Columbia. He was also going to become a father in 5 months. On the same day, a 40-year-old man named Vince Lee also got on the bus. Lee was from China, but had moved to Canada in 2001. He had worked different jobs, most recently at Walmart, where he had been fired a month before. Lee was suffering from serious mental illness. He believed that aliens had come to Earth and that he was chosen by God to stop them. Sadly, he thought Tim was one of those aliens. Earlier that night, Vince Lee had spent the night on a bench outside a grocery store. The next morning, he got back on the same bus as Tim. At first, Lee sat near the front, but at a stop in Brandon, Manitoba, he moved to sit beside Tim, who was listening to music with headphones and had fallen asleep. As the bus continued on the highway, everything seemed normal. A movie was playing. Then suddenly passengers heard a loud, terrifying scream. Lee had taken out a knife and started attacking Tim. People say he was mainly hitting Tim in the neck and chest. Some people tried to help, but Lee was too violent and they had to get off the bus. The bus driver and some passengers tried to stop him, but Lee was out of control. He even tried to attack people who got too close. Then he did something even worse. He caused a fatal neck disarticulation and began doing things that shocked everyone. Police were called right away. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police arrived and tried to talk to Lee for hours. They watched him walking up and down the bus and continuing to harm Tim's body. Finally, at around 1:30 a.m., Lee broke a window and tried to escape. He was tasered and arrested on the spot. The story shocked people all over Canada and around the world. It was so brutal and sudden that no one could believe what had happened. Many people were afraid to travel by bus after that. Greyhound even ran ads to try to calm people's fears. After his arrest, Vince Lee was checked by doctors. He had not been officially diagnosed before, but he was found to have paranoid schizophrenia. He believed God was speaking to him and telling him to stop aliens. The court decided he was not criminally responsible because of his mental illness. Instead of prison, he was sent to a mental hospital. Over the years, doctors said Lee was getting better with treatment. He was slowly given more freedom. In 2016, he changed his name to Will Baker and wanted to live on his own. In 2017, he was given an absolute discharge. This meant he had no legal restrictions anymore. This decision made many people, especially Tim McLean's family, very upset. They felt that Lee was still dangerous and should not be free. Tim's mother said she could never forget what happened and didn't believe Lee would ever be safe to live among others again. This case is one of the most upsetting and disturbing crimes in Canadian history. It raised many questions about mental illness, safety, and justice. And for those who knew and loved Tim McLean, the pain has never gone away. The Erickson twins on M6 motorway, 2008. In May 2008, a TV crew in England was filming police officers for a show called Motorway Cops. But instead of a normal day, they captured something very strange. Two women twin sisters named Sabina and Ursula Erickson ran into traffic on a busy highway called the M6. Sabina shouted, "They're going to steal your organs," as she ran into oncoming cars. Her sister Ursula had already been hit by a truck. Her legs were crushed and she screamed at the paramedics who tried to help her. Hours before this, the twins had reunited after a long time apart. They had no history of mental illness or crime. Ursula had traveled from the US to visit Sabina in Ireland. Together they went to England by ferry and arrived in Liverpool. There Sabina went to the police, worried about her children's safety back in Ireland. It's unclear why she didn't report it while still in Ireland. Later the sisters boarded a bus to London, but during the trip they suddenly got off at a motorway rest stop. The driver said they were acting strangely, holding their bags very tightly and refusing to let him search them. A manager at the stop thought their behavior was odd and called the police. Officers came but decided the women weren't dangerous and let them go. That turned out to be a mistake. Sabina was unconscious for about 15 minutes. When she woke up, she started yelling at the police, clawing at them and saying strange things like, "I recognize you, you're not real, and they took my organs." She even punched a police officer and ran away, but was soon caught and taken to the hospital. Police thought the sisters might have made a pact to end things or taken drugs. They found many broken phones with them, which added to the mystery. Sabina calmed down later and didn't seem worried about Ursula's injuries. She was let out of the hospital after just 5 hours and then kept in police custody overnight. She said something strange to an officer. An accident rarely comes alone. Usually at least one more follows. Maybe two. The next day, Sabina went to court. She admitted to hitting the officer and walking on the highway. Her sentence was just 1 day in jail, and since she had already spent a night in custody, she was released right away. After leaving court, she wandered around the town of Stoke-on-Trent. Two men, Glenn Hollenshed and his friend, saw her and started talking. Sabina seemed nice, but nervous. She even offered them cigarettes, but then snatched them back, saying they were poisoned. Glenn kindly offered to let her stay at his house. The next evening, Glenn went to a neighbor's house to borrow some tea bags. Moments later, he came back out bleeding. He had been stabbed by Sabina. His last words were, "Take care of my dog." Sabina ran away, hitting herself with a hammer and even throwing a roof tile at someone who tried to stop her. Finally, she jumped off a bridge, falling 40 feet. She broke both ankles and fractured her skull, but survived. Sabina was arrested for murder while in the hospital. She never explained why she did what she did. Later, she pled guilty to manslaughter due to mental illness and was given 5 years in prison. Doctors said she may have suffered a shared psychosis with her sister, a rare mental condition where two people share the same delusion. In the end, one man lost his life, and the reason behind the sister's strange actions remains a mystery. Jordan Graham wedding photo, 2013. In 2013 in Montana, a young couple named Cody Johnson and Jordan Graham got married. Cody was 25 years old, and Jordan was 22. They had only known each other for less than 2 years before they got married. Cody asked Jordan to marry him in December 2012, and they got married on June 29, 2013. Just 8 days after their wedding, on July 7th, Cody went missing. On July 8th, police started getting calls about Cody being missing, but Jordan, his wife, did not report him missing. When police asked her what happened, Jordan said they had dinner with friends and then drove home. She said Cody got a phone call that made him upset. Later, she said she left the house to find her phone charger. While she was gone, she claimed Cody sent her a message saying he was going for a drive with a friend. When she came back, she said she saw Cody leaving in a dark car. Jordan also said they both deleted all their messages often, which is why there were no texts on their phones. Police thought this sounded suspicious. On July 11th, a friend of Jordan told the police that Jordan had been having doubts about her marriage. Jordan even told her friend she was going to talk to Cody about it on July 7th. She also sent a text saying, "If you don't hear from me tonight, something happened." That same day, Jordan and some family members went to Glacier National Park to look for Cody. At a spot called The Loop, Jordan pointed out something at the bottom of a high cliff. It was Cody's body. A park ranger thought it was strange that she was the one to find the body so quickly. When asked, Jordan said Cody had wanted to visit that place and had gone there with friends before. The police couldn't get to Cody's body until the next day because it was at the bottom of a 300-foot cliff. Then things got even stranger. A friend said Jordan claimed she had gotten an email from one of Cody's friends saying Cody was dead. But later the police found out Jordan had made that email account herself and sent the email to herself. The police talked to Jordan again on July 16th. This time she admitted she had lied. She said they were arguing and went to Glacier National Park. While they were on a trail, she said Cody grabbed her arm. She pulled away and in anger pushed him hard in the back. Cody fell off the cliff and died. Jordan was arrested. She was charged with second-degree murder and lying to the police. Later they added a first-degree murder charge. Before her trial, Jordan pleaded guilty to second-degree murder. The other charges were dropped. She was sentenced to 30 years in prison. Jordan was known to be shy and quiet. She lived with her parents until the day she got married. She worked at a daycare and was good with children. Friends said she seemed very immature and didn't relate well to adults. She wasn't allowed to date until she was 18 and didn't believe in premarital sex. Cody was very different from her. He liked sports, fast cars, and hanging out with friends. He didn't go to church until he met Jordan. After they started dating, he changed a little. He started going to church and stopped spending so much time with his old friends. Many people, including friends and people from church, warned Cody not to marry Jordan, but he didn't listen. After they got married, Jordan quickly started to regret it. She told friends she didn't think she made the right choice. In the end, Jordan chose a terrible way to deal with her feelings. She killed her husband instead of getting a divorce. Many believe she was immature and didn't understand the serious consequences of her actions. Mary Vincent, 1978. At first glance, this might look like an ordinary photo of a woman who lost her arms, maybe in an accident or due to illness, but the truth behind this photo is far from ordinary. In fact, it's one of the most horrifying and disturbing stories I've ever covered on this channel. In the 1970s, many people in the US used to hitchhike to get from one place to another. This meant they would stand by the side of the road and ask strangers for a ride. It was common back then, and most people didn't think it was dangerous. Usually they would get picked up, taken where they needed to go, and that was it. But sometimes things didn't go as planned. Some people with bad intentions used hitchhiking as a way to find their victims. One of those victims was a young girl named Mary Vincent. She was only 15 years old at the time. All she wanted was to visit her grandfather. But instead of a normal trip, something truly horrible happened that changed her life forever. Mary grew up in Las Vegas. By the time she was 15, she had already gone through a lot. She didn't get along with her parents, skipped school often, and eventually ran away from home. She went to live with her boyfriend in California, but that didn't last long. He got arrested and Mary didn't know what to do. She went back to Las Vegas, but soon ran away again in 1978. For a while, Mary had no place to stay. She slept in unlocked cars and on the streets. Eventually, she decided to go to her grandfather's house in Corona, California. She also dreamed of becoming a dancer someday and hoped she could start a better life there. On September 29, 1978, she stood on the side of a road in Berkeley, California, holding a sign that said, "Heading south," hoping someone would give her a ride. After some time, a van stopped. The man inside was older and seemed friendly. He said he could take her to Los Angeles, which was on the way to Corona. Some other girls nearby warned Mary not to go with him. But Mary felt tired and desperate. She thought the man seemed kind and reminded her of her grandfather. So she got into the van. The man's name was Lawrence Singleton. He was 50 years old and used to work on ships. At first the ride seemed fine, but after a while things started to feel strange. When Mary sneezed, Lawrence reached over and touched her neck. He asked if she was sick. Mary felt uncomfortable and moved away. Still nothing else happened, so she tried to relax. She was tired, so she leaned back and fell asleep. When she woke up, Mary noticed that they were no longer heading in the right direction. She told Lawrence to turn around. She even picked up a stick to protect herself. Lawrence acted like it was just a mistake and turned the van around. Mary believed him. Later they stopped at a rest area. While Lawrence went to the bathroom, Mary got out to tie her shoes. She wanted to be ready to run if something happened. But as she bent down, she didn't see Lawrence come up behind her. He hit her in the head with a sledgehammer. She passed out. When Mary woke up, she was tied up inside the van. She couldn't escape. That night, Lawrence assaulted her many times. The next morning, she begged him to let her go. He said, "You want to be free, I'll set you free." Then he took her outside, pulled out a hatchet, and began inflicting severe damage to her arms, continuing until both arms were completely detached. Mary was in terrible pain, but stayed awake through it all. After she no longer had both of her forearms, he threw her off a 30-foot cliff into a concrete pipe. He thought she would die there. As he walked away, he said, "Now you're free." Mary was badly hurt, bleeding, and in shock. But she was not ready to die. She didn't want this man to hurt anyone else. She covered her arms in mud to stop the bleeding. Then, holding her arms up to keep everything from falling out, she climbed up the cliff and walked for nearly 3 miles until she found a road. The first car she saw drove away, scared by how she looked. But the second car stopped. A couple saw her and rushed her to the hospital. Mary survived. Even though she was badly hurt and had lost both her arms, Mary was brave. She gave the police a description of her attacker, and Lawrence Singleton was arrested. Later, Mary got prosthetic arms. Doctors also used part of her leg to help fix what was left of one of her arms. She could no longer dance, and that dream was gone. But she wanted justice. 6 months later, Mary faced Lawrence in court. It was very hard, but she told the court everything he did. He was sentenced to 14 years in prison, the most he could get at the time. But many people, including Mary, felt the sentence was too short. In court, Lawrence whispered to Mary, "I'll finish the job, even if it takes the rest of my life." Mary was scared. She received very little money, even though a court had ordered Lawrence to pay her over $2 million. He had no money, so she got nothing. She went into hiding for a while. News reports said she became very thin and had trouble eating due to the stress. Eventually, she married and had children, but later got divorced. In the meantime, Lawrence was in jail. He made strange claims, saying Mary had threatened him, and that he was the real victim. He even tried to sue her, but the court threw it out. After only 8 years, Lawrence was released early for good behavior. Many towns didn't want him living near them, and he had to stay in a trailer on prison grounds for a while. Then he moved to Florida. In Florida, some neighbors said he seemed friendly. One woman even let her child play near him, not knowing about his past. But soon, Lawrence tried to end everything by filling his van with gas fumes. He left a note asking to be cremated, but he survived and was taken to a hospital. Then in 1997, he killed again. A woman named Roxanne Hayes, who was a mother of 3, went to his house. A painter saw through the window and witnessed Lawrence beating and stabbing her. Instead of helping, the painter drove away and called 911. When the police arrived, they found Roxanne dead. Lawrence had blood on him and said he cut himself while cooking, but no one believed him. He claimed Roxanne had attacked him first, but the evidence showed otherwise. Mary once again testified in court. She wanted people to know who Lawrence really was. With her help, Lawrence was sentenced to death in Florida. But in 2001, he died from cancer before he could be executed. Mary was finally free from the fear that he would come back. Over time, she learned to use her prosthetic arms. She taught herself to cook, draw, and even became an artist. She raised 2 sons and taught them to be careful around strangers. Brandon Tina's mugshot shortly before the murder, 1993. In the early 1990s, life was hard for many people in the LGBTQ+ community in America. Even though things were better than in the past, many people still had to hide who they really were. Hate crimes were happening often, and people who were different were treated badly. Some people were against the LGBTQ+ community, but even they knew that some actions against these people were very cruel. One sad and shocking story happened on December 31st, 1993, in a small town in Nebraska. This was the tragic story of Brandon Tina, a young trans man who became the victim of a hate crime. Brandon was born in Lincoln, the capital city of Nebraska, on December 12, 1972. His birth name was Tina Renee Brandon. His father died in a car crash before he was even born. Brandon and his older sister Tammy were raised by their grandmother until Brandon was 3 years old. Then their mother took them back, and they lived in a mobile home park in northeast Lincoln. Sadly, Brandon and his sister were abused by their uncle for several years. This left a deep scar on them. From a young age, Brandon acted more like a boy than a girl, and many people saw him as a tomboy. As he got older, Brandon began to tell others he was a boy and even said he was intersex sometimes. In high school, Brandon was seen as socially awkward, but people still knew who he was. In his second year, he rejected Christianity and stood against the religion's teachings on sex and homosexuality. He started dressing in a more masculine way, which broke the school's rules and got the attention of school officials. Later, Brandon's behavior got worse. He started skipping school and failing classes. Just 3 days before graduation, he was expelled. Around this time, he also started a relationship with a girl. His mother didn't support the relationship, so Brandon got a job at a gas station. He hoped to save money to buy a trailer and live there with his girlfriend. In January 1992, Brandon was made to see a psychiatrist. The doctor said Brandon was going through a serious identity crisis. He was taken to a hospital to make sure he was not thinking of doing anything foolish, and was let go 3 days later. In 1993, Brandon got into legal trouble, so he decided to leave Lincoln and start over. He moved to Richardson County, Nebraska, and stayed with a woman named Lisa Lambert. There, Brandon introduced himself as a man and made new friends. 2 of them, John Lauder and Marvin Tom Nissen, were ex-convicts. Brandon also started dating a girl named Lana Tisdell, and for a while he seemed happy. He was living as the person he truly felt he was, but things took a terrible turn. On December 19, 1993, Brandon was arrested for forging checks. Lana bailed him out using money from her father. It was during this time she found out Brandon was transgender because he was placed in the women's section of the jail. The news of Brandon's arrest and his birth name were printed in the local newspaper. That's how people in the town, including his friends, found out he was assigned female at birth. At a Christmas Eve party, Brandon's so-called friends John and Marvin confronted him. They asked him to remove his clothing to check his body. After they confirmed he had female anatomy, they beat him up and forced him into their car. They took him to a remote place and assaulted him. They told him they would kill him if he told anyone. Afterward, they brought him to Marvin's house and forced him to take a shower. While in the bathroom, Brandon escaped through a window and went to Lana's house. He told her everything that had happened. Lana encouraged him to report the assault to the police, and Brandon did. Brandon then went to the hospital and a test was done. But somehow the kit went missing. The sheriff in charge, Charles Locks, did not seem to care much about what had happened to Brandon. He seemed more interested in Brandon's gender identity than the crime itself. Brandon felt uncomfortable with the questions and stopped answering. The police did not arrest John and Marvin, saying they didn't have enough evidence, even though Brandon had told them everything in detail. When John and Marvin found out Brandon had reported them, they became very angry. They decided to carry out their threat to kill him. On December 31st, 1993, at about 1 a.m., the two men broke into the house where Brandon was staying. They met Lisa Lambert, the woman who lived there. She told them Brandon wasn't home, but they searched the house anyway. They found Brandon hiding under a blanket in Lisa's room. The men asked Lisa if anyone else was in the house. She said that a man named Philip Devine was also there. Philip was the boyfriend of Lana's sister. John and Marvin shot Brandon in the stomach. When he didn't die right away, they stabbed him several times. Then Marvin shot Lisa Lambert. They found Philip in another room, brought him back, and made him look at the dead bodies. Then they shot him too. They returned to Lisa and shot her again before leaving the house. Lisa's 8-month-old baby was also in the house, but was not harmed. Later that same day, John and Marvin were arrested. Both blamed each other for the murders. They said they had thrown the guns into a river, and the police later found the weapons, which proved their involvement. Marvin made a deal to get a lighter sentence. He admitted to helping with the assault and murder and got life in prison. John was found guilty of murder and was sentenced to death. He has tried to appeal his case 3 times, but all have failed. Both men are still in prison. Brandon's mother, Joanne, sued the sheriff and the county for not protecting her son. She won the case and was paid $80,000. But of course, no amount of money can bring back her child. Brandon Tina did not deserve to die. Neither did Philip Devine or Lisa Lambert. These 3 people lost their lives because of hate and cruelty. May their souls rest in peace. Shanda Scherer, seen smiling and dancing in a home video clip not long before the tragedy, 1991. Melinda Loveless was born on October 28, 1975 in New Albany, Indiana. This town is close to Louisville, Kentucky. Her father's name was Larry, and her mother's name was Marjorie. Melinda had 2 older sisters. Melinda's home life was very bad. Her father, Larry, was violent and mean. He once became a police officer but lost his job after attacking a black man. Later, he joined the army and went to fight in Vietnam. When he came back, he had serious mental health problems. Larry worked at the post office for a short time but was fired because he took people's mail home and destroyed it. He spent most of his money on things like cars, motorcycles, and guns. He didn't use his money to help the family, so Melinda and her sisters sometimes had no food. Larry also acted in very strange and upsetting ways. He cheated on his wife many times. He sometimes wore his wife's and daughter's underwear and makeup. He made his wife do things she didn't want to do. Worst of all, he hurt his daughters in an inappropriate way, including Melinda. In 1980, the family started going to a church. They promised to change their lives, stop drinking, and stop doing bad things. Larry even became a preacher and marriage counselor at the church. But it didn't last. Eventually, Larry acted badly again, made women at church feel unsafe, and left the church with his wife. Larry kept hurting his wife. In 1986, he was arrested for beating her. In 1990, Marjorie stabbed him with a knife after she caught him watching Melinda and a friend. After this, Larry divorced Marjorie and moved to Florida. He stopped talking to Melinda after a while. This made Melinda very upset. She became depressed and started getting into fights at school. She got some mental health help, but it didn't work well. Later, Melinda started dating a girl named Amanda Hevrin. Around the same time, a 12-year-old girl named Shanda Scherer moved to New Albany. Shanda had just moved there after her mother's second divorce. She went to the same school as Amanda. At first, Shanda and Amanda didn't get along. They even fought, but later they became friends and then started dating. This made Melinda very jealous. She felt like Shanda had stolen her girlfriend. Melinda got angry and even threatened to kill Shanda. She talked to others about hurting her. Shanda's parents got scared and moved her to a Catholic school to keep her safe. But Melinda didn't stop planning her revenge. On January 10, 1992, Melinda decided to go ahead with her plan. She asked a 17-year-old girl named Lori Tackett to help her. Lori then asked two other girls, Hope Rippey and Toni Lawrence, who were both 15, to join them. None of the girls had ever met Shanda before. Hope and Toni had also never met Melinda before this. The four girls drove to Melinda's house. Melinda showed them a knife and said she just wanted to scare Shanda for trying to steal Amanda. Then they drove to Shanda's dad's house in Jeffersonville, Indiana, where Shanda stayed on weekends. Melinda told Hope and Toni to go to Shanda's door and say they were friends of Amanda. They said Amanda was waiting at a place called the Witch's Castle, an old, empty stone house nearby. At first, Shanda said no because her parents were awake, but she told them to come back at midnight. While waiting, the four girls went to a concert in Louisville. At the concert, Toni told someone that her friends were planning to kill a girl. She didn't seem happy about what was going to happen. At 12:30 a.m. January 11, they went back to Shanda's house. Toni didn't want to go to the door, so Lori and Hope went. Shanda finally agreed to go with them. She changed her clothes and got in the car. Melinda was hiding under a blanket in the back seat with the knife. While driving to the witch's castle, Melinda jumped up and held the knife to Shanda's throat. She asked her questions about her relationship with Amanda. At the castle, Melinda and Lori tied Shanda up with rope. They burned a shirt to scare her, but got nervous someone would see the fire. So they put Shanda back in the car and drove away. They kept driving and scaring Shanda. They got lost and stopped twice at gas stations to ask for directions. Toni even called a friend but didn't tell her what was really happening. Eventually, they reached Lori's house in Madison, Indiana. They took Shanda to an old building in the woods. At this point, Toni and Hope were too scared to continue, but Melinda and Lori kept going. Melinda beat Shanda, and then both girls stabbed her. They strangled her with a rope and put her in the car trunk. They told the others she was dead, but she was still alive. When they got back to Lori's house, they heard Shanda screaming from the trunk. Lori opened it and stabbed her again. Then Melinda and Lori drove away with Shanda still alive. Lori beat her with a tire iron. Later, the girls got gas and drove to a quiet place in the country. They carried Shanda to a gravel road, poured gasoline on her, and you can guess what happened next. They watched her die. At 9:30 a.m., they went to McDonald's for breakfast. Toni called a friend and told her what happened. Lori also told Amanda and another person. Before 11 a.m., hunters found Shanda's burned body. That night at 8:20 p.m., Toni and Hope went to the police with their parents and told them everything. Melinda and Lori were arrested the next day. All four girls took plea deals. Toni got 20 years in prison. Hope got 60 years, but it was later reduced to 35 years. Melinda and Lori each got 60 years. Melinda's father, Larry, was later charged for hurting her and her sisters, but he only got one charge because of how long ago it happened. He died in 1998. Toni was released in 2000, Hope in 2006, Lori in 2018, and Melinda in 2019. All four girls are now out of prison. The hostage, Ingrid Betancourt, 2007. This photo shows Ingrid Betancourt during her 6th year of captivity in an unknown jungle. She appears very weak and unwell. Ingrid Betancourt is a politician from Colombia. She was born on December 25, 1961 in Bogotá. Her mother was a well-known politician and her father worked for UNESCO, a part of the United Nations. Because of her father's job, Ingrid spent many years in France when she was young. She later studied political science in Paris. In the 1990s, Ingrid returned to Colombia and began her political career. She spoke out strongly against corruption and believed that many powerful people in the country were dishonest. In 1994, she became a member of the Colombian House of Representatives and later started her own political party called the Green Oxygen Party. Ingrid also spoke out against FARC, a rebel group that had been fighting the Colombian government for many years. In 2002, she decided to run for president. Even though the country was unsafe because of the war with rebel groups, Ingrid chose to visit dangerous areas to meet people and show she wasn't afraid. The government warned her not to go to some parts of the country, but she went anyway. On February 23, 2002, Ingrid was traveling through southern Colombia with her vice presidential running mate Clara Rojas when they were stopped by FARC rebels. FARC often kidnapped people to demand ransom or trade them for jailed rebels. Ingrid and Clara were taken deep into the jungle and held as hostages. The news of Ingrid's kidnapping shocked the world. Many people in Colombia and around the globe called for her release, but FARC refused to let her go. Ingrid was kept in the jungle for more than 6 years. She was often chained, closely watched, and moved from place to place. She was not allowed to speak with her family. Over time, she became very sick and weak. Ingrid's family never gave up. Her husband, Juan Carlos Leconte, and her children continued to speak out and ask for help. Her family, along with the governments of Colombia and France, kept trying to bring her home. On one of Ingrid's birthdays, her husband flew a small airplane over the jungle and dropped 22,000 leaflets with pictures of their children, hoping FARC would give them to her. By 2007, people feared for her life. On November 30, 2007, the Colombian government released a photo of her looking weak and pale, sitting in an unknown jungle location. Her husband said this was an emergency and warned she might not survive much longer. At the same time, FARC promised to release 3 hostages: Clara Rojas, her young son Emmanuel, who was born during her captivity, and former Congresswoman Consuelo Gonzalez. Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez tried to help, and many people hoped he would succeed. But peace talks with FARC remained difficult. They were holding about 700 hostages and wanted to exchange 47 of them, including Ingrid and 3 American defense workers, for hundreds of jailed FARC members. Then in 2008, something unexpected happened. The Colombian army launched a secret rescue plan. Soldiers pretended to be part of a humanitarian group and tricked the rebels into handing over 15 hostages, including Ingrid. The rescue took place on July 2, 2008, and no one was hurt. After more than 6 years in captivity, Ingrid was finally free. She thanked the soldiers who rescued her and the people who supported her around the world. After returning home, she spent time recovering and wrote a book about her experience called Even Silence Has an End. In the book, she shared the pain, fear, and hope she felt during her time in the jungle. Years later, in 2022, Ingrid tried to run for president again, but she later dropped out of the race. Jennifer Syme and Keanu Reeves, Family Vacation Snap, 1999. Jennifer was born on December 7, 1972, and grew up in Laguna Beach, California. When she was 16, she moved to Los Angeles with her mother. She loved movies and was a big fan of director David Lynch. She wanted to work with him, so she went to his office and asked for a chance. She got an internship at his production company and worked there for about 5 years. She even helped with music for his film Lost Highway and was involved with Mulholland Drive, which many believe is dedicated to her. Jennifer later worked as a personal assistant to musicians like Dave Navarro of Jane's Addiction and Red Hot Chili Peppers. She also acted a little, worked as a record executive, and took film classes at UCLA. At some point in the 1990s, Jennifer met Keanu Reeves. There are different stories about how they met. Some say it was at a party for Keanu's band Dogstar. Others say they knew each other for years before that. Jennifer's mother said she was with her daughter when she met Keanu in 1989. In 1999, Jennifer became pregnant with Keanu's child. On Christmas Eve that year, their daughter, named Ava Archer Syme Reeves, was stillborn. This heartbreaking loss deeply affected both of them. The pain caused a lot of stress in their relationship, and they broke up a few weeks later. However, they stayed close friends. Some reports say they had started seeing each other again before Jennifer passed away. On April 1st, 2001, Jennifer went to a party at musician Marilyn Manson's house. She was driven home by someone else early in the morning, but not long after she decided to go back to the party. While driving her Jeep Grand Cherokee in Los Angeles, she lost control and crashed into several parked cars. She was not wearing a seatbelt, and she was thrown from the car. Jennifer died instantly. She was only 28 years old. The police later found 2 rolled-up dollar bills with white powder on them in her car, along with prescription medicine bottles. A toxicology report confirmed she had alcohol and other substances in her system. Her mother told police Jennifer had been getting treatment for back pain from a past car accident and was also dealing with depression after losing her baby. Keanu Reeves was heartbroken. He had reportedly spent time with her earlier that same day and even called the coroner's office when he heard about the crash, asking if Jennifer was there. At her funeral, Keanu was one of the pallbearers, along with David Lynch and Dave Navarro. In 2002, Jennifer's mother sued Marilyn Manson, saying he gave her drugs and convinced her to return to the party. Manson denied this, and the lawsuit was dismissed in 2003. Jennifer was buried at Pierce Brothers Westwood Village Memorial Park in Los Angeles. Her grave is next to her daughter, Ava's. Losing a child is one of the hardest things a person can go through, and Jennifer was clearly struggling after Ava's death. Her accident was a tragic end to a life that had so much promise. Thankfully, no one else was hurt in the crash, but we obviously can't know how these back-to-back tragedies impacted Keanu. He lost his daughter, and then just 18 months later, the accident happened. Grief changes shape, but it never ends. People have a misconception that you can deal with it and say it's gone, and I'm better. They're wrong. When the people you love are gone, you're alone. Keanu Reeves. Anne Frank's beach day photo. Like many Amsterdammers, the Frank family made regular trips to Zandvoort. The photo was taken in August 1940. The Germans had already invaded the Netherlands 3 months before, and this is the last time Anne and Margot, Anne's sister, visited Zandvoort. Anne died of typhus in March 1945 in the Bergen-Belsen concentration camp at the age of 15, 2 weeks before the camp was liberated. Her sister Margot died a few days earlier than Anne at the age of 19, also of typhus, and also in the Bergen-Belsen concentration camp. They both had contracted the disease in the winter of 1944. Diane Schuler seen on CCTV for the last time, 2009. In July 2009, one of the worst car crashes in New York's history happened on the Taconic State Parkway. Diane Schuler, a 36-year-old mother, had just left a campground with her family and was driving back to Long Island. It was a trip she had made many times before. But just a few hours later, she was seen driving the wrong way on the highway at full speed. She crashed head-on into another car, and 8 people died, including 4 children. That day, Diane had left the campground around 9 a.m. with her 5-year-old son, 2-year-old daughter, and 3 nieces. Her husband Daniel followed behind in another car. Everything seemed normal at first. They stopped for breakfast at McDonald's and picked up snacks and gas along the way. Later that morning, Diane called her brother Warren to tell him traffic was bad. But around 1 p.m., Warren got another call from his 8-year-old daughter Emma. She sounded scared and said Aunt Diane was having trouble seeing and wasn't speaking clearly. Diane then got on the phone herself and said she was feeling confused and her vision was blurry. Warren told her to pull over and he'd come help. But when he arrived at the spot, she said she was gone. Shortly after, other drivers began calling 911. They reported a red minivan being driven wildly, tailgating, honking, weaving between lanes. Some people said they saw the driver pulled over on the side of the road, possibly getting sick. Eventually, the minivan got on the Taconic State Parkway, but in the wrong direction. Diane drove south in the northbound lane at around 80 miles per hour. After about 2 miles, she crashed into an SUV. The crash killed Diane, her daughter, 3 nieces, and 3 people in the other car. Her son Brian was the only one in her car who survived. but he had serious injuries and didn't remember what happened. People who stopped to help at the crash scene said they saw a broken bottle of vodka in the front seat. A toxicology report confirmed Diane had a high level of alcohol in her body, more than twice the legal limit. There was also alcohol still in her stomach, meaning she had recently been drinking. She also had THC in her system, showing she had used marijuana not long before the crash. The report matched what people saw on the road: confused behavior, bad driving, and pulling over to be sick. But many people, especially her family, refused to believe she had been drunk or high. Her husband Daniel said Diane wasn't a drinker and never would have put the kids in danger. He even hired a private investigator to look into it. People who met her during the trip also said she seemed fine. Still, the evidence was strong. Investigators believed she had been drinking vodka in the car while driving. Some theories say she might have been in pain from a toothache. She had tried to buy pain medicine at a gas station and was seen rubbing her jaw during the day. Maybe she drank to feel better. Daniel admitted Diane might have had a drink during the trip and that she sometimes used marijuana to sleep. His sister later said Diane used it regularly. But it still didn't make sense how someone could go from totally normal to that level of intoxication so quickly. Some think Diane had deeper struggles. She had a tough childhood. Her mother died when she was 9, and she had to take care of her younger siblings while also going to school. That kind of stress can affect someone later in life. As an adult, Diane worked hard and took care of her kids. Daniel worked long hours, so she handled most of the parenting on her own. Some wonder if she was secretly overwhelmed or even angry. Her liver didn't show signs of long-term drinking, which makes it less likely that she had been hiding an addiction. So others believe she might have had a sudden breakdown or mental health crisis that day. No one knows exactly what happened during those final moments in the van. After the crash, the governor of New York passed a law that made it a felony to drive drunk with a child in the car. Even today, people are still trying to understand how a mother who seemed so caring could make such a tragic mistake. Heath Ledger's last photo, 2008. This is believed to be the last known photo of actor Heath Ledger, taken in January 2008. At the time, he was filming the movie The Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus in London. In this photo, Heath looks tired and distant. He had been working long hours and was struggling with insomnia, unable to sleep for days at a time. Heath had recently finished playing the Joker in The Dark Knight, a role that took a heavy toll on him. He talked about how hard it was to turn off the character once filming ended. To help him sleep, he took prescription pills. Sadly, on January 22, 2008, just days after this photo was taken, Heath was found dead in his apartment in New York. He had accidentally taken too many medications. The medications included painkillers, anti-anxiety drugs, and sleeping pills. Heath Ledger was only 28 years old. Ronald Gene Simmons with his family, 1987. Ronald Gene Simmons was born in 1940 in Chicago, Illinois. When he was just 17 years old, he dropped out of high school and joined the U.S. Navy. Later, he switched to the U.S. Air Force and served during the Vietnam War. He worked in the military for 22 years and retired in 1979 with the rank of Master Sergeant. While he was stationed in Washington, he met a woman named Rebecca, also known as Becky. They got married in 1960 in New Mexico. Over the next 18 years, Ronald and Becky had 7 children. From the outside, they looked like a normal family, but behind closed doors, terrible things were happening. In 1981, one of Ronald's sons went to the police with serious concerns about his father's behavior towards Sheila, his 17-year-old daughter. Some of Sheila's classmates also said she had talked about it, and she was clearly pregnant at the time. Her teachers and neighbors started to believe that Ronald was the father of her baby. Sheila later gave birth to a baby girl named Sylvia Gale. It was soon understood that the baby was the result of what people were already suspecting. Sheila moved out of the house with her baby and later married a man named Dennis McNulty. Together, they had a son named Michael. When the police began to investigate, Ronald became very controlling. He didn't let his wife or kids go anywhere without him. Sheila was eventually forced to testify in court, and Ronald was charged, But before the police could arrest him, he took his whole family and ran away. They left New Mexico and moved to a quiet piece of land near Dover, Arkansas. The family settled on 13 acres of land in a remote area. They lived in 2 mobile homes that had been joined together. The house had no phone and no running water. Ronald even built a high brick wall around the home to keep people out. He was trying to hide his secrets from the outside world. Neighbors later said that Ronald was a scary man who didn't like to talk to anyone. He drank a lot and gave cold, hard stares. He worked several low-paying jobs in the nearby town of Russellville. He was not very well liked at work and had problems with several of his co-workers. He seemed angry and bitter most of the time. By 1987, things in the Simmons household were getting worse. Becky, Ronald's wife, was tired of living under his control. She had been unhappy for a long time and wanted to leave him. Her family believed that she was secretly saving money to escape. In a letter she wrote before her death, she said, "I don't want to live the rest of my life with Dad. I'm a prisoner here, and so are the kids." Around this time, Ronald quit his job at a local mini-mart on December 18th. A few days later, on December 22nd, he bought a .22 caliber handgun from Walmart. That same day, he began his killing spree. Ronald first attacked and shot his oldest son, Ronald Jr. Then he shot his wife, Becky. After that, he murdered his 3-year-old granddaughter, Barbara, who was Jean's daughter. He placed their bodies in a pit he had forced his children to dig earlier in the backyard. He had told them it was for a new outdoor bathroom, and they had believed him. Later that day, more of the children came home from school. Ronald told them he had Christmas presents to give them, and wanted to do it one at a time. This was just a trick. He took each child out one by one and killed them. He drowned his 17-year-old daughter Loretta, 14-year-old son Eddie, 11-year-old daughter Marianne, and 8-year-old daughter Becky. After murdering them, Ronald waited quietly at home for the next 4 days. He knew that more family members were coming to visit after Christmas. On December 26, 2 days after the first murders, more of Ronald's family showed up for a late holiday visit. First came his 22-year-old son Billy, Billy's wife Renata, 21, and their 20-month-old son Trey. Ronald shot and killed the adults. Then he drowned the child. Next came Sheila, the daughter he had hurt years before, along with her husband Dennis, and their 2 children, Sylvia, who was 6, and Michael, who was almost 2 years old. Ronald shot Sheila and Dennis. He drowned Sylvia and Michael. Also, it's worth mentioning that police didn't exactly know which ones he drowned and which ones he strangled because he used both methods. He then placed the adult bodies inside the house in a row and covered them with coats. He covered Sheila's body with a tablecloth. He put the bodies of Sylvia and Michael in the trunks of old cars on the property. After finishing the murders, Ronald sat in the house watching TV with the dead bodies around him. He even went out to pick up some Christmas gifts and had a drink at a nearby bar. On December 28th, Ronald left the house and drove into the town of Russellville. He brought his gun with him and went to several places where he used to work. His first stop was a law office called Peel and Eddy. There he shot and killed a 24-year-old secretary named Kathy Kendrick. Ronald had once been obsessed with her, but she had rejected him. Next he went to Taylor Oil Company, where he shot the owner Rusty Taylor. Rusty survived, but another employee named Jim Chaffin was killed. Then he went to a mini-mart where he used to work. He shot 2 employees there, but both of them survived. A brave customer threw soda cans at Ronald and scared him off. Finally, he went to a trucking company called Woodline Motor Freight, another one of his former jobs. There he shot a woman named Joyce Butts, who was once his boss. She was badly hurt but survived. Ronald then forced another worker to call the police and told her that he was done. When the police arrived, he calmly gave up his weapon and was arrested without a fight. When police searched Ronald's home, they found a total of 14 bodies. 5 were inside the house, 7 were buried in the backyard, and 2 babies were found in car trunks. They also found weapons and ropes that had likely been used in the killings. A disturbing letter was also found in a bank deposit box. It was written by Ronald to Sheila, the daughter he had hurt. In the letter, he blamed her for everything and ended it by saying, "I will see you in hell." During his trial, this letter was shown as evidence. When it was read out loud in court, Ronald became violent. He attacked the prosecutor and tried to grab a deputy's gun, but he was stopped before he could hurt anyone. Ronald Simmons was found guilty of 14 murders and was sentenced to death along with an extra 147 years in prison. The two other murders had happened in a different county, but they decided not to hold another trial since he was already sentenced to die. Ronald refused to appeal his sentence. He wrote a statement saying he wanted the punishment to happen quickly. Some people wondered if he was mentally healthy enough to make that decision, but the court allowed it. On June 25, 1990, Ronald Gene Simmons was executed by lethal injection. He never showed much emotion and did not seem sorry for what he had done. In the end, 16 people lost their lives because of one man's evil actions. The house where the murders happened was later torn down. Diem Nguyen's last photo. Diem Nguyen was a 50-year-old mother of 3. She worked for the U.S. Navy and was known as caring and selfless. On Sunday, June 23, 2024, she joined about 100 other people on a charity hike on Nighthawk Trail at Black Mountain in San Diego. The hike was a fundraiser for the Build a School Foundation. The group began early to avoid the rising heat. Around 8 a.m., the group stopped halfway up the trail. Diem chose to go on ahead as others turned back. She reached the top by about 9:30 a.m. and told her group that she was there. At 10:08 a.m., Diem called her sister. She said she was tired and needed water. After that call, she was not seen or heard from again. That day, San Diego was experiencing its first heat wave of the season. Temperatures reached the high 90s and even over 100 degrees Fahrenheit on the mountain. When Diem did not return, her family and the hike organizers reported her missing. A large search began that evening and went until 1 a.m. with more than 50 volunteers, search dogs, drones, and police. The search started again at 6 a.m. Monday. On Monday, June 24th, at around 9:15 a.m., a body matching Diem's description was found about a quarter-mile off the trail, near homes and a nearby road. The San Diego County Medical Examiner confirmed it was Diem, though no official cause of death was released. "She saved him. Can you save her?" This was the message left on a door inside a house where 2 people mysteriously died, and no one knows how. Rebecca Zahau was born on March 15, 1979 in Myanmar, which used to be called Burma. She spent time living in Nepal and Germany before moving to the United States around 2001. In 2002, she married a 36-year-old nursing student, and they lived in Arizona. In 2008, while working as a surgical tech at an eye clinic, Rebecca met Jonah Shacknai, a very wealthy businessman. He owned a medical cosmetics company. They started dating, even though Rebecca was still married. She didn't officially get divorced until 2011. In 2009, Rebecca was arrested for stealing about $1,000 worth of jewelry from a Macy's store in Arizona. She later admitted to the crime. Rebecca and Jonah lived together in Arizona. Jonah's young son Max would sometimes stay with them. Rebecca's family believed Jonah's ex-wife Dina, who was Max's mother, didn't like Rebecca. Rebecca quit her job in 2010 to spend more time with Jonah. She also stopped going to church because Jonah didn't go. Every summer, the couple stayed at Jonah's vacation home called the Spreckles Mansion in Coronado, California. Jonah had bought this mansion for about $12.5 million. In the summer of 2011, Rebecca, Jonah, Max, and Rebecca's younger sister Zena were at the mansion. On July 11th, Rebecca was watching Max and Zena while Jonah was at the gym. That day, Max fell over a second-floor railing and got badly hurt. He had injuries to his head and spine. Neither Rebecca nor Zena saw the fall, but Rebecca found Max and Zena called 911. Rebecca tried to help Max before paramedics arrived. He was taken to the hospital with serious injuries. The next day, July 12th, Zena left for Missouri. That same day, Jonah's brother Adam Shacknai flew in from Tennessee and stayed in the guest house at the mansion. That night, Rebecca, Jonah, Adam, and a friend had dinner together. After dinner, Jonah went back to the hospital, and Rebecca stayed at the mansion while Adam stayed in the guest house. Adam said the last time he saw Rebecca was around 8 p.m. A voicemail was left for Rebecca that night. It was never found, but Jonah said it was from him and that it gave an update on Max's condition. It's likely the news wasn't good. On the morning of July 13, around 6:45 a.m., Adam said he found Rebecca hanging from the balcony. At first he thought it was a mannequin, but then realized it was her. She had no clothes, was tied up and gagged with a t-shirt. Adam called 911 and cut her down before emergency crews arrived. Rebecca was declared dead at the scene. 3 days later, Max died from brain damage. His death was ruled an accident. However, one of his doctors later said his injuries didn't seem like they came from a simple fall and that he might have been suffocated first. In September 2011, police said what happened to Rebecca was her own doing. They said there was no evidence of foul play in either her death or Max's. Both cases were closed. Rebecca's family didn't agree with that. They believed she was murdered. They filed a lawsuit against Adam Shacknai, as well as Dina and her twin sister Nina. The family claimed that the three had worked together to kill Rebecca. But Dina and Nina were later removed from the case when it was shown Dina was at the hospital when Rebecca died. The civil case continued against Adam alone. The jury decided Adam was responsible for Rebecca's death and awarded her family $5 million. Adam denied any involvement and later appealed. Before the appeal ended, his insurance company paid the family $600,000 to settle the case. Adam still says he had nothing to do with Rebecca's death and that he never left the guest house that night until he found her body in the morning. Now let's look at the details of the case. When Rebecca was found, her hands were tied behind her back, her feet were tied together, and she was gagged. She was tied with red rope, the same rope used to hang her from a second-floor balcony. The rope was tied to a bed in the room next to the balcony. The knots weren't very tight, and the police showed that it was possible to tie your hands in front, move them behind your back, and slip one hand back in. It didn't seem too hard to do. Rebecca also had 4 small marks on the back of her head, possibly from hitting the balcony during the fall. A boot print was found on the balcony, but it turned out to be from a police officer. Only Rebecca's DNA and fingerprints were found on the rope and around the scene. There were no signs of a struggle. A message in black paint was found on a door nearby. It read, "She saved him, can you save her?" A book about witchcraft was found in the room, showing women tied with red rope. Adam, being a tugboat captain, knew how to tie knots. A neighbor said they heard someone screaming for help that night, but police thought the witness wasn't reliable. Another person claimed they saw someone who looked like Dina at the mansion that night, but again, nothing came of it. The autopsy showed Rebecca had no history of mental illness. She was upset about Max's injury, but didn't feel overly guilty about it. There are 2 main theories. Either Rebecca did it herself, or someone killed her. Police believe the first is true. Rebecca was likely very upset after hearing bad news about Max. She was alone in the mansion and probably felt overwhelmed and hopeless. Some say Rebecca was known to act impulsively, which may explain her actions. If she had been murdered, it's hard to explain why there was no physical evidence, no DNA or fingerprints from anyone else, and no signs of a fight. Even a police officer accidentally left a footprint, so how could a killer not leave anything at all? Jared Cano cell phone video. Jared Cano was a 17-year-old former student of Freedom High School in Tampa, Florida. He had been expelled from the school in April 2010 due to an incident that happened off school grounds. Over a year later, in August 2011, Cano planned to carry out a deadly attack at the school on the first day of the new academic year. He intended to use homemade pipe bombs to kill students and teachers. His plan was detailed and carefully organized. He had drawn maps of the school, written out a minute-by-minute timeline of the attack, and collected the necessary materials to build the bombs, including fuel, timers, plastic tubes, fuses, and shrapnel. Cano recorded videos on his phone in which he named specific people he wanted to target and spoke about causing more destruction than the Columbine school shooting of 1999. He kept a written journal where he outlined his attack and expressed his intentions. Cano had a history of drug use, and on social media he often talked about smoking marijuana. He was also previously involved in other criminal activities. His juvenile record included charges related to burglary, carrying concealed weapons, altering serial numbers on firearms, and drug possession, though many of those charges were not pursued. What stopped the attack from happening was a tip given to the police by a student who knew about Cano's plan. Acting on this information, Tampa police arrested Cano on August 16, 2011. With permission from his mother, they searched his home and found all the bomb-making materials, drawings of the school, his detailed journal, and a small marijuana growing setup. The police said that while the bombs were not fully built, the materials he had gathered showed that he was serious about going through with the plan. He was charged with multiple offenses, including threatening to use a destructive device, possession of bomb-making materials, marijuana cultivation, and possession of drug paraphernalia. In December 2012, Cano entered a plea of no contest to the charges. The court sentenced him to 15 years in prison, followed by 10 years of probation. He also received credit for the 15 months he had already spent in jail. Under Florida law, he is required to serve at least 85% of his prison term before being eligible for release. Although a bomb expert said the materials found might not have been capable of creating a powerful explosion, the judge still considered the plot to be very serious. Cano's videos and journal entries showed that he had a real and dangerous intention to harm others. Thanks to the tip and quick action by police, a possible tragedy was prevented before it could happen. With a friendly wave and a carefree smile, this beachside photo of Brett Peter Cowan could be mistaken for a snapshot of any ordinary young man, but wait until you learn the horrifying truth behind it. Brett Peter Cowan was born in Bunbury, Australia, on September 18, 1969. He was the third of 4 sons in his family. In 1976, they moved to Brisbane. Brett had a hard time in school and struggled with his studies. From a young age, he began showing troubling behavior by hurting boys who were younger than him. This became a pattern in his life. He dropped out of school in year 10 and started training in automotive bodywork, but his parents pulled him out after he came home covered in grease more than once. It turned out this was not due to regular work, but rather some kind of hazing or initiation by other students. Brett's problems continued into adulthood. The police often visited his home, and his parents became frustrated. At age 18, he was arrested for burglary and car theft. In the months that followed, he was arrested again for more theft-related crimes. At one point, he was ordered to do maintenance at a children's playground, which was a poor decision given his past. On December 5, 1987, he hurt a boy at that playground. He later skipped bail, moved to an area near Sydney, and was accused of another similar crime. Though he was arrested and taken to trial, he was not convicted of the most serious charges and only served just over a year in prison. Then on September 23, 1993, Brett attacked a 6-year-old boy in Darwin. He was sentenced to 7 years, but was released after 4.5. He then moved to the Sunshine Coast in Queensland. Daniel Morecambe lived in the same area. He was born in Melbourne on December 19, 1989, and had a twin brother named Bradley and an older brother named Dean. In 1993, the Morecambe family moved to Palmwoods, a town on the Sunshine Coast. On December 7, 2003, Daniel was at home with his 2 brothers while his parents were away at a Christmas party. He decided to go to Sunshine Plaza Shopping Center to buy Christmas presents and get a haircut. He walked to an unofficial bus stop under an overpass on Keel Mountain Road about 1 kilometer from home. He had about $100, a watch, and a phone card with him. The bus he planned to catch didn't arrive because it broke down, so a replacement bus was sent, which reached the area around 2:10 p.m. Because Daniel was at an unofficial stop and the bus was behind schedule, it didn't stop. The driver pointed behind him to signal that another bus would come soon. The driver also noticed a man standing about 3 meters behind Daniel. That man was Brett Cowan. He convinced Daniel to walk back with him, saying he would drive him to the shopping center. Since the bus had not picked him up, Daniel likely believed him. Brett then took Daniel to a deserted area and murdered him by strangulation. Daniel's parents returned home at 4 p.m. and noticed he wasn't there. Bruce, Daniel's father, went to the bus stop to pick him up, but when the bus came, Daniel wasn't on it. He tried again an hour later, thinking Daniel might be on a later bus, but he still didn't show. Bruce and Denise then went to the shopping center, and when they couldn't find Daniel, they reported him missing to the police. A massive search began, but no sign of Daniel was found. Police followed up on many leads, and one of the suspects was Brett Cowan. He admitted he had driven past the bus stop twice that day to buy marijuana, but his story kept changing and didn't make sense. Still, the police didn't have enough evidence to charge him. For several years, the case remained unsolved. Then the police launched a Mr. Big operation, a strategy where undercover officers pretend to be part of a criminal gang. They try to recruit the suspect and get them to confess. These operations are banned in places like the US and the UK, but are allowed in Australia. In 2011, there was a coroner's inquest into Daniel's disappearance. Brett was forced to testify and traveled from Perth, where he lived. After his testimony, the police began the undercover operation. An officer using the fake name Joe Emery sat next to Brett on the flight back to Perth. During the 5-hour flight, the officer befriended him. Joe told Brett he was moving to Perth and wanted to stay in touch. Soon after, they began meeting up, and Joe introduced Brett to the fake criminal gang, which was made up entirely of undercover police. Over the next few months, Brett was paid for small crimes, like collecting debts and fake burglaries, all staged by the police. His payments grew, and he became more dependent on the gang. In August 2011, they told Brett about a fake job that would pay $100,000. But before he could join, they said he had to be honest about his past, especially the suspicion around Daniel's disappearance. They said they needed to know everything so they could help protect him. Brett didn't want to lose the money or his connection with the gang, so he confessed to killing Daniel. He gave many details about the crime, although he still lied about some of the timing. The police were satisfied with what he told them. Brett was arrested on August 13th and charged with Daniel's kidnapping. 4 days later, Daniel's remains were found in a rural area called the Glass House Mountains. Brett's charges were upgraded to murder. In 2014, he was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 20 years. Before launching the operation, police tried to understand Brett's personality. Brett was described as someone with no feelings for his victims, who wanted attention, got bored easily, and lied often. He was also manipulative and very self-centered. He showed signs of both psychopathy and narcissism, which are common traits in people who commit serious crimes. Although Brett was guilty, some people questioned whether the way he was caught was fair. The Mr. Big operation used tricks and false promises to get a confession. Brett was given money, told he was part of a family, and offered a new life. He bought a new car and dreamed about buying a house and even a boat. He didn't want to lose all of that. So while his confession was real, it wasn't freely given. That's why these operations are banned in other countries. They can lead to false confessions, especially from people who are desperate for money or friendship. Another issue in Daniel's case was the involvement of self-proclaimed psychics. They gave the family hundreds of false leads, wasting time and making things worse. Daniel's father later warned other families about trusting psychics, saying they often made everything harder and distracted from real evidence. In the end, it was careful police work and a risky undercover plan that finally brought justice for Daniel Morecombe. Last CCTV image of Riva Steenkamp alive outside Oscar Pistorius' house. On February 14, 2013, Riva Steenkamp, a 29-year-old model and law graduate from South Africa, was shot and killed by her boyfriend, Oscar Pistorius. The shooting happened in Oscar's home in Pretoria. Riva and Oscar had been dating for a few months. Oscar Pistorius was a well-known athlete. He had both of his legs amputated when he was a baby and used carbon fiber running blades. He became famous around the world for running in both the Paralympics and the regular Olympics. On the night of the shooting, Riva was in the bathroom. Oscar fired 4 shots through the closed and locked door. 3 of the bullets hit Riva. Oscar then broke down the door with a cricket bat and tried to help her. He called for help, but it was too late. She died at the scene. Oscar said he thought someone had broken into the house and was hiding in the bathroom. He claimed he believed Riva was still in bed and that the person behind the door was a stranger. The case shocked South Africa and the world. People wanted to know if Oscar had killed Riva on purpose or if it was really a mistake. Oscar went on trial in 2014. At first, the court said it was not murder but a lesser crime called culpable homicide, which is like manslaughter. He was sentenced to 5 years in prison, but served only 10 months before being allowed to live under house arrest. Later, the court changed its decision. In 2015, the higher court said Oscar was guilty of murder. He was given a longer sentence, first 6 years, and then over 13 years in 2017 after another review. In January 2024, he was released from prison on parole. He must follow many rules until his full sentence ends in December 2029. Oscar now lives at his uncle's house in Pretoria. He is not allowed to leave the city, drink alcohol, speak to the media, or contact Riva's family. He has to take part in programs for anger control and violence against women. The police can check on him without warning. His father still says Oscar did not mean to kill Riva. He believes his son made a terrible mistake, but is not a murderer. Annie Dewani seen on CCTV for the last time. Annie Dewani was born on March 12, 1982 in Sweden. Her parents were Indian but had once lived in Uganda. In the early 1970s, the Ugandan president forced all Asians to leave the country. Annie's parents fled and asked for asylum in Sweden, where they started a new life. Annie grew up in Sweden and later went to college. She studied engineering and eventually got a job with Ericsson, a major telecommunications company. She was doing well in her career, but she also wanted to find love. Annie had a very clear idea of what she was looking for. She wanted to marry someone who was Indian and also financially well off. Thinking she would have a better chance of meeting someone like that in London, Annie visited the city in May 2009. She stayed with her cousin, and while there met a man named Shreen Dewani. He was Indian, wealthy, and Annie found him attractive. They also had some things in common, like Shreen's mother had once lived in Uganda too. The two started a long-distance relationship. In February 2010, Annie moved to London to be closer to Shreen. Just 2 months later, they got engaged. However, their relationship was not perfect. They had arguments and even broke up at one point. But in the end, they chose to move forward and get married. On October 19, 2010, Annie and Shreen had a big, beautiful wedding in Mumbai, India. It was a very expensive celebration. They planned to have a second ceremony in the UK the next year, so that friends who couldn't travel to India could still celebrate with them. After their wedding, the couple went back to the UK briefly before heading off on their honeymoon. On November 7, 2010, they flew to Cape Town, South Africa. From there they went on a safari trip to Kruger National Park and later returned to Cape Town on November 12th. When they arrived at the airport in Cape Town, they took a taxi driven by a man named Zola Tongo. Shreen seemed to like him, so the couple hired him again the next day, November 13th, to be their unofficial tour guide. Shreen thought it would be cheaper to use Tongo instead of the hotel's car service. Tongo drove them around in his van and even took them to dinner. But later that night, something went terribly wrong. Tongo drove them into a very dangerous part of the city. This area was so unsafe that even local people avoided it at night. It was known for frequent murders. While they were driving through that area, 2 armed men stopped their van and forced their way in. One man took over the driver's seat, and the other sat near Annie and Shreen. The robbers took Shreen's phone, wallet, watch, and money. He managed to hide Annie's expensive engagement ring inside the car seats so they didn't find it. About 17 minutes later, the attackers threw Shreen out of the car. They told him they would let Annie go separately. Shreen ran around the streets knocking on doors until someone called the police. The next morning, Annie was found dead in the back seat of the taxi. She had been shot once. The bullet hit her hand, chest, and neck. The neck injury was the most serious and caused her death. Annie also had bruises on her body, but police said there was no evidence of assault. Some of her belongings, like her bracelet, phone, purse, and watch, were missing. Police thought this was a simple robbery gone wrong. Her body was given to Shreen, who took it back to the UK. Later, she was cremated. Soon after, the investigation took a surprising turn. A palm print found in the car helped police find two of the attackers, Kwabe and Minjini. They also arrested a hotel worker named Monde Mbolombo. Oddly, the suspects were allowed to talk to each other in jail. At first, they said it was just a robbery and that Annie was shot by accident. But later their stories changed. They claimed that Shreen had planned the whole thing. They said it was not just a robbery, it was a plan to kill Annie. Tongo, the taxi driver, also changed his story. At first, he said he had nothing to do with the crime. Later, he said Shreen asked him to arrange the murder. In exchange for their testimony against Shreen, Kwabe and Tongo received lighter prison sentences, 18 and 25 years. Malombo was given full legal immunity. Minjeni, however, went to trial. He said police forced him to confess by suffocating him with a plastic bag. Still, he was found guilty and sentenced to life in prison. He died from a brain tumor 2 years later. Shreen tried very hard to avoid being sent back to South Africa. He said he had PTSD and depression and wouldn't survive prison there. But in April 2014, he was finally extradited and put on trial. He was charged with murder, kidnapping, and conspiracy. At the trial, things didn't go smoothly for the prosecutors. The witnesses gave confusing and conflicting statements. Some lied and changed their stories. It also came out that some text messages and calls were faked. In the end, the judge said there was not enough solid evidence to prove Shreen was involved. The case was dismissed, and Shreen went free. Still, many people wondered if Shreen was truly innocent. There were reasons to doubt him. For example, he had been hiding a big secret. He was gay. He admitted in court that he was living a double life and had been with male escorts. Guests at the wedding said the couple didn't seem happy. Annie had even texted friends right after the wedding saying she might have made a mistake. The killers may have panicked during a robbery or tried to assault Annie, which led to her death. Some people think the South African government had a reason to accuse Shreen. A random killing of a tourist could hurt tourism, but if they blamed the husband, it made the country look safer. In the end, Shreen was never proven guilty. It's still unclear what really happened. Maybe it was just a tragic robbery. Maybe it was something more. We may never know the full truth. Delamar Vera House Fire. On December 15, 1997, Luz was at home in Philadelphia with her family. She had just given birth to a baby girl named Delamar 10 days earlier. Everything seemed normal that evening. Luz put Delamar in her crib upstairs and went downstairs to do some chores. Delamar's father, Pedro, was outside helping his cousin Carolyn Correa fix her car. Later, Carolyn came inside and talked with Luz while Pedro worked. Their talk was a little awkward, so Luz kept doing her chores while chatting. Suddenly, they heard a loud sound from upstairs. Smoke started coming down the stairs. Luz ran to get her two sons out of the house. Carolyn said she would tell Pedro what was happening. Luz rushed upstairs to get Delamar, but the baby's room was full of flames. She tried to go in, but the fire was too strong. She had to leave without her baby. Firefighters came quickly and put out the fire in 15 minutes. But Delamar's room was completely burned. They told Luz and Pedro that their baby had died in the fire. They couldn't find any remains, but said the fire had been so hot it destroyed everything. Luz was heartbroken, but insisted that her daughter hadn't been in the crib. Everyone thought she was in shock and not thinking clearly. Fire officials said the fire started from a bad extension cord connected to a heater. Luz's family believed the official story, but Luz did not. She believed Delamar was still alive. Years passed, and her belief caused problems in her family. She and Pedro eventually separated. Then, over 6 years later, on January 24, 2004, Luz went to a birthday party. There she saw a girl who looked just like her and had a dimple like her son. She asked around and was shocked to learn the girl was with Carolyn Correa. Luz was sure the girl was her missing daughter. She needed proof. She tricked the girl by pretending she had gum in her hair and pulled out a few strands. Luz put the hairs in a napkin, then in a plastic bag, and left the party. She didn't know what to do, so she went to a local state representative, Angel Cruz, and told him everything. He believed her and helped get a DNA test done. The results proved Luz was right. The girl was Delamar. It turned out Carolyn had taken Delamar the night of the fire, started the fire to cover it up, and then raised the baby as her own. She renamed her Aaliyah and claimed she gave birth at home. No one suspected anything. In 2005, Carolyn was arrested and sentenced to 9 to 30 years in prison. From the outside, it looked like the picture of suburban success, a quiet, happy home. But that same pursuit of success would ultimately lead to a nightmare within its walls. Jennifer Pan grew up in Markham, Ontario with her parents, Han and Bick. Her parents were hardworking immigrants from Vietnam who wanted the best for their children. They had high hopes for Jennifer and her younger brother Felix. But instead of feeling loved, Jennifer felt trapped. Her parents pushed her hard to succeed. From a young age, Jennifer was a talented figure skater and also took piano lessons. She trained every day and dreamed of going to the Olympics, but a serious knee injury ended her skating career. After that, her parents expected her to succeed in school and go to a top university. Jennifer struggled in school. While she did well in music, her other grades were average. She failed a math class in her final year, which caused a university to cancel her early acceptance. Instead of telling her parents the truth, she started lying. She faked her report cards, pretended to graduate high school, and even created fake college documents. Her parents believed she was attending university, but in reality she was spending her days in coffee shops or working part-time jobs. Jennifer was also hiding a long-term relationship with a man named Daniel Wong. Her parents didn't approve of her dating, so she kept it secret. She even told lies to friends, like claiming her dad had hired a private detective to follow her. Eventually, her parents found out about all the lies. They were angry and heartbroken. Her father wanted to kick her out, but her mother convinced him to let her stay. Jennifer had to retake high school courses, and her parents banned her from seeing Daniel. But the two continued to talk secretly. Things got worse when Daniel broke up with Jennifer and started seeing someone else. Jennifer was upset and desperate to win him back. She made up a wild story about being attacked by fake police, saying someone wanted her dead. It was all a lie, but it got Daniel's attention again. Jennifer and Daniel began talking about getting rid of her parents for good. She first paid a man named Ricardo Duncan $1,500 to kill her father, but he disappeared and never went through with it. So she asked Daniel to help her find someone else. Daniel introduced her to a man called Homeboy, whose real name was Lenford Crawford. He said he would do the job for $10,000, half his usual price. Jennifer promised to pay him after getting her parents' life insurance money. On November 8, 2010, the plan was set. Jennifer's brother Felix was at school, her dad Han was reading, and her mom Bick was at a dance class. When Bick came home, Jennifer went downstairs, unlocked the front door quietly, and went back to her room. At around 10 p.m., three men, Lenford Crawford, David Melvaganam, and Eric Carty, entered the house. One of them tied up Bick while the others went upstairs. They dragged Han downstairs and tied him up too. Jennifer acted like a victim and let one of the men tie her hands behind her back, but not tightly. She even showed them where to find money in the house. Bick begged the men not to hurt Jennifer. Then the intruders shot both parents. Bick was shot 3 times and died. Han was shot in the face and shoulder but survived. Jennifer was left tied to a staircase, waiting until they left. Then she called 911, pretending she didn't know what happened. Han managed to run outside and call for help. He survived and was taken to the hospital. Jennifer went to the police station for questioning. At first, police were confused. Why was Jennifer unharmed, and how did she call for help if her hands were tied? They soon found text messages on her phone showing she had planned everything with Daniel and the hitman. When Jennifer realized the police were closing in, she changed her story. She claimed she had hired the men to kill her, not her parents. But the evidence didn't match her claims. Police arrested Jennifer and the 4 men involved. In court, Jennifer's father and brother testified against her. Jennifer, Daniel, Lenford, and David were all found guilty and sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for 25 years. Eric Carty's trial was delayed due to his lawyer's illness. He later pleaded guilty and got 18 years in prison with a chance of parole after 9 years because of his smaller role in the crime. Bick was buried on November 19, 2010. Han couldn't attend his wife's funeral because of his injuries, but he and Felix continue to honor her memory. Neither of them has any contact with Jennifer now. Dawn Brancheau moments before tragedy, 2010. Dawn Brancheau was a well-known and experienced orca trainer at SeaWorld in Orlando, Florida. On February 24, 2010, during a popular show called Dine with Shamu, she was working with a killer whale named Tilikum, the largest orca at SeaWorld. The show seemed normal at first, with visitors eating lunch and watching Dawn interact with Tilikum. But suddenly things went horribly wrong. Dawn was at the edge of the pool doing a routine with Tilikum when the whale pulled her into the water. Some people said he grabbed her by the ponytail, others thought it was her arm or shoulder. In just a moment, she disappeared under the water. The audience was shocked and scared as they watched the powerful animal thrash her around and keep her underwater. This went on for about 45 minutes. To understand why this happened, we need to look at both Dawn's and Tilikum's pasts. Dawn had loved marine animals since she was young. After visiting SeaWorld as a child, she dreamed of becoming a trainer. She worked hard and eventually got the job, spending 15 years working closely with orcas. She was known for her dedication, fitness, and love for the animals. She also knew that working with killer whales was dangerous. Tilikum had a difficult life. He was taken from the wild when he was only 2 years old and sent to a small marine park in Canada called Sealand. There he was kept in poor conditions, often bullied by other whales and used in many daily shows. He was also punished during training. Experts believed all this caused him stress and made him more aggressive. In fact, Dawn was not Tilikum's first victim. In 1991, a young woman named Kelty Burns slipped into his tank and drowned after being pulled under by him and other whales. Then in 1999, a man named Daniel Dukes entered Tilikum's tank at night. The next morning, his body was found on the whale's back, badly injured. These events raised concerns about keeping such animals in captivity, but Tilikum stayed at SeaWorld. Despite knowing Tilikum's history, Dawn formed a close bond with him. Some believe he even cared for her, which made the attack that day even more surprising. After Dawn was pulled in, she suffered severe injuries. The autopsy showed she had drowned and had broken bones and other trauma. SeaWorld at first said that Dawn had made a mistake by being too close to the water with her hair down, but people who were there disagreed. They said she didn't slip. Tilikum pulled her in. Video of the event was taken, but was kept private at the request of her family. After her death, SeaWorld made big changes. Trainers were no longer allowed in the water with orcas. The government also found that SeaWorld had many past reports of dangerous whale behavior. These findings and Dawn's death were a major part of the documentary Blackfish, which showed the problems of keeping orcas in tanks. The film caused public anger and led to boycotts. SeaWorld later said it would stop breeding orcas and that the whales they had would be the last. Dawn Brancheau's death was a heartbreaking event that made many people question how humans treat intelligent animals like orcas. Lake Gibson Concrete Blocks, 1991. In June 1991, 14-year-old Leslie Mahaffey was living in Burlington, Ontario, Canada. She was a bright high school student who had recently started to rebel a bit, like many teens her age. She had a younger brother named Ryan, and her parents worked hard. Her mom was a teacher, and her dad was often away working as an oceanographer. That month, something terrible happened. One of Leslie's school friends, a boy named Chris Evans, died in a car crash. His funeral was held a few days later. The night before the funeral, Leslie and some of her classmates met in the woods to comfort each other and share their grief. Afterward, a couple of friends walked her home around 2 a.m. Leslie had missed her curfew that night. Her parents had warned her not to be late before. Hoping to teach her a lesson, they locked the doors to the house. Leslie checked the side door first. It was locked. She told her friends it was fine and that the front door would be open. It wasn't. Her friends had already left. Now alone in the middle of the night, Leslie walked to a nearby payphone to call a friend asking if she could stay over. Her friend said no. After a long phone call, Leslie decided to go back home and wake up her mom to let her in. But she never made it. While walking back, Leslie was approached by a man named Paul Bernardo. He told her he had a cigarette, but needed to get matches from his car. When she followed him, he suddenly covered her head and forced her into the car. Paul took her to the house he shared with his wife, Carla Homolka. For the next 24 hours, both Paul and Carla did terrible things to Leslie. They drugged her, hurt her, and recorded what they did on video. Carla worked with animals and had access to powerful sedatives. They even gave Leslie a teddy bear during the assaults, pretending to be kind between the pain they caused her. The next day, on Sunday, June 16, 1991, Leslie was dead. Paul said she died because of the drugs, but Carla said Paul strangled her. Either way, they both agreed that she was murdered in their home. After Leslie's death, Paul and Carla attempted to conceal what had happened by encasing the remains in blocks of concrete. They later disposed of the blocks in Lake Gibson, near St. Catharines, Ontario. 2 weeks later, on June 29, 1991, fishermen found the heavy concrete blocks in the lake. One of them weighed over 200 pounds. When police broke them open, they discovered Leslie's remains. Her braces and dental records were used to confirm her identity. The police believed right away that she had been tortured. Later, when they searched Paul and Carla's house, they found videotapes showing exactly what had happened to Leslie. The tapes showed her being held captive and attacked for hours. Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka were finally arrested. The case shocked the entire country. A year after killing Leslie, they had kidnapped and murdered another girl named Kristen French. And 6 months before Leslie, they had also killed Carla's younger sister, Tammy. During the trial, Carla made a deal with prosecutors. She agreed to testify against Paul, and in exchange got a lighter sentence. She was released from prison in 2005. Paul Bernardo, however, was declared a dangerous offender and will spend the rest of his life in prison. Leslie Mahaffey's memory lives on. She is buried at Burlington Memorial Gardens, and her high school created a heart-shaped garden and a memorial bench in her honor. Her story is one of the most disturbing and heartbreaking in Canadian history. A young girl who just wanted to say goodbye to a friend ended up crossing paths with two of the country's most notorious killers. It looks like any happy family photo, but the chilling part is, this child would be the only one left alive by mistake, after a massacre inside their own home. It happened in 1983, and to this day, people still don't know for sure who did it. The Ryan family, Doug, Peggy, and their 10-year-old daughter Jessica, were murdered in their home in California. That night, 2 boys were also staying at the house. 11-year-old Christopher Hughes, a neighbor, and 8-year-old Josh Ryan, the Ryan's son. Christopher was also murdered. Josh was the only survivor, although he was badly hurt. The killer or killers entered the house through the back door and used a hatchet and possibly other weapons to attack the family while they slept. Oddly, nothing in the house was stolen except for their car. The police believed a man named Kevin Cooper was responsible. Cooper had recently escaped from a nearby prison. He had been hiding in an empty house not far from the Ryan home. Because he had a criminal record for burglary and was in the area at the time, the police arrested him. Josh, the survivor, gave different stories after the attack. At first, he said he saw more than one man, possibly Hispanic or white. Later, he said he only saw the shadow of one person. It's believed his memory changed because of the trauma he went through. Cooper said he had nothing to do with the murders. He still says he's innocent and is currently on death row. Many people believe him. Even the Ryan family's grandmother thinks Cooper didn't do it. One big problem in the case was how the police handled the crime scene. Over 70 people walked through the house, possibly ruining important evidence. Then, after Cooper was arrested, the police cleaned up the house and stored the evidence in a room that wasn't kept cold. This could have damaged anything that could help solve the case later. In 2002, Cooper asked for more DNA testing. He said the original tests were wrong and that he was being framed. Some testing was approved, but it hasn't all been done yet. Cooper and others are still waiting. There are also reasons people think Cooper might not be guilty. For example, nothing was stolen from the house except for the car, even though money was left out. If Cooper was a burglar, why wouldn't he have taken it? The only physical evidence possibly linking Cooper to the scene was one tiny blood spot, which matched his blood type, but that blood type is not rare. No hair or fingerprints of Cooper's were found in the house. Jessica was holding blonde hair in her hand when she died, and Cooper has dark hair. The stolen car was found 50 miles away, not in the direction Cooper would have taken if he was heading to Mexico, where he was later caught. This has also raised doubts. Later, a woman named Diana Roper came forward. She had been dating a man named Lee Furrow, who had a history of violence. She said Furrow came home around the time of the murders wearing bloody clothes. She turned the clothes over to the police, but they threw them away. A shirt found at the crime scene, covered in blood, didn't belong to anyone in the Ryan family, and matched the type of shirt Furrow wore. A reporter once tried to ask a sheriff about the destroyed evidence, and he got angry and walked out of the interview. To this day, we still don't know the full truth. Kevin Cooper is still on death row. Many people believe an innocent man may be in prison. If that's true, then the real killer could still be free. Mongolian woman condemned to starvation, 1913. In Mongolia, there was a prison called Urga, known for how cruel it was. Prisoners there were tortured in something called the Box of Death. The prison had a wooden fence around it, and inside were small houses that were always dark and very cold. In these houses, there were small wooden boxes like coffins. The boxes were only 4 feet long and 2 feet wide and only 1.5 feet tall. They were too small for anyone to sit up or lie down properly. These boxes were called coffin prisons. There was only a small hole in each box for some light and air. One American explorer said that prisoners would lose their eyesight and go mad from staying in them. Prisoners were fed once a day through the small hole. Their waste was only cleaned every 2 or 3 weeks. Many prisoners got very sick and died from diseases. Some prisoners had their necks chained to their hands, making it even harder for them to move. For some who did small crimes, they stayed in the boxes for a few weeks. But for those who committed serious crimes, they were kept in the boxes the whole time they were in prison. The boxes caused prisoners' bodies to shrink and become weak. Many prisoners froze to death because it was so cold, and some died even before they were supposed to be executed. Most of the prisoners in these boxes were Chinese, as the Chinese army had taken over parts of Mongolia at the time. Reports said that these prisoners could only see daylight for a few minutes when food was thrown to them. In one case, 2 men, Albert Kahn and Stefan Passe, took a photo of a woman locked in one of these boxes in the desert. She had a few bowls with water, but they were not filled again. She was left to die alone and in pain. The death coffins of Mongolia were outlawed in 1920, but Mongolian prisons are still known to be harsh today. These boxes were some of the worst torture methods ever used, and many prisoners would rather die than stay inside them. The Romanov Execution Room, 1918. Shortly after midnight on July 17, 1918, everything changed in Russia. Tsar Nicholas II and his family, the Romanovs, were killed by the revolutionaries who had taken over the country. The Romanovs had been rulers for over 300 years, starting when 16-year-old Mikhail Romanov became Tsar in 1613. In 1894, Nicholas II became Tsar. He was often unsure of himself and chose advisors who wouldn't challenge him, leading to many bad decisions. In 1904, Nicholas started a war with Japan because he wanted to expand Russia's land. Russia lost the war, and the people became angry. In 1905, workers marched to the palace to ask for better working conditions. Soldiers fired on the crowd, killing many and starting the failed revolution of 1905. Thousands died, but Nicholas stayed in power, supported by his wife Alexandra. Together they had 4 daughters, Olga, Tatiana, Maria, and Anastasia, and 1 son, Alexei. Alexei was sick with hemophilia, a condition that made him bleed a lot. Alexandra trusted a mystic named Rasputin, because he could help Alexei feel better. Many people did not like Rasputin because they thought he was controlling the royal family. In 1915, Nicholas went to the front lines of World War I to lead the army. Alexandra was left in charge of the government, but she wasn't very good at it. People in the cities were starving and workers were treated badly. Alexandra let Rasputin make important decisions, which made the nobles even angrier. Meanwhile, Russia kept losing battles in the war. By late 1916, Russia had lost 1.7 million soldiers. The Russian people were tired and angry. In December 1916, some nobles killed Rasputin because they thought he was hurting Russia. On March 8, 1917, thousands of women in Petrograd, now St. Petersburg, marched in the streets to protest the government. Soon, tens of thousands joined them. By March 10th, there were 250,000 protesters, and the city shut down. Nicholas, still away with the army, ordered his generals to shoot the protesters. But on March 11th, the soldiers refused and turned against their commanders. Nicholas gave up the throne, and the 300-year Romanov rule was over. The royal family was first kept in a palace, then moved to Siberia. At first, they hoped they might be allowed to leave Russia. Nicholas asked his cousin, King George V of Britain, to take them in. At first, the British king said yes, but then he changed his mind because he didn't want to upset the British people. In August 1917, the Romanovs were moved to a town in Siberia called Tobolsk. In November, a new group called the Bolsheviks, led by Vladimir Lenin, took control of the government. The Bolsheviks didn't like the Romanovs at all. They kicked out most of their servants and made the family eat army food. In the spring of 1918, the Romanovs were moved again, this time to Yekaterinburg, to a house called the House of Special Purpose. On the night of July 17, 1918, they were woken up and told they were in danger from enemy troops. They were told to go to this basement for safety. The family and a few loyal servants went down to the basement. Some of them had jewels sewn into their clothes, which they had hidden since their captivity. Once everyone was in the room, the door was closed, and Yakov Yurovsky, the leader of the guards, told them they would be executed. The guards fired their guns, killing Nicholas and Alexei first. Some of the children survived at first, because the jewels in their clothes protected them. The guards then used bayonets and shot them in the head to finish them off. The bodies were buried in two separate hidden graves near a forest. The first grave wasn't found until 1979, and the second wasn't found until 2007. In the end, the family was reburied in St. Petersburg's Peter and Paul Cathedral. In July 2018, Yekaterinburg held a big event to mark the 100th anniversary of the Romanov family's deaths. Over 100,000 people came to honor them, showing that even after so many years, people still remember and mourn Russia's lost royal family. The last photo of Vladimir Lenin, 1923. This last photo shows Vladimir Lenin in a wheelchair. He had suffered 3 strokes in 2 years and was no longer able to talk or move much. His sister Anna and his doctor, A.M. Kozhevnikov, are beside him. Lenin had a very hard life. He led a revolution and had to fight in a civil war. He was also shot during an assassination attempt in 1918. Though he survived, he was badly hurt. This affected his health a lot. In March 1922, doctors told him to rest because he was very tired and had strong headaches. When he went back to Petrograd, now St. Petersburg, in May 1922, he had his first stroke, which made him unable to talk for weeks and made his right side weak. By June 1922, Lenin was a bit better, and in August he was able to work a little and gave 3 long speeches in November. But in December 1922, he had a second stroke that made his right side partly paralyzed, so he stopped working in politics. On March 10, 1923, Lenin had his third stroke, which took away his speech and stopped his work for good. Lenin was now mute and had to stay in bed, but he was still called the leader of the Communist Party until he died. Lenin died on January 21, 1924, at 6:50 p.m. in Moscow. He was 53 years old and died at his home in Gorky. After he died, about 900,000 people went to see his body in the Hall of Columns for 4 days. Some people said Lenin really died from syphilis he got from a woman in Paris, not from strokes. A scientist named Ivan Pavlov even wrote that Lenin had syphilis of the brain, but people in power did not let this be talked about. At the end of his life, Lenin was sad about how the government was run and worried it had too much power and was no longer serving the people. He did not trust Joseph Stalin, who was becoming very powerful. After he died, Lenin's body was embalmed and put in a tomb in Red Square, Moscow. During World War II, his body was moved to Siberia, but Lenin's body is still in Moscow today, and his suit is changed every 5 years. Barbara Mackle, 1968. Barbara Mackle was a young woman, 20 years old, studying at university. She was the daughter of a very rich man named Robert Mackle. Robert owned a big company called Deltona Corporation, one of the largest in America at that time. Because her family was so powerful and rich, Barbara became a target. In 1968, a flu hit Barbara's university in Atlanta, and she got very sick. Her mother, worried about her, traveled to Atlanta to take care of her. They decided it would be better for Barbara to get better at home, so they started a long trip back to Florida, where the family lived. Since it was a long drive, they stopped for the night in a small town called Decatur. They planned to rest and continue their journey the next day. But that night, something very scary happened. In the middle of the night, someone knocked on the door. Barbara's mom asked who it was. A man dressed as a police officer said he had some bad news. Barbara's mom opened the door, but this man was not a real police officer. He was a stranger pretending to be one. He was not alone. A woman was with him, but she was dressed like a man and looked so disguised that Barbara's mom did not realize she was a woman. The fake officer told Barbara's mom that Barbara's boyfriend had an accident. This was a lie to trick them. When Barbara's mom came close, the man knocked her out with drugs. She fell asleep and did not know what was happening. At gunpoint, the kidnappers took Barbara away. They told her right away that she was being kidnapped. They drove to a forest, a quiet place far from any people. Barbara saw that they had already dug a hole in the ground. This meant they had planned everything carefully. There was also a coffin ready. They made Barbara get inside the coffin. But the coffin had things for her: food, a blanket, and lanterns. It seemed they wanted to keep her alive, not to kill her. The kidnappers asked for a huge ransom of $500,000, which is about $3.5 million today. Before closing the coffin, they took a photo of Barbara. She held a paper that said, "Kidnapped." This must have been a terrifying moment for her. Then they closed the coffin and buried it underground. Barbara screamed and begged for help, but no one could hear her. She was trapped, buried alive. On the day Barbara was kidnapped, the kidnappers called her family. Barbara's father was very scared. The kidnappers told him they wanted the ransom, $500,000 in cash, and warned him not to call the police. They said he had to put the money in a folder and leave it in a secret place. They also told him to put a story about the kidnapping in the newspaper so people could help find Barbara. 2 days later, the kidnappers called again and gave the exact place where they wanted the money. A man who lived nearby noticed many strangers in a quiet place. It was unusual. He got suspicious and called the police. When the police arrived, they saw the kidnappers running away with the money. Barbara's father was worried because he knew the kidnappers did not want the police involved. But it wasn't him who called the police. To explain this, Barbara's father went on TV and said he didn't call the police himself. After seeing this on TV, the kidnappers believed him and told the family where Barbara was buried. They already had the money and were far away, so they had nothing to lose. The FBI sent more than 100 agents to dig where Barbara was hidden. The most amazing thing is that Barbara did not give up. She kept kicking the coffin and screaming. The rescuers heard her and were able to find her quickly. It took them just 12 minutes to dig her out. When Barbara came out, she was very weak and had lost about 10 kilos. The man kidnapper tried to escape on a boat, but was caught and sentenced to life in prison. However, he only stayed 10 years because of good behavior, which many people found unfair. The woman kidnapper was found 79 days later and sentenced to 7 years, but only served 4. In her book, Barbara explains how she stayed calm during those terrible days. She thought about her family and how she wanted to spend Christmas with them. These thoughts helped her stay strong and hopeful. It is hard to imagine how someone could stay calm while buried alive inside a coffin, but Barbara did. Execution of Lepa Radic, 1943. During World War II, the fighting in Eastern Europe was very cruel. The Nazis took over many countries. They ruled harshly and treated minorities very badly. Many people were sent away to concentration camps where they were killed. Some people fought back against the Nazis. These groups were called partisans. One young girl who joined the partisans was Lepa Radic. She was born on December 19, 1925, in a small village in what is today Bosnia and Herzegovina. Her family was poor, but believed in communist ideas. Lepa went to school and loved to read. She was very smart and got involved in politics when she was young. When the Nazis invaded Yugoslavia, they took over the area where Lepa lived. Many people in Yugoslavia didn't like the Nazis and started fighting them. Lepa's family joined the partisans in 1941. Lepa also joined them and helped in many ways. She started as a nurse, helping wounded fighters, but later she also fought in battles. In 1943, the Nazis launched a big attack to destroy the partisans. Lepa was helping to save women and children when she was caught by the Nazis. She was only 17 years old, but fought hard with her rifle until she ran out of bullets. She was captured and tortured by the Nazis to get information about the partisans, but she refused to tell them anything. On February 8, 1943, the Nazis took Lepa to be hanged. She stood bravely in front of the crowd. Before she died, she shouted, "Long live the partisans! Fight for your freedom and don't give up." The Nazis gave her one last chance to save herself if she told them the names of other partisans, but she refused. She said she was not a traitor and that others would continue the fight. Lepa was hanged when she was just 17 years old. Later, after the war, she was given the title People's Hero. Today, she is remembered as a symbol of courage and resistance against the Nazis. Even though she was young, she stood up to one of the most evil regimes in history and did not back down. The Shaved Woman of Chartres, 1944. On August 16, 1944, a young woman named Simone Tussaud was forced to walk through the streets while a crowd watched and mocked her. She was only 23 years old and had been accused of working with the Germans during World War II. People called this punishment the Ugly Carnival. During this time, many French people were angry with those who helped the Germans. Women who had relationships with German soldiers were often punished in a very cruel way. They would have their heads shaved and be paraded around town. Some were also beaten, painted with swastikas, or had things thrown at them. Simone Tussaud had worked as a translator for the Germans. She also had a baby with a German soldier. People said she helped the Germans by telling them about her neighbors, but Simone denied this. Still, she was punished very harshly. A member of the French resistance also branded her forehead with a hot iron. It was a very painful and shameful thing to do. She was forced to walk through the streets with her baby in her arms, while people shouted at her and threw things. Her father and mother were also forced to walk with her. They were all humiliated together. After this, Simone and her mother were sent to prison. They were later put on trial for helping the Germans. Simone was sentenced to 10 years of national degradation, which meant she lost many of her rights and was seen as a traitor. Even after the war, Simone struggled to live a normal life. People in France looked down on her, and she was very sad. She turned to drinking and died young at the age of 44. Young kamikaze pilot with puppy, 1945. The photo shows Corporal Yukio Araki, age 17 years old, holding a puppy with 4 other young men, ages 18 and 19, of the 72nd Shinbu Corps. An Asahi Shimbun cameraman took this photo on the day before the departure of the 72nd Shinbu Corps from Bansai Air Base for their kamikaze mission in Okinawa. Yukio Araki became the youngest kamikaze pilot during the Second World War when, at the age of 17, he took off from the Bansai Airfield, Kagoshima, in a Tachikawa Ki-54 twin-engine training aircraft on the 27th of May 1945. It has been speculated that his plane was one of 2 that struck the destroyer USS Brain, DD-630, killing 66 of its crew. However, the ship did not sink. Araki had been home in April 1945 and left letters for his family to be opened upon the news of his death. The letter to his parents noted, "Please find pleasure in your desire for my loyalty to the Emperor and devotion to parents. I have no regrets. I just go forward on my path." Ceremonies were carried out before kamikaze pilots departed on their final mission. The kamikaze shared ceremonial cups of sake or water known as Mizuno Sakazuki. Many Army officer kamikaze took their swords with them, while the Navy pilots, as a general rule, did not carry swords in their planes. The kamikaze, like all Japanese aviators flying over unfriendly territory, were issued, or purchased if they were officers, a Nambu pistol with which to end their lives if they risked being captured. Like all Army and Navy servicemen, the kamikaze wore their senninbari, a belt of 1,000 stitches given to them by their mothers. They also composed and read a death poem, a tradition stemming from the samurai, who did it before committing seppuku. Pilots carried prayers from their families and were given military decorations. The kamikaze were escorted by other pilots whose function was to protect the kamikaze to their destination and report on the results. Approximately 2,800 kamikaze attackers sank 34 Navy ships, damaged 368 others, killed 4,900 sailors, and wounded over 4,800. Despite radar detection and cueing, airborne interception, attrition, and massive anti-aircraft barrages, 14% of kamikazes survived to score a hit on a ship. Nearly 8.5% of all ships hit by kamikazes sank. The Great Smog of London, 1952. On December 5, 1952, a thick fog covered London. Fog was normal in the city, so most people were not worried. But this fog was different. It stayed for 5 days and caused a lot of problems. London had bad air even before this. Many people burned coal to heat their homes, and factories also used coal. After World War II, people used cheap coal that made more smoke. All this made the air dirty. On that day in December, there was no wind. Warm air from chimneys and factories could not rise. Instead, it stayed close to the ground. The dirty air turned into a thick fog that covered the city. It was hard to see even a few steps ahead. Some people said it smelled like rotten eggs. The fog was yellow or green in places. People wore masks to go outside. Planes could not fly and buses stopped running. Only the underground, subway, was working. Roads were full of accidents. Many people stayed home. Schools and theaters closed. Even sports games were canceled because no one could see. Thieves took advantage of the fog. It was easy to steal when no one could see. Crime went up. People walked slowly, holding hands so they wouldn't get lost. Policemen with flashlights helped guide others. Many arrived at work with clothes covered in black soot. Some coughed for days. Doctors were very busy, but it was hard for them to get to patients. The fog finally went away after 5 days when the weather changed. Life slowly returned to normal. At first, no one knew how serious the fog had been. Later, doctors noticed that many elderly and sick people had died. Over 4,000 people lost their lives because of the smog. Some died during the fog. Others got sick and died later. This event made people think more about clean air. In 1956, a new law called the Clean Air Act was passed. It stopped people from burning dirty coal in cities and made factories clean up their smoke. London's air is better today, but pollution is still a problem. Iron Lung Ward, 1953. This photo was taken in 1952 at Rancho Los Amigos Hospital in California. It shows a room full of children in machines called iron lungs. These machines help them breathe because they had polio, a terrible disease that could stop your muscles from working, including the ones that help you breathe. In the early 1950s, polio was spreading fast. Schools, swimming pools, and public places closed. Families stayed home, worried that they or their children might be next. There was no cure, and no one really understood where the disease came from or how to stop it. The most frightening part of polio was that it could cause paralysis. Some people couldn't walk again, others couldn't move their arms. The worst cases ended up in iron lungs, where they had to lie still for weeks, months, or even years just to survive. Taking care of polio patients was very hard. Equipment like the iron lung was expensive, but a group called the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis helped pay for it. This group also gave money to scientists to find a cure. In time, scientists like Enders, Weller, Salk, and Sabin made a vaccine. It was tested and then given to people across the country. The vaccine worked. Slowly, polio began to disappear. Today, most people never think about polio, thanks to that vaccine. But for the people in this photo, life would never be the same. This picture is a reminder of how scary polio was and how lucky we are to have a cure. Even emergency iron lungs were made during outbreaks. Some were built with things like wood, car parts, and glass. The Smiling Mad Bomber, 1957. On November 18, 1940, a homemade bomb was found on a windowsill of a building in New York City. The building belonged to the Consolidated Edison Company, a big electric company. The bomb was made from a piece of pipe and some small batteries. Luckily, it was found before it could explode. Next to the bomb was a wooden box with a note. The note said, "Con Edison Crooks, this is for you," and it was signed with the letters FP. Nobody knew then that this was just the start of a long and scary time for New York City. Over the next 16 years, the city would face many bomb threats and explosions because of this mad bomber. The police would work very hard to find out who was doing this, but it took many years. At first, the police thought the bomber was someone who had a grudge against the electric company. The company's records were all over the place, so it was very hard to find a suspect. After the first bomb, police looked at angry workers or others who might want to hurt the company, but they found no proof and stopped looking. Almost a year later, in September 1941, another bomb was found on a street near the electric company's offices. This bomb looked like the first one and was hidden inside a red sock. This bomb also did not explode. Police thought it might be from someone who used to work for the company and was angry after being fired. Then, during World War II, the bomber sent a note saying he would stop making bombs for the war's duration because of patriotic feelings. But he said he would return to cause trouble to get justice from the company after the war. After the war, bombs started appearing again. On March 29, 1951, a bomb exploded in Grand Central Station, one of the busiest places in New York. Luckily, no one was hurt. The bomb was made of pipe with nuts and bolts inside, similar to the bombs before. Police thought it was just a prank at first. Less than a month later, another bomb exploded in a phone booth in the New York Public Library. Police still did not connect these bombs to the old ones from the 1940s. More bombs kept appearing, sometimes in phone booths, sometimes in public places. Each time, no one was hurt, but people became more scared. In September 1951, a bomb exploded inside the Consolidated Edison building. The building was mostly empty, so no one was hurt again. Police still thought it might be a prank. But inside the police, they knew this was serious. They now believed there was a serial bomber in the city. The bomber also sent letters to newspapers, threatening more bombings if the electric company did not give him justice. Police looked at thousands of former employees to find someone angry enough to do this. In 1951, police arrested a man named Frederick Eberhardt, who used to work at the electric company, but was fired for stealing. His handwriting looked similar to the notes left by the bomber. But while he was being checked in a hospital, another bomb exploded somewhere else in the city. This showed he was not the bomber. More bombs exploded or were found in 1952 and 1953. Police were worried because the bomber was getting more skilled and dangerous. By 1956, the bomber had set off 33 bombs, with 22 actually exploding. Police looked everywhere and questioned many suspects, but they could not catch him. Some police thought the bomber timed the bombs to go off near a full moon. Finally, police tried something new. They asked a mental health expert, Dr. James Brussel, to study all the information and guess what kind of person the bomber might be. This was the first time police used something like offender profiling. Dr. Brussel said the bomber was probably a single man, between 40 and 50 years old, quiet, but not totally antisocial. He was good with tools, proud of his skills, angry, and didn't like being criticized. Despite this profile, the bomber was still free. Then on December 25, 1956, a bomb went off in a movie theater in Brooklyn. This made the public very worried, and police worked even harder. The case finally broke when a woman named Alice G. Kelly, who worked at the electric company, saw a file about an old worker named George Metesky. Metesky was 54 years old and had worked for the company for many years. In 1931, he was badly hurt in a work accident that damaged his lungs. After being paid sick leave for a while, the company let him go because his injury made it hard for him to work. Metesky tried to get money from the company as compensation, but he missed the deadline to file his claim. He became very angry and began planning revenge. He lived with his two sisters and made many bombs in secret. When police questioned Metesky, he admitted to planting 32 bombs over the years. In his sister's house, police found bomb-making materials and parts for a bigger bomb meant for a large building. Metesky said the letters signed FP stood for fair play. Metesky was arrested on January 22, 1957. After testing, doctors said he was paranoid and mentally ill. He was sent to a special hospital for criminals with mental illness. Even though his bombs caused fear and some injuries, he did not kill anyone. His story changed how police looked at crimes and helped start the idea of using profiles to catch criminals. April Fabb's bicycle, 1969. April Fabb was born on April 22, 1955, in Metton, Norfolk. She lived with her father, Ernest, her mother, Olive, and her older sister in 3 different council houses. April had another older sister who lived with her husband on Cromer Road in Roughton. On Tuesday, April 8, 1969, around 1:40 in the afternoon, April left her home to visit her sister in Roughton. She had a pack of 10 cigarettes and a handkerchief in the small bag on her bicycle. She planned to give the cigarettes to her brother-in-law for his birthday. April wore a wine-colored wool skirt, a green jumper, long white socks, and wooden sandals. Soon after leaving, April met 2 friends near Harrison's farm on Cromer Road. After about 10 minutes, she said she was going on to her sister's house. Just after 2 p.m., a worker at Harrison's farm saw April riding her bicycle on Roughman Road, going toward Roughton. This was the last time anyone saw April, around 2:15 p.m. The same day, some workers found April's bicycle lying in a field on Metton to Roughton Road, only a few hundred yards from where she was last seen. April had disappeared in less than 10 minutes. Later, a local man driving his mother home saw the bicycle in the field. He took it to the police station in Roughton. The cigarettes, money, and handkerchief were still in the bag on the bicycle. That evening, April's mother found out April never got to her sister's house. By the next morning, a full search began. Police looked in an area 2 to 3 miles wide and asked many questions. They talked to April's family, friends, and neighbors. Even with all the searching and asking, April was never found. Many possible suspects were checked but later cleared. The case has never been solved. Over the years, little new information has been looked at closely. The case remains open, and it will stay open until April's fate is known. In 2010, forensic experts started using new technology called GIS mapping to try to find April. This project is expected to take a long time, and results might not come soon. The Bath School Disaster, 1927. It was the afternoon of May 18, 1927, in Bath Charter Township, Michigan. A terrible tragedy happened that day. Several buildings were destroyed, including a school. These explosions were not accidents, they were planned. A man named Andrew Philip Kehoe was behind the attack. Kehoe was born in 1872 in Michigan. He was very smart and liked working with electricity and machines. He studied at Michigan State College and later worked as an electrician. He married a woman named Ellen Nellie Price. In 1911, he had a serious head injury, and after that, he moved back to Michigan. Kehoe and Nellie bought a big farm in Bath Township in 1912. But Kehoe was not a kind man. He beat his animals and was known to be very frugal. In 1922, the township decided to build a new school, and landowners had to pay higher taxes. Kehoe hated this and joined the school board in 1924 to try to stop spending. But in 1926, he lost an election and felt humiliated. At home, things were bad. Nellie was very sick and they were behind on paying for the farm. Kehoe became very angry and wanted revenge. He bought dynamite and other explosives and began to plan. In May 1927, Kehoe planted bombs at the school and his farm. On the morning of May 18th, he killed his wife and set fire to his farm. At 8:45 a.m., the farm exploded. People rushed to help, not knowing Kehoe had set a timer for the school bomb too. 15 minutes after the school day started, the school's north wing exploded, trapping and killing many children. Kehoe then drove his truck, loaded with even more explosives, to the school. He set off another bomb in the truck, killing himself and several others nearby. The community was in shock. Doctors and firefighters helped the injured, and everyone tried to save the children. A second bomb was found at the school, but did not explode. In total, 45 people died because of Kehoe's actions. Another 58 were hurt. This was America's first school bombing, and it showed how much damage one angry person could do when he believed the world was against him. The Dresden bombing aftermath, 1945. 75 years ago, during World War II, the city of Dresden in Germany was bombed by Allied forces. This happened on the night of February 13, 1945. In just 15 minutes, hundreds of bombs were dropped on the city. Over the next 2 days, more bombs followed. These attacks caused a huge fire that spread quickly and destroyed much of the city. About 25,000 people died, many from the fire or smoke. Ernst Hirsch was a 9-year-old boy living in Dresden at the time. When the bombs started falling, he and his parents hid in their basement. After the first attack, they ran outside and saw everything around them burning. Their home was badly damaged, but they were lucky to survive. Many families were not so lucky. Later in life, Ernst became a cameraman. He filmed the rebuilding of Dresden and saved old pictures and videos of the city. He wanted people to remember what happened and learn from it. He called the rebuilt Frauenkirche, a famous church, a miracle. He had been baptized there before the war and never thought it would be standing again. Lionel the Lion-Faced Boy, 1907. Stefan Bobrowski, known as the Lion-Faced Boy, was born in 1890 in Poland. He had a rare condition called hypertrichosis, which made his whole body covered in long, silky hair. This condition is very rare and is sometimes called werewolf syndrome. When he was 5 years old, a German showman named Herr Sedlmayr found him. With his parents' permission, Sedlmayr took Stefan to Germany. He wanted to be a dentist, but he only had a few teeth because of his condition. Even though he was short, only 5'3", he was quick and loved to do tricks. As he grew older, his hair reached 8 inches on his face and 4 inches on the rest of his body. People said he looked like a lion, so he was called Lionel, the Lion-Faced Boy. His stage story said his mother saw his father attacked by a lion while she was pregnant, which made him look like a lion. This was not true, but it made the story more exciting. Lionel became very popular and performed in Europe and the United States. He could speak 5 languages and was very kind to people who came to see him. He was paid a lot of money for his shows. Later he joined the famous Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey Circus in the United States. He learned acrobatics and became very skilled. He was always well-dressed and liked to tell stories about his travels. In 1907, he returned to Berlin and performed in a wax museum. In 1913, he moved to New York City to work at Coney Island's Dreamland Circus, where he stayed for 15 years. One day, a hotel where he was staying caught fire, but he escaped safely. He said he was scared that if he lost his hair, he would be just an ordinary man. In 1928, he returned to Germany to retire. Sadly, he died of a heart attack in 1932 at the age of 41. He never married or had children, but he left behind a story that people still remember today. Katharina Detzel and her Straw Man, 1910. Katharina Detzel with a male dummy of her own creation from the Prinzhorn collection. Insane women had no place in the normal society. They went to mental institutions where they had no voice at all. There were almost twice as much women diagnosed for insanity as men. In the early 1910s, women were not taken serious in their artwork. They only had the opportunity to put their creativity in the typical female handcraft. The institutions gave the insane women the special opportunity to make artwork as well, but the staff didn't attend to save and register the made artwork like they did with their male patients. Katharina was put in a mental institution in 1907 after supposedly sabotaging a railway line as a political protest. Before the Nazis murdered her in 1941, she wrote a play, tried to establish a home for babies, protested against the way the inmates were treated, and created miniature figures out of bread dough she probably chewed herself. Katharina also made a life-sized male doll out of the mattress ticking in straw from her bed, which she'd pummel when she was angry or dance with when she felt happy. This male gave her the surrogate love she needed in the institute. Radium Girls, 1920s. On April 20th, 1902, Marie and Pierre Curie found a new element called radium. At first, people thought radium was good for health, so it was used in many products like makeup, ceramics, and even food. But people didn't know then that radium was very dangerous. Radiation was thought to be helpful because it could kill cancer cells. Radium glowed in the dark, which made people think it had magic powers. Doctors said radium was good for you, so it was added to many things like toothpaste, makeup, and even chocolate. Some people even bathed in radium water at spas. During World War I, radium paint was used to make watch dials and other tools glow at night. Many women got jobs painting these dials because the work paid well and seemed safe. They used tiny brushes and were told to lick the tips to make them sharp. No one knew how dangerous this was. Years later, the women started to get sick. Their teeth hurt, their jaws fell apart, and they felt tired and weak. Many went to the doctor, but didn't get help. Some were told they had other diseases like syphilis, even though it wasn't true. One worker, Grace Fryer, had to wear a metal brace because her spine was so weak. She and 4 other women tried to sue their old company, but at first no lawyer would help them. By 1928, the women finally took the company to court. Newspapers wrote about them, and people realized how dangerous radium was. The company tried to avoid paying them, but in the end, the women won a little money to help with their medical bills. Because of the Radium Girls, scientists learned how bad radiation can be. Their fight was the first time a company was forced to care for the health of its workers. Their bravery saved many lives and helped make workplaces safer for everyone. The Hinterkaifeck Murders Farm, 1922. In 1922, a small farm in rural Germany called Hinterkaifeck became the scene of a shocking murder. 6 people from the same family were killed, and the killer was never found. The farm belonged to Andreas and Cecilia Gruber, their daughter Victoria, her children Cecilia and Joseph, and their maid Maria. Strange things happened in the days before the murders. Footprints in the snow led to the farm, but not away, and a strange magazine appeared on their land. The maid said she heard noises in the attic and was so scared she quit her job. Maria, a new maid, started working there on March 31st, 1922. On April 1st, people noticed the family was missing. A repairman named Albert Hoffner came to fix a machine at the farm. He didn't see anyone and waited for hours. Later, a neighbor named Lorenz Schlittenbauer became worried. He and 2 other men went to the farm and found the barn door unlocked. Inside, they found 4 family members dead under hay. In the house, they found young Joseph in his crib and Maria in her room, also dead. Police came and found that the killer had used a farm tool to kill the family, hitting them hard on the head. It looked like the killer stayed at the farm for a while after the murders. They even fed the animals and covered the bodies. Some people thought Lorenz was suspicious because he had a key to the house and found the bodies first. There were many theories, but no one really knows who did it. The murders remain a mystery to this day, and the killer was never caught. The Lipstick Killer's Message, 1945. In 1945, police in Chicago found a dead woman in her apartment. A knife was stuck in her neck, and on the wall was a message written in lipstick. "For heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more. I cannot control myself." This was not the first time. Months earlier, another woman, Josephine Ross, had been killed in her home. The killer had cleaned her body in the bathtub and even bandaged her wounds, as if feeling sorry. Then came Frances Brown. She was found with a knife in her neck and gunshot wounds. Again, the killer cleaned her and tried to cover the wounds. He had even climbed into her apartment through a tiny window ledge. In January 1946, a 6-year-old girl named Suzanne Degnan was taken from her home. Her body was later found in pieces, cleaned and hidden in sewers. A note asking for ransom had spelling mistakes and strange capital letters. More attacks happened, women shot or tied up but not killed. The attacker sometimes helped the victims afterward or simply fled. He seemed clever and athletic, almost like someone with two sides, one violent, one caring. In June 1947, a young man tried to rob another building. When police caught him, he fought hard. It took several officers and even smashing flower pots over his head to stop him. His name was William Herons, a 17-year-old student at the University of Chicago. He was smart, popular, and even handsome, but he had a long history of stealing, keeping everything he took. Police found lots of stolen goods in his room, including expensive war bonds. They also found evidence linking him to the murders. His fingerprints matched. Some of his spelling mistakes matched the ransom note. Police said he confessed but later changed his story. He claimed he was tortured and denied a lawyer. Still, he was given life in prison. To this day, some people believe he was innocent. William always said, "I didn't kill her." The real killer is still out there. The Black Dahlia, 1947. On January 15, 1947, in Los Angeles, a woman walking with her child saw something strange in a field. It looked like a broken mannequin, but when police came, they saw it was the body of a young woman. The body was cut in half, cleaned, and had no blood. Police believed the killer had medical knowledge. Soon, they found out the woman was 22-year-old Elizabeth Short from Massachusetts. She had moved to Los Angeles to become famous. People called her Beth. She was beautiful, but her life was full of mystery. She didn't have a steady home and stayed with different friends. On January 9th, 6 days before she was found, Beth got a ride to Los Angeles from a man named Red Manley. He said she was acting nervous. He dropped her off at the Biltmore Hotel. That was the last time anyone saw her alive. Police started a big search for her killer. They talked to many people, including her friend Ann Toth. Ann told them about Mark Hansen, a rich man who ran a nightclub. He let young women like Beth stay at his house. Ann said Mark was very interested in Beth and didn't like her seeing other men. Beth tried to avoid upsetting Mark, so she told him she was a virgin. This only made him want her more. Things got worse when Beth saw Mark bring another woman home. They had a fight, and he made her leave his house. On the night before Beth's murder, she called Ann and said Mark was acting strange. She said she might visit, but never came. After Beth's body was found, someone mailed her purse and things to a newspaper. Her address book had Mark Hansen's name on it. This made police look at Mark again, but he had an alibi. He was at a movie and had witnesses. Police never searched his home or car. The case went cold. To this day, no one knows who killed Elizabeth Short. Her murder, now called the Black Dahlia case, remains one of the most famous unsolved crimes in America. 4 Children for Sale, 1948. This is a sad story about a real photo taken in 1948. The picture shows a mother, Lucille Chalafou, with her head down, behind her 4 children. In front of them is a sign that says, 4 Children for Sale. The photo was first printed in a newspaper in Indiana on August 5, 1948. Many people saw it soon after. Some people thought the photo might be fake, but the story is true. The mother was very poor and could not take care of her kids. She was also pregnant with another baby at the time. Sadly, all of the children in the photo, and even the baby she was carrying, were sold to other people. One of the daughters later said she was sold for just $2. Some of the children were treated very badly. One said they were chained up in a barn and forced to work on a farm like slaves. Dyatlov Pass Incident. In 1959, 9 hikers went on a trip to a cold, snowy mountain area in the Soviet Union. They were all experienced and knew how to survive in the wild. Their leader was Igor Dyatlov. One hiker, Yuri Yudin, got sick and had to leave early. The other 9 kept going. They traveled through snow and cold weather and made notes and pictures along the way. On February 1st, they reached a mountain called Dead Mountain. They set up their tent near the top. Days passed, but they did not come back or send any news. People got worried and sent a search team. On February 26th, the team found the hikers' tent. It was strange. The tent was cut open from the inside, but everything else was still inside. It looked like the hikers left quickly, but calmly. The search team followed footprints from the tent into the forest. After some walking, they found 2 bodies by a campfire. Over the next 2 months, they found all 9 bodies in different places. Some of the hikers were badly dressed for the cold, only wearing light clothes in freezing weather. Some had broken bones like from a big fall, and some had injuries like crushed ribs and a fractured skull. Some had missing eyes or tongues, but doctors said this was from the body breaking down after death, not from violence. A few had burn marks and some clothes were found to be slightly radioactive. The police investigation said only that they died from an unknown powerful force, but this gave no real answers. One good theory is that a fire or smoke from their stove inside the tent scared them so much that they cut the tent open and ran outside in panic. Outside, it was very cold and dark. They tried to make a fire in the woods, but some got hurt in a small avalanche and died from their injuries or the cold. The strange things like missing tongues or radioactivity probably have normal explanations, like the body decaying or their work with nuclear materials before the trip. No one knows exactly what scared the hikers so much that night, but it was likely something natural like smoke or an avalanche, not anything mysterious. James Brock pouring acid into a pool, 1964. In 1964, at a motel in St. Augustine, Florida, a group of black and white people were protesting. They wanted to eat at a restaurant inside the motel, but the owner would not let black people enter. Among the protesters was Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. and his friends. The protest was about unfair treatment and racism. The people wanted to be treated equally and to use the restaurant like everyone else. But the motel manager, a white man, did something very bad. He poured acid into the motel's swimming pool where the protesters were standing and sitting. This was dangerous and hurtful. Police officers were there, but they did not stop the manager. After the protest, many of the protesters, including Martin Luther King Jr., were taken to jail. Not long after this event, President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 into law. This law made it illegal to treat people differently because of their skin color. The story shows how hard it was for black people to fight for equal rights. They were not allowed to go into some places just because of their skin color. Some white people helped the black protesters and joined them in the pool. Those white helpers were called white allies. The protest was about more than just using a swimming pool or eating at a restaurant. It was about respect and fairness. But even with the law, the struggle for equality continued. The Beaumont Children, 1966. On January 26, 1966, Australia Day, a hot summer day, most people were happy, drinking, swimming, and having fun. But for one family in Adelaide, this day became very sad and scary. The Beaumont family's 3 children, Jane 9 years old, Anna 7, and Grant 5, went missing and never came back. The parents, Jim and Nancy Beaumont, lived in a small house near Glenelg Beach. The day before the kids disappeared, Jim took them to the beach. He left them there, trusting Jane to look after her younger siblings. That evening, all 3 children came home safely. So the parents thought it was okay for the kids to go back to the beach the next day by themselves. On the morning of January 26, the kids left for the beach on a bus at 8:45 a.m., planning to return on the 12 p.m. bus. But when the bus came back, the children were not on it. Their mother, Nancy, waited for the 2 p.m. bus, hoping they had missed the earlier one. But still, the kids never arrived. Jim came home early from work when he heard the children were missing. At 3 p.m., Jim and Nancy went to look for them at the beach, but found nothing. They checked with friends and family, but nobody had seen the children. Finally, at 5:30 p.m., they called the police. The whole country soon knew about the missing kids. Police checked everywhere, but after days, there was no sign of them or their things. The children had taken many items with them, but none were found. People who worked near the beach saw the children with a tall man, about 30 to 35 years old. He had brown hair and was wearing swimming clothes. The kids looked happy with him, but this was strange because the Beaumont children were shy and wouldn't normally talk to strangers. The police made sketches of this man, hoping someone would recognize him. Many questions remained, and the family and country waited, hoping to find the children. The mystery has never been solved, even after many years and many suspects. Blanche Monier's discovery, 1901. Blanche Monnier was a young woman from France in the late 1800s. She was very beautiful and kind. She fell in love with an older lawyer, but her mother did not like him at all. Blanche's mother was very strict and wanted her to marry someone rich and powerful. Because of this, she locked Blanche away in a small dark room in their house. For 25 years, Blanche lived in that room. The room was very dirty and there was no light. Blanche had only a small bed and some food that her mother and brother gave her. They told everyone that Blanche had disappeared. No one knew where she was. People in the town thought Blanche had run away. Her friends missed her, but they believed she was gone forever. Her mother and brother kept the secret for many years. They told no one that Blanche was in the house all along. One day someone sent a letter to the police. The letter said that a woman was locked away in a hidden room. The police went to Blanche's house to see if it was true. When they found the room, they were shocked. Blanche was very thin and dirty. She had not seen the sun or felt fresh air in 25 years. The police took Blanche out of the room. She was very weak, but she was happy to be free. Her mother was arrested and died of heart attack a few months later. Blanche's brother was also punished, but not severely at all. Blanche went to live in a hospital to recover. She spent the rest of her life there, safe and cared for. Soviet famine of 1932. After the Russian Revolution and Civil War, Russia was in chaos. A terrible famine broke out between 1920 and 1921. It killed up to 10 million people. Many died from hunger or from diseases that spread among the starving people. The war had already killed millions of soldiers and left the country in ruins. Farms were in bad shape because there were not enough workers and because of droughts. Crops were poor and trains could not deliver food where it was needed. The Communist Red Army took food from farmers without paying them. Farmers were forced to give up so much food that they had nothing left to feed their own families. People were so hungry that they began eating anything they could find. They ate tree bark, weeds, dead animals, and even straw from the roofs of their homes. Many children looked like skeletons because they were so thin. Disease spread quickly among the starving people. In some places, people turned to cannibalism. They dug up dead bodies to eat, or even killed family members so others could survive. There were stories of butcher shops selling human meat. Some of these stories may have been exaggerated, but many were true. Cannibals were often killed or jailed if caught. As the famine spread, people left their villages hoping to find food in the cities. Many died on the journey. Some parents abandoned their children because they could not feed them. Orphanages were overcrowded and full of disease. At first, the communist leaders did not want foreign help, but soon they realized they needed it. Groups like the American Relief Administration and British Save the Children worked hard to help. They opened kitchens that fed millions of people, especially children. Relief workers also gave out medicine to stop diseases. By 1923, better harvests and foreign aid helped end the famine in most places. However, in some places, hunger lasted until 1925. The Russian famine was one of the deadliest famines in history. Comfort women in World War II. During the Second World War, many terrible things were done to innocent people. One of the worst things was the way the Japanese army treated women in the lands they took over. The Japanese army made places called comfort stations. These were brothels where soldiers could go. The army said these places would stop soldiers from hurting local people and stop diseases. But in truth, it was a way to force women into terrible lives. Many women were taken by force. Some were told they would work in factories or as nurses, but they ended up in these brothels. Most women were kidnapped or lied to. Women from many countries like Korea, China, Indonesia, and the Philippines were forced to work in these places. Some were teenagers or even younger. In many places, soldiers took women from their homes and made them live with the army. Many women never saw their families again. The women lived in bad conditions. They were often beaten and had to serve many soldiers every day. Many of them became sick and many died. In some places, the Japanese soldiers even killed the women when they ran away or when the army lost battles. A woman from Korea named Kim Hal-sun told her story. She said she was taken when she was 17. She was told she would work in a factory, but she was taken to a brothel instead. She was assaulted many times every day and felt sick around all men after that. She said she did not feel like a woman anymore. Many women were never able to tell their stories. Some were killed in the war, and some took their own lives because they could not live with what happened to them. Many women were left with deep pain and shame for the rest of their lives. Tereska Draws Home, 1948. This is a photo of a girl named Tereska. She was 7 years old when the photo was taken. Tereska was from Poland and had lived through a very hard time, World War II. She had been in a concentration camp during the war. The photo was taken in a school in Warsaw 3 years after the war ended. In this photo, Tereska is doing an art activity called This is Home. The children were asked to draw what home meant to them. But instead of a house or family, Tereska drew wild, messy lines all over the chalkboard. Some people think her drawing shows how confused and hurt her mind was after all she had seen. Her eyes in the photo look sad and scared. There are 2 photos of her taken just moments apart. In both pictures, her face looks the same, serious and full of pain. Her drawing becomes even more wild in the second photo. Tereska went to a school for children with mental and emotional problems. Some teachers said she liked to talk and tried her best in class. But as she grew up, things got harder. She started drinking and smoking, and she hurt her younger brother. In 1978, Tereska died after choking on food she took from another patient in a mental hospital. She was only in her 40s. People say the war never really ended for her. Robert Hansen with his bow, 1970s. It wasn't an appreciation for nature or the animals, but the kill which appealed most to Hansen during his hunting excursions recalled an acquaintance. Conditions were much the same for his victims, frequently setting the women loose in the Alaskan wilderness and shooting them down with a Ruger Mini 14 rifle, like prized wild game. The friend who took the pictures eerily noted, when Bob was hunting, if the game was in his sights, be it with a bow or with a rifle, he was going to hit what he was aiming at. Eklutna Lake is a beautiful and quiet place in the mountains. It gets its water from melting glaciers. It's very remote, and not many people go there unless they have a reason. One day, 2 power line workers were in the Eklutna Road area. While working, they found bones in the woods. They called the police, and the state troopers went to check it out. At the scene, they found a skeleton along with some clothes, jewelry, and a pair of tall red boots. But they didn't find anything that could tell them who the person was. When bones are found, they always do an autopsy. That means experts look at the bones to try and learn more about the person. A forensic expert examined the remains and believed it was a young girl, probably in her late teens. She had been stabbed in the back. Since they didn't know her name, investigators tried something called facial reconstruction. They made a model of her face based on her skull. After that, they gave her the name Eklutna Annie. It wasn't her real name, but they needed some way to refer to her. Looking at her clothes and those tall red boots, investigators thought she might have been an ex-worker. Sadly, when ex-workers are murdered, the case becomes much harder to solve. Many of them use fake names and have little or no contact with their families. Back in those days, it was even harder. There was no internet to help find people. In the mid-1970s, things in Alaska started to change. The oil pipeline brought a lot of workers, and with them came more crime and more sex workers. Anchorage, the biggest city, grew fast. It went from about 60,000 people to 200,000 in just a few years. A lot of bars and strip clubs opened to make money from the new people coming in for the pipeline jobs. Bob worked as a baker. His wife, Darla, was a teacher at a Christian school. They had 2 children. Darla was kind and gentle. She listened to Bob and cared for him in a way no one else ever had. Getting someone like Darla to love him probably felt like a big achievement to Bob, but she wasn't the kind of woman he truly wanted. Bob was an odd guy. He got very excited when talking about things he loved, especially hunting. If he talked too much, sometimes spit would come out of his mouth. He loved the challenge of hunting, sneaking up on animals, getting close, and making the perfect shot. It gave him a thrill. From the outside, Bob seemed like a normal, nice guy, but deep down, he was very different. He had a dark side. A crime expert named Gary Brucato explained that by this time in Bob's life, he had a pattern. He would pick up young women, but one day something went wrong. The woman didn't follow his plan. She ran away. The chase excited him. It reminded him of how he hunted animals, sneaking up, catching them, and killing them. In this case, Bob didn't just give up. He chased her down. He said he crossed the line. After that, if a woman resisted or tried to escape, it only made him angrier. He wanted to punish them even more. The news said he was the worst serial killer in Alaska's history. And just think about it. If Bob got his kicks from killing humans, imagine his actual victim count that nobody knows about. For this guy to be cunning and patient enough to kill a doll sheep with a slow-shooting recurve bow, his human hunting and hiding skills were probably even better. Cindy Paulson was just 17 years old when she escaped from Robert Hansen. Her brave escape helped the police catch him and stop his crimes. Cindy lived in Anchorage with her mom. She was a dancer and sometimes worked on the streets. On June 13, 1983, Robert Hansen stopped his car next to her. He acted like a customer and she got in the car. But right away, he pulled out a gun and put handcuffs on her. Cindy told the police later, "I tried to fight, but I was scared. I didn't want him to hurt me." Hansen drove her to his house. There, he tied a rope around her neck and tied it to a table. He also kept her hands cuffed. He hurt her for hours. Cindy noticed everything she could. There were bars on the windows and even a bullet hole in the floor. Later, she begged him to let her go. "I told him I live with my mom and won't tell anyone," she said. Hansen told her he had a cabin in the woods. He said he would fly her there in his plane and then bring her back. But Cindy knew that if she got on that plane, she would not come back. She looked around his house and saw hunting awards with his real name, Robert Hansen, not Don, which is what he had told her. That's when she knew for sure he planned to kill her. Early in the morning, around 5 a.m., Hansen drove with Cindy to Merrill Field, a small airport in Anchorage. His private plane was there. He told her to stay in the car and not move, or he would kill her. Hansen walked away to get the plane ready. Cindy saw her chance. Even though her hands were still tied and she had no shoes, she jumped into the front seat, opened the door, and ran as fast as she could. Hansen saw her running and yelled at her to come back, but she kept going and ran to the road. A man in a truck named Robert saw her and pulled over. He picked her up and asked where she wanted to go. Cindy asked to be taken to a nearby motel where her boyfriend was staying. At the same time, Hansen ran back to his car and drove off. But a security guard at the airport saw him and thought he looked suspicious. The guard wrote down the license plate number of Hansen's car. At the motel, Cindy found her boyfriend and told him what happened. The motel worker called the police. When they came, Cindy told them everything: what Hansen looked like, what his house looked like, and what kind of gun he had. The police put her in a car to take her to the hospital. On the way, they passed the same airport where she had escaped. Cindy pointed to Hansen's plane and said, "That's it." Just then, the same security guard from before came up to the police and gave them the license plate number he had written down. The police checked the number with the FAA, the agency in charge of planes. Both the car and the plane were registered to Robert C. Hansen. It took a few more months before police arrested Hansen. But because of Cindy's story and the details she gave, they were able to get a search warrant for his house. Inside, they found many things that proved he had hurt and killed women. Thanks to Cindy, the police were finally able to stop Hansen after 12 years of crime. She had saved not just herself, but many other women too. Cindy's brave escape was turned into a movie called The Frozen Ground in 2013. Actress Vanessa Hudgens played Cindy, and Nicolas Cage played the police officer who helped catch Hansen. Cindy talked to Vanessa before the movie and shared her memories to help her play the role. In 2020, they made a new facial reconstruction of Eklutna Annie, hoping it would help identify her. People still hope to figure out who she was. Many families out there are still waiting for answers. They want to know what happened to their daughters, sisters, and friends. It's so heartbreaking to think about all the young lives that were lost. So many of them had no one to speak for them, and no way to protect themselves. The Bath Pool Park, 1972. At first glance, Bath Pool Park looks like any other quiet patch of countryside, a peaceful escape where locals walk their dogs, children play, and life feels calm. But under the grass and gravel paths, down in the dark of an old drain, something disturbing was happening. Directly below this spot, on a small metal platform deep inside the shaft, a 17-year-old girl was chained by the neck, alone, terrified, and waiting. Her name was Leslie Whittle, the victim of one of Britain's most chilling ransom kidnappings. On the morning of January 14, 1975, British police were told that 17-year-old heiress Leslie Whittle had been kidnapped from her bedroom. A ransom note was found at her home, asking for money in exchange for her life. At the time, the police had no idea that the person they were looking for was already Britain's most wanted man, Donald Neilson, a dangerous criminal nicknamed the Black Panther. This was his first known kidnapping, but not his first crime. Donald Neilson was born on August 1, 1936, in Bradford, a town in northern England. He got into trouble from a young age. By age 12, he had already been caught for stealing and damaging property, and because he was still a child, he was only given a warning. Neilson later joined the army, where he learned how to use weapons. After leaving the army, he got married in 1955 and tried to live a normal life. He worked as a carpenter, builder, and taxi driver, but nothing worked out for him. Instead of working, he turned to crime. At first, he would break into houses at night, sneaking in while people were sleeping. He wore dark clothes and was very quiet, committing more than 400 robberies without being caught, and local police started calling him the Phantom. Soon, Neilson wanted more money. During one break-in, he found guns and bullets, which gave him a new idea. He started robbing small village post offices. These places had cash but not much security, making them easy targets. He wore army-style clothes, a black mask, and carried a shotgun. He would enter the homes of post office workers at night, point the gun at them, and force them to give him the money. In 1974, his crimes became deadly. That February, Neilson shot and killed 54-year-old Donald Skepper during a robbery. A few months later, he shot another postmaster, Derek Aston, and badly injured his wife, Marion. She later told the police that the attacker moved quickly, like a panther. The media picked up on the name, and soon the criminal became known to everyone as the Black Panther. Neilson liked this name. Not long after, he killed again. This time, he shot Postmaster Sidney Grayland and beat his wife so badly that her skull was broken. She survived, but the attack was brutal. By this time, Neilson thought he was unstoppable. He read about the death of George Whittle, a rich businessman, and learned that Whittle had left a lot of money to his family. Neilson decided to kidnap someone from the family and ask for a £50,000 ransom, worth about £450,000 today, believing they would pay. He prepared carefully. He rented a garage to hide a stolen car, bought supplies like tape, flashlights, binoculars, and wire, and chose Bath Pool Park in Staffordshire as the place to hide his victim. Underneath the park was an old water system with tunnels and ladders, which he believed would help him escape if needed. In the early morning of January 14, 1975, Neilson broke into the Whittle home. He was planning to kidnap George Whittle's widow, but found 17-year-old Leslie Whittle instead. He forced her to get dressed, tied her up, and carried her to his car. He took her to Bath Pool Park, forced her down a 60-foot shaft, and tied her to a ladder with a wire around her neck. She was left on a small metal platform with just a sleeping bag and a flashlight. Then, Neilson locked the shaft and left her there. The ransom note told the family not to involve the police, but they did. Although the police didn't know how to handle a kidnapping, they thought at first it might just be a joke. Several attempts to deliver the ransom failed. Neilson made mistakes. Leslie's brother, Ronald, got lost on the way to the drop-off spot. A couple accidentally showed up at the park, confusing Neilson, and a police officer unknowingly stopped near the spot just to have a cigarette. All of this scared Neilson, and he gave up and ran away. Leslie was still trapped underground. The police didn't search the tunnels. Kids later found tape and a flashlight in the park, but no one realized they were clues. Finally, the police found the stolen car Nielsen had used. Inside were Leslie's slippers, a cassette of her voice, and his fingerprints. They realized the kidnapper was also the Black Panther, but Nielsen was still free. He wasn't caught until December 1975, nearly a year later. 2 police officers stopped him after he was acting strangely. He pulled a gun on them and made them drive toward Sherwood Forest, planning to kill them. One of the officers pretended not to know the way, giving his partner the chance to grab the gun. During the fight, the gun went off and the car crashed. Locals came running and helped catch Nielsen. He was finally arrested. Later, police searched the area near Bathpool Park again. On March 7th, they found Leslie's body at the bottom of the shaft. She had died from hanging, and it's believed she either slipped or was pushed off the platform. She was cold, alone, and had been left with almost nothing. It was a sad and painful end. Nielsen was found guilty of 4 murders and sentenced to life in prison, where he died in 2011. Even though he admitted to many crimes, he always claimed Leslie's death was an accident. But most people agree that what he did to her was so cruel that he should never have been free again. Dartmouth Street, 1977. Virginia Voskerichian, a 20-year-old Columbia University student, was shot and killed on March 8, 1977, near her home in Forest Hills, Queens. David Berkowitz, also known as the son of Sam, murdered Virginia Voskerichian as part of a broader killing spree in New York City between 1976 and 1977. This Google Street View image of the eastern side of Dartmouth Street was taken in July 2021. This is the exact spot where Berkowitz shot Voskerichian in the face with a .44 caliber Bulldog revolver. In this image, you can see a photograph of the crime scene on the day it happened and a Google Street View image from April 2021. The eastern side of the apartment complex is visible in the background of both images. In the 1970s, New York City was a very difficult place to live. There were many crimes, the economy was failing, and people were scared. In 1975 alone, there were around 1,800 murders. Then, in 1977, a major blackout added to the city's problems. In the middle of all this, a man named David Berkowitz began a killing spree that would terrify the city. He was a lonely man living in Yonkers, just outside New York City. He had mental health problems and felt strong urges to hurt people, especially women. Starting in 1976, Berkowitz gave in to those urges. Over 12 months, he killed 6 people, 5 women and 1 man. Their names were Donna Loria, Christine Freund, Virginia Voskerichian, Valentina Suriani, Alexander Esau, and Stacy Moskowitz. The murders seemed random, and the killer left behind strange letters. The media started calling him the son of Sam. People became very afraid. The fear got worse when people realized he seemed to be targeting young women with long, dark hair. Many women began wearing wigs, cutting their hair, or dyeing it to stay safe. During his killing spree, Berkowitz enjoyed scaring people. He wrote creepy letters to police and reporters, saying strange things and calling himself Son of Sam. These letters were confusing and frightening. He even claimed he was ordered to kill by a demon speaking through a neighbor's dog. He later admitted this story was made up to avoid trial and ruin book deals about his crimes. When Berkowitz was arrested on August 10, 1977, police found the murder weapon in his car. He confessed right away. It seemed clear he acted alone, but some people believed he had help. A journalist named Maury Terry thought Berkowitz was part of a satanic cult that ordered him to kill. He said Berkowitz joined the cult because he was lonely and wanted to belong somewhere. Some believed the police called him a lone killer just to calm the city and end the case quickly. Berkowitz also confessed to starting fires. He kept detailed notes in his diary about more than 1,400 fires he had started over the years. He even used to be a volunteer fireman. Some believe he may have set up to 2,000 fires before he started killing people. Before all this, Berkowitz served in the U.S. Army. He joined in 1971 and spent a year in South Korea. He trained with weapons and became a good marksman. He earned 2 military awards, but was also demoted once for poor performance. He was honorably discharged in 1974. While in prison, Berkowitz claimed he changed. He said he became a Christian and now called himself the Son of Hope. He said his interest in dark, evil things led him to commit those crimes, but now he wanted to help others. He started ministering to other prisoners and said he was fighting against evil with God's help. Some Christians saw his story as proof that even the worst people can be saved. After Berkowitz was caught, something else important happened. Many people worried he might become rich by selling his story to movie studios or publishers. Because of this, New York passed a law called the Son of Sam Law, which stopped criminals from making money off their crimes. Today, David Berkowitz is still in prison. His story has changed many things: how the media reports crime, how police handle serial killers, and even how states create laws. Picture of the DeFeo family just before the Amityville Horror, 1974. In the quiet town of Amityville, New York, there was a big, beautiful house at 112 Ocean Avenue. From the outside, it looked like a dream home, but inside, it held a very dark and scary secret. In 1974, the DeFeo family lived in that house. Ronald DeFeo Sr. and his wife Louise had 5 children. Their oldest son, Ronald Jr., was called Butch or Ronnie. They also had a daughter named Dawn, who was 18, a daughter Allison, 13, and 2 younger sons, Mark, 12, and John, 9. The family did not live happily. The father, Ronald Sr., was very strict and often angry. The children were scared of him, especially Ronnie. Ronnie felt alone and upset, and he started using drugs and alcohol. He had trouble with his behavior and even got violent. Once, he even pointed a gun at his father. On November 14, 1974, something horrible happened. Ronnie ran into a bar near his house and screamed that someone had broken into their home and that his parents were dead. People from the bar followed him back to the house. When they went inside, they found a terrible scene. All 6 members of the DeFeo family had been shot and killed while they were sleeping. The police were called right away. When they arrived, they quickly became suspicious of Ronnie's story. They found no signs of a break-in, no struggle, and no robbery. Every family member was found lying face down in their beds, shot and killed. Soon, Ronnie's lies began to fall apart. He blamed different people, including a hitman and even his sister Dawn. But eventually, he told the truth. Ronnie confessed that in the early hours of November 13th, around 3:15 a.m., he got his rifle, went into his parents' bedroom, and shot both of them. Then he went room to room and shot each of his siblings while they slept. After that, he cleaned up, got dressed, went to work, and acted like nothing had happened. Later that day, Ronnie faked a phone call to his home and told people he couldn't reach his family. That night, he ran into the bar pretending to be shocked. But police knew better. Ronnie was arrested and charged with 6 murders. His lawyer said he was insane and claimed he heard voices telling him to kill. Doctors agreed he had mental problems, but said he knew right from wrong. Ronnie was found guilty and sentenced to 6 life terms in prison. After the murders, the house stayed empty for over a year. Then in December 1975, a new family moved in, George and Kathy Lutz and their 3 children. They were happy to find such a large house at a good price, but only 28 days later they ran from the house, saying it was haunted. At first, things seemed fine, but soon George began to hear strange noises and voices. Doors slammed on their own. Kathy found a small room that wasn't on the house plans, and it was painted bright red. George kept waking up at 3:15 a.m. every night, the same time Ronnie had killed his family. One night, George saw Kathy floating above the bed while she slept. Then the haunting got worse. The family said they saw ghostly shadows, green slime oozing from the walls, and even knives flying off kitchen counters. Flies filled the house, even though it was winter. Their sons also floated above their beds, and they claimed to see a pig with glowing red eyes watching them from the window. The family smelled bad odors and felt cold spots in the house for no reason. They were so scared, they called a priest named Father Pecoraro to bless the house. But the priest said he heard a voice telling him to leave, and he left before finishing the blessing. That night, the Lutz family left the house and never came back. They told everyone that something evil had driven them out. Some people believed them, but others did not. The Lutzes didn't give many details about what they saw, and some friends said they made the whole thing up. Their former lawyer, William Weber, later said they invented the story together to make money and escape their debts. But the Lutzes said the haunting was real. They even took lie detector tests and passed. Their children also said the house was truly haunted. One of Kathy's sons, Daniel, claimed he was possessed by a spirit during their time there. Another son, Christopher, said the hauntings were real, but blamed George Lutz. He said George was interested in ghosts and spirits, and may have done things to invite them in. Christopher said George used chants and tried to make the ghosts appear. Years later, the house's address was changed to keep people away. Many different families have lived there since then, and none of them have said they saw anything strange. Still, the story of what happened in the Amityville house has been told again and again. Books were written, movies were made. The most famous movie, The Amityville Horror, came out in 1979 and inspired many more films. Cary Graham and Francine Trimble, 1978. In 1978, two teenage girls from Forestville, California, Carrie Ann Graham, 15, and Francine Marie Trimble, 14, disappeared without a trace. They were close friends and next-door neighbors. On December 16, 1978, just 9 days before Christmas, Carrie told her mother she was going to the Cottingtown Mall in Santa Rosa with Francine to buy gifts. The mall was about 14 miles away. It's believed the girls planned to hitchhike, something that wasn't unusual for teenagers at that time. When the girls didn't come back, their families first thought they had run away. Francine's mother reported her missing the next day, and Carrie's family waited until Christmas Eve to do the same. The police also believed the girls had likely run away, though their families feared something more serious had happened. Neither girl took anything with them. No clothes, no money, not even makeup. In fact, makeup was still sitting out as if they were getting ready. Carrie was still recovering from surgery and wasn't in great shape to travel far. There were no signs of a struggle at Francine's house, so police guessed that if someone had taken the girls, it was either someone they knew or someone with a weapon. Sadly, the investigation at the time was very basic. There was no media attention, and no one at their school was even asked about them. At that time, police often believed runaways would come home soon, so they didn't act fast. 7 months later, on July 8, 1979, two people were driving through Mendocino County, about 80 miles from Forestville, when they stopped on the side of the road near Highway 20. After a small argument, they took a short walk into the nearby woods and noticed something strange: a human skull sticking out of the ground. They left a soda can to mark the spot and drove to the nearest town to call the police. Police and the FBI searched the area and found more bones. There were two bodies, both wrapped in plastic and tied with duct tape. Animals had scattered some of the bones. There were no clothes, only one bird-shaped earring. The bodies had clearly been murdered elsewhere and buried in a shallow grave in the forest. Doctors who examined the bones thought the two were around 14 years old and probably a boy and a girl, maybe even siblings. But they couldn't tell exactly how they had died. There were no obvious injuries, but the idea of strangulation couldn't be ruled out. No one knew who they were. The police called them John and Jane Doe and buried their bones in a cemetery for safekeeping. In 1985, the FBI tried again to find answers using new tests, but nothing worked. In the early 2000s, clay models of the victims' faces were made using their skulls. These were shown to the public in hopes someone would recognize them. Also around that time, DNA tests proved the two were not related. They were both around 13 to 15 years old. But even with this new information, no one came forward to identify them. Police guessed they may have run away from another state and hitchhiked to California. Their names, their story, everything remained unknown. In 2011, the bones were dug up again so new DNA tests could be done using more modern science. A year later, updated computer images of the girls' faces were made to show what they might have looked like. In 2014, it was finally discovered that both victims were girls. The earlier belief that one was a boy had been wrong all along. In 2015, something changed. A family member of Cary Graham reached out to the police. She had heard about the case and thought one of the girls might be her long-lost sister. DNA samples were collected from both girls' families. Then, in 2016, after 36 years, the bodies were finally identified as Carrie Graham and Francine Trimble. Police admitted that they had never thought to connect the missing girls with the remains found in Mendocino County, mostly because they believed one of the victims had been a boy. Once identified, the girls' remains were returned to their families. Even now, many questions remain. Did Carrie and Francine really plan to go to the mall? Did they hitchhike and meet someone dangerous? A classmate later said the girls had once hitchhiked to a party in Santa Rosa, starting from a Chevron gas station. Maybe that's what they were trying to do again. Maybe they knew someone in Santa Rosa and never planned to shop at the mall at all. Wheaton Plaza, 1975. This looks like any other ordinary mall, but it's actually the Wheaton Plaza, a week after the Lyon sisters disappeared there. It was March 25, 1975, Easter Day. People were happy, enjoying the holiday with family. Some were going out for fun, while others were eating at nice restaurants. John and Mary Lyon were also planning a fun day with their 4 children. Since it was spring break, they decided to go out for lunch at a pizza place called the Orange Bowl in Maryland. Before lunch, 2 of their daughters, Sheila, 12 years old, and Catherine, 10 years old, wanted to do something different. They asked to go see the Easter exhibits at the nearby mall. Mary said yes. She hugged and kissed them and told them to be home by 4 p.m. Mary didn't know that this would be the last time she would ever see her daughters. When the girls didn't return by 4 p.m., Mary wasn't too worried. They had come home late a few times before, but by 5 p.m., she was angry. She thought they were being disobedient. By 7 p.m., she felt something was wrong. She called the police. The search for the girls started right away. It would become one of the biggest missing children cases in the country. Police made a timeline of the girls' movements. The girls left home between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. By 1 p.m., a neighborhood child saw them talking to a strange man outside the Orange Bowl. At 2 p.m., their brother Jay saw them eating pizza at the same place. Around 2:30 p.m., a friend said she saw the girls walking on a street that led to their home, but the girls never made it back. Sergeant Rodney Ingalls led the case. He said that the place where they were last seen was very close to home, but the girls had vanished. There were no clues, no suspects, no motive. It felt like the girls had simply disappeared into thin air. The town was small and quiet. How could something so terrible happen here? Police thought about all the possibilities. Kidnappers often ask for money, but no ransom was requested. A few people tried to trick the family by asking for money, but nothing came from it. John Lyon even left $10,000 at a bus stop after getting a fake message. No one came to collect it. Some thought the girls had run away, but Mary said that made no sense. The girls were happy and had no reason to leave. They loved their family. So what happened? Could they have been killed? Could their bodies have been hidden? The police didn't want to believe that. They said if the girls were buried nearby, animals might have found the bodies. But what if the bodies had been burned or buried deep underground? After 5 years, Sergeant Ingalls left the case. Many other detectives took over after that, but the case remained unsolved. It became a painful mystery for the police and a nightmare for the Lyon family. Even though life had to go on, John and Mary never gave up hope. They dreamed that one day their daughters would come home, smiling and holding hands. Then something unexpected happened. Not long after the girls went missing, an 18-year-old man named Lloyd Lee Welch went to the police. He said he saw the girls being taken by a man, but police thought he was lying just to get a reward. Welch said the man who took the girls walked with a limp, just like the main suspect at the time. But the police ignored him. The case stayed cold for over 38 years. In 2013, Detective Chris Homrock decided to look at the case again. He found Welch's old statement and visited him in prison. Welch was there for another crime. He had hurt a young girl and was serving a long sentence. When the detectives met Welch, he immediately said, "You're here about those 2 missing kids." At first, he denied everything, but then he started talking. He mentioned a man named Ray Molesky, who had once been a suspect. Molesky had died in prison in 2004 after killing his wife and son. Before he died, He bragged in jail that he knew what happened to the Lyon sisters. In 2001, someone had already told police that Molesky might be responsible. But they never found the girls' bodies, and Molesky refused to give more details unless he was moved to another prison. He died before that could happen. A witness in 1975 had also drawn a picture of a man with long hair who was watching the girls. This sketch looked a lot like Welch. After more interviews, Welch finally admitted he had helped kidnap the sisters. He said he thought they were taken for sexual reasons. He also said he had burned one of their bodies, but he claimed he didn't hurt or kill them himself. The court didn't believe that. He was clearly involved, and that made him responsible. He was given another 48 years in prison. He could ask for parole when he turns 80, but his chances are very low. After more than 40 years, police finally had answers. They knew who took the girls, but it still wasn't a happy ending. The Lyon family still didn't know where the girls' bodies were. They couldn't give them a proper burial. At the end of the trial, John Lyon said, "It's been a long, long time, and we're tired. We just want to go home." Rodney Alcala on The Dating Game, 1978. It was 1978. Millions of people across the U.S. were watching a popular TV show called The Dating Game. The show began with three men hidden behind a wall. After the wall moved, the host introduced them. One of them was a man named Rodney Alcala. Jim said Rodney was a photographer who loved skydiving and riding motorcycles. The audience laughed and cheered. Rodney smiled at the camera. He looked handsome and friendly, but there was a dark secret. No one knew he was a killer. He had already murdered people before the show and would do it again after. Rodney Alcala was born in 1943 in Texas. His dad took the family to Mexico when he was young, but later left them. When Rodney was 11, his mom brought him and his sisters to Los Angeles. Rodney had a difficult childhood, but many people do. Still, something inside him wasn't right. At 17, he joined the army, but after a few years, he had a mental breakdown and left without permission. A doctor later said Rodney had an antisocial personality disorder. This means he didn't care how his actions hurt others. Later, doctors would say he also had narcissism and enjoyed hurting people. Rodney went to college and became a photographer. In 1968, he attacked a girl named Tali Shapiro in his apartment. He hit her badly and left her almost dead. Someone saw him with her and called the police. When they arrived, they found the girl, but Rodney had run away. She was in a coma for over a month, but survived. Many years later, she would help put him in prison. Rodney changed his name and moved to New York. He joined a film school and told people he was John Berger. He kept taking pictures, especially of women and girls. He looked like a normal photographer, but inside, he was thinking about killing. By 1971, the FBI had him on their most wanted list. He had already killed again. His victims were often left in strange positions after death. This was his signature. It showed how sick and twisted his mind was. Rodney got a job at a summer camp for kids. One day, two kids saw his face on a wanted poster and told someone. Police caught him and brought him back to California. But there was a problem. The girl he had attacked years before had moved to Mexico with her parents. They didn't want her to go through the pain of testifying in court. So, Rodney only went to jail for a short time. He was released early because the parole board believed he had changed, but he hadn't. Soon after, he was arrested again for giving drugs to a young girl and trying to kiss her. Again, he only spent a short time in prison. Rodney moved back to New York and killed again. One of his victims, Ellen Hover, had written in her diary that she was going to meet a photographer named John Berger. Years later, police realized this was Rodney. In 1978, he was back in California and working at a newspaper. He showed people photos he had taken of many women. When asked about it, he said their mothers had asked him to take the pictures. Then came his appearance on The Dating Game. He won the contest. But the woman who picked him felt something was wrong. She told the show she didn't want to go on the date because he gave off creepy vibes. Other people who met Rodney also said he seemed strange. Not long after that, Rodney killed again. He murdered several women, including an 18-year-old named Jill Barcombe and a 27-year-old nurse named Georgia Wixted. He also killed Charlotte Lamb, a legal secretary, and Jill Parento, a college student. All their bodies were found posed in strange ways. In 1979, Rodney met two girls in Huntington Beach, California. He asked to take their pictures. One of the girls, Robin Samso, later went missing. Her body was found in the mountains. Her friends described the man who took her photo. A police sketch was made, and Rodney's parole officer recognized him. Police searched Rodney's things and found hundreds of photos of women. They also found jewelry belonging to Robin. In 1980, Rodney was found guilty of her murder and sentenced to death. But the case was overturned, and he went through many trials for years. In prison, Rodney acted like he was innocent. He even wrote a book and sued the prison after slipping on the floor. He never showed guilt. Over time, more DNA evidence connected him to other murders. Still, many of the girls in his photos have never been identified. Rodney Alcala may have killed up to 130 people. We may never know the full truth. Today, he is an old man in prison. He has never truly admitted how many lives he destroyed. Jeannie Wiley's hospital photo, 1970. Jeannie Wiley was a young girl who lived through terrible sadness. Her story sounds like a sad fairy tale, but it is completely real. There were no happy endings, no magic, and no heroes to save her. Jeannie spent the first 13 years of her life locked away from the world. Her father was very cruel, and her mother was too scared and weak to stop him. Jeannie was not allowed to speak or play. She was often tied to a chair or locked in a small dark room. Because of this, she didn't grow properly and looked much younger than she was. By the time she was found, she was almost 14, but looked like an 8-year-old. When scientists heard about Jeannie, they became very interested in her. They wanted to learn how language and the brain work. But many people later said these scientists used Jeannie more like a test subject than a person who needed love and care. Jeannie was born in 1957 in California. Her parents were Clark Wiley and Irene. Her father, Clark, had a hard childhood and was very angry. He didn't like children. He let his first baby die, and another child died from health problems. Only Jeannie and her brother John survived. Jeannie's father thought she was mentally disabled, so he locked her away. He tied her to a child's toilet or put her in a cage. He hit her with a big wooden stick if she made noise. He growled at her like a wild dog to scare her. She was never taught to speak or use the bathroom. She lived this way for over 13 years. Her mother, who had very poor eyesight, was afraid to stop the abuse. Finally, in 1970, when Jeannie was 13, her mother ran away from the house and took Jeannie with her. She walked into a social services office by mistake, thinking it helped blind people. When the workers saw Jeannie, they knew something was wrong. She didn't walk normally, she hopped like a rabbit, and she looked much too small for her age. The police arrested Jeannie's parents, but her father killed him before the trial. He left a note saying, "The world will never understand." Jeannie was taken to a hospital. The doctors were shocked. She only knew a few words and didn't act like other children. She became famous as the feral child because she grew up without human contact. Scientists wanted to study her. They wanted to learn what happens when a child grows up without language or love. From 1971 to 1975, they studied her carefully. They watched how she learned and behaved. At first, she didn't know how to talk, but she wanted to learn. She liked applesauce and often said, "Applesauce by store." Even though she never learned grammar well, she was smart. She could put pictures in order to tell a story and could build things with sticks. But because she missed the important years to learn language, around ages 5 to 10, she never became fluent in speaking. Some researchers really cared about Jeannie, but others may have wanted fame and money. Jeannie lived in many homes, including with some of the scientists. This made things complicated. One teacher, Jean Butler, took her home and tried to adopt her. Other team members said Butler was using Jeannie to become famous, like the teacher of Helen Keller. Later, Jeannie moved in with another team member, David Rigler, and his family. For a while, she seemed happy. She liked to touch and explore new things. One man, a butcher, always gave her something small when she visited. A little boy once gave Jeannie his toy fire truck without her asking. People were often kind to her. But in 1975, the money for her care and study ran out. She had to go live with her mother again for a short time. Later, her mother sued the researchers, saying they used Jeannie for their own goals. After that, Jeannie was placed in foster homes, some of which were very bad. In one home, she was punished just for getting sick. She lost the progress she had made and stopped speaking again. Over time, Jeannie disappeared from public view. Her mother died in 2003. Her brother and niece also passed away. A writer named Russ Reimer tried to learn more about Jeannie's life, but many of the people who studied her didn't want to talk or blamed each other. The last known report said Jeannie was living in a care home for adults with special needs in Los Angeles. People who loved her, like Susan Curtis, a linguist who had worked with her, still asked about her, but were never allowed to visit or contact her again. In 2008, Curtis said she had spent 20 years trying to find Jeannie, but always ran into dead ends. Jeannie's story is one of great sadness. She was hurt by her family, studied by scientists, and then forgotten by the system that was supposed to help her. Even so, many people still remember her and hope she has some peace and joy in her life now. Tent 8, Oklahoma, 1977. At first glance, Tent 8 looks like any other campsite, quiet, simple, and surrounded by trees. It could be a place where children laugh, tell stories, and fall asleep under the stars. But in the summer of 1977, this very tent at Camp Scott became the scene of a horrifying tragedy, one of the most disturbing unsolved crimes in Oklahoma's history, known as the Oklahoma Girl Scout murders. In 1977, Camp Scott, a 400-acre overgrown Girl Scout campground near Locust Grove, Oklahoma, became the site of one of the state's most chilling and tragic unsolved crimes. For nearly 50 years, the case has haunted the community. On June 12, 1977, a group of young Girl Scouts arrived at Camp Scott. Among them were 10-year-old Denise Milner, who had been anxious about the trip, and her tent mates, 8-year-old Lori Farmer and 9-year-old Michelle Goose. The girls were placed in Tent 8, located at the edge of the camp and partially hidden from view. As a thunderstorm rolled in, the girls took shelter in their tent. Earlier that day, Michelle Hoffman, a hopeful camp counselor, had noticed Denise's reluctance and comforted her with friendly support and camp songs, helping to ease her fears. In the months leading up to the tragedy, unsettling signs had emerged at Camp Scott. Unexplained noises in the woods, vandalized tents, missing belongings, and sightings of a strange but oddly polite man. A particularly disturbing incident occurred during a cadet training weekend when a camper discovered her food stolen and a chilling note left behind. Pages torn from a notebook had the word "kill" scrawled repeatedly, along with a message predicting the murder of 3 girls in Tent 1. Camp director Richard Day dismissed it as a prank, but it would soon prove to be a grim warning. During the night of June 12 into the early hours of June 13, eerie sounds and strange movements were reported. Counselors, including Carla Wilhite, were disturbed by groaning noises, the growling of the camp dog Sally, and glimpses of a man carrying a flashlight. A scream from the direction of Tent 8 briefly pierced the night, but was dismissed as a nightmare. At 6 a.m., Carla made a horrifying discovery. Denise Milner's body was found outside the tent, brutally beaten and bloodied. A frantic search revealed that Tent 8 was empty. Lori and Michelle were soon found nearby along a trail, hidden in their sleeping bags. Both had suffered severe beatings and assault. Forensic evidence at the scene included a bloody men's size 9.5 shoe print, a red flashlight with a smudged fingerprint, pieces of newspaper stuffed inside the flashlight to muffle rattling batteries, and other disturbing items like rope, duct tape, and a pair of women's glasses. In a nearby cave, investigators found more evidence, scattered newspapers and a mocking message that read, "The killer was here. Bye-bye, fools." It appeared the murderer had used the cave as a hideout while planning the crime. As authorities searched for leads, a series of misfortunes plagued the investigation. Tracking dogs brought in from Pennsylvania, nicknamed the Wonder Dogs, met tragic ends. One died from heat exhaustion, and another was killed in a road accident. Suspicion soon fell on Jean Leroy Hart, a 33-year-old prison escapee with a criminal history that included kidnapping and rape. Circumstantial evidence linked Hart to the crime, including photographs from a prison photo lab and his known presence near Camp Scott. Despite concerns about racial profiling due to his Cherokee heritage, Hart became the primary suspect. A massive manhunt followed. Hart evaded capture for months until April 6, 1978, when agents found him in a rundown shack in the Cookson Hills. He was arrested wearing distinctive women's glasses, the same type reportedly handled by a suspect in previous assaults. Hart's trial in 1979 was sensational. Although physical evidence, including a bloody shoe print and traces of hair, seemed to connect him to the crime scene, much of the case was circumstantial. His defense questioned the shoe size, the reliability of forensic methods, and even suggested that another known suspect, William Stevens, could have been responsible. On March 20, 1979, the jury unanimously acquitted Hart. The verdict devastated the victims' families and left many locals convinced of his guilt. Hart, already serving time on unrelated charges, returned to prison. He died of a heart attack while jogging in 1979. Years later, DNA tests on semen samples provided mixed results. Further testing in 2008 failed due to degradation. In 2017, renewed efforts by Sheriff Mike Reed and a cold case board, along with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, led to new fundraising for advanced DNA analysis. By 2022, investigators stated that the evidence strongly suggested Hart's involvement. However, he remains officially unnamed in connection with the crime. The Girl in the Picture, 1970s. This is the sad and shocking story of a young woman who was trapped in a life full of lies, abuse, and pain. For years, no one really knew who she was. When she died, people thought her name was Tanya Hughes, but that wasn't true. Her real name was Suzanne Marie Savakis. And the man she lived with, Franklin Delano Floyd, was not her husband or father. He was a kidnapper and killer. In 1994, Floyd went to a school in Oklahoma. He said he was the father of a little boy named Michael Hughes. He had a gun and made the school principal bring him to Michael's classroom. Then, Floyd forced both of them into a truck. Later, he handcuffed the principal to a tree and drove away with Michael. The police started looking for Floyd and the boy. They learned something strange. Michael's mother, who people thought was Tanya Hughes, had died in a hit-and-run crash in 1990. At the time, Floyd had put Michael in foster care and then went to jail. After he got out, he tried to get Michael back, but a DNA test showed that he wasn't really Michael's father. The court didn't let him take the boy. When Floyd kidnapped Michael, he disappeared for weeks. He was finally caught, but Michael was not with him. Floyd refused to say where the boy was. Over time, he told many different stories, but none of them were true. Before she died, Tanya worked as a dancer in Oklahoma. She had a baby son, Michael, and a much older husband named Clarence Hughes, who was really Franklin Floyd using a fake name. Her co-workers thought Clarence was creepy and mean. Tanya had bruises and looked scared, but she said she had just fallen. Tanya had a secret boyfriend named Kevin and had planned to run away with him and Michael. But before that could happen, she was found hurt on the side of a highway. She had been hit by a car, but doctors believed it was not an accident. There were marks on her body that looked like she had been in a fight. She died a few days later. After Floyd kidnapped Michael, the FBI talked to someone who used to work with him. That man had a photo of Floyd with a little girl on his lap. He said her name was Suzanne. The agents looked closely and realized that little girl was the same person known as Tanya Hughes. They discovered even more. Suzanne had been kidnapped when she was a child. Back in the 1970s, her real mother, Sandy, left her kids with her new husband, Floyd, while she served 30 days in jail. When she got out, the kids were gone. Floyd had taken them and vanished. Sandy found 2 of her daughters later, but Suzanne and her youngest son were missing. Floyd raised Suzanne as his daughter and gave her a fake name, Sharon Marshall. She was a bright and kind girl who went to high school in Georgia. She was in school clubs, wanted to work for NASA, and got a full scholarship to study engineering. But she got pregnant and gave the baby up for adoption. Floyd didn't let her go to college. Later, Floyd and Suzanne moved to Florida. She worked at a strip club to earn money. She had another baby, Michael, and Floyd let her keep him. People at the club thought Floyd treated her badly. Some believed he forced her into sex work while she was still young. At the club, Suzanne had a friend named Cheryl Camesso. Cheryl thought Floyd was dangerous. She told social workers that Suzanne wasn't reporting her income correctly. Because of that, Floyd and Suzanne lost their government help. Soon after, Cheryl disappeared. Years later, in 1995, a mechanic found an old truck that used to belong to Floyd. Hidden under it was an envelope with disturbing photos. Some showed Suzanne, others showed a woman who had been beaten. Around the same time, police found bones near a highway in Florida. They were from a woman with breast implants. By comparing the photos and medical records, police learned the remains belonged to Cheryl Camesso, the same woman who went missing in 1989. Floyd had killed her too. After Cheryl's murder, Floyd and Suzanne got married under fake names. They became Clarence and Tanya Hughes and moved to Oklahoma. This way, no one would know that he had kidnapped her and that she was not really his wife or daughter. In 1995, Floyd was arrested and sent to prison for kidnapping Michael Hughes. In 2002, he was sentenced to death for Cheryl's murder. Finally, in 2014, he told the FBI that Tanya was really Suzanne Marie Savakis. He also said he killed Michael after the kidnapping, but the boy's body has never been found. In 2022, Netflix released a documentary called Girl in the Picture. It tells the heartbreaking story of Suzanne, who lived a life full of lies, fear, and abuse. Even though her life was stolen, many people still remember how smart, kind, and full of dreams she was. Now the world finally knows who she really was. Congressman Leo Ryan, 1978. Congressman Leo Ryan at Jonestown speaking to Jim Jones' People's Temple cult on November 17, 1978. He was killed by Jim's security guards the next day on November 18th. That day, 918 other people also perished in what has become one of the darkest chapters of American history. On that fateful day in November, everyone at Jonestown was coerced into taking their own lives by drinking poison, while armed guards ensured compliance from those who hesitated. Nearly 1,000 individuals, isolated in a remote jungle compound in Guyana, embraced death under the influence of a charismatic leader's conspiracy theories. To understand why nearly 1,000 people lost their lives at Jonestown, we must consider the context of the 1970s. A time when many sought an integrated, equitable society free from racism and inequality. For the followers of Jim Jones, the People's Temple promised this vision. Jones himself, once a respected figure in the civil rights movement and founder of one of the first racially integrated churches in the Midwest, had gained a reputation as a social justice warrior. His early work earned him the support of influential leaders and the admiration of a diverse congregation. However, Jones's ambitions extended beyond religious leadership. To attract followers and funding, he delved into faith healing, performing elaborate hoaxes that he rationalized as necessary for a greater good. These early deceptions set a precedent for the manipulation and control that would only grow more dangerous over time. As the 1970s progressed, Jones's behavior became increasingly erratic and paranoid. He spoke frequently of an impending doomsday, often blaming a corrupt government for the looming catastrophe. Despite his paranoia, Jones retained the support of prominent political figures, including First Lady Rosalind Carter and California Governor Jerry Brown. However, a series of defections from the temple brought intense media scrutiny, revealing scandalous behavior and abuses of power. Faced with mounting criticism, Jones decided to relocate the People's Temple to Guyana, drawn by its socialist government and lack of an extradition treaty with the U.S. There, in the dense jungle, the temple constructed what was meant to be a utopian commune, a pure Marxist society. But life at Jonestown quickly turned grim. Followers endured grueling labor, hunger, and constant propaganda in the form of lectures and films. As Jones's mental and physical health deteriorated, he became increasingly reliant on drugs, further exacerbating his paranoia and instability. Conditions at Jonestown grew harsher by the day. Jones's speeches, broadcast incessantly over loudspeakers, became more incoherent and apocalyptic. Followers were subjected to harsh punishments, including confinement in small boxes or being left in dry wells overnight. Some were beaten for minor infractions, while others were forced to participate in white night drills, rehearsals for the ritual of mass death. By the time U.S. Congressman Leo Ryan arrived in Guyana to investigate reports of mistreatment, Jonestown was teetering on the brink. Despite an initial impression that most residents were there willingly, a small number asked to leave with Ryan's delegation. This triggered Jones's paranoia. Convinced that the government would soon destroy everything he had built, Jones ordered his armed guards to attack Ryan and his party at a nearby airstrip, killing 5, including the congressman. The murder of Congressman Ryan marked the point of no return. Jones gathered his followers and told them their enemies would soon descend upon them. Faced with the imminent arrival of authorities, he presented revolutionary suicide as the only dignified option left. He urged his followers to drink cyanide-laced fruit punch, telling them it was better to die peacefully than to be captured and tortured. The final moments were captured in a chilling audio recording. Jones can be heard urging calm, reassuring parents that their children would suffer no pain, and castigating those who expressed doubts or hesitation. As the poison began to take effect, the compound descended into chaos. Children screamed and parents wept, yet Jones remained detached, issuing commands and urging his followers to finish what they had started. When Guyanese authorities arrived at the Jonestown compound the following day, they were met with a horrifying sight. Hundreds of bodies strewn across the ground. The dead included nearly 300 children who had been given poison by their parents. Among the adults, many were elderly or dependent on others for survival. Jim Jones was found dead from a gunshot wound to the head, having chosen to avoid the poison himself. The Jonestown tragedy is often referred to as a massacre rather than a mass suicide, given the presence of armed guards and the clear signs of coercion. While some members may have believed they were participating in yet another drill, for others, there was no escape. The first photo we got is the Janelle Matthews Christmas Choir photo from 1984. Janelle Matthews was born on February 9, 1972, in Santa Barbara, California. Her birth mother was just 13 years old. A couple named Jim and Gloria Matthews adopted Janelle in March of that year. They already had another daughter named Jennifer. In 1978, the Matthews family moved to Greeley, Colorado. Jim worked as a school principal, and Gloria worked at a restaurant. On December 20, 1984, Janelle was 12 years old. She was in the school choir and had a Christmas concert that night. Her friend Deanna Ross and Deanna's dad drove her home after the concert, around 8:15 p.m. They made sure she got inside and turned on a light. At the same time, her dad Jim was at Jennifer's basketball game. Gloria was out of state helping Janelle's sick grandfather. A little after 8:30 p.m., the phone rang at Janelle's house. She answered, spoke briefly, and wrote down a message. That was the last time anyone ever heard from her. Jim came home at 9:30 p.m. The garage door was open, but Janelle wasn't there. Her shoes and scarf were in the family room near a heater, where she liked to sit. Jennifer came home at 10 p.m., but Janelle was still missing. Jim called friends, but no one had seen her. He called the police at 10:15 p.m. The police found shoe prints in the snow outside, but someone had tried to cover them with a rake. There was no sign of a break-in or struggle. At first, the police thought Janelle's birth mother might have taken her. They secretly watched her, but found no proof. 13 years later, in 1997, the birth mother wrote a letter asking to visit Janelle. That's when she found out Janelle had been missing all that time. The police also looked at Jim Matthews, her father. They gave him a lie detector test and told him he failed, but these tests are not reliable. Jim said he didn't do anything wrong, and he was eventually cleared. The investigation continued for years, but found nothing. In 1994, Janelle was declared legally dead. Her parents later moved to the Philippines and then to Costa Rica. Jennifer moved away after getting married. Then, on July 23, 2019, 35 years later, a construction crew found human bones while working 15 miles from Janelle's home. Tests showed the bones were hers. She had been shot in the head. Sadly, no DNA or new evidence was found. In 2019, police looked into a man named Stephen Pankey. He had lived near the Matthews family back in 1984 and went to the same church. He had never been questioned before, but he often made strange comments about the case. He even told reporters he was a person of interest. Pankey had a history of odd behavior and trouble with the law. His ex-wife said that the day after Janelle went missing, he suddenly took the family on a trip. He showed a strange interest in news about Janelle, and even asked her to read articles about the case out loud. In 2020, Stephen Pankey was arrested and charged with murder, kidnapping, and lying to police. At his trial in 2021, he was only found guilty of lying to police. But in a second trial held in 2022, Pankey was convicted of kidnapping and felony murder in Janelle's death. The judge sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 20 years. Pankey has continued to insist he's innocent. He claimed that he was targeted unfairly and said he believes he'll be in heaven one day. For Janelle's family, the verdict was a long time coming, but it finally brought some peace and a sense of justice after nearly 40 years of heartbreak and unanswered questions. David Kirby on his deathbed, 1989. This photo is hard to look at, but it is very important. It is a picture of a man named David Kirby in the last moments of his life. He is being held by his father while his sister and niece are nearby. David was dying from AIDS. During the time when this photo was taken, people with AIDS were often treated badly. They were feared, ignored, and made to feel less than human. But this photo showed something different. It showed love, family, and pain all at once. It changed how many people saw the AIDS crisis. David was 32 years old. He had left his small town in Ohio to live in California. He was gay and became active in fighting for gay rights. When he found out he had HIV in the late 1980s, he called his family. Even though they had been distant, his parents welcomed him back and wanted to care for him. But when David went to a hospital in his hometown, he was treated very badly. Workers were scared of him. EMTs burned the inside of the ambulance after taking him to the hospital. People avoided touching anything he used. Local kids even talked about an AIDS monster being in town. So his parents found a better place called Paternoster House, a hospice in Columbus, Ohio. At this hospice, a young caregiver named Peta took care of David. Peta was kind, thoughtful, and gave David comfort. Peta was born Patrick Church, but most people knew them as Peta. They were half white, half Native American, and often presented as female, though born male. The photo was later published in Life magazine and got worldwide attention. It was also used in an ad by the clothing company Benetton. Some people were upset, saying the ad took advantage of David's suffering. David's father said the photo had a bigger purpose, to open hearts and change minds. After David died, Peta got sick too. The Kirby family took care of Peta as they had cared for David. They said there was never a question. They would be there for Peta, no matter what. Peta passed away in 1992. Judith Barcy, 1980s. For many children, childhood is a happy time full of fun and learning. But for some, it ends too soon. Judith Barcy was one of those children. She is best known as the voice of Ducky in The Land Before Time, a popular movie from the 1980s. But behind her sweet voice was a very sad story. Judith was born on June 6, 1978 in California. Her parents, Joseph and Maria, had moved to the U.S. from Hungary. Maria wanted her daughter to become a star, and Judith began acting when she was very young. She was first noticed at a skating rink when she was just 5 years old. A film crew saw her and thought she would be great in commercials. Her first job was a Donald Duck orange juice ad. Soon after, she was signed by a talent agency. Judith became very successful. She acted in over 70 commercials and several TV shows, including Growing Pains and The Twilight Zone. Her most famous roles were in The Land Before Time as Ducky and in All Dogs Go to Heaven as Anne Marie. Because she was small for her age, she often played younger children in movies. By the time she was 10, Judith was earning around $100,000 a year. This helped her family buy a home in Los Angeles. But even with her success, things at home were not safe. Her father, Joseph, had a hard time finding work and often drank too much. He would get angry and violent, especially when drunk. Friends and neighbors said he would often say scary things, like wanting to kill his wife or daughter. Joseph was also very jealous of Judith's success and did not want to lose control of her. He had been violent in a past marriage too. His first wife left him after he hurt her badly. Maria also tried to get help. In 1986, she called the police after Joseph threatened her, but she later dropped the case. Judith began showing signs of stress. She told friends she was scared to go home. She even started pulling out her own eyelashes, a sign of extreme anxiety. Her agent once found her crying before an audition. A therapist said Judith was in a very bad emotional situation and reported it to Child Services. There was a plan to help, but Maria decided not to go through with it. She thought she could handle it herself. Maria did rent an apartment so she and Judith could stay away during the day, but they still returned home at night. She had planned to leave Joseph and file for divorce. Sadly, that decision may have pushed him over the edge. On July 25, 1988, while Judith was sleeping, Joseph shot her in the head. Maria ran to see what happened, and he shot her too. For 2 days, he stayed in the house with their bodies. On July 27th, he set the house on fire and then took his own life. Their neighbor said she had always feared this would happen. Police found the burned bodies of Judith, Maria, and Joseph. Judith and her mother were buried at Forest Lawn Memorial Park. Some people blame Child Services for not acting faster. Others think Maria should have left sooner. Whatever the reason, a young life was lost too soon. The last photo of the Challenger crew, 1986. The explosion of the Space Shuttle Challenger in 1986 was a very sad event for the whole country. 7 astronauts were on board, and none of them survived. It was a heartbreaking moment, especially for their families and friends, but also for everyone who watched it happen. During the 1980s, people were very excited about space travel. Just over a decade earlier, humans had walked on the moon. NASA had launched reusable space shuttles, and many people believed that traveling to Mars and other planets would happen soon. But that hope was crushed when the Challenger exploded just 73 seconds after it took off on January 28, 1986. Many school children were watching the launch live on TV because one of the crew members, Krista McAuliffe, was a school teacher. She had been chosen from 11,000 applicants to be the first teacher in space. She and the rest of the crew were on a mission to put a satellite in space and observe Halley's Comet. A problem with the rocket caused the shuttle to catch fire and explode. All 7 astronauts were killed. The crew members were Francis R. Dick Scobie, Michael J. Smith, Judith Resnick, Ronald E. McNair, Ellison S. Onizuka, Gregory B. Jarvis, and Krista McAuliffe. The event shocked the world. President Ronald Reagan spoke to the nation and shared his sadness. After the explosion, it took weeks for NASA to find the wreckage. The cabin where the astronauts had been was found in the Atlantic Ocean on March 9th, and it was recovered by April 20th. No one knows exactly what the astronauts felt during those last moments. Experts believe they likely lost consciousness quickly after the cabin lost pressure. They likely passed out due to lack of oxygen before the cabin hit the ocean. But it's also possible that some might have been awake for part of the fall, which lasted almost 3 minutes. Officials didn't share many details out of respect for the families. It was reported that the astronauts' bodies were badly damaged and could not be identified in the usual way. Identification was done by experts at a hospital near Cape Canaveral. The remains of all 7 crew members were cremated and placed together in a single grave at Arlington National Cemetery in Virginia. 2 astronauts, Scobie and Smith, also have their own individual graves in the cemetery. Many other tributes have been made in their honor. One important one is the Space Mirror Memorial at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This large black granite wall reflects the sky and has the names of astronauts who have died, including the Challenger crew. Goler Clan House, 1980s. In a quiet, wooded area near Wolfville, Nova Scotia, there lived a group of families known collectively as the Goler Clan. For over a century, these families lived in isolation, far from the rest of society. What happened there remained a secret for generations, until one young girl bravely spoke up, bringing the truth to light. The Golers lived in extremely poor conditions. Their homes were simple shacks without running water or electricity. Many of the children slept on the floor, and basic hygiene was difficult to maintain. The family survived by hunting, fishing, collecting wild berries, and relying on government support. Occasionally, they worked on nearby farms for extra income. While most people in the nearby town of Kentville knew of the Goalers, very few knew what was happening behind closed doors. Unfortunately, harmful behavior had become normalized within the family across multiple generations. The children who did attend school started to notice that their home lives were very different from those of their classmates. One day, a young girl named Sandra opened up to a trusted adult at school. What she revealed shocked the community and led to a full investigation by child protection authorities and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Sandra's courage helped uncover decades of mistreatment and serious neglect. Authorities learned that many children in the Goaler family had been experiencing harm for years, not just from outsiders, but from within their own extended family network. The investigation revealed that the adults in the family had kept these harmful traditions alive for generations. Some of the children had tried to speak up before, but they were not believed or were sent back home without proper intervention. This time, things were different. The stories of abuse were taken seriously. In total, 16 children were removed from the environment and placed in safe homes. They were given support, education, and care that they had never experienced before. As for the adults involved, the court system took over. Charges were laid and justice was pursued. Some in the community believed the family needed support and education. Others felt the actions were deliberate and deserved full accountability. What became clear was that these harmful behaviors were not just caused by ignorance, they were knowingly hidden and covered up. Even though the family had little education and lived apart from modern society, many of the adults understood that what they were doing was wrong. They made efforts to avoid detection, warned children to stay silent, and even made threats to ensure the secret stayed hidden. Sandra's courage helped put an end to something that had gone on for way too long. Air India Flight 182 bombing, 1985. On June 23, 1985, Air India Flight 182 left Toronto, Canada for Mumbai, India. The plane was a large Boeing 747 and was named Kanishka after an old Indian emperor. Before reaching Mumbai, the plane was supposed to stop in Montreal and London. At Montreal, Canadian officials checked the plane and removed 3 suspicious bags. Then the flight continued its journey. However, it never reached London. About 45 minutes before it was supposed to land, the plane disappeared from radar. There was no emergency call, no signal, just silence. The last known location was near the coast of Ireland. Rescue teams were sent, and they found pieces of the plane in the sea. The plane had exploded in the air. All 329 people on board died. Only 131 bodies were recovered. Canada suspected that the bombing was linked to the Khalistan movement. A year earlier, in 1984, the Indian Army had entered the Golden Temple in Amritsar to remove Khalistani militants. Many people were angry about that event, especially in the Sikh community. Canada believed that this bombing was an act of revenge. But despite this, only one person was ever punished. The main person behind the attack was never convicted. The mastermind behind the attack was a man named Talwinder Singh Parmar. He was a Khalistani terrorist and started a group called Babar Khalsa. He moved to Canada in 1970 and became a Canadian citizen 6 years later. But instead of starting a peaceful life, he used Canada as a base to plan attacks against India. In 1981, Parmar was accused of killing police officers in India. He escaped to Germany but was arrested there. Germany did not send him back to India, and he was later released. India then asked Canada to extradite him, but the Canadian Prime Minister at that time, Pierre Trudeau, refused. His reason was that India did not respect the Queen enough. By 1985, after the Golden Temple attack, Parmar was angry and wanted revenge. Many in Canada's Indian community had heard rumors. Some even warned others not to fly Air India. Canadian intelligence knew about these warnings but did not act. Parmar found someone to help build the bomb, a man named Inderjit Singh Rayat, a car mechanic. He made 2 bombs. One was put on Flight 182, and another on a different flight going to Tokyo. The second bomb exploded early and killed 2 baggage workers in Japan. A man using the name Manjit Singh bought a ticket but never boarded the flight. He tricked the airline into putting his bag, containing the bomb, on the plane. Airport security failed badly. The sniffer dogs were not there, X-ray machines were broken, and even when a handheld scanner beeped, the staff didn't understand it. After the bombing, Parmar escaped to Pakistan. He was later arrested in India in 1992, but died in police custody. Canada then focused on 3 others, Rayat the bomb maker, Ripudaman Singh Malik, and Ajaib Singh Bagri. But witnesses were silenced or killed. One journalist who had proof was murdered. In the end, only Rayat was convicted, and even he was charged with manslaughter, not terrorism. The others were set free. The investigation took 20 years and cost $130 million. It was the most expensive trial in Canada's history, but it brought very little justice. One former Canadian spy said he had warned the government about a possible attack that weekend. Still, no action was taken. Canada later denied his claims. After the attack, Canada's Prime Minister gave condolences to India. This was strange because 280 of the victims were Canadian citizens. Most were of Indian origin, but they were still Canadian. Only 24 victims were Indian nationals. It wasn't until 2010 that Canada officially apologized. But even today, the ideas behind the attack still exist. Back then, it was Pierre Trudeau who protected Parmar. Now it is his son, Justin Trudeau, facing similar criticism. Lisa McVeigh's school photo, 1980s. Lisa McVeigh was just 17 when her life changed forever. In 1984, she was struggling with a painful home life. After years of abuse, she felt hopeless and planned to end her life. But one night, as she rode her bike home from work, a man grabbed her at gunpoint. His name was Bobby Joe Long, a dangerous serial killer who had hurt many women. Blindfolded and tied up, Lisa was taken to Long's apartment. For 26 hours, she endured terror. But instead of giving up, Lisa stayed calm. She pretended to care about Long, saying she could be his girlfriend. She talked about her sick father, hoping to make him feel sorry for her. Slowly, Long started to trust her. When allowed to use the bathroom, she memorized details and left fingerprints everywhere. She listened carefully to sounds outside like highway noise to guess where she was. Her quick thinking gave police clues later. Finally, Long drove Lisa to a quiet area and let her go. She ran to her grandma's house, but no one believed her story. Frustrated, Lisa went to the police. At first, they doubted her too, until Sergeant Larry Pinkerton listened. He showed her a photo of his daughter and promised to help. Lisa described Long's face, which she felt while blindfolded, his red car, and other details. Police realized she described their main suspect. They found Bobby Joe Long, and Lisa identified him from photos. His car matched evidence from crime scenes. Long grew up in a broken home. He faced abuse, health issues, and head injuries as a child. As an adult, he blamed women for his problems, especially after a bad breakup. This anger turned him into a killer. He attacked women in Florida, leaving a trail of fear. With Lisa's help, Long was arrested. He confessed to killing 10 women and hurting many others. In 1985, he got life in prison. Later, he was sentenced to death. Lisa bravely testified against him, determined to stop him from hurting anyone else. After surviving, Lisa chose to fight back, not as a victim, but as a hero. She became a police officer, helping others, especially kids and victims of crime. She shared her story to inspire people, showing that even in darkness, hope exists. In 2019, Lisa watched Long's execution. She thanked him for choosing her, saying it gave her strength to live fully. Today, she continues her mission to protect and inspire, proving courage can change lives. Yearbook photo of Lori Show, 1989. This case is about a girl named Lori Show. It happened in 1991 in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, a quiet town that hadn't seen a murder in 10 years. Lori was just 16 years old. She was in 10th grade at Conestoga Valley High School. Lori was kind, helpful, and very caring. She loved her family, went to church, and even helped other students with their schoolwork. Sadly, her life ended in a terrible and shocking way. On the morning of December 20th, 1991, Lori's mom Hazel left the house early. She had a meeting with Lori's school counselor. Lori stayed behind to get ready for school, but when Hazel got to the school, the counselor never showed up, so Hazel went back home. As she returned, a neighbor said they had heard strange noises from their apartment. Hazel didn't think much of it, thinking maybe Lori was just playing loud music. When Hazel got inside, the lights were on, but the house was quiet. She called out for Lori, but no one answered. She looked around and found Lori in her bedroom. Lori was lying in a pool of blood with a rope around her neck. Hazel ran to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and cut the rope. Lori had a deep cut on her throat and other injuries, including stab wounds. But Lori was still alive for a short time. She told her mother, "Michelle did it." She repeated it over and over again. Lori soon died in her mother's arms. Michelle, whose full name was Lisa Michelle Lambert, was 19 years old. She had a history with Lori. Months earlier, Michelle had started threatening Lori because she believed Lori had ruined her relationship with her boyfriend, Lawrence Butch Yunkin. Michelle even called Lori at home and showed up at her job to yell at her. Lori had briefly dated Lawrence, but stopped seeing him after saying he had assaulted her. Michelle was angry and obsessed. She kept bothering Lori and even attacked her in public once. She told Lori that if anything happened to her baby, she would kill her. In December, Michelle did just that. Michelle, her friend Tabitha Buck, and Lawrence were all arrested. Lawrence admitted he had dropped Michelle and Tabitha off at Lori's house that morning. He claimed he thought it was just a prank, but he helped them after the murder by washing their clothes and getting rid of the knife. Michelle first blamed Tabitha, saying she didn't want to hurt Lori. Then she blamed Lawrence, saying he forced her to do it. Police didn't believe her and charged both Michelle and Tabitha with murder. Michelle gave birth to a baby girl while waiting for her trial. She was sentenced to life in prison. Lawrence was not charged with murder at first, in exchange for testifying. But later letters between him and Michelle showed he had lied, so his deal was canceled, and he also went to prison. Later, Michelle claimed she was framed and had been abused by police. This led to another trial. A judge released her from prison, but many people disagreed. After 10 months of freedom, she was sent back to jail. In a later trial, Tabitha finally told the truth. She said she held Lori down while Michelle killed her. Michelle then changed her story again, blaming Lawrence. But evidence and letters proved Michelle had planned the murder. In the end, all three were found guilty. Lori's death was a sad result of jealousy, anger, and lies. Johnny Gosch captivity photos, 1982. It was a Friday night in 1982. The Gosch family was at a high school football game, cheering from the stands. Their 12-year-old son, Johnny Gosch, told them he was going to buy popcorn. But Johnny never came back. His father, John, went to look for him. He found Johnny talking to a police officer under the bleachers. Everything seemed fine, so the family left the game and went home. At 1:30 in the morning, the phone rang. This wasn't unusual, as they had gotten wrong number calls before. But this time, instead of saying wrong number and hanging up, John listened. No one knows who the caller was or what was said. That morning, Johnny got up early to deliver newspapers. Usually his dad went with him, but that day Johnny asked to go alone. He took their dog with him and pulled his red wagon full of papers through the quiet neighborhood. Neighbors started calling the Gosch home. They said their newspapers hadn't been delivered. John went out to look for Johnny. He found the red wagon still full of papers 2 blocks away from their house. The family dog was tied to it, but Johnny was gone. The police didn't arrive for 45 minutes. Noreen, Johnny's mother, was upset by how slow they were to respond. Other paperboys said a man had pulled up in a car and asked them all for directions. After he drove off, another man on foot came out from between 2 houses and followed Johnny. Johnny didn't scream or call for help. He just disappeared. Search teams were formed right away. Some searched the city, while others looked in nearby parks. But Noreen said the police chief didn't take things seriously. At one park, he stood on a picnic table, shouting through a megaphone that Johnny was just a runaway. Even though police later listed the case as a kidnapping, they first treated Johnny like he had simply run away. This mistake made the search harder. Johnny's parents refused to give up. They told the public about their missing son and asked people to watch for him. A few months later, there were reports that Johnny was seen in Oklahoma. People said they saw a boy being dragged by 2 men, yelling for help. Years later, Johnny's photo appeared on milk cartons across the country. He was one of the first missing children to be featured this way. But even with all that attention, no new clues were found. Whoever took Johnny seemed to know exactly what they were doing. There were no clues left behind. More children went missing. Then came reports of two major scandals, the Franklin scandal and the Finders cult, both linked to child trafficking. Some people involved were said to be powerful figures in America. Victims who spoke out were often ignored, jailed, or even died under strange circumstances. One victim, Paul Bonacci, said he had been taken into the same sex ring as Johnny. He even said he was forced to help in Johnny's kidnapping. Years passed. Then in 1997, Noreen said something shocking happened. One morning, she heard a knock at her door. When she opened it, Johnny was standing there with a man. Johnny looked at the man for permission before speaking. He told his mother that he had been held by a group of child traffickers. He explained how they operated, then left without saying where he was going or how to find him again. In 2006, Noreen found photos left at her door. The photos showed 3 boys tied up and gagged. She believed one of the boys was Johnny. Police said the boys in the pictures had no connection to the case, but Noreen disagreed. To this day, she believes her son is still alive. The case remains unsolved. Johnny's story is one of many. It raises questions about how many more children have gone missing while the world looked away. Diane Downs and her children, 1983. Diane Downs was a mother from Oregon who did something that shocked everyone. On the night of May 19, 1983, she drove her 3 children to the emergency room in Springfield, Oregon. One of her daughters, Cheryl, who was 7 years old, had already died from a gunshot wound. Her other daughter, Christy, who was 8, and her son, Danny, who was 3, were also shot but were still alive, though badly injured. Diane herself had a gunshot wound on her arm. She told the police that a man with messy hair had tried to steal her car and shot all of them. But the police soon began to suspect that Diane was lying. Diane's story did not make sense. For example, she seemed very calm at the hospital, which was strange for someone who had just been attacked and had lost a child. She had wrapped her own arm, but had done nothing to help her bleeding children. There was blood on the outside of the car, suggesting that Cheryl might have been shot outside the car, not inside like Diane claimed. Also, there was no sign that the gun was fired from outside the car. A witness even said that Diane was driving very slowly to the hospital, not fast like someone in a panic would. Diane kept changing her story, and when police looked deeper, they found more problems. Diane owned a gun that matched the bullets used in the shooting. She had told different people that she kept a .22 caliber handgun. That was the same kind of gun used to shoot her children. Even though she said she had thrown the gun away long before the shooting, investigators found empty bullet casings in her home that matched those used in the attack. Before all of this happened, Diane had a troubled life. She was born in 1955 in Arizona. Her mother was just 17 years old when she had Diane. Diane said her mother didn't pay much attention to her and only cared about keeping her father happy. Diane claimed that her father began sexually abusing her when she was 12 years old. Once, while he was trying to assault her in a car, a police officer pulled them over, and Diane lied to protect him. After that, the abuse stopped. When Diane was 15, she met a boy named Steve Downs. Her parents didn't like him, so she liked him even more. They got married in 1973 after her father threatened Steve with a gun. Diane thought marriage would give her the love she was missing, but Steve became distant. Diane later said she had children because she wanted to feel loved. She gave birth to 3 children, Christy in 1974, Cheryl in 1976, and Danny in 1979. Steve didn't want more kids and had a vasectomy, but it failed. Diane got pregnant again but chose to have an abortion. Their marriage didn't last and they divorced in 1981. After the divorce, Diane worked at the post office. She started having affairs with different men and once became a surrogate mother for money. She was paid $10,000 to carry a baby for someone else, and she lied about her medical history to get selected. After the baby was born, she didn't show any love or interest in it. Diane soon fell in love with a married co-worker named Robert Knickerbocker. He told her he would leave his wife, but he never did. He also told Diane that he didn't want children. Diane began to think that her kids were the reason Robert wouldn't be with her. Some believe this led her to plan the attack on her own children. During the investigation, the police became more and more convinced that Diane had shot her kids herself. When they brought her in to reenact the crime, she laughed and joked around, which shocked the police. Meanwhile, her daughter Christy, though very young and still recovering from her injuries, was able to speak. When asked what happened, she bravely said, "My mom shot me." Doctors noticed that Christy looked scared whenever Diane visited her in the hospital. While she was awaiting trial, Diane became pregnant again. She said she needed a baby to make up for losing her other children. In 1984, she was found guilty of murdering Cheryl and trying to kill Christy and Danny. The judge gave her a life sentence plus 50 years in prison. The judge also said Diane would never be allowed to get out on parole. Even though she was in prison, Diane didn't give up trying to escape. In 1987, she managed to break out and was free for 11 days before she was caught again. She said she had escaped to try to find the real killer, but no one believed her. After that, she was placed in a high-security prison where she would be watched more closely. Over the years, Diane has gone to parole hearings and tried to convince people she is innocent. She blames the police for setting her up and says she didn't hurt her children. But her stories keep changing, and she still doesn't show any signs of being sorry. Her two surviving children, Christy and Danny, were adopted by the family of the prosecutor who put Diane in prison. They do not want anything to do with her. Christy has had trouble with her speech ever since the shooting, and Danny is now in a wheelchair because of his injuries. The fourth child Diane had during her trial was given up for adoption. That child grew up and later said that Diane was a monster after learning the truth about her. Today, Diane Downs is still in prison. She continues to say she didn't do anything wrong, but no one believes her. The evidence is too strong, and her own daughter's words helped put her behind bars. People couldn't understand how a mother could do something so terrible to her own children. A story of a woman who put her own wants above everything, even the lives of her kids. Lori Dan, 1980s. On May 20th, 1988, Lori Dan shocked the Chicago area with a day of violence. She set fires, gave people poisoned food, shot children, and took a family hostage before ending her own life. This is the story of how things reached that point. Lori Dan, born Lori Wasserman, was born on October 18, 1957, in Chicago, Illinois. Her father was an accountant, and her mother stayed at home. She had an older brother named Mark. The family first lived in a working-class area, but later moved to Glencoe, a wealthy suburb. As a child, Lori was quiet and liked playing outside with boys. She didn't talk much and was sometimes made fun of for how she looked. In school, she needed special education classes and was bullied. She also showed signs of obsessive-compulsive disorder, like touching things over and over or focusing too much on numbers. Mental illness ran in her family, especially on her mother's side. In 4th grade, her parents paid for surgery to fix her ears to stop the teasing. Later, she got a nose job. These things helped a little with her confidence, but she still felt insecure, especially when compared to her smart and successful brother. Lori didn't do well in school. She had low grades and trouble keeping up. In high school, her first boyfriend only dated her as a joke, which really hurt her feelings. After that, she started having more serious relationship problems. She got into college with her parents' help and started studying at Drake University in Iowa to become a teacher. Later, she moved to Arizona State University. While there, she became obsessed with a medical student named Stephen Witt. She followed him around and became very jealous when he talked to other women. He broke up with her after a few years because she was too clingy. Lori dropped out of college and moved back to Chicago. She got a job at a country club and met Russell Dan, a wealthy man who worked in sales. They got married in 1982. At first, the marriage seemed okay, but Russell started noticing strange behaviors. Lori would tap her foot at red lights, jump over cracks in the sidewalk, and leave things messy. These were signs of her OCD, which she hadn't told him about. Over time, Lori stopped cleaning the house, left spoiled food out, and acted more oddly. Russell tried to help her, but nothing changed. In 1986, after they separated, Russell was stabbed while sleeping. The police couldn't prove it was Lori, but she had just bought an ice pick. They divorced in 1987, and she got $125,000 from the settlement. Meanwhile, Stephen Witt began getting scary letters and phone calls from someone pretending to be pregnant with his child, likely Lori again. She moved back in with her parents and began babysitting, but the families complained. She damaged their furniture, stole things, and racked up bills. Her father kept apologizing and paying people off. In 1988, Lori moved to Wisconsin and pretended to be a college student. People started calling her the elevator lady because she rode elevators all night. She acted very strangely, throwing garbage around, putting raw meat in furniture, and even walking around the dorms naked. In April, she started sending death threats again to Stephen. This time, the police and FBI got involved. They found out she had legally bought several guns. The police tried to take them away, but her father said she needed them for protection, even though she was the one causing trouble. On May 19th, Lori was found sleeping naked in a garbage room. The next day, May 20th, 1988, everything got worse. That morning, Lori made Rice Krispies treats and juice boxes filled with poison, arsenic she got from a college lab. She delivered these to several homes and college fraternities. Luckily, most people didn't eat or drink them. She then picked up 2 boys she used to babysit, telling their parents she'd take them to the fair. Instead, she gave them poisoned milk. The boys didn't drink it because it tasted strange. After that, Lori went to Ravinia Elementary School with a container of flammable liquid. She lit a fire inside, but a teacher quickly put it out. She then tried to enter a daycare center but was stopped. Later, she went back to the home of the 2 boys. Their mother, Marion, asked if she wanted to stay while she did laundry. Lori said yes. Inside the house, Lori poured gasoline on the stairs and lit it on fire while everyone was in the basement. She locked the doors and left. Marion saw the fire and got her kids out through a small window. They survived. Next, Lori drove to Hubbard Woods Elementary School in Winnetka. Around 10:25 a.m., she snuck in through a side door. She entered a classroom where kids were taking a bike safety test. The teacher thought she was a visitor and gave her a test to fill out. Lori left the room, then pulled a boy into the bathroom and shot him. But he survived. When 2 other boys tried to help, she shot at them too, but the gun jammed. Then she went back to the classroom and opened fire, killing 8-year-old Nicholas Corwin and injuring others. She ran from the school, crashed her car, and ran into a random house. Inside, she held a family hostage for several hours. One of them, 20-year-old Philip Andrew, tried to calm her down. She shot him, but he survived. Finally, Lori went upstairs and took her own life. Lori Dan was 30 years old. Nicholas Corwin's funeral was attended by over 1,500 people. After the tragedy, police searched for a clear reason why Lori did this, but they found no note. She had been on medication, and her dorm room was a mess. One article found in her room was about someone who shot themselves to cure OCD. In the end, Lori Dan was a woman with serious mental health problems who never got the right help. Many people had seen signs over the years, but no one was able to stop her before it was too late. Murder of Dorothy Stratton, 1980. Dorothy Ruth Hoog Stratton was born on February 28, 1960, in Vancouver, Canada. Her parents, Simon and Nellie, were originally from the Netherlands. Dorothy had a younger brother and a younger sister. She didn't really know her father, as she was mostly raised by her mother. In 1977, while working part-time at a Dairy Queen during high school, Dorothy met Paul Snyder. Paul was 9 years older than her. He worked as a club promoter and business manager for sex workers. Dorothy and Paul started dating. In 1978, he even took her to her high school prom. That year, he sent some revealing photos of Dorothy to Playboy magazine. The magazine was interested in her, and she soon moved to Los Angeles to explore new opportunities. Paul followed her a couple of months later. Dorothy began using the name Dorothy Stratton. She did well with Playboy, and in June 1979 she married Paul, even though many people, including Playboy founder Hugh Hefner, were against the idea. Hefner liked Dorothy and didn't trust Paul. Many people felt Paul was not right for her and would only hold her back. Dorothy became Playboy's Miss August 1979 and worked as a Playboy bunny in Los Angeles. With Hefner's help, she started getting small acting roles in TV shows like Fantasy Island and Buck Rogers. Around this time, Paul was acting as her driver, acting coach, and part-time manager. In late 1979, Dorothy met a film director named Peter Bogdanovich at a party. They began a romantic relationship. Peter cast her in his movie They All Laughed, which was being filmed in New York. Dorothy told Paul he couldn't come to the set because only the cast and crew were allowed. In March 1980, she went to New York and began working on the movie. The next day, she and Peter became intimate. In April, Dorothy returned to Los Angeles for some work with Playboy. She was named Playmate of the Year on April 30th and even appeared on The Tonight Show. In May, she went on a promotional tour in Canada. During that time, she wrote a letter to Paul asking for more freedom in their marriage. Paul was very upset by this. Dorothy's trip ended in Vancouver, where she planned to rest with family. Paul went there too and convinced her to make nightclub appearances. He kept the money from those events for himself. They fought a lot during the trip. Dorothy even suggested giving up her career to return to a simpler life with Paul, but he refused. She went back to New York to finish the movie, and Paul went back to Los Angeles. Dorothy later stopped answering Paul's calls and wrote him a letter saying they were now separated, both physically and financially. Paul emptied their joint bank account and sold some of her things. He even hired a private investigator because he believed she was having an affair with Peter, which she was. In July 1980, after filming was done, Dorothy and Peter went to England for a short vacation. Then, she moved into Peter's mansion in Los Angeles. On August 14, 1980, Dorothy visited Paul at his house to talk about money. She brought $1,100 as a first payment. Paul's roommates left that morning, leaving the two alone. Within an hour, Paul shot Dorothy in the face with a shotgun, killing her. Later, he took his own life. When the roommates came home that night, they found the bodies. Both Hugh Hefner and Peter Bogdanovich were heartbroken by the news. Dorothy was known as shy, hardworking, and sensitive. Many believe she did not realize how talented and beautiful she really was. Sadly, it seems that many people around her, including Paul, Peter, and even Hefner, were more focused on what they could get from her than truly helping her. Kirsten Costas and Bernadette Prati, 1984. Bernadette Prati was born on September 20, 1968, and lived in Orinda, California, a town near San Francisco. Her family was middle class. Her father was a retired engineer, and her mother stayed at home. Bernadette had 5 brothers and sisters. She went to Miramonte High School and was described as an average-looking girl who was somewhat popular. However, she felt insecure because many students around her were richer. Bernadette wanted to be part of the popular crowd. She tried out for the cheerleading team and the yearbook staff in 1984, but didn't make it. Still, she joined the swim team, worked in the school office, and was accepted into a group called the Bobbies. The Bobbies were like a club for popular girls at school. Another girl at the school was Kirsten Costas. She was also born in 1968 and came from a wealthy family. Her father worked as an executive, and her mother also stayed at home. Kirsten was very popular, confident, and pretty. She got on the cheerleading team and was also in the Bobbies. Bernadette admired her, but also felt jealous. On June 21, 1984, Bernadette called Kirsten's house. She lied to Kirsten's mother, saying there was a dinner for the Bobbies on Saturday and that Kirsten was invited. This was not true. There was no dinner. Bernadette wanted to trick Kirsten into going out with her. She only said she was a Bobby, not her real name. On the night of June 23rd, Bernadette told her parents she was babysitting. Her dad dropped her off at a neighbor's house, and she used their car, a yellow Ford Pinto, to drive to Kirsten's home. She picked Kirsten up and later told her there was no dinner, just a party. Kirsten got upset and left the car. Kirsten went to a nearby house where she used the phone to call her parents, but they weren't home. The man who lived there, Alex Arnold, offered to drive her home. As they drove, he noticed a Ford Pinto following them. It was Bernadette. When they reached Kirsten's house, her parents still weren't home, so she started walking to another neighbor's house. As she walked, Bernadette came up to her with a knife. Kirsten backed away and told her to leave, but Bernadette stabbed her multiple times. Alex saw the attack but thought it was just a fight. He chased the Pinto in his car but couldn't catch it. Kirsten managed to reach a neighbor's door and asked for help. She was taken to the hospital but sadly died at 11:02 p.m. The police started an investigation. They knew the attacker drove a Ford Pinto and was a blonde teenage girl. They interviewed over 300 people and looked at 750 Ford Pintos. Eventually, they found out Bernadette's family owned one. She had lied about babysitting, but at first the police believed her. She even passed a lie detector test, though these tests are not reliable. The FBI got involved and created a profile of the killer. It matched Bernadette closely. When the police realized they hadn't checked her alibi, they did, and found out she had lied. Bernadette still denied everything, but later wrote a confession note to her mother. She said she was ashamed and scared. Bernadette told the police she hadn't planned the murder. She was angry and hurt because Kirsten made her feel small. The knife was already in the car. She was charged with second-degree murder and sent to juvenile prison for a maximum of 9 years. She served 7 years, got out in 1992, changed her name, and disappeared from the public eye. This case was later made into a TV movie called Death of a Cheerleader, released in 1994 and remade in 2019. Ricky Kasso, 1984. In the summer of 1984, a tragic event in Long Island, New York, shocked the world. A 17-year-old boy named Gary Lowers was found dead in a shallow grave in Estacea Woods, just outside Northport. His body had been stabbed and mutilated so badly that he was barely recognizable. His body was covered with sticks and leaves, and it was clear that this was a crime unlike anything the local community had ever seen. The police found his body after a local teenager anonymously tipped them off. The media at the time blamed heavy metal music for the crime, and the police pointed to the growing drug problem in the 1980s. But the real cause was a troubled individual named Ricky Kasso, also known as the Acid King. Ricky's story begins in Huntington, New York, where he was born on March 29, 1967. As a teenager, Ricky was good at sports. By middle school, he was no longer motivated and began smoking weed. Eventually, he dropped out of school. His father, a local high school teacher and football coach, was very disappointed. He wanted Ricky to become a football star, but Ricky had no interest in the sport. His father became abusive, and Ricky was eventually thrown out of the house. With nowhere to go, Ricky began running away from home and lived on the streets of Northport. He slept in cars, garages, and even friends' houses. To cope with his troubled life, Ricky turned to drugs, including marijuana, PCP, and LSD, which earned him the nickname Acid King. He openly declared his love for drugs, saying that he enjoyed the fantasy world they gave him. Ricky's drug use became so bad that he moved out of his family home permanently. He dropped out of school and began spending time with other teens who looked up to him because he was always carrying drugs. Ricky and his friends found a shack to live in, where they would spend their time getting high. Ricky became obsessed with Satanism, often reading books about witchcraft and the occult. He even started talking about suicide and how he believed it was the ultimate high. His parents, desperate to help him, admitted him to a psychiatric hospital, but nothing seemed to work. Ricky's behavior only got worse. In 1984, the situation took a deadly turn. Ricky's troubles with Gary Lowers began when Gary stole drugs from him at a party. Gary took 10 bags of PCP from Ricky's jacket while he was passed out. After Ricky found out, he confronted Gary. Though Gary gave back 5 of the bags, he still owed Ricky for the rest. Ricky, angry, beat Gary up multiple times. One night, Ricky invited Gary to hang out with him and some friends. They went to Azteca Woods, where they smoked drugs, including PCP and LSD. Things quickly escalated. Ricky attacked Gary, biting him on the neck and stabbing him in the chest. He continued to stab Gary between 17 and 36 times. Gary's eyeballs were even sliced out. During the attack, Ricky made Gary say, "I love Satan," but Gary refused and instead said, "I love my mother." After Gary died, Ricky and his friends covered the body with branches and leaves. The police soon focused on Ricky and his friends, and they were questioned. Ricky had a history of strange behavior like digging up a grave and stealing a skull for a satanic ritual. Ricky even told the police that he heard a black crow while he was attacking Gary, which he believed was the devil helping him. The case was eventually solved when a 16-year-old girl named Lori Wall called the police after Jimmy, one of Ricky's friends, confessed to her about the killing. The media at the time pushed a narrative about Satanism and heavy metal music being to blame for the murder, but it was clear that Ricky's troubled past and his drug abuse were the real causes. Ricky was arrested and charged with murder, but before he could go to trial, he took his own life in jail. His death left the case unresolved for a while. His friend Jimmy Troiano was also charged as an accomplice, but was later acquitted. The case became well known, and over the years, documentaries, books, and even songs have been made about it. The case also became part of a larger panic in the 1980s and 1990s, where people believed that satanic cults and heavy metal music were corrupting young people. While it's easy to point fingers at music and Satanism, it's clear that Ricky's crime was the result of a lifetime of abuse, poor choices, and addiction. Cherry Mahan's disappearance, 1985. Cherry Ann Mahan was born on August 14, 1976, in Saxonburg, Pennsylvania, USA. She had short brown hair, hazel eyes, and a scar on her left arm from a dog bite. On February 22, 1985, Cherry was 8 years old. She had gone to school like normal. That day, she wore a gray coat, blue denim skirt, blue leg warmers, and brown boots. After school, Cherry took the bus home. Several other kids were also on the bus. They said they saw her get off at her usual stop. From the bus stop, she only had to walk about 150 yards to her home. Her stepfather heard the bus arrive and went outside to wait for her. He couldn't see the bus stop from the house, but he could see the driveway she always walked up. He stood outside, expecting her to appear within minutes, but she never came. At first, the family thought maybe she got held back at school or took a later bus. They waited until 4:30 p.m. to start calling neighbors and her friends' families, but no one had seen her. Her family then went out to search the area but couldn't find any sign of her. By that time, it had only been about an hour since she got off the bus. They reported her missing to the police very quickly. Several students on the bus said they noticed a strange van following the bus. It was described as a 1976 Dodge van, either blue or green. What made it stand out was a large picture on the side showing a skier wearing red and yellow clothes on a snowy mountain. It was a very unique image, which is why people remembered it so well. A woman who was waiting nearby to pick up her own children also saw Cherry get off the bus and walk in the direction of her home. She also saw the strange van. Another small blue car was seen around the same area, but no one knows if it was involved. Sadly, no one saw Cherry get into any vehicle, and she seemed to just disappear in the short walk from the bus stop to her house. Police searched for the van, but never found it. They followed many tips and leads over the years, but none led to real answers. Years later, someone said they saw a woman who looked like an age-progressed photo of Cherry as an adult. This woman had been adopted and didn't know her birth family, so she agreed to take a DNA test. Sadly, the test showed she was not Cherry. In 1992, Cherry's family made the very hard choice to declare her legally dead. It was a heartbreaking decision. They received money from her life insurance, but instead of keeping it, they gave all of it to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children to help other families. If she were alive today, Cherry would be 43 years old. Even after more than 30 years, no one knows what happened. It's one of the saddest and most confusing cases. Franciscan priest murders, 1980s. In the early 1980s, 2 Catholic priests in the western United States died under very strange and scary circumstances. These events happened between 1982 and 1984 and remain unsolved to this day. The first priest was Father Ronaldo John Rivera, a Franciscan priest working at a church in Santa Fe, New Mexico. On the night of August 5, 1982, a man calling himself Michael Carmelo phoned the church. He claimed his grandfather was dying and asked for a priest to come and perform last rites near a rest stop in Waldo. Father Rivera agreed to go. He was last seen leaving in his brown 1974 Chevy Malibu. A few days later, his body was found in a field near Interstate 25. He had been shot in the stomach and strangled with what looked like a wire coat hanger. His car was later found far away, out of gas, and his last rites kit was missing. The FBI stepped in to help. A profile of the killer suggested the motive might have been revenge. Police looked at a few suspects, including a man who had just gotten out of prison, but they were all ruled out due to lack of evidence. The second case was Father John Patrick Kerrigan, a priest who had just moved to Ronan, Montana. He was last seen on July 20th, 1984, and failed to show up to church the next morning. A few days later, bloody clothes and a coat hanger were found near Flathead Lake. His car, also a brown Chevy Malibu, was found with his wallet still full of cash, a bloody shovel, and a pillowcase inside. Although his body was never found, people believed he had also been murdered. The items found at the scene were eerily similar to the Rivera case. Both had the same type of car, both had coat hangers involved, and both were about 58 years old. Soon after Kerrigan went missing, a teacher named Curtis Holman also disappeared nearby. His car was found just 40 miles from where Kerrigan's car had been. Holman's brother believed the cases were connected, but police found no solid proof. Later, it was discovered that Father Kerrigan had spent time in a special church retreat in New Mexico for troubled priests. This place helped clergy dealing with personal issues, including problems like addiction or inappropriate behavior. The church never said why Kerrigan had been sent there, but in 2015, a list of abusive clergy was released, and his name was on it. This led people to think his murder might have been an act of revenge. Even though both priests had similar deaths, not everyone agrees they were connected. Some officers thought a drifter with mental health issues might be responsible. Others believed it could be someone seeking revenge. Over the years, many suspects were considered, including a man in jail in New York who had been in New Mexico at the time and had a grudge against priests. He even once stole from the same church where Father Rivera worked. Still, nothing was proven. In 2020, a writer who studied Kerrigan's case suggested he might not be dead at all. He believed Kerrigan may have staged his own disappearance with help from the church, but again, there is no clear proof. To this day, no one knows exactly who killed Father Rivera or what happened to Father Kerrigan. Despite many leads, tips, and theories, the mystery remains unsolved and may stay that way forever. Phoebe Hanschuk, 2010. This case happened in Melbourne, Australia. Phoebe Hanschuk was born on May 9, 1986. Her dad was a psychiatrist and her mom worked as a veterinary nurse. Phoebe had two older brothers. People said she was creative, energetic, sensitive, and very social. As a teenager, Phoebe started having mental health problems. She had mood swings, depression, and social anxiety. Because of this, she was referred to a mental health worker. Her parents had trouble managing her, and she began drinking alcohol. Over time, her drinking got worse. She also started using drugs like cocaine and ecstasy. When she was 15, Phoebe ran away from home for 8 weeks. She was very attractive and often dated older men. In 2009, she met a man named Anthony Hample. He was 39 years old and worked in event management. His father was a retired judge, and his stepmother was also a judge. Phoebe and Anthony moved into a luxury apartment building called the Valencia. They had a rocky relationship and broke up and got back together several times. On December 2nd, 2010, at around 9 a.m., Anthony left their apartment for work. Phoebe was seen on security cameras around 11:43 a.m. when a fire alarm went off in the building. It turned out to be a false alarm. Phoebe went back to the apartment a few minutes later. That evening, around 6:09 p.m., Anthony came home. He saw Phoebe's bag and keys, but she wasn't there. There were 2 wine glasses on the table, broken glass on the floor, and blood on her computer and a door frame. There were also strange notes around the apartment. Between 7:06 and 7:09 p.m., a worker found Phoebe's body in the building's garbage room. Her jeans were pulled down to her knees. The police believed Phoebe had fallen down the garbage chute from the 12th floor. The fall was about 120 feet. Her body hit a compactor at the bottom. When police arrived, they didn't let paramedics check her for signs of life. They believed she was already dead. Later tests showed Phoebe had a high level of alcohol in her blood, 3 times the legal limit for driving in Australia. She also had taken sleeping pills called Stilnox, which can cause strange behavior. The coroner said Phoebe's death was an accident, not a murder. However, the investigation was poorly done. Police didn't check important evidence like computer files, security footage, or some of the blood found at the scene. They also didn't test Anthony's computer for 4 months. Phoebe had taken that medication before, without any problems, but it wasn't prescribed to her. It was actually Anthony's medication. Phoebe was strong and trained in martial arts. There were no fingerprints on the garbage chute, which might mean it had been cleaned. There was no sign of sexual assault. Some people wonder if Phoebe was trying to take her own life. A few days before her death, she told her mental health worker she didn't feel safe. The worker thought she was feeling suicidal, but didn't call for help. Phoebe said she would just take some pills to sleep through the pain. Sadly, the worker didn't follow up with her. In the end, it's likely Phoebe climbed into the chute herself, either as a tragic accident or as a way to end her pain. She was very drunk and confused. There's no strong evidence that anyone else was involved. Alyssa Bustamante's selfie, 2009. Alyssa Bustamante was born on January 28, 1994, in California. Her parents were Cesar Bustamante and Michelle. Michelle was only 15 when Alyssa was born. Alyssa's parents were cousins by marriage. When she was 2, the family moved to St. Martin's, Missouri, so Michelle could be closer to her mother, Karen Brooke. Karen and her husband, Gary, lived nearby in Jefferson City. After moving, Michelle had more children, twin boys and another daughter, but both parents had serious problems. Cesar had trouble with drugs and alcohol and was violent. He was sent to prison for 10 years for assault. Michelle also used drugs and was arrested several times. Because of this, Alyssa had a very hard childhood. She often went hungry, saw her mom use drugs, and once watched her overdose. Eventually, Child Protective Services took Alyssa and her siblings away. They were sent to live with their grandparents, Karen and Gary. All the children did better under their care, but Alyssa still struggled. She began using drugs and had violent thoughts. At 13, she tried to end her life by taking pills. Doctors said her thoughts were very troubling. Even with her problems, Alyssa did okay in school. Her teachers thought she was a good student. At school, she dressed normally, but outside of school, she wore dark makeup and liked to look like a vampire or clown. She called herself Bad Alyssa online and posted strange things on social media. She said she liked killing people and would hurt herself by cutting or burning her skin. She also asked friends if they ever wondered what it would feel like to kill someone. One of Alyssa's half-sisters, Emma, was friends with a 9-year-old girl named Elizabeth Olton. On October 16, 2009, Alyssa dug 2 shallow graves in the woods near her house. 5 days later, on October 21st, Elizabeth came over to play. As she was about to go home, Alyssa called her and asked her to come to the woods. There, Alyssa tried to strangle Elizabeth, then stabbed her multiple times and cut her throat. She buried Elizabeth in one of the graves and covered it with leaves. She went home, cleaned the knife, and later wrote in her journal that killing Elizabeth felt amazing. That same evening, Elizabeth's mother called the police because her daughter didn't come home. Police talked to Emma, who said Alyssa had blood on her pants. While the police searched for Elizabeth, Alyssa went to a church dance. Her journal said she needed to go to church, which is what she did. The police traced Elizabeth's phone to the woods. They found an empty hole and asked Alyssa about it. She said she liked digging holes and used them to bury dead animals. Later, police searched her room and found her journal. Even though she had tried to cover the words, they could still read her confession. At first, Alyssa lied to the police, but eventually she admitted she killed Elizabeth. She showed them where the body was. She was arrested and later charged with murder. In 2012, Alyssa pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and armed criminal action. She was given life in prison plus 30 years. As of April 2025, Alyssa remains incarcerated at the Chillicothe Correctional Center in Missouri. She was denied parole in July 2024, and her next parole hearing is scheduled for 2029. Due to a consecutive 30-year sentence for armed criminal action, even if granted parole, her earliest possible release would be in 2059, when she would be 65 years old. Alyssa had been treated for many mental health problems like depression, anxiety, and borderline personality disorder. Experts said she was very emotionally disturbed. It's believed she killed to feel something, anything, because her depression was so deep. Some people think Alyssa should stay in prison forever. Others believe her abusive past and untreated mental illness should be considered. Martin Pistorius. Martin was born in Johannesburg in 1975. When he was 12, he fell very sick. First, he lost his voice and stopped eating. Then he slept almost all the time and could not walk well. Doctors tried many tests but could not find out what was wrong. They thought it might be meningitis or tuberculosis, but treatments did not help. Within 2 years, Martin could not move or speak at all and spent most days in a care home during daylight hours and at home with his parents at night. His body stayed still, but his mind did not switch off. He heard every word around him and could understand people. He even remembered big news, when Nelson Mandela became president in 1994, when Princess Diana died in 1997, and when the September 11 attacks happened in 2001, events he later spoke about once he could talk again. For years, nurses fed him by spoon. Some treated him roughly, thinking he was not aware. They forced food in his mouth and ignored his pain. He hated reruns of the children's show Barney on the TV in the care home, but he learned to use the sun moving across his bed to tell the time. Around age 16, Martin's mind started to wake up more, but he still could not move or speak. In 2001, a daycare worker named Verna van der Walt gave him a gentle touch, talking to him and giving small head massages. He promised himself he would try to look at her. Slowly, he moved his head. Verna saw this and believed he was aware. She spoke to his parents and asked for special tests. At the University of Pretoria's Augmentative and Alternative Communication Center, therapists showed Martin a simple computer screen with pictures and words. They gave him a switch he could press with his head. When they asked him to pick a picture of a water tap, Martin used all his strength to stop the pointer on the right picture. He proved he was there inside. Martin began to learn again. He used symbols and a speech computer to say what he needed. Over time, he regained a little control of his head and arms. In 2008, Martin met Joanna, often called Jo, through his sister. They married in 2009 in the UK. He studied computer science at the University of Hertfordshire and became a web designer and developer. He co-wrote his true story, the book Ghost Boy, to help others understand locked-in syndrome. Martin has shared his journey in public talks, including a TEDx talk in 2015 titled How My Mind Came Back to Life and No One Knew. In December 2018, his son Sebastian was born. Martin's life shows pain, patience, and hope. For 12 years, he was a ghost boy, trapped and unseen. But thanks to Verna's kindness and the right tests, he found his voice and rebuilt his world, step by step. Silken Falls, 2009. Life is full of risks. We all want to feel proud of ourselves and live meaningful lives. For some people, that means doing things that are very dangerous. But that's what makes everyone's story unique. What's scary to one person might feel peaceful to someone else. It might sound terrifying to hang off a frozen waterfall using just axes and spikes, but some people find it relaxing. Ice climbing is a sport where people climb frozen waterfalls or icy mountains. It's harder than regular rock climbing because the surface is slippery and always changing. Ice climbers wear special boots with spikes called crampons and carry sharp tools called ice axes to help them climb. Climbers face dangers like falling ice, poor wall stability, and even avalanches. Still, there are many people who love the sport. One of the most respected climbers was Guy Laysel. Guy began ice climbing when he was a student in Ottawa. His first big climb took him over 7 hours to finish. Years later, he would climb the same route in under 5 minutes, without ropes. This kind of climbing is called free soloing, climbing without safety gear. One small mistake, and it could mean death. But Guy was calm and focused. He was able to control his fear, something that very few people can do. He climbed all over the Canadian Rockies and became known for doing hard climbs that no one else would try. He even completed a triple solo on Mount Rundle in Canada, climbing 3 long and very difficult routes: the Sea of Vapors, Exterminator, and the Replicant in one go, all without ropes. Even though Guy was one of the best, he was always kind and humble. He also wrote helpful articles and shared tips in a magazine called Gripped. Many people respected him not just for his skills, but for his friendly and caring nature. Guy won many competitions in places like Colorado and Quebec, and he was honored with awards. But he didn't do it for fame. He did it because he loved the sport and the people in it. In December 2009, Guy went to the Bozeman Ice Festival in Montana, one of the biggest events in ice climbing. He had missed the previous year due to an injury, but was excited to be back. One morning, while climbing with a partner, they finished a climb and began hiking to another wall. At the same time, another group of climbers higher up the slope started to dig into the snow. They didn't realize the snow was unstable. A huge amount of snow broke loose, creating an avalanche. Guy and his partner were below in a narrow valley when they heard it coming. His partner was able to avoid it, but Guy was caught in the powerful wave of snow. He was thrown down the slope and over the icy cliff he had just climbed. Sadly, he did not survive. These are the Silken Falls in Highlight Canyon where he died. Sherry Songji was a 23-year-old research assistant working in a science lab at UCLA, one of the top universities in the world. She was excited about her future. But in December 2008, something went terribly wrong in the lab, and she was badly burned while working with a dangerous chemical. 18 days later, she died from her injuries. This is where Sherry was working that day in the lab of Professor Patrick Heron, a well-known chemistry teacher. On the day of the accident, she was handling this chemical bottle called T-butyllithium. This chemical is very dangerous. It catches fire as soon as it touches the air. Sherry was using a syringe to move the chemical when the plunger came out and it spilled. Her clothes caught fire immediately. Her sister, Naveen, rushed to the hospital. She later said that almost half of Sherry's body was burned. Her hands were damaged down to the tendons, her stomach was severely burned, and she had deep burns on her neck. Sherry was in critical condition and died after more than 2 weeks of pain. An investigation found that Sherry had not been trained to safely handle such a dangerous chemical. Professor Heron admitted that she didn't receive general lab safety training. He also said he never talked to her about the dangers of T-butyllithium and did not provide fire-resistant clothing in the lab. As a result, California's Workplace Safety Agency filed 3 felony charges against Professor Heron. This was the first time in U.S. history that a professor faced criminal charges for an employee's death in a lab. Ellen Wides, head of California's Workplace Safety Agency, said the charges were meant to send a strong message that safety cannot be ignored. She explained that in most states, penalties for workplace deaths are small, but California treats serious cases like this much more seriously. UCLA and the University of California Regents were also named in the case. Jim Kaufman, a lab safety expert, said this case shocked the academic world. He believes it will lead to better safety in labs and hopes that Sherry's death will help prevent future tragedies. Since the accident, UCLA has created a Center for Laboratory Safety. The goal is to improve lab safety at the university and share what they learn with other schools. The university also paid fines for this and other lab safety violations. One of the fines was for not reporting an earlier lab accident that also caused serious burns. The case has also affected other universities in California. Since Sherry's death, there have been at least 7 more lab accidents. But now, safety issues are being taken more seriously. Nino Maeda, a union leader for lab workers at UC San Francisco, said that in the past it could take over a year to fix safety problems. Now people are acting fast because they are afraid of what could happen if they don't. The UC Regents settled the criminal case against the university. They agreed to take responsibility for what happened, improve lab safety, and create a $500,000 scholarship in Sherry Sangji's name. However, Professor Heron chose not to settle. He still faces trial and could go to prison for up to 4.5 years if found guilty. His lawyer says Heron did nothing wrong and that the accident was not a crime. He points out that Sherry had a chemistry degree and lab experience. But Sherry's sister, Naveen, says she won't give up. She wants justice. She says no one should go to work and come home with life-threatening burns, and no one should die just because of unsafe working conditions. Jennifer Kesse, CCTV, January 23, 2006. Jennifer Kesse was a 24-year-old woman living in Orlando, Florida. She had a good job, a new condo, and a happy life. In January 2006, she went missing, and to this day, no one knows what really happened to her. Jennifer had just come back from a short vacation with her boyfriend in the U.S. Virgin Islands. They returned on Sunday, January 22nd. She stayed at her boyfriend's place that night, then left the next morning, Monday, January 23rd, to go to work. That evening, she spoke to her boyfriend on the phone around 10 p.m. They said goodnight, and that was the last time anyone ever heard from her. The next morning, on Tuesday, January 24th, Jennifer didn't show up for work. Her boyfriend tried calling her, but she didn't answer. She had an important meeting that day, so people at her office grew worried when she never arrived. Jennifer was always responsible, and it was not like her to miss work or not call. Her parents drove to her condo from Tampa. When they arrived, they found signs that she had gotten ready for work that morning. There were wet towels, makeup on the counter, and her pajamas on the floor. But she was gone, and so was her car. When they called the police, they were told that Jennifer was an adult and may have left on her own. But her family didn't believe that for a second. Later that day, they began searching for her and handing out flyers. 2 days later, on Thursday, January 26th, someone called the police to say they had seen a car that looked like Jennifer's at their apartment complex, about a mile from her condo. It was her black 2004 Chevy Malibu. There were security cameras at the complex. The footage showed someone parking Jennifer's car and walking away. Sadly, the person's face was blocked by a fence, and no one could tell who it was. The FBI and even NASA tried to enhance the video. All they could say was the person seemed to be between 5'3" and 5'5" tall. Inside the car, everything looked clean. Her things like a DVD player were still there, so robbery didn't seem to be the reason. The only items missing were her phone, iPod, purse, briefcase, and keys. Police believe the car had been wiped down, leaving almost no evidence. A search dog picked up Jennifer's scent and tracked it back to her condo. This made police think she was likely taken from there or nearby. But there were no signs of a struggle, and nothing in her home was out of place. Detectives questioned people in her life. Her boyfriend, family, and ex-boyfriends were all cleared. One coworker who had once asked her out and was turned down acted strangely after she disappeared. He came to work late that day and made a disturbing joke the next day. Still, there was no solid proof linking him to Jennifer's disappearance. At the time, Jennifer's condo building was under construction. She had told her family that construction workers often made her feel uncomfortable. But after looking into it, the police found nothing suspicious with the workers. Even with help from the FBI and many volunteers, Jennifer's case remains unsolved. Her family continues to search and raise awareness. They believe she may have been kidnapped as she was leaving for work that morning, sometime between 7:30 and 8 a.m. Though there have been many tips and a lot of searching over the years, there have been no clear answers. A reward was offered, and age-progressed photos have been shared, but Jennifer is still missing. The smiling photo of Lori Erica Ruff, 2000s. In 2003, a woman named Lori Erica Kennedy was living in Carrollton, Texas, a town just north of Dallas. She met a man named John Blake Ruff at a Bible study group. Blake came from a rich family, had a college degree, and worked for Verizon. He was known to be shy but honest. Lori said she was from Scottsdale, Arizona, and that both of her parents were dead. She claimed to have no brothers or sisters and said she had a hard childhood. She did not like to talk about her past. Lori and Blake fell in love and got married on January 5, 2004. The wedding was very small, only the pastor was there. Lori took Blake's last name and became Lori Ruff. The couple moved to Leonard, Texas. Lori did not want a wedding announcement in the newspaper, and she avoided talking to neighbors. She worked from home and said she was a marketing consultant. Some said she also worked as a mystery shopper. Lori and Blake tried to have a baby, but she had 4 miscarriages. After getting help with fertility treatments, they had a daughter named Jessica in 2008. Lori seemed nervous around her baby, like she didn't know how to care for children. She was very protective and never left Jessica alone. Blake's family found Lori hard to get along with. She wouldn't talk much during family gatherings and often left to take naps. She was also rude and complained about Blake's family a lot. Things got worse when Lori said she didn't want their daughter seeing Blake's parents. This put a strain on the marriage. They went to counseling, but it didn't help. In 2010, Blake moved out and filed for divorce. After Blake left, neighbors noticed Lori acting strangely. She seemed confused and talked nonstop. She blamed Blake's family for everything and even sent them threatening emails. Once, she broke into their house. Then on Christmas Eve in 2010, Blake's father found her parked outside their house. She had taken her own life with a gun. Lori left 2 notes, one for Blake and one for her daughter, which was not to be opened until Jessica turned 18. After her death, Blake's family went to Lori's house. It was messy, with trash and shredded papers everywhere. In a locked box, they found papers showing that Lori had once used the name Becky Sue Turner. She had changed her name to Lori Erica Kennedy in 1988. An investigation showed that the real Becky Sue Turner was a girl who died in a house fire in 1971. In 1988, Kimberly used Becky's birth certificate to get an ID in Idaho, using her own photo. She later changed her name to Lori Kennedy and started a new life. She got a GED, went to college, and worked different jobs. But there were no records of her before 1988. Years later, a DNA expert linked Lori to a family in Philadelphia. In 2016, her true identity was discovered. She was Kimberly Maria McLean. She had left home at 18 and told her mother never to look for her. Her family never reported her missing. No one knows why Kimberly changed her identity. She didn't steal money or commit other crimes. She just seemed to want to disappear. Some people believe she may have had mental health problems like depression, anxiety, or paranoia. Her past remains a mystery, but at least her real name is now known. The final image of Mitrice Richardson, 2009. Mitrice Richardson was born on April 30th, 1985. She grew up in Covina, California, where she lived with her mother and stepfather. She loved to dance and was a cheerleader in school. After finishing high school in West Covina, she went to California State University, Fullerton, and earned a degree in psychology in 2008. After college, she moved to Los Angeles to live with her grandmother. She wanted to become a teacher. She worked different jobs, including at a shipping company and part-time at a nightclub. She also joined beauty pageants and wanted to become a model. She had a girlfriend named Tessa Moon, but they broke up in 2009. After the breakup, she became very focused on another woman named Vanessa, even though Vanessa already had a girlfriend. She tried to go to Vanessa's birthday party without being invited, and Vanessa asked her to stay away. On September 16, 2009, Mitrice drove to a restaurant in Malibu. She got into a valet's car and talked about things that didn't make sense, like Michael Jackson's death. Inside the restaurant, she joined a group of strangers at their table and acted oddly. She said she was going to Hawaii and would contact them when she got there. When the bill came, it was $89, and she didn't pay. She said the group should have paid for her and later offered to pay with sex. She also said she was from Mars. The restaurant staff thought something was very wrong, and they called the police. Her great-grandmother Mildred offered to pay over the phone, but the restaurant said they needed a signature. When the police arrived, they searched her car and found marijuana and alcohol, but they didn't think she was drunk or high. They arrested her for not paying the bill and for having marijuana. Her phone, purse, and money were left in her car, which was towed. At the police station, she tried calling her great-grandmother Mildred, but couldn't reach her. Her mother called the police to say she was worried because Mitrice was acting strange and didn't know the area well. The police told her not to worry and said she would be released in the morning. But she was actually released at 12:15 a.m. in the middle of the night. A camera at the police station shows her alive for the last time as she walks out of there. She had no phone, no money, and no way to call anyone. She walked away from the station, and hours later, a man saw a woman matching her description in his backyard. She said, "I'm just resting," and then walked off. That was the last time anyone saw her alive. Many people believed she got lost in a nearby area called Dark Canyon. There were even reports of screams in that area, but searches found nothing. Almost a year later, in August 2010, park rangers found her remains in the canyon, 8 miles from where she was released. Her body was found near an old marijuana farm. Her clothes were not on her, but they were nearby. Some people thought she had taken them off before she died, but others questioned this. The police said it was not murder, but many people disagreed. Her family sued the police department, and later there was an investigation. Some people believe Maitrice may have had a mental health condition, like bipolar disorder. Before her disappearance, she had acted strangely, posted odd messages, and told people she wanted to talk to Michelle Obama about working at the White House. Her behavior matched signs of mania and psychosis. The police said they didn't see anything wrong with her mental state when they let her go. But her family and others think she needed help and should not have been released alone in the middle of the night. The last known photo of Zeb Quinn, 2000. Zeb Quinn was an 18-year-old from Asheville, North Carolina. He was a shy, kind, and hardworking young man. He worked part-time at Walmart in the electronics section and was saving money to buy a new car. On the night of January 2nd, 2000, Zeb planned to look at a used car with a coworker named Jason Owens. They met up at Walmart and were going to drive separately to go see the car. Around 9 p.m., they stopped at a gas station to get drinks. After that, Zeb followed Jason in his car. A few minutes later, Zeb flashed his headlights, signaling Jason to pull over. Zeb told Jason he had gotten a page and needed to call someone back. He drove back to the gas station to use a payphone. About 15 minutes later, he came back looking upset and told Jason he couldn't look at the car anymore. He then quickly drove off, crashing into the back of Jason's truck before speeding away. That was the last time anyone saw Zeb. Zeb's mom, Denise, got worried when he didn't respond to her messages. The next day, she reported him missing. Police had very little to go on. No body, no car, no signs of a crime. Then things got strange. 2 days after Zeb went missing, someone called Walmart pretending to be him, saying he was sick. But the person who answered the phone knew it wasn't Zeb's voice. They traced the call back to the Volvo plant, where Jason Owens worked. Jason said Zeb asked him to make the call, but no one believed that story. Jason also told police about Zeb getting the page and speeding off. He said he went to the hospital later that night for a car accident, but there was no proof of that second crash. Police later learned that Zeb had been talking to a girl named Misty Taylor. Misty had a boyfriend named Wesley. Zeb's family said Wesley was angry when he found out about Zeb and Misty. Just a few days before he went missing, Misty stopped talking to Zeb, and he was scared that Wesley might hurt him. The page Zeb received that night came from his aunt's house, but she said she never sent it and wasn't even home. She claimed her house had been broken into that night, but nothing was stolen. Strangely, she said she was with Misty's mom and Wesley at the time. A few days later, Zeb's car was found near the hospital where his mom worked. The car had some strange things inside: lips drawn on the back window in lipstick, a jacket that didn't belong to him, a hotel key, and even a live puppy. The seat was pushed up as if a shorter person had driven it. Zeb's mom believed someone placed the car there on purpose for her to find it. Then for many years, nothing happened. The case went cold. In 2015, 15 years later, something terrible happened. A local woman named Christy Schoen Codd, who had been on a cooking show, went missing along with her husband and unborn child. Police later arrested Jason Owens for killing them. He said it was an accident, but then tried to cover it up by burning their remains and hiding the evidence. After this, police searched Jason's property again and found more strange items: fabric, leather, and unknown fragments under a concrete slab. Some people believed these could be connected to Zeb. In 2017, Jason Owens was finally charged with Zeb Quinn's murder. He is already in prison for killing the Codds and will likely spend the rest of his life behind bars. Wesley Smith, the boyfriend of Misty Taylor, was implicated in allegations made by Robert Jason Owens. Owens claimed that Smith hired his uncle, Walter Gene Owens, to murder Quinn due to a love triangle involving Misty Taylor. According to Owens, Gene Owens killed Quinn, and Robert Owens assisted in covering up the crime. However, both Misty Taylor and Wesley Smith have denied any involvement, and no direct evidence has been presented linking them to the crime. As a result, neither has been charged in connection with Quinn's disappearance. Melora Rivera's rooftop escape, 2004. A frightening break-in in Venice ended with a daring escape as a woman climbed out of her second-story bedroom window to avoid a confrontation with an intruder. Around 9 a.m., Rivera was in bed when she heard someone forcefully enter her home. Wearing only a flannel shirt, she quickly grabbed her phone and escaped through the window, climbing onto the roof as the intruder pursued her. Authorities identified the suspect as 29-year-old Christian Hicks, a homeless man who allegedly broke down Rivera's door. He followed her onto the roof, prompting a swift police response. Officers arrived within 2 minutes of the 911 call, and with assistance from the fire department, safely helped Rivera down before Hicks was taken into custody. Rivera's landlord, Josh Romano, witnessed the situation unfold and directed police to Hicks' location on the roof. Romano noted that earlier that morning, Hicks had been detained by officers for trespassing in someone's yard, but was released due to lack of identification. This could have been avoided, Romano said. Rivera, although unharmed, is shaken and concerned. We need to address the homelessness crisis, she said. We can't keep ignoring people who need help. It's a danger to them and to us. Nikki Katsouris car crash, 2006. Nikki Katsouris was an 18-year-old girl from California who died in a terrible car crash on October 31, 2006. She was driving her father's Porsche 911 without permission when she lost control of the car and crashed into a toll booth at very high speed. The accident was so severe that she died instantly. On the day of the accident, Nikki had lunch with her parents at home. After lunch, her father left for work and her mother stayed home. About 10 minutes later, Nikki took her father's Porsche without asking. When her mother saw her leave, she called her husband, who quickly started looking for Nikki. While he was on the phone with 911, he was told that a serious accident had just happened nearby. It turned out to be Nikki. Nikki was driving on the 241 toll road in Lake Forest, California. She was going over 100 miles per hour when she tried to pass another car. She lost control and crashed into a concrete toll booth. Sadly, she died on the spot. Tests later showed she had some cocaine in her system, but no alcohol. As part of the police investigation, officers from the California Highway Patrol took photos of the crash scene. These photos showed the damage to Nikki's car and her body. In the pictures, you could see that Nikki's head was split in the middle. The pictures were meant to be private, but two CHP workers, Aaron Reich and Thomas O'Donnell, shared them with others, even though that was against the rules. The photos soon appeared on the internet. Some people even sent them directly to Nikki's family through email with cruel messages. These events deeply hurt the Katsouris family. They stopped using the internet and even pulled their youngest daughter out of school to protect her from being bullied. Nikki's parents decided to sue the CHP and the two employees who leaked the photos. At first, a judge said the case could move forward. The CHP apologized and promised to prevent such things from happening again. O'Donnell was punished with 25 days of unpaid leave, and Reich left his job for other reasons. Later, however, the case was dismissed because the judge said the CHP workers didn't have a legal duty to protect the family's privacy. Still, the court said their behavior was awful. The CHP tried to get the photos removed from the internet, but many copies remained online. The family also hired a company to help remove the photos, but they couldn't get rid of all of them. In 2010, an appeals court changed the earlier decision. It said the family did have the right to sue for emotional distress. The judges said the CHP's actions had caused serious harm and that the officers should not have shared the photos. In 2011, the court ruled that Aaron Reich couldn't claim free speech as a defense because he had no clear reason for sending the photos. Finally, in January 2012, the CHP agreed to pay the Katsouris family $2.37 million. A CHP spokesperson said that no amount of money could make up for the pain the family went through, but they hoped the settlement would bring the family some peace. Dennis Rader at daughter's graduation, 2005. Most crimes become harder to solve the longer they stay unsolved, and serial killer cases are no different. Once a killer stops, there are fewer chances to catch them and less fresh evidence to work with. But sometimes there are rare cases where justice still catches up. One of those is the story of Dennis Rader, also known as the BTK killer. Dennis Rader was born in 1945 in Wichita, Kansas. He had a fairly normal childhood, but he often felt ignored by his parents, especially his mother. This may have helped cause the dark feelings he developed. From a young age, Dennis had disturbing thoughts about hurting women. He would cut pictures from magazines and draw ropes on them. He even dressed in stolen women's clothes and spied on his neighbors. After high school, Dennis joined the Air Force. He later got married, went back to school, and worked for a home security company. At the same time, he started a secret life as a killer. On January 15, 1974, he murdered the Otero family in their home. He tied them up and strangled them. One of the children, 15-year-old Charlie, came home later and found their bodies. It shocked the police and community. A few months later, Dennis attacked again. This time, he targeted Catherine and Kevin Bright. He broke into their house, tied them up, and shot Kevin after he tried to fight back. Kevin survived and got help, but sadly, Catherine died from her wounds. At first, police didn't connect the two crimes. Later that year, Dennis sent a message to a local newspaper claiming he was the killer. He included details only the real killer would know. The letter had many spelling mistakes, and his own wife even joked that it looked like something he would write. In 1977, Dennis killed 2 more people and sent another letter. In it, he gave himself the nickname BTK, which stood for Bind Them, Torture Them, Kill Them. He also started using strange words like Factor X to explain why he killed. He later broke into a woman's home but left before she arrived. He stole a scarf and mailed it back to her with a scary message: "Be glad you weren't here because I was." The police formed a task force but didn't find much. Meanwhile, Dennis lived a normal life, going to church and helping with the Boy Scouts. In 1985, he killed his neighbor, Maureen Hedge, and even brought her body to his church to take photos. He continued to kill until 1991, with his last victim being Dolores Davis. After that, BTK seemed to disappear for 14 years. But in 2004, Dennis came back. He sent a letter to a newspaper, admitting he had killed Vicki Wegerly in 1986. He included her ID and photos to prove it. He also began sending more letters, giving police a chance to finally catch him. In one letter, Dennis asked if a floppy disk could be traced. Police told him it couldn't. He believed them and sent one. The disk still had hidden data, showing it was made at his church by someone named Dennis. Police used this clue to get DNA from his daughter's medical records, and it matched DNA found at a crime scene. Dennis Rader was arrested in 2005. He admitted to killing 10 people and was given 10 life sentences. He is still in prison today. The Last Dive of Yuri Lipsky, 2000. On April 28, 2000, a young Russian diving instructor named Yuri Lipsky took a dive that would cost him his life. He was only 22 years old and visiting Dahab, Egypt, for just 2 days. While there, he decided to dive into a place called the Blue Hole, one of the most dangerous diving spots in the world. The Blue Hole is a large underwater sinkhole, very deep and close to the shore. It reaches over 130 meters deep, and beyond that, it drops off into a steep underwater cliff that goes down more than 1,000 meters. Because of its depth and the number of accidents, it's known as the Diver's Cemetery. Yuri wanted to dive all the way to the bottom of the Blue Hole. He asked other experienced divers to join him, but they all said no. They warned him it was too dangerous and needed special training and equipment. But Yuri was determined. Even without the right gear and preparation, he chose to go alone. At around 5 p.m., Yuri entered the water. He had a video camera attached to his head so he could film the dive from his own view. At first, things seemed to go well, but as he went deeper, the danger grew. Most recreational divers are told not to go deeper than 40 meters. Yuri went much farther. He was not wearing extra tanks of air or using a special gas mix needed for deep diving. This was risky. As he sank, he began to breathe in more nitrogen, which can cause something called nitrogen narcosis. This condition affects the brain, making people feel drunk and confused. It also makes it hard for them to think clearly or make good decisions. Yuri began sinking faster and lost control. He tried to stop, but he was too heavy. His safety vest, which helps divers float, could not lift him anymore. He tried to inflate it again, but it burst. Air rushed out, and he kept falling. Eventually, he landed face down at the bottom of the blue hole, 91 meters deep. His camera stopped recording at 5:11 p.m. He had gone from walking on the beach to lying dead on the ocean floor in just over 7 minutes. A week later, a local diver named Tarek Omar was called in to find out what had happened. Tarek had a lot of experience with rescue and recovery dives. He found Yuri's body lying still at the bottom. Yuri had likely died long before anyone knew he was missing. Tarek also found Yuri's camera. He didn't expect it to work because it wasn't made for such depths. But when he checked it later, he found that the recording had survived. The video showed Yuri's final moments, confirming what Tarek suspected. Yuri had been carrying too much weight, his vest failed, and he suffered from nitrogen narcosis. What made the tragedy worse was that Yuri's mother was in Dahab at the time. She had been trying to contact her son and was the one who reached out to Tarek. When Yuri's belongings were returned to her, the video camera was included. Tarek later said he wished he had destroyed the footage, so his mother would not have to see such a painful thing. Tarek had even met Yuri before the dive and warned him not to go. But Yuri didn't listen. Today, the Blue Hole still attracts divers from around the world, but many are more careful because of what happened to Yuri. The Columbia crew's final photo, 2003. The destruction of the Space Shuttle Columbia in 2003 was a tragedy that shocked the world. 7 astronauts lost their lives, and many people have wondered what their final moments were like. The Columbia mission had gone well at first. Unlike the Challenger disaster in 1986, which exploded shortly after takeoff, Columbia's crew made it safely into space. The crew included Rick D. Husband, William McCool, Kalpana Chawla, David M. Brown, Laurel B. Clark, Michael P. Anderson, and Elon Ramon. Their mission focused on doing science experiments in space, and things seemed to be going as planned. Sadly, the trouble began during liftoff, but no one realized how serious it was. A piece of foam from the shuttle broke off and hit the left wing. NASA saw the damage but believed it wasn't a big risk. They told the astronauts not to worry. But during re-entry, when the shuttle was coming back to Earth, the damaged wing broke off. This caused the entire shuttle to come apart in the sky, just 16 minutes before they were supposed to land. 5 years later, NASA released a long report explaining what went wrong. It also gave 30 safety suggestions to help avoid future accidents. Only a few years after that, NASA stopped using space shuttles. During the final moments, only one astronaut was heard speaking to NASA. Commander Rick Husband answered a message from Mission Control asking about strange heat readings. His last word was Roger before the radio went silent. We also have a short video from the shuttle taken right before re-entry. In it, the crew is calmly doing routine checks, looking at clipboards, checking equipment, and talking to each other. 4 crew members, Husband, McCool, Chawla, and Clark, can be seen. This video ends about 13 minutes before disaster struck. At about 500,000 feet over the Pacific Ocean, the astronauts were preparing to return home. Then, about 23 minutes before the planned landing, NASA noticed more heat problems and lost tire pressure. They reached out again to the crew. Rick Husband replied kindly and calmly, but soon after all contact was lost. That was the last anyone ever heard from the crew. Although we don't know their exact last words, we do have some beautiful messages they wrote while in space. These give us a glimpse into how they felt during their time among the stars. Laurel Clark wrote an email to her family where she talked about daily life in space, like eating and how her eyes were getting blurry. She wrote, I have seen some amazing things. Lightning over the Pacific, the glow of Australia below, the moon setting over Earth, the moon setting over Earth, the large plains of Africa, and rivers cutting through mountains. West Mesa murders, 2001 to 2005. In February 2009, a woman was walking her dog in West Mesa, a dry and open area in Albuquerque, New Mexico. While walking, she found something shocking, a human bone in the dirt. She called the police, and when they came to investigate, they made a terrifying discovery. They found the remains of 11 women buried across the area. All the victims were female, and most had been missing for years. The person responsible became known as the West Mesa Bone Collector, a name as chilling as the crime itself. To this day, no one knows for sure who the killer is. Police later learned that these women had likely been killed between 2001 and 2005. Most of the women were Hispanic and between the ages of 15 and 32. Many were believed to have been involved in drugs and sex work, making them more vulnerable and less likely to be searched for right away. The victims weren't buried in one large grave, but were instead scattered across the dry desert land. Police formed a special team to solve the case. They worked with the FBI and other agencies, but there was very little evidence. No one saw what happened, and there were no clear clues at the scene. The only connection between the women was how and where they were found. The official cause of death for all the victims was listed as homicidal violence, but experts couldn't figure out exactly how any of them died. Several men have been looked at as possible suspects. One man, Lorenzo Montoya, lived near the burial site. In 1999, he was arrested for trying to strangle a sex worker. In 2006, he killed another woman, but her boyfriend came to help and shot Montoya in self-defense. After Montoya died, the killings seemed to stop, which made police think he might have been the killer. Still, nothing has ever been proven. Another suspect is Joseph Blea, who was known to stalk sex workers. His ex-wife told police that she believed he was the killer. She said she found strange jewelry in their home and women's underwear in their backyard. Police also found rope and tape in his car. Blea is now in prison for raping a 13-year-old girl in the 1980s. He has not been charged for the West Mesa murders, but he is still considered a possible suspect. A third man, Scott Kimball, also came up as a suspect. He had been released from prison to work for the FBI as an informant, but later went on a killing spree. He is now serving a 70-year sentence. Kimball often visited Albuquerque between 2002 and 2005, the same time the women were being killed. But again, no solid proof connects him to the case. In 2010, a private investigator got strange emails and phone calls from someone claiming to know who the killer was. Some people think the killer himself may have sent them, but police could not confirm this. Before the bodies were even found, one missing persons detective had already created a list of 16 missing sex workers in Albuquerque from 2001 to 2007. 9 of those women were later identified among the bodies in West Mesa. The others are still missing, leading some to believe there could be another burial site somewhere. Years have passed, but police still haven't found out who the West Mesa Bone Collector really is. The case is now cold, but some believe the killer may still be out there, possibly even killing again. Others think the killer may have died. Either way, the mystery remains unsolved. Murder of Meredith Emerson, 2008. Meredith Emerson was a bright, strong, and kind young woman. She was 24 years old, had just graduated from the University of Georgia, and was trained in martial arts. She had a black lab puppy named Ella that she loved very much. One day during the holidays, she decided to go hiking in the North Georgia mountains with Ella. She never came back. At first, people thought maybe she got lost or hurt on the trail. But soon, it became clear something worse had happened. A former police officer found things on the trail like a police baton, dog treats, and leashes. The ground also looked like it had been disturbed. That's when local authorities called in more help. News reporters and police from many departments came to search. A tip line was set up, and people started calling right away. The media played a big role in sharing information. Soon, someone called in the name Gary Hilton. He was Meredith's kidnapper. One of Hilton's old bosses told police about a strange call he received from him, but he waited almost 3 hours before sharing that with police. By the time they got to the place Hilton called from, it was too late. Hilton and Meredith were gone again. Investigators later learned she was still alive at that point. That delay was heartbreaking for everyone involved. Eventually, someone spotted Hilton at a gas station, acting strangely and throwing things away. Police came quickly and arrested him. They had found him, but they still didn't know where Meredith was. The team decided to get Hilton a lawyer right away, hoping he would tell them. Hilton finally told police where they could find Meredith's body. She was found in the woods, about 40 yards off the trail, covered with leaves. Her head was missing. A friend had to tell Meredith's family the terrible news. People who worked on the case were very emotional. Meredith was a fighter. Even Hilton said she almost got away. She was small but strong and did everything she could to escape. She even thought about her dog, Ella, when she was in danger. Hilton said Meredith asked about Ella after she was kidnapped, so he went back and got the dog. Hilton had a troubled past. He had served in the army and was intelligent, but he spent much of his life wandering around in a van. Something led him down a dark path. He didn't seem sorry at all. He spoke about Meredith as if they were spending time together by choice. He even talked about how he made sure she was warm by giving her a good sleeping bag. But the truth was much more cruel. Hilton tricked Meredith into thinking she might be released, but that was a lie. He led her on, then killed her. He acted calm and proud about it afterward, showing no emotion. In the end, investigators in Georgia made a deal with Hilton. In exchange for telling them where Meredith was, he avoided the death penalty there. But the evidence from Meredith's case helped convict him in other states. He is now on death row in Florida. Many people are surprised he's still alive because of his poor health, but he's still in prison. Shannon Matthews, CCTV, 2008. Shannon Matthews was born on September 9, 1998, and lived in Dewsbury, West Yorkshire, England. Her mother was Karen Matthews, and her father was Leon Rose. In early 2008, Shannon was 9 years old and lived with her mother and her mother's boyfriend, Craig Meehan, who was 22 years old at the time. Karen had 7 children with at least 5 different men. 4 of those children, including Shannon, lived with her. Karen did not work and relied on government welfare. Social workers had visited the family many times because people were worried about how Karen was raising her children. Craig's uncle, Michael Donovan, also known as Paul Drake, was 39 years old and would later become a key part of this story. On February 19, 2008, Shannon was last seen at her school around 3:10 p.m. when she didn't come home. Her mother called the police at 6:48 p.m. A huge search began, involving more than 300 police officers. It was one of the biggest searches in that area since the case of the Yorkshire Ripper. Despite all the efforts, Shannon was not found. The case received some media attention, but not as much as the disappearance of another young girl, Madeleine McCann, the year before. Some people believed the reason was that Shannon's family was poor, while Madeleine's parents were doctors. A newspaper offered a reward of £20,000 for information. Later, they increased it to £50,000. On March 14, 2008, police found Shannon alive in the home of Michael Donovan, Craig's uncle. She had been hidden under a bed in a small space that had been specially made to keep her out of sight. Michael was found hiding in the same space. He even bit a police officer when they pulled him out. Police found sleep medicine and a list of rules for Shannon in the house. There was also a strap in the attic, but it did not appear to have been used. It turned out that Karen Matthews, Shannon's own mother, had helped plan the kidnapping with Michael Donovan. Their plan was to keep Shannon hidden, wait for reward money to increase, then pretend to find her and claim the money. They planned to split it between them. Michael was arrested 3 days after Shannon was found. He was charged with kidnapping and other crimes. Karen was arrested a few weeks later and faced similar charges. Craig Meehan was also arrested, but for having illegal images on his computer, not for anything to do with Shannon's kidnapping. In late 2008, both Karen and Michael were found guilty. In January 2009, They were sentenced to 8 years in prison. Both were released by 2012. After the rescue, Shannon needed counseling because she had nightmares and mental health problems. She was placed in foster care and given a new identity for her safety. Karen and Michael were not smart criminals. They simply wanted money. Many believed Karen was abusing the welfare system by having many children and not working. However, studies show that most people on welfare are not cheating the system. In fact, tax fraud by wealthy people costs the country much more money than welfare fraud. The Dnipropetrovsk Maniacs, 2007. In the summer of 2007, a town in Ukraine called Dnipro was living in fear. Over just 21 days, 21 innocent people were brutally murdered by 3 teenage boys, Igor, Viktor, and Alexander. What made this case even more disturbing was that the killers recorded some of their crimes on video. One of the videos, known as 3 Guys, 1 Hammer, was later leaked online and became one of the most horrifying clips ever seen. At the time, the city was enjoying a normal summer, but things quickly changed as random people started being killed, men, women, children, even people just walking down the street or sitting on park benches. There was no clear pattern, and the police struggled to find the killers. People were terrified. The first victim was a 33-year-old woman. She was walking in the middle of the day when Igor and Viktor attacked her from behind with a hammer. Shockingly, her own mother later found her body and couldn't even recognize her face. Just 2 hours later, they killed again, this time a man sleeping on a bench. Over the next few weeks, more people were murdered, including a soldier, a young mother, and a 14-year-old boy who was fishing. His friend Vadim survived and later helped police by giving a description of the attackers. Sadly, before the killers were caught, at least a dozen more people lost their lives. As it turns out, these boys had shown signs of violence even as teenagers. Igor and Viktor would torture animals for fun, taking pictures with the dead bodies. They even drew disturbing symbols with the animals' blood. All 3 had been friends since childhood. They said they were trying to overcome their fears by doing dangerous and cruel things. For example, they would hang over the edge of a high balcony for hours or watch animals die to get used to blood. The police finally caught them after a big mistake. Igor tried to sell a stolen phone belonging to one of the victims at a pawn shop. When the phone was turned on to test it, the police were able to track the signal and arrest them in the store. Alexander was arrested at home later. He had tried to flush other stolen phones down the toilet. When police checked their phones and computers, they found hundreds of photos and videos of the murders. In one video, they are seen laughing after a killing, cleaning their hammer with a bottle of water. They even visited some of their victims' funerals just to make fun of them. In total, the boys were connected to 29 different crimes, 21 murders, and 8 attacks. Igor and Viktor were sentenced to life in prison. Alexander, who filmed many of the crimes but was not proven to have killed anyone, got 9 years in prison for robbery. Savannah Spurlock, CCTV, 2019. Savannah Spurlock was a young mother from Kentucky. In early 2019, she went missing after a night out, and her case drew a lot of attention. Savannah was 22 years old and had 4 young children, including newborn twins. She had taken a break from college and moved back in with her mother, Ellen, to help take care of her kids. On January 3, 2019, Savannah decided to take a break and go out with 2 friends. She borrowed her mom's car, left it at a friend's house, and then went with her friends to Lexington in their car. They went to several bars and ended up at one called the Other Bar. One of her friends left early, and later Savannah had an argument with the second friend, who also left. This left Savannah alone at the bar, still drinking. At around 2:30 a.m., her mom Ellen called to check on her. Savannah didn't want to talk at first, but a few minutes later, she FaceTimed her mom. She looked very drunk, but said she was okay and would come home in the morning. Ellen saw that Savannah was in a car with a man she didn't know, and someone else was driving. The next morning, Savannah didn't come home. Her mom called her many times, but no one answered. Later, Savannah's phone stopped working. Savannah often posted on social media, but that day, she posted nothing. This made her family very worried. She was reported missing later that day. Her friends said she had only taken a small purse with her. Her main bag, with all her important things, was still in her mom's car. Security cameras showed Savannah leaving the bar with two of the men at 2:30 a.m. She looked cold but didn't seem scared. Another camera showed her getting into a car with one man while the other drove. A third man followed in a black truck. Police shared the photos, and soon they found the truck in Garrard County. The man driving the truck said Savannah went to his house with the two other men. He said they all stayed up drinking, and Savannah left the next morning. He claimed she woke him up to ask for the address, maybe to tell someone where to pick her up. When he woke up again, she was gone. All three men gave the same story, and since there was no clear proof they had done anything wrong, police let them go. Police, friends, and volunteers searched many places. They followed tips and searched the house and nearby farm, but found nothing. Still, Savannah was missing. Her family didn't give up, and more people joined the search, hoping to find her. Then police got a call about a bad smell coming from behind a property owned by the family of David Sparks on Fall Lick Road in Garrard County. They returned to the property and searched the area that night. Just before midnight, they found human remains. The body was taken to the medical examiner to be identified. After the autopsy, it was confirmed that the body was Savannah Spurlock. People were confused why Savannah's body wasn't found earlier, even though police had searched the area before. Inside the house, police found blood on a closet door in David's room. David had moved back in with his parents shortly after Savannah went missing. Police said she hadn't been buried there recently, but they weren't sure if her body had been moved. One detective said he had stood on the exact spot where they later found the body during the first search. He remembered that David had been acting strangely and was very focused on the garden, which now seemed suspicious. Police could prove David Sparks hid Savannah's body, but they still didn't know exactly how she died. The other two men were not considered suspects. Police didn't share their names. Both men said they didn't think David would hurt Savannah, but they did feel unsure about leaving her alone with him. One of them even asked, "Should we leave her there?" but didn't act on the feeling. He said David could be strange and paranoid. David Sparks was arrested and charged with Savannah's murder. At first, he said he was not guilty. In court, a detective gave a very sad and disturbing statement. He said Savannah's body was buried in a hidden grave, wrapped in trash bags. She wasn't wearing clothes, and her feet were tied with tape. Her body was bent in half. Beside her body was a small gray rug, which matched one that had been in David's room. David never told police anything bad had happened in his room, or that the rug was missing. He only said Savannah had asked for help getting home and then was gone when he woke up later. After Savannah disappeared, David bought a new rug at Walmart and even asked a family member where to get one. Sadly, the autopsy couldn't show how Savannah died. Her body was too badly damaged after being buried for so long. A year later, David Sparks finally admitted he killed Savannah. He agreed to a plea deal but never said how or why. Savannah's family and the many people who supported them were left without answers. During sentencing, David appeared by video from jail. He was given 50 years in prison for murder, hiding evidence, and abuse of a body. The judge accepted the deal. They still didn't know what made David do it. But they did find a notebook in his drawer that gave them a clue about his mind. In the notebook, David wrote that he didn't care about anyone. He said he had no love and had to hide his dark side. He called himself a monster who could hurt someone and not feel bad. He said he was full of anger, and nothing made him feel better. David later claimed he wrote those words a year or two earlier when he was very depressed, but police believed he wrote them after killing Savannah. They always felt something was off about David. Just talking to him gave them a bad feeling. David Sparks can ask for parole after 20 years. By then, Savannah's sons will be grown. Her family hopes they can speak to the parole board and make sure he never gets out. They believe he should stay in prison forever. Family Christmas photo from the Tott family, 2019. In March 1980, Anthony Tott was just 4 years old. He lived in Bensalem, Pennsylvania, with his parents Robert and Loretta Tott. One day, something terrible happened. Someone came into their house and shot Loretta, Anthony's mother, and young Anthony saw this happen. Later, the police charged Anthony's father, Robert, with planning the attack. Robert was a teacher and had asked one of his students to kill his wife. It turned out that Robert was cheating on Loretta with several other women. He seemed to be having trouble handling everything in his life and made a very bad decision. Even though Loretta first spoke in court to support her husband, she later changed her mind. She realized Robert was guilty. She divorced him, took Anthony, and moved to Connecticut. There she married someone else. Anthony had a very hard time growing up. He had nightmares about what he had seen when he was 4. He needed therapy for many years to help him deal with the trauma. Robert was sent to prison. He was supposed to stay there for 10 to 20 years, but after appealing the sentence, he was released early after serving only 5 to 10 years. After getting out, Robert started a consulting business. For many years, Robert stayed away from his son. Then in 2010, Anthony and Robert reconnected on Facebook. They met in person twice that year. By then, Anthony was married and had 2 kids. But after those meetings, Anthony decided he no longer wanted to be in contact with his father. Now we move to 2019. At this point, Anthony was 44 years old and his wife Megan was 42. They had 3 children: Alec, 13, Tyler, 11, and Zoe, 4. The family lived in Celebration, Florida in a rental home. They also owned a condo nearby. Anthony traveled often between Florida and Connecticut, where he ran a physical therapy business. However, Anthony's business in Connecticut was failing. On November 21st, 2019, he met with federal investigators. He was being investigated for fraud. He had been billing insurance companies and Medicaid for services he never provided. Anthony admitted to this fraud. In late December 2019, Anthony's sister in Connecticut became worried. She had not heard from Anthony or any of his family since around December 23rd or 24th. On December 29th, she called the police in Florida to check on them. The police went to the house, but no one answered. Since they saw nothing unusual, they left. Over the next few days, some messages were sent from Anthony and Megan's phones. On January 6th, someone even replied to a text about an eviction notice. Family members kept calling the police, worried that something was wrong. On January 10th, officers visited both homes again. They saw eviction notices on the doors and the family van parked outside. On January 11th, they came back and saw the van still had not moved. At the same time, police were also looking for Anthony because of the fraud case. On January 13th, they saw him go into the rental house. They decided to go inside. The front door was unlocked. When they entered, they smelled something very bad, a smell that often means a body is decomposing. They saw Anthony coming down the stairs. He said the kids might be at a friend's house and that Megan was sleeping upstairs. The police went upstairs and found the bodies of Megan and the 3 children. They had been dead for a while. Their bodies were on the bed and floor, covered with blankets. Investigators later said Anthony had likely used allergy medicine, Benadryl, knives, and maybe even suffocation to kill them. Anthony was arrested and charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of animal cruelty. He had also killed the family dog. After being arrested, he said some strange things. In a letter, he said he didn't remember the time after the murders. He said he always loved his wife and claimed he was protecting her. He also said he tried to with Benadryl, but it turned out he hadn't taken enough to be deadly. At first, Anthony admitted to the murders, but later changed his story. He said Megan had killed the kids and then herself. He claimed she had tried to do this before and had mental health problems. There was no proof of this. Anthony had serious money problems. He had taken out more than 20 high-interest loans. To pay them off, he started lying to insurance companies. Investigators found he was billing for many hours of physical therapy when no patients were seen at his clinic. He may have thought he could solve everything with more money, but it got worse. He let his license expire and stopped telling his wife the truth. He didn't want his family to know he would be going to jail. When the pressure became too much, he gave his family Benadryl and food. When that didn't work, he used other methods to kill them. He stayed in the house with the bodies for about 3 weeks. He didn't try to hide the crime or escape. When police came, he gave a weak excuse that didn't make sense. He even blamed the police and the media. But in truth, he didn't want to face his own failure. He didn't want his family to see him go to prison, so he made a terrible choice. As of May 2025, Anthony Todt remains incarcerated at the Santa Rosa Correctional Institution in Milton, Florida, serving multiple life sentences without the possibility of parole. Last picture of British backpackers Hannah Witheridge and David Miller, 2014. In 2014, a terrible crime happened on Koh Tao, a small island in southern Thailand. The island is also called Turtle Island and is known for its beaches and diving spots. It's only 8 square miles and has about 10,000 people living there. Half of the population were Burmese workers. Many Thai people on the island didn't like them, especially since around 40% of the Burmese were living there illegally. On August 25, 2014, 24-year-old David Miller arrived on the island with 2 friends. He had just finished studying civil engineering and had started working on his master's degree. That same day, 23-year-old Hannah Witheridge also arrived on the island with 3 of her friends. She had studied speech and language therapy. Both David and Hannah were from the UK, and they ended up staying at the same hotel. That's how they met. In the early hours of September 15, 2014, Hannah went to a bar near her hotel at around 12:15 a.m. David arrived at the same bar about 2 hours later. Both were with different groups of friends. At some point, David and Hannah left the bar together and walked to Sari Beach, which was very close to their hotel. Later that morning, their bodies were found on the beach. David was in the water, and Hannah was on the sand. A Burmese beach cleaner's daughter is believed to have discovered the bodies. Police were called, and they found that David had drowned, and Hannah had been beaten to death. She had also been sexually attacked. A garden hoe, which had been used in the attack, was found nearby. They also found a used condom, bloody clothes, and cigarette butts. Officials worried this would scare tourists away, so they pressured police to quickly find someone to blame. They said a Thai person wouldn't commit such a crime. It had to be a foreigner. So the police focused on the Burmese workers. Some workers later said the police tortured them, even pouring boiling water on them. At first, the police couldn't find any suspects, so they looked at tourists too. Still, they had no luck. Then they found security footage showing 3 men on a motorcycle buying beer and cigarettes at a 7-Eleven. They were later seen heading toward the beach where the bodies were found. On October 1st, police talked to one of the men. He said he separated from the other 2 before the murders. The next day, police arrested the other 2 men, Zhao Lin and Wei Fio. They were both 21 or 22 and Burmese migrant workers. Wei Fio was living in Thailand illegally. Neither man had a criminal record. The police questioned them for hours, and both men eventually confessed. They said they attacked because they saw David and Hannah kissing on the beach. Their DNA was reportedly found on Hannah's body, the garden hoe, and the cigarette butts. However, they took back their confessions after seeing lawyers. They said the police beat them, left them naked in a freezing room, and threatened them with electric shocks. In December 2014, both were charged with murder and other crimes. Their trial started in July 2015. No press was allowed inside, and no one in the courtroom could take notes. The case against them was mainly based on DNA and their confessions. The defense argued that the police had forced the confessions and denied the men proper legal help. One major problem for the defense was that Wei Fio had David's phone after the murders. The defense said the 2 men had been swimming on the beach earlier and found the phone while looking for their missing clothes. During the trial, the court asked for a retest of the DNA, but police said they only had DNA left from the garden hoe. The retest showed that the DNA on the hoe did not match either man. Still, on December 24, 2015, both men were found guilty and sentenced to death. The judges said they based their decision mostly on the DNA, not the confessions. Later, the death sentences were changed to life in prison. There are many reasons to doubt the case. For example, the crime scene was not protected properly. Reporters and tourists walked all over it and posted pictures online. The garden hoe belonged to a local man whose DNA was never tested. Thai police labs were not equipped to do proper DNA analysis. The DNA test results were rushed. During the trial, one of the judges and the prosecutor kept falling asleep. The lead judge even left the room during the trial. Many people believe the case was rushed so the island's tourism business wouldn't suffer. The police were under pressure to blame someone quickly, and migrant workers were easy targets. The whole system appeared unfair. The two men didn't even seem to understand their rights. One of them thought that if he said he was guilty, he'd only get 2 years in jail. He didn't know that changing his plea would cancel any deal. Thailand's prime minister even made a strange comment, suggesting that women wearing bikinis might be at fault if something happened to them unless they weren't beautiful. He later took the comment back, but it shocked many people. So were Zhao Lin and Wei Fio really guilty? Some things point to guilt, like the phone and the confessions, but many other things raise doubts like the forced confessions, bad police work, and poor trial conditions. The truth may never be fully known, but what is clear is that these two men were very poor, had no power, and lived in a system where they could be blamed just to protect tourism. In the end, this case shows how dangerous it can be when a justice system is more focused on image than truth. Whether Zhao Lin and Wei Fio were guilty or not, the way the case was handled was deeply flawed. Kayla Mueller, 2013. Kayla Mueller was a young American woman whose name many people heard in the news in 2015 and 2016. She became known after being kidnapped by ISIS. News stories often called her a kind aid worker and a brave American. But her story is more than that. Kayla was born on August 14, 1988, in Prescott, Arizona, a small town north of Phoenix. She grew up with a strong heart for helping others. She taught herself how to play music and speak different languages. As a young woman, she worked with many people in need, troubled teens, military veterans, and Native American communities. In 2009, Kayla finished college at Northern Arizona University, where she studied political science. After that, she traveled to India and worked at an orphanage. Later, she wanted to help people in Africa, especially in areas where people spoke French. To prepare, she worked as a nanny in France to learn the language better. But in 2012, Kayla changed plans and went to Turkey to help Syrian refugees. These were people fleeing war in Syria. She worked hard to bring care and comfort to people who had lost everything. One day, she traveled with a Syrian aid worker to a hospital that needed help. The journey was very dangerous because there was a war going on in that area. Even though it was risky, Kayla wanted to help. After finishing her work at the hospital, she was taken to a bus stop to return to Turkey. But on the way, the car she was in was stopped by ISIS fighters. They kidnapped her. Kayla was now a prisoner of one of the world's most brutal groups. She was only 25 years old. In prison, she was treated terribly. Her captors shaved her head, hurt her, and abused her in many ways. But even in that dark place, Kayla did not give up hope. Other people who were also held by ISIS said Kayla was kind and brave. She tried to help others, even when she herself was in danger. One of the girls she met in prison was a Yazidi teenager named Julia. They became very close. Julia said Kayla was like a big sister to her. Julia later shared heartbreaking details. Kayla had been chosen by the ISIS leader, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, to be abused night after night. Despite her own pain, Kayla stayed strong for the other girls. She gave Julia part of her clothing and told her to cover her face if ISIS came near. She wanted to protect her and others as much as she could. Julia once told Kayla she wanted to try to escape and asked Kayla to go with her, but Kayla said she could not. As an American, if she escaped, ISIS would do everything they could to find her again. She didn't want to risk others being hurt because of her. For 18 months, Kayla lived under these cruel conditions. She was beaten, hurt, and used as a slave. Yet she kept helping others and showed great courage. Julia believed that Kayla stayed behind on purpose so others could escape more safely. On February 6, 2015, Kayla Mueller died at the age of 26. ISIS told the world that she died in an airstrike, but her family later learned this wasn't true. It seems she was killed by her captors, likely by being beaten badly. Her parents were sent photos of her body. It was a terrible thing to see. But they also received a letter from Kayla, written while she was still alive. In it, she showed her deep faith and love for her family. She wrote that if she had suffered, it was only because she knew how hard it must be for her parents. She told them she had surrendered herself fully to God. She said, "I have been shown in darkness light. I have learned that even in prison, one can be free. I am grateful." Abigail Hernandez, CCTV, 2013. On October 9, 2013, Abby went to school like any other day. She was happy because her 15th birthday was just 3 days away. She and her mom, Xenia, were planning a big party with all her friends. After school, Abby didn't come home. Her mom saw the school bus arrive but noticed Abby wasn't on it. At first, she didn't worry too much. Maybe Abby was walking home or spending time with her friends. She texted Abby, but there was no reply. As the hours passed, Xenia became more and more worried. She drove to the school and talked to the staff. A librarian told her that Abby had left the school building, but no one knew what happened after that. Abby's phone stopped working around 3 p.m. That evening, Xenia called the police. At first, the police thought Abby had run away because of problems at home, but her mother said they had a great relationship. Abby's best friend also told police that Abby was happy and excited about her birthday. After 48 hours, the FBI joined the search. They talked to Abby's friends, looked at camera footage from the school, and tried to trace her last steps. Her boyfriend had messaged her while he was on the bus, and she replied once, but then her phone was turned off. This made police wonder if something bad had happened. They checked to see if she had run away, but nothing made sense. Abby hadn't taken any extra clothes, money, or important things with her. She only had her school backpack. She also didn't take any of the cash that she kept at home. Weeks passed, and there were still no clues. Xenia was heartbroken. She couldn't sleep or eat. She didn't even check the mailbox for a long time. But one day, she found something that shocked her, a letter from Abby. The letter was sent 13 days after Abby went missing. In it, Abby said she loved her mom, missed her, and was safe, but she couldn't say where she was. Her mother and experts confirmed the letter was really from Abby. But the letter made no sense. Why wouldn't she say where she was? Xenia started to fear that someone was making Abby write the letter. The police didn't release the letter to the public right away. They worried that if Abby was being held by someone, revealing the letter might put her in more danger. When they finally made the letter public, many people in town began to think Abby had just run away. Some even blamed her and her family. The investigation slowed down. Then, on July 20th, 2014, something incredible happened. 9 months after she vanished, she stood on her doorstep. Her mother was shocked. Abby said she had been kidnapped. She explained that on the day she went missing, she was walking home because her new shoes gave her blisters. A man in a car offered her a ride, and she accepted. At first, he drove normally, but then he turned into a quiet parking lot. When Abby tried to leave, he pulled out a weapon and handcuffed her. He covered her eyes and drove to a faraway place, about 30 miles from her town. There he kept her in a metal container that looked like a room inside. He put a shocking collar on her and told her not to try to escape. He hurt her many times. Abby knew the only way to survive was to act like she trusted him. She pretended to understand him and said she wouldn't tell anyone. Over time, the man began to believe her. He even let her help him in his house, where he made fake money to spend in stores. One day, he gave Abby a cookbook. Inside it, she saw a name, Nathaniel Kibbe. When she asked him who that was, he became nervous. That's how Abby learned his real name. Kibbe later gave some fake $50 bills to a woman he knew. She tried to spend them at a store, but the store realized the money was fake. The police came, and the woman told them that Kibbe had given her the bills. When the woman warned Kibbe that police might come to search his house, he panicked. He knew they would find Abby there, and he could go to jail for a long time. So he drove Abby back to her hometown and left her on the street near her house. He begged her not to tell anyone who he was. But a week later, Abby told the police everything. A SWAT team went to Kibbe's house and arrested him. In 2016, he finally admitted to everything and was sentenced to 45 to 90 years in prison. He was 34 years old at the time, so he may never leave prison. Abby went to his trial and said she forgave him. She said the experience taught her to value her life and freedom. Today, Abby lives with her boyfriend and their child. Experts say Abby's actions, staying calm and gaining her kidnapper's trust, helped save her life. Sarm Heslop, 2019. Sarm Heslop is a 41-year-old woman from Southampton, Hampshire in the United Kingdom. On March 7, 2021, she went missing from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Sarm had been living and working on a boat called Siren Song since January 2021. The boat belonged to her boyfriend, Ryan Bain, a 44-year-old man from Michigan. Before this, Sarm had worked as a flight attendant for about 8 years. She later developed a love for sailing, which may have led her to Ryan. Sarm and Ryan met in the fall of 2020 on Tinder. They started dating soon after. At one point, Sarm moved to Malta, and some people think they may have broken up then. But she later returned to be with Ryan on the boat, so it's possible they got back together or stayed in touch during that time. On the night of March 7th, Ryan says he and Sarm had dinner and drinks at a restaurant called 420 de Center in Frank Bay. He said they returned to the boat and watched a movie, then went to sleep around 10 p.m. Ryan claims that he woke up at around 2 a.m. when an anchor alarm went off. That's when he noticed that Sarm was gone. What happened next is unclear. Some reports say Ryan went back to sleep and didn't tell anyone until around noon the next day, about 10 hours later. Others say he told some friends at 2 a.m., but waited until noon to tell the police. People found this strange. Why would someone wait so long to report a missing person, especially someone who might have fallen into the sea? Some believe Ryan may have been drunk and didn't want to get into trouble for driving the boat under the influence. In the U.S. Virgin Islands, the legal alcohol limit for boating is 0.08%. One theory is that Ryan did speak to the local police early that morning and even showed them a photo of Sarm. It's been said that the police told Ryan to contact the Coast Guard, but he didn't do that until much later. Some people think he was trying to avoid being tested for alcohol. Ryan's father might have been staying on the boat at the time. If so, maybe he was the one who woke up and noticed Sarm was missing. But some reports say his father didn't arrive until later. Ryan told police that all of Sarm's things, including her passport and phone, were still on the boat. That might suggest she came back to the boat before going missing. But it's also possible Ryan brought her things back himself, or that she never took them when they went out. Soon after Sarm went missing, Ryan hired a lawyer named David Caddy. He is known for representing well-known clients. When the Coast Guard and police finally searched for Sarm, they couldn't find any trace of her. They went to Ryan's boat to do a safety check, but Ryan didn't let them go below deck or into any rooms. They were only allowed to stay on the top deck. Ryan was given a citation for stopping them. Later, the Virgin Islands police asked again to search the boat, but Ryan refused. A full search has still not happened. The police would need a search warrant, but they can only get one if they have enough reason to believe a crime took place. Ryan was the last person known to be with Sarm. Since the boat was anchored out in the water, not on land, it's not like she could have just gone for a walk. So it seems reasonable to some people that a search should be allowed. There's more concern because Ryan has a history of violence. His ex-wife, Corey Stevenson, said he became dangerous after they got married in 2008. On their honeymoon, she felt so unsafe that they ended the trip early. In 2011, Ryan attacked her and was jailed for 21 days. He was jailed again in 2013 for breaking his probation. Corey has been in touch with police about Ryan's past. She believes that something bad may have happened to Sarm. Some people wonder if Ryan hurt Sarm after drinking. Witnesses said they saw Sarm earlier that day and in the evening before dinner, but no one saw her after she and Ryan were said to return to the boat. CCTV footage from nearby areas did not confirm that she ever came back to the boat that night. If Ryan did something to Sarm, it may have happened on land. Some people think he's refusing a boat search just to distract from what really happened, or that he may be hiding something else on the boat. Even though Ryan seems suspicious to many, police are still looking at other possibilities. Some suggest that Sarm might have gone to another island to start a new life, like St. Thomas. But this doesn't explain why she left without her phone or passport, or why she hasn't contacted her family. It's still a mystery what happened to Sarm Heslop. Many people believe Ryan knows more than he's saying. Until more evidence is found or someone comes forward, Sarm's disappearance remains unsolved. Michelle Lay, CCTV 2011. Giselle Esteban was born on February 4, 1984, in Union City, California, and grew up in San Diego. Her family came from the Philippines. While in high school, she became friends with a girl named Michelle Lay. Michelle was born on October 12, 1984, also in San Diego, and her family was from Vietnam. Michelle and Giselle were very different people. Michelle was friendly and had many friends. Giselle was quiet and did not talk to many people. Even though they were not alike, they stayed friends because they both wanted to become nurses. Later, both of them moved to the San Francisco area to study. In 2003, Michelle dated a man named Scott Arasigan. It didn't last long, but they stayed friends. Later that same year, Giselle started dating Scott. They were together for about 2 years. After they broke up in 2005, Giselle found out she was pregnant. In October, she had a baby girl with Scott. They tried to fix their relationship and lived together for about 3 years. Giselle quit school and worked at a daycare. In 2008, she and Scott broke up again. They fought over who would take care of their daughter. Scott ended up with most of the custody. Even after they broke up, they still slept together sometimes. Scott later said he didn't really want to, but he gave in. While Giselle's life got harder, Michelle was doing well. She finished school, started a nursing program, and worked part-time as an accountant. On May 26, Giselle went to Michelle's nursing school, even though she didn't study there. She lied and said she had an appointment. While the secretary was distracted, Giselle stole an ID badge. She later used it to move around the school and find Michelle's schedule. She also called the school pretending to be someone else and asked for Michelle's phone number. She even called the hospital where Michelle worked to find out when she would be there. On May 27, 2011, Michelle was working her final shift in the maternity ward at Kaiser Hospital in Hayward. Around 7 p.m., she told a nurse she was going to her car to get cold medicine, but she never came back. Giselle was waiting for her in the parking garage. She likely attacked Michelle with a knife and killed her. At 7:30 p.m., Giselle called the hospital pretending to be Michelle and said she wasn't coming back to work. But she called the wrong place, so the message didn't go through. Giselle drove Michelle's car 15 miles away and left her body there, then drove back and left the car in an apartment complex. The hospital called the police. They found blood in the garage and in Michelle's car. Her friends told police that Giselle might be involved. Police found more proof, including Giselle's DNA and Michelle's blood on Giselle's shoes. Giselle was arrested on September 7, 2011. Michelle's body was found 10 days later. In 2012, Giselle went to court. Her lawyers said she was sick, but the jury didn't agree. She was found guilty and sent to prison for 25 years to life. Giselle was jealous and believed Michelle was taking Scott away from her. She sent angry messages and searched online for scary things. In the end, she planned the murder but left many clues. Lindsay Buziak's Murder House, 2008. Lindsay Buziak was born on November 2, 1983. She lived in Saanich, British Columbia, Canada. Her father's name was Jeff and her mother's name was Evelyn. Lindsay also had a sister named Sarah. By the year 2008, Lindsay was 24 years old and working as a real estate agent. She had a boyfriend named Jason Zalo. Jason's family was rich and owned a real estate business. Lindsay also worked in real estate and was doing well in her career. In late January 2008, Lindsay got a call from a woman with a foreign accent. The woman said she and her husband were moving to Victoria and wanted to buy a house quickly, within 2 days. They were looking for a house with 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and a separate space for a housekeeper. The budget was $1 million. Lindsay felt something was wrong with the call. She asked the woman how she got her personal phone number. The woman said she got it from one of Lindsay's past clients. Lindsay tried to contact that client but couldn't reach them. This made her more suspicious. She also told her dad, her boyfriend Jason, and some friends that the caller seemed fake. Lindsay even thought the woman was pretending to have a Spanish accent. Jason told Lindsay that the sale would earn her a big commission. He said she should go ahead and show the house. He promised he would stay nearby and come help if anything went wrong. Lindsay found a house at 1702 D'Souza Place in Victoria. It was a good fit for the client's needs and cost about $964,000. She set up an appointment to show the house on February 2nd, 2008, at 5:30 p.m. The woman told Lindsay she would come alone and her husband would not be there. On the afternoon of February 2nd, Lindsay and Jason had a meal together at a restaurant. They left at 4:24 p.m. in separate cars. Lindsay likely went home to change clothes before going to the house, but this isn't confirmed. Jason went to drop off a contract at a car detailing shop. Then, he picked up a colleague. Around 5:29 p.m., he texted Lindsay to say he was about 9 minutes away. Around that same time, neighbors saw a man and a woman walking toward the house. The man was about 6 feet tall, had dark hair, and wore nice clothes. The woman had blonde hair, wore a dress with a pattern, and looked to be around 35 to 45 years old. No one saw a car with them. Witnesses saw Lindsay meet the couple and shake hands, which suggested she didn't know them. Lindsay and the couple entered the house. The lockbox was opened at 5:29 p.m. At 5:38 p.m., Jason texted Lindsay again saying he was almost there. She didn't open the message. At 5:41 p.m., a call was made from Lindsay's phone. Police later said this was probably because the phone buttons were pressed during a struggle. At 5:45 p.m., Jason arrived at the house with his colleague. Through the glass in the front door, he saw two people inside. He waited for about 10 minutes before moving his car to another street, worried that he might look suspicious. After waiting another 10 minutes, he texted Lindsay to ask if she was okay. She never opened that message either. Jason went to the front door. It was locked. Through the glass, he could see Lindsay's shoes. She always took off her shoes when showing a house. Jason knocked on the door, but no one answered. At 6:05 p.m., he called 911. While on the phone, he helped his friend climb over a fence into the backyard. The friend found an unlocked door and let Jason in. They went upstairs and found Lindsay. She was lying in a pool of blood. Jason called 911 again at 6:11 p.m. Lindsay had been stabbed more than 40 times. Her throat was also cut. She had no signs of trying to fight back. She had not been sexually assaulted, and none of her things were stolen. Her phone was still in her pocket. Police couldn't find any useful evidence. No fingerprints, no hair, no fibers, no DNA, no weapon, nothing. They believed the killers ran out the back door when Jason arrived and escaped in a car parked nearby. The woman who called Lindsay used a phone that was bought in Vancouver 3 to 6 weeks before the murder. The phone was activated just 2 days before the murder and had never been used before. It was registered under the name Paulo Rodriguez, which was fake. The phone was shut off forever right after the murder. Police believe a second phone was used to check the first phone's voicemail, but they don't know who owned that one either. Jason and his colleague were cleared by police. They were not involved. Some people think someone close to Lindsay may have hired killers, but police ruled out Jason and Lindsay's ex-boyfriend. Others think it had something to do with a drug case. Lindsay had a friend who was arrested for drug trafficking 11 days before the murder, but police say there is no proof that this is connected. Another theory is that the killers were simply two evil people who wanted to commit the perfect murder. They planned it very carefully and didn't leave any evidence, but they still made mistakes, like using a fake accent and being seen by witnesses. Some believe it was a robbery gone wrong, but nothing was taken from the house. And Lindsay was attacked in a way that seemed personal. The murder of Lindsay Buziak remains a mystery. It was clearly planned, but the reason why it happened is still unknown. In 2021, police said new DNA technology gave them fresh leads. Kendrick Johnson CCTV, 2013. Kendrick Johnson was born on October 10, 1995. He went to Lowndes High School in Valdosta, Georgia. On January 11th, 2013, something terrible happened. Kendrick's body was found inside a rolled-up wrestling mat in his school gym. This part of the school was called the Old Gym, so it seems there was also a newer gym that students used more often. The mat was standing upright in the corner, along with other rolled-up mats. A student who had climbed on top of the mats saw Kendrick's body and told the school. When the police investigated, they found that Kendrick was upside down inside the mat, like he had gone in head first. His shoes were behind his knees, not on his feet. The first autopsy said he died from positional asphyxiation, which means he got stuck in a way that made it hard for him to breathe. The investigators believed that on January 10th, Kendrick went into the gym around 1:30 p.m. to find his sneakers. Some students said they used the mats to store shoes so they didn't have to pay for a locker. They think Kendrick may have dropped or thrown his shoes inside the mat and tried to get them back, but then got stuck and died. Police believed it was a strange but accidental death. No one else was with him, and they didn't see any reason to think someone hurt him on purpose. But Kendrick's family didn't believe it was an accident. They hired another doctor to do a second autopsy. This one showed injuries on Kendrick's neck that looked like he had been hit. The doctor said it didn't look like an accident. Also, the second autopsy showed something very strange. Kendrick's body was missing its internal organs. Instead, his body had been filled with newspaper. The funeral home said they never got the organs, so they used newspaper to fill the space, which they said is a common practice when bodies are prepared for burial. Usually, they use cotton or sawdust, but this time they used newspaper. This didn't break any laws, but it was not the best practice. Kendrick's family believed he had been killed and that people were covering it up. They hired a lawyer and pushed for a new investigation. In 2015, they filed a huge lawsuit asking for $100 million. They accused 38 people, including FBI agents, police officers, and 3 classmates. They said that an FBI agent told his sons and another student to attack Kendrick and then helped cover up the crime. However, there was no proof to support this. The family later dropped the lawsuit, but by that time, they had already made the accusations. Some of the people they accused sued the family back for lying. A judge said the Johnson family had made up evidence and told them to pay over $292,000 to the people they accused. In March 2021, the sheriff's office reopened the case to look into everything again. After going over the facts, they said it still looked like an accident. They released a report explaining their decision. The FBI clearly said there was no cover-up or conspiracy. Brandon Bell, one of the students accused, was on a bus with the wrestling team at 12:30 p.m. on the day Kendrick died. Kendrick was seen alive at 1:27 p.m., so Brandon couldn't have been involved. The FBI checked footage from 62 cameras. Some people said a camera in the gym had been moved, but they found it had been hit a year earlier in 2012, which explained its position. The movements of the students who were accused were reviewed. None of them crossed paths with Kendrick on the day he died. 7 students said it was normal to store shoes in the wrestling mats, so Kendrick doing that was not unusual. Kendrick had once fought with Brian Bell, Brandon's brother, but later they worked on a school project together and seemed to get along. There was a rumor that Kendrick dated a girl who also dated one of the other boys, but investigators found this wasn't true. 3 autopsies were done. The first said Kendrick died by accident. The second said he had been hit. The third could not say for sure what happened. Investigators said differences between the autopsies could be because not everyone was unbiased. The report suggested that some law enforcement groups may have cared more about their careers than about finding the truth. In the end, the evidence still supports the idea that Kendrick's death was a tragic accident. Kendrick walked into the gym alone. His body was found in the mat the next day. A shoe was found near the mats, so he may have been trying to get it. Even if there was a bruise, it might have come from him trying to escape the mat, not from someone hurting him. Joshua Maddox, 2015. Joshua Maddox was born on March 9, 1990. He lived in Woodland Park, Colorado, a small town near Colorado Springs. The town had only about 7,500 people. When Josh was young, his parents got divorced. After that, he lived with his dad and two older sisters. He also had an older brother named Zachary. Zachary had a very hard time with depression. In 2006, Zachary sadly ended his life. This deeply hurt Josh, but despite the tragedy, he seemed to be doing okay. People described Josh as smart, happy, and easygoing. He loved writing music, playing guitar, and being outdoors. He had many friends and enjoyed going on walks and hikes alone. On May 8, 2008, when Josh was 18 years old, he told his sister he was going out for a walk. This wasn't strange at all. He did it all the time. But this time, he never came back. He was not reported missing until 5 days later. People looked around the woods and neighborhoods nearby, but there was no sign of Josh. One of his sisters thought he might have left to start a new life somewhere. She imagined that one day he might return with a wife and kids and surprise everyone. Years passed with no answers. In August 2015, a man named Chuck Murphy, who was 80 years old, was tearing down an old cabin he owned. The cabin was on Meadowlark Lane, less than a mile from Josh's home. Chuck had bought the cabin back in the 1950s. His brother had lived in it until 2005. After that, the cabin was mostly empty and animals had moved in. It was falling apart. Chuck was planning to build new homes on the land, so he hired a team to knock the cabin down. As they were taking down one of the two chimneys, they found something shocking: a body inside the chimney. It was mummified and only wearing a thermal t-shirt. The body was in a curled-up position, with the legs bent above the head. The police were called, and soon the body was identified as Joshua Maddox. An autopsy showed that Josh had no drugs in his system. There were no signs of violence, no broken bones or cuts. It looked like he had either frozen to death or died from not drinking enough water. The coroner said it was likely hypothermia because it was very cold at the time he went missing. At first, it was ruled as an accidental death. The idea was that Josh had tried to enter the cabin by going down the chimney, got stuck, and died there. But many people didn't believe this explanation. Several things didn't make sense. First, there was a large wooden breakfast bar that had been ripped from the kitchen wall and placed in front of the fireplace, blocking the chimney from the inside. Second, there had been a strong wire mesh installed near the top of the chimney to keep animals out. It wasn't in the photos of the scene, but the owner said it had been there for years. He believed it was taken away with the rest of the metal scraps during demolition. Third, Josh's body was upside down in the chimney, which is not how most people would go in. People don't usually climb down head first or up feet first. Fourth, Josh's clothes were neatly folded next to the fireplace inside the cabin. This was strange. If he had already been inside the cabin, why would he take off his clothes, leave them there, and then climb out or into the chimney? Because of all these strange details, the coroner later changed the cause of death to accidental, murder, or unknown causes. It was unclear what really happened. There were also some rumors online about a man named Andrew Newman, who may have known Josh and had a history of violence, but the police never named him as a suspect. There was no solid proof connecting him to Josh's death. Many people have wondered what really happened. Jordan Turpin Body Cam, 2018. The Turpin family case is a very sad and shocking story. It involves 13 children who lived in a house in Paris, California, with their parents, David and Louise Turpin. For many years, the children were kept in terrible conditions. They were not allowed to live normal lives, go to school, or even eat properly. But in 2018, one of the children, 17-year-old Jordan Turpin, bravely escaped and called the police. Because of her actions, the rest of the children were rescued. David Turpin was born in 1961 in West Virginia. Louise was born in 1968. David was known as a smart and quiet person who loved science fiction and wanted to become an engineer. He met Louise when she was just 10 years old and he was 17. They started dating when Louise turned 15. At 16, David pretended to be her father to take her out of school and move to Texas. Her parents didn't press charges. They got married in 1985. The couple followed a form of religion similar to Pentecostal Christianity, but had some strange beliefs of their own. David had a good job working as an engineer, and they lived in Texas. They started having children in 1988 and continued for nearly 30 years, ending up with 10 daughters and 3 sons. At first, they sent their kids to school, but around 1998, they stopped and began homeschooling them. Things started to get worse over time. In Texas and later in California, the children were mistreated. They lived in very dirty homes, were not fed properly, and were even tied to beds and locked in cages. David was described as violent, and Louise had frequent mood swings. Some neighbors noticed something was wrong but didn't report anything. In 2010, the family moved to Paris, California, after David got a new job. On the morning of January 14, 2018, 17-year-old Jordan Turpin climbed out of a window and ran away from the house. She had a cell phone that couldn't connect to the internet but could still call 911. That day, her parents had talked about moving to Oklahoma, where they said they would keep all the children tied up. Jordan was scared and knew she had to act quickly. She had taken photos of her sisters who were chained to their beds and showed them to the police officer who arrived. Thanks to her bravery, the police went into the house, arrested David and Louise, and rescued the children. Later, both parents pleaded guilty to many crimes and were sentenced to life in prison. They may be allowed to ask for release after 25 years. In an interview with Diane Sawyer on the show 2020, Jordan and her sister Jennifer shared more about what happened in the house. Because of how they were raised, Jordan and her siblings didn't know how to do simple things. Jordan had never spoken to a stranger or even talked on the phone. When she escaped, she didn't know the street was just for cars and didn't know how to read an address. She even had trouble spelling her own middle name. Still, she did her best to explain things to the police. Jordan knew that trying to escape could lead to her death. She was scared the police might return her to her parents, who could kill her. But she was more worried about her siblings. She wanted to save them. David and Louise had told their children that the outside world was dangerous. They said if anyone found out how they lived, the children would be taken away and things would be worse. The kids were also told lies to say in case anyone asked questions. The parents even used religion to scare them, saying they had the right to kill their own children if they wanted. The house was full of trash and smelled very bad. Louise would buy clothes and toys, but not let the kids use them. The fridge had food for the parents, but the kids were hardly given anything to eat. Sometimes the kids were allowed outside, but Louise made them wear matching outfits. All their names started with the letter J. It seemed like the parents wanted everything to look the same. We still don't know why David and Louise treated their children this way. Louise was said to have a mental health condition called histrionic personality disorder, but this doesn't explain the abuse. She had also been hurt as a child, which is very sad, but it still doesn't excuse her actions. Some believe the couple shared strange beliefs and fears, including religious ones, that led them to behave this way. David worked as an engineer for many years, so they weren't always poor. But before they were arrested, he lost his job. Still, they didn't ask for help from the government or charities, maybe because of fear or pride. Some experts think they might have had a shared mental illness, where one person with strong beliefs passes those beliefs on to another. This can happen in close relationships like between married couples. Even though this case is very upsetting, there's something hopeful in it. Jordan's courage saved her family. She risked everything to protect her brothers and sisters. What's amazing is that no one taught her to be this brave. She just knew it was the right thing to do. Jordan also had a strong desire to learn. Even though her parents tried to keep her from knowing about the world, she wanted to understand it. She even watched videos of Justin Bieber on a phone, which helped her see that people outside her home lived very differently. This made her want more for herself and her siblings. Otto Warmbier Group Photo, 2016. Otto Warmbier was a young American college student. He loved to travel and learn about different cultures. He was smart, active, and full of dreams. In early 2016, Otto went on a trip to North Korea, but this trip turned into a terrible nightmare that ended in his death. Otto was 22 years old. He went to the University of Virginia and studied business and economics. Before graduating, he planned to study in Hong Kong for a semester. On his way to Hong Kong, he joined a tour group that was visiting North Korea for 5 days. The tour company said the trip was safe, even for Americans. Otto and the other tourists had fun at first. They celebrated New Year's Eve in Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea. They went to a bar, danced, and watched fireworks in the city square. Everything seemed fine. But on January 2nd, 2016, just as the group was about to leave, something strange happened. Otto and his roommate were at the airport, waiting to board the plane. Suddenly, 2 North Korean guards came and took Otto away. They told the group Otto was sick and taken to a hospital, but that wasn't true. 2 months later, North Korea announced why Otto was arrested. They said he tried to steal a propaganda poster from a wall in the hotel. In a video, Otto confessed to the crime. But many people, including his parents, believe he was forced to say those things. He read from a piece of paper, and the story didn't make sense. He said he stole the poster for a church and a secret group at his school, both connected to the CIA. This was clearly not true. Otto wasn't even part of that church. 2 weeks after the video, North Korea sentenced Otto to 15 years of hard labor. Many people thought the punishment was too harsh. Some didn't believe he even took the poster. A video shown by North Korea showed a person taking down the poster, but it was too dark to tell who it was. Otto's friends say he was not even in the hotel at the time. North Korea has a bad history of treating prisoners terribly. People who escaped said prisoners were beaten, starved, and forced to do very hard work. Some even said they had to eat insects to stay alive. Otto's parents did not hear from him again after the trial. The U.S. government tried to help, but talks with North Korea were very difficult. North Korea and the U.S. were not getting along. Around the time Otto was arrested, North Korea tested weapons and made threats. Many people believe Otto was used as a bargaining chip, someone held hostage to gain power in political talks. For over a year, Otto's parents were told by the U.S. government that he was fine. But that was not true. In June 2017, the U.S. learned that Otto had been in a coma for over a year. A team, including a U.S. doctor and diplomat, went to North Korea to bring him home. When they finally saw Otto, he was in a terrible condition. He could not speak, see, or move. His parents said his body was badly hurt, and his teeth looked like they had been changed using tools. Doctors in the U.S. said he had brain damage from a lack of oxygen, likely caused by torture or abuse. Otto died just 6 days after returning home. North Korea said he got sick from a sleeping pill and food poisoning, but U.S. officials and doctors did not believe that. They said he was clearly tortured.